Where is this? Wasn't I drinking by the roadside? Li Xingyue stared blankly at the unfamiliar room before him, his mind completely blank, unable to recall how he got there. As he tried to remember, the chaotic noises outside the window grew louder. Such bad manners. Don't they know the capital is in the running for the Civilized City Award? Li Xingyue was extremely irritated by the noise. He stood up and walked to the window, ready to shout, but the sight outside left him utterly stunned. What the hell? Where is this? Before his eyes was a massive square capable of holding tens of thousands of people, now packed to the brim. Wait, no, those aren't people. Those are zombies. Holy, is this a movie set? Zombies in the city? But I don't think there's a film base this big in the capital, right? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Li Xingyue felt the urgent pressure in his bladder. Without wasting another second to look around, he quickly began searching the room for a toilet. Phew, woke up just in time. Any later and I might have pissed myself. After washing his face at the sink, Li Xingyue finally felt much more awake. He then started observing the room and realized it was a standard one-bedroom apartment. Judging by the decor and the items inside, it seemed to belong to a woman. How could I be in a woman's house? Did someone bring me here while I was out of it and sleep with me? The thought of suddenly losing his virginity to someone he didn't even know made Li Xingyue extremely agitated. Probably not. Maybe she was just being kind, seeing me drunk on the street and brought me home. But no matter what, Li Xingyue had no intention of staying any longer. Ever since being diagnosed with a terminal illness, whether it was psychological or not, he always felt his physical condition seemed to be deteriorating. Li Xingyue adjusted his clothes and walked to the front door. He opened the security door and was about to leave, but as soon as he took one step outside, he immediately froze, because not far to his left, a person was crouched on the corridor floor, gnawing on a bloody arm. Damn, they're filming here too? If I didn't know this was a movie set, I might actually be scared by the severed limbs in front of me. The smell lingering in the air quickly reached his nostrils. This smell. Li Xingyue had already drunk quite a bit yesterday, and now, assaulted by the pungent stench in the hallway, he simply couldn't hold it back. It was this very sound of retching that instantly drew the attention of the extra down the corridor. Li Xingyue also noticed his gaze. Wiping his mouth, he quickly waved his hands in apology. Sorry about that, had too much to drink and couldn't help it. Didn't mean to interrupt your shoot. Upon hearing this, the extra slowly stood up and began walking toward Li Xingyue at a measured pace. How to describe his appearance? His eyes were hollow, his mouth cracked and deformed, with a small strand of flesh still hanging from the corner of his lips. Soon, the extra walked to within about 2 meters of Li Xingyue, simultaneously extending his arms straight toward Li Xingyue's head. Bro, what are you doing? No! Upon closer observation, Li Xingyue finally realized something was wrong. What the hell? Half his throat was missing. How the hell is this realistic? This is a real zombie. Pull in his legs, shut the door, and lock it. The entire sequence executed in one fluid motion. Then, Li Xingyue completely collapsed onto the floor, his body trembling uncontrollably from fear. At that very moment, violent banging erupted against the security door, accompanied by the guttural growls of zombies. What kind of mess is this? How did a real one sneak onto a movie set? Wait, if it's real, then those things outside. At this thought, Li Xingyue felt a chill run down his spine. Suppressing his fear, he slowly crawled on his stomach toward the window. When he looked outside again, though the scene was the same, his feelings were now entirely different. And in that very moment, an absurd idea suddenly popped into Li Xingyue's mind. Could it be that he had traveled through time? What the? This is just too damn ridiculous. Li Xingyue sat on the ground for a good half hour before finally coming to terms with reality. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Although he'd never experienced anything like this before, he knew this wasn't a place to linger. He had to find a way to get out of here as soon as possible. Next came the preparations before leaving. First and foremost, he needed to change into a dry pair of pants. Then, Li Xingyue began searching through the house, but after a long while, she realized that despite 2 large wardrobes full of clothes, there wasn't a single pair of pants, not even shorts. It was all skirts and stockings. Seriously, sis, is wearing pants illegal here or something? Whatever, the strong never complain about their environment. Li Xingyue changed into a denim maxi skirt and black stockings, grabbed a kitchen knife from the kitchen, took a deep breath, and slowly walked toward the security door. Approaching the door, he peered through the peephole but saw no sign of zombies. Li Xingyue guessed the zombie might have left. He gently unlocked the door, cautiously pulled it open, and then peered through the gap to the left only to find the zombie still standing at its previous feeding spot, its back turned to him, seemingly finished with its meal. Opening the door a bit wider, Li Xingyue quietly leaned out to look to the right. No other zombies were in sight. It seemed this floor had only this one, which made things slightly easier. But how should he deal with it? Having just arrived in this world and not yet familiar with zombies, it's better to rely on wits than brute force. Charging in recklessly is pure foolishness and should be avoided. After a brief moment of thought, Li Xingyue came up with a plan. He then turned to the left, cautiously took a step forward, and partially revealed himself. TSK 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 TSK. The distant zombie immediately turned around upon hearing the sound. Upon spotting Li Xingyue, it let out a furious roar and charged straight at him. Indeed, this trick works on both humans and dogs. Ha, is it just my imagination? For some reason, Li Xingyue felt its walking speed seemed slightly faster than before. The zombie staggered toward him, its guttural growls continuously echoing through the corridor. Li Xingyue was nervous to the extreme at this point and unconsciously gulped. Soon the zombie came close. He saw the right time, dodged to the right, the kitchen knife in the air in an arc, ruthlessly slashed at the head of the zombie. Click! With a crisp sound, the zombie's upper head was hacked halfway out, black blood splattered in all directions, instantly bearing a large portion of the corridor's walls. Possibly stimulated, Li Xingyue didn't stop her hand movements, and continued to swing the kitchen knife, slashing at the zombies every time, and her tiger's mouth was shocked to raw pain. After hacking hundreds of knives until his stamina was exhausted, he slowed down, and at this point, the zombie had already turned into mush and was too dead to die. Flopping to the ground, he sat down and panted heavily. The shock of what had just happened was still too much for him. Feeling his nose a little slippery, he reached up and found that the nosebleed had started to flow out again. Not caring about anything else, he rolled and crawled into the house. Hastily, he searched the room for 2 paper balls to stuff into his nostrils before sitting down on the floor. After a full hour's reprieve, her heartbeat gradually calmed down and suppressed her fear. Li Xingyue stood up again and quietly went to the window to see what was going on outside. Aha! Where are all the zombies? At this point in time, there was not a single zombie figure to be seen in the square, except for the black blood all over the ground. The zombie horde that had originally occupied the entire square suddenly disappeared without a trace. Just as he was pondering what was going on, he suddenly noticed that a few figures were walking over to him on one side of the square. After half a day of identification, Li Xingyue could be certain that these people were definitely human. These guys are desperate. The walkers don't even know where they're going and they're just waltzing out like this? What if we attract a zombie? It's so stupid. No, it's hard to meet people, and we have to find them to find out what's going on here, but we can't let them karma it. Making up her mind, Li Xingyue picked up the kitchen knife on the ground and started to walk downstairs. The elevator was definitely not working in this situation. Li Xingyue decisively chose to take the stepladder and open the fire door. Not surprisingly, it was also filled with black and red blood, but there was not a single zombie in sight. All the way down to the first floor, there wasn't a single one in sight. It's really strange. Is it possible that they are a herd species and all follow the herd? Not being able to think too much, after exiting the building, Li Xingyue ran wildly towards those people just now. With more than 100 meters to go, it was already more obvious that there were 4 people in total, 2 men and 2 women. They seemed to have seen Li Xingyue since they came downstairs just now, and Li Xingyue waved her hand unconsciously and quickened her pace. Who can understand the joy of being in a foreign land and seeing your own kind? Finally ran to them. Li Xingyue was panting. Just now she ran too fast in excitement. Now she felt completely out of breath. It seems that this body is still too weak. It took a few moments before he raised his head, only to realize that several people in front of him were staring at him dead on, and most of all they were staring at him strangely. Like there's a playfulness in their eyes? Or doubt? What's the matter? Never seen a handsome man before? But it was only now that I got closer that I realized that these guys were really good looking. On the far left was a boy in a black suit, with a straight body. At first glance it looked and felt as if he was a gangster, like a thug in a suit from a movie. To the right of the man in the suit was a long-haired imperial lady in a purple cheongsam. The whole thing was so beautiful that it seemed like it only existed in anime, and it was estimated that all the girls would be ashamed of themselves when they saw it. Followed by a short-haired girl in a reddish dress, with the same unbelievable face value, a slightly more voluptuous figure than the purple cheongsam, and half a head shorter in height, though it looked like it had to be close to 170 or so. How to describe her looks? Say sexy, but also seems to be a little cute, overall still more sexy than cute, but the whole person always feel that exudes a sense of life. Do not approach the dangerous feeling. Finally, there is the boy in a casual sweater, foot flip-flops, hands in the pockets, stand there loosely, cannot say gangster handsome. But if it's Moncler Jackets outlet to judge, then he's a pure guy skater. A few people should be about the same age as Li Xingyue. Looking at them and looking at himself, Li Xingyue felt like a hyena. I was organizing my words, but I didn't expect the other side to speak first. The man in the suit looked at Li Xingyue. Are you human? Damn, that's a good one. It's not pure bull. What? You're not? Chapter 3, Why are you wearing a dress? I'm human. Casual dress eyes looked Li Xingyue up and down. Why are you wearing a skirt? I usually like cosplay. Brother, time is running out, let's cut the crap, okay? Guys, I have to ask where this is and why are there so many walkers? Puff. At this time, the short-haired girl on the far left lets out a sound and walks to Li Xingyue. Kid, are you really not clear about who we are? At the same time, the purple Cheongsam also stood out and sized up Li Xingyue with curiosity in her eyes. No, what are you guys up to? What about monkeying around? Don't do whatever you want just because you're handsome and pretty. Li, don't eat that. At this time, the casual man who hadn't made a move yet also walked over, wrapping his arm around Li Xingyue's shoulder with a smile on his face. Little brother, really want to know? Naturally. This is Star Ocean City, which has just been massacred by zombies, and now there are no other humans left in the city except for you. As expected, as Li Xingyue had guessed, this place had become a dead city. And may I ask, brother, what day of the end times this is? The Cheongsam royalty looked at Li Xingyue and blurted out, 10 years. Oh, 10 days. Wait, you just said 10 days, not 10 years, right? The Imperial stepped forward, leaning slightly, and opened her mouth again. It's 10 years. Oh. Zune de fake doo-doo? That's not the right setup. When Li Xingyu used to read post-apocalyptic novels, didn't other people's protagonists cross over to a month before the end of the world, awaken a mega storage space in the process, and then start storing supplies? How is it that I've come to 10 years later? Then the human race would be dead, for s sake. So now what's the status of the fight between humans and walkers now? Not too sure about the human side, but there are 4 necromancers on the zombie side. Oh. Li Xingyue read something into those words. How is it that you don't know anything about humans and you guys know so much about walkers? The casual wear face pointed to one side. Here, there's information about the walkers written on the board over there. Harm, I say, I'll go look. Together, little brother. Well. Of course Li Xingyu was happy for them to follow. In this unfamiliar and dangerous post-apocalyptic world, there was still a sense of security in having more people. Moreover, looking at the appearance of several people who were kind just now, it was indeed not quite the same as what was written in the post-apocalyptic novels that one usually reads, and it is true that there is still a difference between imagination and reality, and human nature has not been completely extinguished. The group of 5 headed toward the railing in the center of the square. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Li Xingyue. What about you guys? Man in suit, Tyrant. Purple Flagstaff, Sister. Short hair girl, Blood Moon. Casual guy, Shura. Good name, haha. Is this one so wildly named? In the countryside, the cheaper the name, the better the livelihood. Aren't you afraid you'll get killed so quickly? Quickly came to the railing. By now, however, the railing was so coated with blood that only some of its contents were vaguely visible. To the left of the panel is a paragraph. Li Xingyue wiped off the blood stains on it with her sleeve. The Corpse King is an extremely ferocious and terrifying existence. Its strength is far higher than that of a low-rank zombie. All zombie hunting teams must be cautious and have enough high-ranking teammates or zombie weapons of the 8th rank or above. 8th grade? Now humans and zombies have evolved to this level? Looking further to the right, it's the kind of bounty information you normally see. Above is a photo and below is the text. Wipe away the blood stains in the lower position. Corpse Bounty. Bounty, Tyrant. Level, 8th level Zombie King. Bounty Reward, Lordship of Freedom City. This Zombie King is actually called Tyrant too. That's too much of a coincidence, haha. Li Xingyue grinned back at Tyrant. Tyrant, haha, what a coincidence indeed. Li Xingyue turned her head and wiped off the bloodstains at the location of the picture above the reward message. Turning his head to look at Tyrant once again, haha, this Corpse King actually looks exactly like yours. Tyrant, haha, yeah. Li Xingyue's brain was a bit down at the moment. Coincidence, yes, it must be just a coincidence. Once again, wipe off the bloodstain on the right side. Reward, Shura. Again, the exact same picture. Li Xingyue feels a little sweaty at this point. Quickly, he wiped off all the last 2 bloodstains. Sisters. Blood moon. Li Xingyue now felt a tingle in her scalp. Mechanically, he turned and looked at the four men again. No, it's the four corpses. Though all four of them now had smiles on their faces. Li Xingyue, however, felt like falling into an ice cave. This can't be right? Tyrant took a step forward. What do you think, Star Moon? Li Xingyue immediately moved backward, instantly retreating to the railing. He raised his leg and tried to run to the left, and Blood Moon instantly appeared on the left, blocking the way. Turning to the right, Shura also appeared instantly. At this time, the nun walked up to Li Xingyue, and her small snow-white hand gently had to caress his face. If it was changed to in the previous world, having such a stunning girl caressing herself, it would be designated as cool as hell. But now it's just creepy. Big sister, don't be like this. What's that? I have a night shift later, I'll withdraw first. Little Luna, are you afraid of your sister? It's not like my sister is doing anything, she just wants to taste you. Hearing this, Li Xingyue was on the verge of crying out. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. In this case, you will pretend that you have never seen me, and I have never seen you. At least we have known each other for a while, so let's forget about each other in the Jianghu, okay? Shoo. The nun reached out and covered his mouth with her index finger. Li Xingyue really wanted to cry. This pitiful things really came one after another. I thought I had run into a kindred spirit and was full of joy, but I didn't know I was delivering takeout to someone else. You won't be nibbled to death yourself, will you? Damn, I should have known to swim slower 25 years ago. Li Xingyue wanted to struggle a little more, but he didn't expect the nun to bite his neck directly. Ouch. 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 Drilling pain. Li Xingyue felt a pair of sharp teeth piercing into her neck while her blood was dwindling. After a few seconds, the nun released him. Li Xingyue immediately sat paralyzed and slowly lowered her head. The flavor is average, but it's been a while since I've met such an interesting human. The nun said. Blood Moon, too bad, he'll be a zombie soon. Shura, alright, enough playing for half a day, let's go. The four necromancers didn't bother to look at him again and turned to walk away. Li Xingyue felt as if her life was constantly passing away, while her body began to produce a strong sense of discomfort, accompanied by gusts of severe pain, and her throat continuously coughed out black blood. Did he just turn into a zombie? But you've only just crossed over. Aren't you the savior? After a few minutes, no longer able to carry the severe pain in his body, he directly lost consciousness. At this time no one noticed, Li Xingyue's neck wound is slowly healing, not a moment will be intact as a place. Chapter 4. Who do you think researched this thing? Li Xingyue slowly opened her eyes and what came into her eyes was a red and white railing. After a little running through his thoughts, he remembered everything that had happened before. Looks like I've turned into a zombie, huh? With a bitter smile, Li Xingyue sat up. Hey! How come my body isn't rotting? Li Xingyue realized that she didn't take on the appearance of a zombie. Does that mean immune? Woohoo! Li Xingyue immediately jumped up and cheered. Suddenly I realized that my body seemed to be a little more powerful than before. It seems like a great disaster is a great blessing. Sound made by an empty stomach. Hungry. Looking around, he saw what looked like a large mall on the east side of the plaza. Li Xingyue pulled out her legs and quickly arrived in front of the mall. The door was open, with the same black and red blood all over the place, and not a single walker in sight. Without thinking too much, Li Xingyue crossed the street and followed the instructions to the supermarket area on the first floor. Can't wait to unwrap a bag of chips and slam it into my mouth. Eat as you go for water. Just a half hour of eating and drinking passed. Only then did he feel intensely full, and then sat down on the ground to rest up. There are 4 corpse kings in this Star Ocean city. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. We still need to set off to find humans so that we can be safer. Who knows if the zombie hordes will come back again? Taking advantage of the fact that it wasn't completely dark now, Li Xingyue searched the entire mall, threw away the blood-stained dress from before, and changed into clean clothes while gathering 3 large backpacks of supplies. Food, water, watch, flashlight, tent, and a baseball bat, plus a long knife. Then he found a secluded spot on the top floor of the mall and began to rest. Nothing happened all night. He didn't sleep very well at night though, due to his constant mental strain, and was woken up several times. Gather all your stuff and carry both backpacks back and forth, the last one in your hand. It's time to go. After the day's experience yesterday, Li Xingyue was now adapted to the streets without people. Following the map of the city that he had looked at yesterday, he prepared to head towards the nearest large city to the east of Star Ocean City, Freedom City. The distribution of cities here is not quite the same as in the previous world, and I wonder if it's a parallel universe to Blue Star. Finding an unlocked bike on the street, he set off. 2 hours later. This Star Ocean City is so damn big, I've been writing for 2 hours and I've only gotten out of a small section. Originally, Li Xingyue wanted to find a car to drive, but she was afraid that the sound of the car would be too loud and attract walkers. But the way things are now, it's going to be a monkey's ride. It's drive. Say what you have to. After searching halfway down the street, I finally found an SUV with keys. Getting into the driver's seat, he started the vehicle and sped off in the direction of the city. Whistling and singing, Li Xingyue was in a beautiful mood at the moment. After 2 hours of long-distance traveling, he finally almost reached the eastern exit of Star Ocean City marked on the map. And at that moment, at the east exit, 4 figures were walking. That back there? 4 figures turn in unison. Looking at the near exit, Li Xingyue burst out in joy. Aya, finally I'm about to escape from this Thai place, little Stormy, little sister, little Lolo, little Blood Moon, I didn't expect it, I'm alive again. Am I that easy to kill? Joke. Don't let little master run into you guys again, or I'll just slap you. Li Xingyue held onto the steering wheel, shaking his head and twisting his body in the driver's seat, fearing that others wouldn't know how happy he was right now. You're a tenacious little fellow. Bear. Li Xingyue instantly stopped in place with a sharp brake, slowly turned his head and realized that there were suddenly 4 more people in the car, the people he never wanted to see in his life. What to do? What to do? It's important not to panic at times like these. Li Xingyue quietly undid her seatbelt, then immediately opened the car door and rushed out. Ran out 40 or 50 meters one after the other. In the next second, 4 figures instantly appeared in front of him. Li Xingyue immediately stopped her legs. Holy! So the 8th rank corpse king is this good? Knowing that she couldn't run away, Li Xingyue instantly piled up a smile. Yo look, if it isn't my brother Tyrannus, brother Shou Luo, sister Blood Moon and sister Nun, you guys are in pretty good shape huh? I'm still really curious how you didn't turn into a zombie? Shura asked suspiciously. Are you no good, sister? The little lowly Blood Moon couldn't help but open her mouth to taunt. Speak again and rip your mouth off. The nun glared at Blood Moon. Heh, I'll do it this time instead. After saying that, Blood Moon walked over to Li Xingyue. Looking at Blood Moon, who was half a head shorter than himself, with such a cute and sexy face, Li Xingyue was unable to bring up half a bit of sexual interest. Sister Blood Moon, we've only just met, isn't the progress too fast? Don't be like this. Can't we just chat for a while? I'm a traditional guy, I think we could start with a date and a movie, what do you think? Li Xingyue said as she stepped back while craning her neck. But the next second, his neck was grabbed by Blood Moon. With an owl, Blood Moon's teeth easily pierced his neck. Again, the same feeling as yesterday. A few minutes later, Li Xingyue fell unconscious again. But this time a few people didn't leave. After an unknown amount of time, Li Xingyue woke up again. Again, there was no mutation, and the 4 were even more puzzled. What did you grow up eating? Shura spoke up. Who the am I to, what am I, pot roast, I grew up eating pot roast. The $1 a string kind, Li Xingyue added. The 4 exchanged glances, then Tyrant and Shura stepped forward at the same time. No way big brother, still coming? I'm not interested in men. After a long time, Li Xingyue stood up. Satisfied now? How presumptuous. Say nibble. He said, wiping a handful of saliva and blood from his neck with his sleeve. I'm speechless that the new clothes I just changed into are getting dirty again. After indignantly muttering for half a day, Li Xingyue came to the trunk, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit them up and smoked them. Who? Then looking to the crowd, have one? At the eastern exit of Star Ocean City, 5 figures are swallowing clouds and fog. Shura, hey, who do you think researched this thing? This is too much power. Tyrant, Star Moon, give me another one. Sister, I want Little Moon too. Blood Moon, then I'll have another one too. Li Xingyue. You're all addicts, aren't you? That's 19 ING packs in a row. Li Xingyue spread his 2 hands, brother riot, the last 2 have just been smoked by Shura. Tyrant. Go back to Star Ocean City. Hey, no, I just got out. 3 hours later. Outside the door of the Sky River convenience store. Li Xingyue opened a can of beer and drank it while rushing to the four smokers who were gulping clouds. Big brothers and sisters, smoking is harmful to health. Anon. 4 pairs of eyes stared straight at the beer in his hand. What's that in your hand? Li Xingyue. What a bunch of dirt dogs. Chapter 5, Where are you keeping the fish? Drink up, little riot, where are the fish? And you Shura, don't pretend to be drunk, you can't handle 2 bottles of ING 8th Order Corpse King? Sister, I didn't say you did. I? Get your hands off my crotch. Look at other Blood Moon, he's not even drunk from drinking white. Wait a minute. You're a sprite. Shaking his head, Li Xingyue got high on 2 peanuts and watched the 4 large corpses in front of the table bicker with each other. Don't tell me, you can't tell me. It's a good feeling. In his previous life, Li Xingyue worked day and night to earn money, and did not have any friends around him, and the picture at this time really hit him a little bit. Hey, all look at me here. Shura, you put the cigarette down. Only when all 4 looked over did Li Xingyue speak, fellow Corpse King, brothers and sisters. Really? I'm especially happy that I got to meet everyone. I'm happy today, that everyone I'm today I hiccup, so what I mention a cup of anon. I'll do it first then anon. Li Xingyue slurred her words as she held the bottle. Then he raised the bottle and took a drink, pouring it again. Though it's true that you guys tried to finish me off earlier, but... I say but anon, me, Li Xingyue, I still have a big pattern. I'll let bygones be bygones about what happened before, and I propose anon that since we're also destined to be together, why don't the 5 of us become sworn brothers? From now on, I'm the big brother, if you guys have any problems, look for me. Be sure to look for me. Burp, it's absolutely great. Another glass all dry, followed by a flop onto the floor. Blood Moon, that's it? Shura, little trash. Tyrant, I like this kid. Not like the other humans. The nun stood up and fiddled with her gown. I'll take him to bed. The 3 men said in unison, no. The next day at noon. ING drunk again. Li Xingyue rubbed her head and prepared to go to the toilet to wash her face. Puff. Hey. What the? How many of these drunks were made? Looking at the wine bottles that were almost piled up all over the room, and the cigarette butts all over the floor, Li Xingyue was really shocked to the core. This must be a couple hundred bottles, I'm afraid. There's no way to get off the ground. One and all are smokers and drinkers. The wines were pretty good though, none of them bad wines. When I opened the door of the room, it was so smoky that it was as if I had encountered a fog, and I couldn't see anything in front of me. With it came an overwhelming sense of choking. Holy, are we in heaven now? Hurriedly, he went to open the windows in the living room and dining room to dissipate the odor. No, aren't you guys choking? It's a real addiction. It took a good 10 minutes or so before it dispersed. At this point, the 4 of them still had 1 cigarette in each hand. No, Shura had 3. Tyrant looked at Li Xingyue. Don't drink if you can't in the future, what a ING. Blood Moon, that's it, pure little trash. Are you polite? Shura took a sharp sip of the 3 cigarette butts in his mouth. Older brother, you remember. All right. Don't say it. I'm not listening. What have I done? I've opened Pandora's box. At this moment, looking at the only nun who didn't say anything, Li Xingyue instantly felt that it was better to be a royal sister. A royal sister would take care of people. Sensing Li Xingyue's gaze, the nun twisted her head to look over. You're awake, you didn't have a good time drinking yesterday, let's continue, shall you? Hold it. I don't have your 8th order physique, spare my life, boss. Let's do something productive. I want to catch up with you guys on what's going on in the end times right now. How many orders are humans evolved to now? The crowd also looked over when they heard this. Humans also have the 8th order, we're not too sure about the other specifics. Okay, so how many humans are left now? Humanity currently has 5 cities left. Steel City, Freedom City, Aurora City, Arc City, and Glory City. After some inquiries, Li Xingyue had a little bit of knowledge about the current post-apocalyptic world, but not much. After all, they were all zombies. It was normal that they did not know about the human situation. However, there were still relatively few humans alive now, and the city here was different from the Blue Star of the previous life, a large city covering a very large area, which could be said to be no different from a province before. Also known as a level 1 main city, there were a total of over 30 main cities before, but most of them had already been overrun by zombies. After 10 years of the end of the world, there were only 6 first-class cities left that were still standing strong, but just yesterday, 4 corpse kings gathered in Star Ocean City, and then Star Ocean City was destroyed. And the remaining 5 cities were all in the eastern direction of Star Ocean City, with the closest being Freedom City. This country initially had about 3 billion people. A small portion of the people were infected at the beginning of the end of the world and died directly or turned into zombies without feelings and thinking. As time went on, more and more people turned into zombies, and some of the main cities also fell one after another. And after the initial chaos, people slowly began to fight back and converge on the larger cities with more survivors, and that's when the survival rate began to skyrocket. However, over time, the zombies began to evolve, while a small number of them developed self-awareness and continued to become stronger, and the death rate of human beings began to increase again. However, just then, a genius developed a potion that could allow humans to evolve, and then a large number of humans began to inject it, which managed to stop the zombie army from attacking. Until today, 10 years later, it seemed as if the human race had regained its former order, and the Corpse King's attacks had come to a standstill. At this point, each city is estimated to have only 100 million or so people left. So you guys can't beat the humans now? Tyrant took over. The strength of humans now cannot be underestimated. Most of the zombies are unconscious. Our understanding of humans is relatively limited, but we can still put up a fight if we fight hard. Yo, that's right. If you guys were so powerful, wouldn't the human race have been exterminated a long time ago? Li Xingyue couldn't help but mock. Shura laughed. After we first just became conscious, we still kept attacking humans, but after all this time, it's becoming less and less interesting. Tyrant agreed quite strongly. If we do exterminate all of humanity, what can we do after that? A few people said a few words. Li Xingyue froze. Sounds like a little bit of truth, huh? Zombies are born to eat human flesh and drink human blood, but if humans become extinct, what else can they do? Not to mention that the 4 of them are still self-aware, and ordinary zombies are even less comparable. So what are your plans? If you don't go fight the humans will surely find a way to wipe you out when the time comes. The nun who hadn't said anything walked up to Li Xingyue. Actually, we didn't have any ideas before this, but right after we met you, we did have a plan. I'm just a little Karami, what can I do? Tyrant patted the ashes on his suit and exhaled a smoke ring. Humans, I'll see you in the next chapter. Chapter 6, the child is dead and you're here to nurse it. The tyrant patted the ash from his suit, then exhaled a smoke ring. We intend for you to go undercover on the human side while becoming a ruler. What nonsense are you talking about, Tyrannosaurus? I did read the post-apocalyptic novels. The ones who are doing well are of high rank. I'm not even of the first rank. In short, I disagree. Li Xingyue heard this and retorted back and forth. He stayed here well, had food and drink and cigarettes. In his previous life, he was working himself to exhaustion. Now he just wanted to lie flat, and this mission sounded like a 9-death saw. Thinking of the nun who was usually closest to him, Li Xingyue grabbed her arm and shook it repeatedly, her tone slightly petulant. Sister Shio, you don't want your little Yaya to lose her life either. The nun locked eyes with him for a few seconds, then removed his hand. Li Xingyue, as the new generation of the zombie world, you have the responsibility and obligation to take on this heavy responsibility. Damn, you used to call people Little Moon all the time. Blood Moon, who was originally sitting on a rocking chair, instantly came to him with a kind smile on his face. How about this? We'll give you 3 options to choose for yourself. We're not going to force you. 1. Agreed. 2. Disagree, and then you will karma. You call that not forcing it? Have you chosen yet? Hey, you haven't said anything about the 3rd option. I have a right to know. Shura lit 6 cigarettes. 3 is an obtuse angle. Shura, of the 4 you're the biggest cowhorse. Damn it. Damn it, live as a man and die as a ghost. I, Li Xingyue, will never let anyone threaten me. You guys die this hard. Ha? What are you doing? Hey no, pain. Don't. I was wrong. Don't. Stop it. Agreed. I agree. Aha. I was wrong. Quickly save me. I'm scared. Li Xingyue sat on the ground with her heart aggrieved to the extreme, sobbing as she wiped the water stains on her pants. Right after just playing mouth high, Blood Moon grabbed his neck and instantly moved to the window, lifted his hand and threw it to the sky. The whole set of action was flowing. Should I say no? It was really dashing and handsome. Words split into 2. Again, Li Xingyue sighed, only to feel like a scurrying monkey, rushing to the sky, soon came to 50 or 60 stories so high. And then it fell down at extreme speed, a strong sense of weightlessness that caused his heart to keep surging. It felt a lot like bungee jumping, but with a missing rope. Li Xingyue kept shouting, but it wasn't of any use. and in a few seconds she descended to the ground, less than a meter away, a hair's breadth away from a close encounter with a female corpse on the ground. Then the next second he was yanked back into the room he was in before. Standing up shakily, he pulled a cigarette out of Shura's mouth and took 2 puffs, which eased the situation. "No blood moon, you're for real, I'm kidding you." When the nun heard this, she immediately came to Li Xingyue's front and stroked his head. "Egu, it's alright little Yu, I knew you were joking, I was just thinking of helping you persuade Blood Moon." "Damn, you're good at that, sister. You're milking the baby when it dies." Wiping her tears again, Li Xingyue's eyes piled up with emotion. "Thank you, sister, you thought of it very well, next time don't think of it." After plucking 2 more cigarettes from Shura in quick succession, Li Xingyue spoke again. "Tell me, what do I have to do?" "Tyrant, that's right, your mission is a simple one, just make all 5 cities listen to you." "I'd better go to hell." "Shura, stop it, Tyrant, you're not making things difficult for Star Moon." "Hey, Shura can say something human. After all, he's a rookie and a wimp, he'll be lucky if he doesn't get bitten to death by a first-order zombie on the road." I knew a dog could never speak human." "You're provoking me, aren't you?" "I can't stand being provoked." "I'll take this mission." "That's right, little Star Moon didn't hurt you just now, did she?" "You'll mo take a beating, old man." Li Xingyue knocked Blood Moon's outstretched hand away. Tyrant opened a bottle of beer. "Don't worry, the 5 of us have been sworn brothers, from now on we're family, we'll cover you from now on." "Huh? When did I become one of you guys?" The nun covered her face with both hands. "Ox Julie X, Xiaoyu is what you personally said to people when you were drinking yesterday, and you also said that you would be the boss, you've forgotten it all." "Ouch. There's more to this?" "I was so drunk yesterday, I don't remember any of this." Li Xingyue immediately came into the spirit. "I blanch, so I'll be the boss of the zombie army from now on." "Shura, older brother, you may have some misunderstanding, I'm the boss, you're the 5th. Li Xingyu wanted to say something else. The nun instantly stopped crying and stared at Xiu Luo with fierce eyes. "What did you just say?" "I awakened first, what makes you the boss?" "Blood Moon, what are you screaming about? Do you have the strength to be the boss?" "Tyrant, what, you guys think I don't exist? I was the first of the 4 of us to reach the 8th rank." Seeing the 4 8th Order Corps kings squabbling over the position of the boss, Li Xingyue instantly balanced her heart quite a bit. Sit down next to it and light up a cigarette and watch the show at a leisurely pace. But before he could smoke half a cigarette, Li Xingyue quickly grabbed a cigarette, pulled his leg and ran outside. The reason is simple: a fight. Just now, Tyrant swung his fist. Shura dodged it, but the half-meter thick concrete wall couldn't be dodged, and was directly punched out of a big hole. Before Li Xingyue could react, the nun raised her leg and kicked the Blood Moon, and a wall was instantly knocked down. "This is going to get buried later if we don't run. It's a bunch of crazies." As Li Xingyue ran away, the 4 of them fought more and more fiercely, and after a few minutes, the piece of house that they were in before was already in ruins. Li Xingyue had already run far away by now, sitting on the road, smoking while commenting, "This Tyrant kid has enough speed, but not much explosive power, TSK. This guy, Shura, is explosive, but not fast enough. The nun's cheongsam is quite pretty, the only drawback is that it's too long, the length is just right up to the base of her thighs. Blood Moon has a nice body, if only she was a softie." Li Xingyue commented on the head, but in fact, the 8th Order Corps King made a move at full strength, and he, an ordinary person, could not see it at all. It is estimated that the strength of 3 or 4 orders to be able to see a shadow is good. He is now looking at the air is laborious. At this point in his eyes can only see a house collapsed. 3 hours later. Sound made by an empty stomach. "Aha! Is it dinner time?" Hearing the signal given by her stomach, Li Xingyu hurriedly stood up, but due to the long period of sitting plus getting up too fast, her head suddenly became dizzy and her eyes blurred. "Damn, this body is still too weak." It took a full 2 minutes of slowing down before he recovered more or less, and then he yelled at the 4 men who were still dry humping at the top of his lungs, "It's dry rice. Halftime." The sound of the house exploding continues to rise and fall. Li Xingyue was silent for a moment, then stormed out again, "Drink up." As soon as the words fell, the thumping sound of the house being blown up in the distance immediately became much smaller, and then the 4 of them appeared out of thin air again. "I'm really sour about this speed. If I had this speed in my previous life, wouldn't I get free drinks every day at Honey Snow Ice City?" Chapter 7 Toward Freedom City. Inside a villa in Star Ocean City. "Look at this, you guys are fighting over this little thing, as much as that?" Besides, is the boss of this entire zombie community just anyone who wants to be? Of course not. Being a boss is something you can do just because you're strong? It's really not as simple as you think. It's the one who is responsible, accountable, and has the pattern and vision to lead our zombies to rise up. Hear the applause. Li Xingyue spoke passionately for half a day, but realized that no one took care of him and sat down awkwardly. Shura, ready to drink? Li Xingyue. Drink it, drink it. Shura, wasting my life by pushing, I'll punish you with 3 boxes later. Damn, I'm so bitter. After pulling 2 mouthfuls of rice into her mouth, Li Xingyue suddenly thought of an idea. I have a bold idea. Blood Moon, shut up. Li Xingyue. We can draw lots ah. Sister, expand on that. Hearing that someone had spoken up, Li Xingyue hurriedly said the rules and looked at the crowd. This is fairer, what do you say? The 4 corpse kings did not object to any of them. After hearing this, Li Xingyue hurriedly went to find a pen and paper, tore up 5 small slips of paper, wrote numbers on each, then saved them into a ball, wrapped them in his palm and shook them a few times, and threw them on the table. Please guys. All 5 then picked a paper ball each. Open up. After Li Xingyue finished speaking, she unwrapped her note, and what met her eyes was a 1. I'll be damned. From now on, the zombies will be my Moon family army. Li Xingyue couldn't hide his excitement and directly slapped the note on the table. Gah, I'm the boss. However, he found that no one responded to him, and looked up to see that the faces of the crowd were all very gloomy, obviously not satisfied with the results of the draw. From now on, you all are the boss, I am the little brother, and that's the end of it. The 4 instantly raised their heads at the news and said in unison, we agree in principle. Grandma, I blame myself for not having the strength. If I were at the 9th level, would I be afraid of you? At this moment, Li Xingyue was even more determined to become stronger. Okay, on to business. When do I leave? Shura, 2 days later. Why do we have to wait 2 more days? Shura, teach us to learn that doujinshi you were talking about first in the next 2 days. Li Xingyue, Shura, we're peasants, the nuns are landlords, what are you doing bombing me? Shura. Li Xingyue, sister, I just bid a small 3. What do you mean you bid a king? Sister. Li Xingyue, Blood Moon, we both have 7 cards, why do you have a big hand? Blood Moon. Li Xingyue, I would like to ask you all, why are my cards so few? All 4 of them shook their heads, I don't know anything about this. Li Xingyue slapped the table, do you want to hear what you guys are talking about? I'm down to 3 cards from stealing, and you guys can barely fit the cards in there. Who knows what it's like to be angry and unable to fight? Playing cards, Li Xingyue's mind collapsed continuously, only thinking of leaving immediately. 2 days later. The road outside the villa area of Star Ocean City. Li Xingyue purposely asked Tyrant to go to the city to find a big G full of fuel and loaded it with supplies. Why choose the big G? It's simple, because in his previous life, Li Xingyue always swiped on the internet, but did not drive. The luxury car for just arrived in the last world not long ago. He still has a lot of attraction. Hopefully, the Trident emblem will light my way the rest of the way. At this time, he was already fully loaded and looked back at the crowd. Alright, I'll go back, don't fight if nothing happens, I'll be back at New Year's. Shura had moved a case of wine from somewhere and was about to put it in the car. Li Xingyue hurriedly stopped it. No, big brother, what am I bringing this for? Shura, don't ask, it's all for the kids. What? Where did you learn that? Looking at the 4 again, I really need to go this time, so wish me luck. Waving goodbye to the crowd, Li Xingyue fired up the car and started it, and it instantly sped out. Looking at the 4 people in the rearview mirror, Li Xingyue could not help but still feel a little sad in her heart. Even if they were different species, even if they were always bullying themselves, after this while, Li Xingyue did feel the presence of a friend. And here you don't have to get up early and hustle for the money you owe, you just wake up every day and think about what you're going to play today and what you're going to eat. It's actually a pretty good feeling. The 4 didn't make a move until the car was out of sight. Tyrant turned and gave Shura a look. Shura understood the meaning instantly and closed his eyes, then opened them again after 2 seconds. A minute later, a figure sped up in the distance. It soon came to them, and if Li Xingyue was here, she would be able to recognize that it was a zombie, but it was a bit different from ordinary zombies. This zombie's skin color was greenish-white, the body could no longer see any sign of decay, and its body looks were no different from a normal person, except that its eyes were scarlet red. Follow that car and make sure he can get into Freedom City without any problems. After hearing Shura's words, the zombie nodded and turned around to sprint in the direction that Li Xingyue had gone. The nun couldn't help but be a bit worried. The 6th rank is too low. How about finding a 7th rank to send him off? Blood Moon was instantly speechless after hearing this. Big sister, what are you talking about? 6th rank zombies can already walk sideways without encountering 7th rank humans. What more do you want? Why don't you go and deliver it? The nun pondered for a moment. You have a point, I'll go. Blood Moon is also speechless to live. You stop, go back to drink. Seeing that the nun was still unwilling to move, Blood Moon pulled the nun back. Tyrant and Shura shook their heads as they watched. Tyrant, how much to drink later? Shura, not in the mood today, 30 boxes, how about you? Tyrant, ugh, I'm out of shape too, 31 boxes is good. Shura? Want to fight? Anum. Bang. Anum. Slam. Anum. Bang, bang, bang. Li Xingyu sipped the Red Bull and looked at the map. Star Ocean City was about 50 kilometers away from Freedom City. At this time there were quite a few zombies and vehicles on the road, but the zombies didn't do anything else after seeing Li Xingyu. It felt as if I wanted to come over but stopped dead in my tracks. It seemed to him it might be because there were necromancers not far away, so they were all immobilized. Since this is so, there is even less to worry about. Racing along. Soon after an hour, there were 5 kilometers ahead to the western entrance and exit of Liberty City. Li Xingyue at this time entered into a scale town. The houses here are relatively low, the road vehicles are also more. The beginning can also be 7 turns through. The back to the center of the town's area is really unable to continue to drive. Li Xingyue tried to bump away, but gently bumping and cannot be bumped. If the car cannot stand hard, people are even more difficult. There was really no way out, and Li Xingyue didn't want to take a detour, so she then got out of the car, packed up 2 backpacks of supplies, and began to hike forward. He was ready to find another new car to drive where the road opened up ahead. And at this moment, inside the highest residential building in the town, 2 pairs of eyes were looking through the window at Li Xingyue on the road outside. Chapter 8. You say your boss is an 8th Order Corpse King? Inside the tall building, one of the young men with a haggard and withered face spoke. Big brother, why didn't the zombies attack him? Next to the young man was a stout middle-aged man with a slightly menacing look. The burly man is also a bit puzzled at this time. Normal circumstances zombies should have long been pounced on. How can still turn a blind eye to it? Forget about that for now, stick to the plan. He should have quite a few supplies in his backpack, enough for us to eat for a while. But boss, look at this person's clean body and so many supplies. He should be very powerful, we're probably no match. The stout man heard some disdain. What are you afraid of? How to look at this kid is not like the appearance of the high level, is probably better luck. Hold up as a 1st or 2nd level, and your strength should be about the same. I'm a 3rd level, cannot take him? The young man's confidence increased after hearing this, but after a slight hesitation, he then spoke. That, boss, after it's done can you leave him to me? I see that this kid is also charming. The lanky man was genuinely surprised to hear this, and then looked down and contemplated for a moment. Yes, but you can only play with your mouth, and that piece has to be reserved for me. Ha? Big brother you? The young man's expression became even more surprised. The lanky man grunted at the sight. How long has it been since I've met a woman, and I can't if you're allowed to crave me. The young man was a bit reluctant after hearing this, but a smile returned to his face. Understood big brother, all at your service. Li Xingyue advanced cautiously with a kitchen knife in her hand. In his heart, he muttered, why didn't the zombies attack him when they were only 3 to 5 meters away? Does it? But in my mind, I couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. As he was mulling it over, he suddenly noticed a sneaky figure by a clearing to his right. It was a slim man with a dirty body. He apparently also discovered Li Xingyu. His face was first surprised, then piled with surprise, waving at Li Xingyu repeatedly. It's a survivor. This was the first human that Li Xingyue had met in this world, and his heart was excited. He quickly ran that way, and soon came to the front and kept a certain distance before he spoke. What are you doing here, brother? The slim man touched his nose. Hello brother, my name is Zhou Hao. I just went out to search for supplies, and I happened to see you. By the way, you're hungry. I have some food there. You come with me, we can't stay here for long. Li Xingyue's first reaction after hearing him out, this is a good man who suffers as much as he does, and then prepares to leave with the man piece by piece. But the next second suddenly feels him wrong. According to common sense in the end of the day, food should be the most scarce supplies, even if there is no harm to other people's ideas, that at least have to have the heart of the defense, not to mention that this is the end of the world 10 years. And this man is so skinny that anyone who looks at him looks like he hasn't had a full meal in a long time and would be kind enough to give up his hard-earned supplies? The thought instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, still careless, Li Xingyue had been in a peaceful era for a long time and hadn't experienced the ravages of the end times. Her vigilance was still too low. If I had really followed them foolishly just now, I can't say that something big would have happened. The more she thought about it, Li Xingyue immediately stopped her steps. Ha! Little brother, why don't you go? It's very dangerous outside. If a high-level zombie comes later, none of us will be able to run away. The thin man looked at Li Xingyu behind him and said anxiously. Li Xingyue laughed coldly in her heart. The little thing's acting skills were quite good. I'll show you what it means to be a veteran actor. Then covered his stomach, feet turned inside. Guizhou, I ate this bad stomach, you go first, I'll go to facilitate a bit, immediately back. After saying that, he turned his head and ran in the direction of Freedom City. Seeing Li Xingyu like this, the slim man froze for 2 seconds, then immediately reacted, knowing that it was a defeat, and hurriedly chased after him. Li Xingyu ran very fast, but in the end, she was still an ordinary person, and only after a few steps, she was stopped in her tracks by the slim man. Oof, kid, run, why don't you run? Seeing that the other party's speed was much faster than his own, Li Xingyue knew that he was afraid that this was a human who had been injected with a potion, and that he would definitely not be able to run. Brother Zhou, you're joking, I didn't run like this, all these things in my backpack belong to you, you let me go, okay? After saying that, Li Xingyue took off the backpack on her body and threw it to her heel. Ha, I'd like to release you, but you'd have to ask my boss if he agrees. Well, Ahoy did a good job. Eh? Li Xingyue heard a voice behind her and turned her head to find that a stout middle-aged man with a ferocious face had appeared at an unknown time. The middle-aged man was in a very good mood at this time. Originally this array of days was quite tight, right, was worried about not knowing where to get supplies from, which came a fat goat, brought enough supplies to eat a period of time, and look at the situation just now. It is obvious that it is still a waste that is not even equal to the level of the rank. It's a proper soft touch, so you can really pinch it as much as you want. Li Xingyue's heart has been cooled, there are wolves in front and tigers behind, one cannot do, and then another, really the first emperor's business is not yet half, and the midway collapse. There was really no solution in his head. This way, big brother, the things are all yours, I don't want any of them, and I don't have any value, so you are generous enough to let me off the hook. The middle-aged man laughed after hearing this. Kid, don't say that, your body is a treasure, we'll take the things, we'll take the people, I'm a person who likes to choose more, ha. Damn, I don't like multiple choice questions. Is it time to die again? Ha. Right, let's try that one. Li Xingyue decided to beat a dead horse. Big brother, you probably don't know my identity, my boss is very powerful, I'm on a mission this time, if you kill me, my boss will be very angry. The two of them were also drumming in their hearts when they heard him say that. This town was very close to Freedom City, so it might be possible that they were under the command of some big shot or high-level corpse hunting team in the city. If that's the case, 10 of him wouldn't be enough to kill him. But what if this kid is just a little bit of a scam? And look at the situation just now. If that's the case, then this kid is certainly not so soft, and the strength will not be so low, right? After pondering for half a day, the middle-aged man decided to ask a clear question. Kid, what does your boss do in Freedom City? What's his name? That, my oldest's name is Tyrant, not inside Freedom City. Tyrant? Never even heard of it, you kid just lied to us. The middle-aged man's gripped heart let go and laughed. On the contrary, Ahouted looked down and pondered, why does the name Tyrant sound familiar? Wait a minute? Boss, isn't Tyrant the name on the Corpse King's bounty list we saw earlier? I remembered it. It's an 8th Order Corpse King. The middle-aged man also froze for a moment when he heard Ahou say that, and then he remembered something. He had seen it before. Now there were a total of 4 Corpse Kings, called Tyrant, Shura, Nun, and Blood Moon. In fact, I don't blame them for being unfamiliar with it. It's really because low-ranking survivors like them, who have been detached from the army for a long period of time, don't really care much about things in the outside world, and they only think about which commissary to go to get some supplies every day. The middle-aged man felt like he was being teased at this point. You said your boss is an 8th Order Zombie King Tyrant? They really do know. Li Xingyue nodded repeatedly. Yes, my boss is the Corpse King Tyrant. Chapter 9, see if I'm right. Ha 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 ha. How dare you say that? I also said that my boss is Shura. The middle-aged man couldn't stop laughing and couldn't help but taunt. But no, really dare to say anything. I also said that Sister Blood Moon is my object. You say this, you don't even believe it yourself. Ahou was also laughing his ass off. Li Xingyu was also quite helpless when she saw the two of them like this. There was no way that anyone who heard this would have to pee themselves laughing. But that also had to be hardened and continue to top it. I suggest that you think twice before you make your move, whether you can withstand the wrath of an 8th Order Corpse King. The middle-aged man's face was instantly hideous after hearing this. Kid, originally we can still talk properly, you have to play us, humph, I'll unclog you at night. Unclogging? Being a second boy, Li Xingyue was very confused as to what dredging meant, but it certainly wasn't a good word just the same. Look over there, my boss is coming. Li Xingyue pointed to one side and shouted, and the two men's gazes were instantly attracted. He saw the right moment and swung at the middle-aged man instantly with a kitchen knife in his hand. Snap. Flop. Li Xingyue fell 2 to 3 meters and coughed out a mouthful of blood as her throat became sweet. He had just come close to cutting the middle-aged man's neck, but the middle-aged man's reaction was much faster, and he slapped his palm on his wrist, the knife falling to the ground, followed by a kick on his chest, sending him flying straight out. Kid is quite a thief. I was really close to getting hit just now. I've changed my mind. Tell me how you want to die. Li Xingyue tried to get up, but her ribs were kicked raw and she couldn't get up for a while. Ho, do him, get your stuff and let's go back. The middle-aged man stopped looking at Li Xingyue and turned towards their stronghold. It's the boss. Aha picked up the kitchen knife on the ground and looked at Li Xingyue, who was lying on the ground and couldn't get up. He also couldn't help but shake his head. Kid, you could have survived, but who let you fool us? Even the boss is the king of the zombies. This kind of nonsense can be said. Call those walkers on the side now if you can, see if they help you, ha 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 ha. Without saying anything else, Hao raised the kitchen knife and aimed at Li Xingyue's head, followed by a heavy swing. Pust. Puff. Li Xingyue lay on the ground with her heart in her mouth, quietly waiting for Hao to make a move. But the body didn't feel anything else, only two voices were heard. Opening his eyes in doubt, he found a person lying next to him, none other than Hao, who at this moment had a bowl-sized bloody hole in his chest, which was seeping blood out continuously. And there was a stranger standing next to him with his back turned. Was it a passing good Samaritan who had come to his rescue? Thank you. The stranger was silent for a moment as he listened. No need. Just when I thought I had survived the robbery, the sound of running came back to my ears. Ahoy! What are you? It's the middle-aged man who's back. As if in response to the middle-aged man, the stranger slowly turned around. Li Xingyue and the middle-aged man exclaimed at the same time. Because the stranger in front of him was not human, but a walker. And the appearance was different from ordinary zombies. Instead, it tended to be more human-like, and if it wasn't for the greenish-white skin color and scarlet eyes, one might not really be able to tell that it was a zombie. The middle-aged man's legs kept trembling at this time. He could basically conclude that this was a high-level zombie. The specific several levels did not know, but he was certainly not an opponent, because the other party emitted too powerful aura. Li Xingyue reacted at this moment and hurriedly inquired, "Brother, your boss is a tyrant?" The high-ranking zombie did not look at Li Xingyue, but only slowly spat out two words, "Shura." Oh yo, so it's that dog thing. After finding the organization, Li Xingyue immediately put her heart down. See, I was right, my boss is really a corpse king. And the middle-aged man on the side instantly understood when he heard the conversation between one person and one corpse, and was extremely shocked in his heart. So this person was really the corpse king's henchman. How is this possible? The situation in front of him completely refreshed his three views after so many years. After all, zombies and humans were like natural enemies, always incompatible. But he couldn't care less about his wild thoughts. Now he knew in his heart that the only way to survive was to beg this man. The middle-aged man directly knelt on the ground and continuously cowed out, "Little brother, I'm blind and don't know your identity. You are generous and let me go as a fart. But it's true that the wind and the water have been turning, and the river has been turning east for 30 years and west for 30 years. Li Xingyue looked at the middle-aged man whose forehead was not bleeding, but also had an intolerant heart, and turned his head to look at the high-ranking zombie. Forget about the corpse, brother. In the end of the world are not easy. Kill him on the line. Things we do not want to give him to stay to eat. When the middle-aged man heard Li Xingyue speak, he was surprised at first, thinking that he was worthy of being a veteran actor, and that kowtowing a few heads easily saved his life. But in the second half of his life, something was wrong, and when he was about to open his mouth, the zombie didn't give him a chance. The same hand stabbed into the heart, killing the middle-aged man instantly. The gore of this image was no less than the zombies gnawing on the limbs that Li Xingyue had seen earlier. His stomach kept churning, and eventually he couldn't hold back, and with a wow, he threw up everything he had eaten in the morning. It didn't feel better until there was nothing left in his stomach to vomit. Then his eyes signaled the high-ranking walker. The high-ranking zombies didn't do much though. "Brother, I can't get up, come and help me, okay?" It was only then that the high-ranking walker made a move to help him up. Li Xingyue got up and leaned against a sidecar to rest for a moment before her body felt better. Thinking back on all the previous events, he realized that he was still too high profile, his body and clothes were overly clean, and he was also carrying so many supplies by himself that anyone who saw him would have to think about it. After thinking clearly, Li Xingyue changed Hao's rotten clothes into them, while forcibly holding back the feeling of nausea and vomiting, stained quite a few places on her body with Hao's blood, and wiped quite a bit of dirt on the ground on her body. The whole thing now looks like a refugee fleeing the country. Well, that's right. Pulling out the supplies from the bag and replenishing some energy, Li Xingyu didn't bother anymore. This pile of supplies definitely can't be taken, now that he's full of food and water, grabbing towards Freedom City. The high-ranking zombie helped Li Xingyue walk forward, and in a short while, he arrived at the outskirts of the town. Most of the cars here are in a semi-derelict state, and it took a bit of searching around to find one in slightly better condition and with enough gas. Li Xingyue looked at the zombie. "You're riding in my car?" The high-ranking zombie looked down and thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Alright, I know what that means. Your mission will be over when I get to Freedom City. I'll see you around." After starting the fire, the car once again drove quickly, knowing that the zombies from just now could definitely follow. Li Xingyue didn't care. It was now 5 kilometers away from Freedom City, and with the current road conditions, it wasn't expected to take long to get there. Soon after 10 minutes passed, Li Xingyue also arrived at the boundaries of Freedom City. Realizing that this place was very different from the Star Ocean City he had seen. Chapter 10, Nima, I'm going to eat this cake. The outer perimeter of Freedom City was a 50-meter-high wall, and no matter if you looked at it from the left or right, you couldn't seem to see the end of the wall. And directly in front of Li Xingyue was an oversized city gate. However, the gate was not open now, and only after driving close to it did Li Xingyue realize that there were many other 5 or 6 meter wide and high entrances and exits beside the gate, and there were quite a few people and vehicles coming in and out at the moment. Li Xingyue drove straight towards the entrance. There were 20 to 30 people guarding the entrance and exit, each wearing the same black combat uniform and holding a firearm. Upon arriving at one of the entrances, a young man around 30 years of age resembling a captain walked up and immediately raised his gun upon seeing Li Xingyue covered in blood. What's with the blood on his body? It's someone else's. Get out of the car immediately for inspection. Fine, no problem. Li Xingyue obediently got out of the car, thinking she was going to be taken somewhere to undress and check for any signs of bites. Instead, he found that the young man who had just spoken had pulled out a strange instrument from his pocket, and then began to sweep it around at Li Xingyue. While a few others started searching in the car. No anomalies. The instrument voiced. Ever join a body hunting squad? This corpse hunter squad seems to have been mentioned on the board before. No, I've been hiding elsewhere before, not joining any squads. So, let's go then. Hey, okay. Li Xingyu replied and prepared to drive on into the city. Only to find another man in combat fatigues sitting in the driver's seat. I passed my inspection, that big brother just now said I can go. Li Xingyu pointed at the person who had just done the inspection. Yeah, you can go, but the car has to stay. The young man who had just done the inspection came forward with a teasing face. Freedom City has taken you in, you have to be thankful, this car will be your entry fee. That's a bit out of order, isn't it? Li Xingyue felt a bit puzzled hearing him say that. Heh, you're talking to me about rules? At this city gate, my Chao Chang's rules are the rules. Seeing that Li Xingyu was a bit unconvinced, Chao Chang raised his hand and slapped him twice. Pop. Snap. I'm ing spoiling you, grab your ass and go, don't be an eyesore here or you won't be able to leave even if you want to later. Li Xingyu now understood that this was knowing that he was new and had no power to bully. Forget it, a car is nothing, but these 2 slaps I'll return sooner or later. Without saying anything else, Li Xingyue ran straight into the city. Captain, you were so cool with those 2 strikes just now. Yeah, that kid is a wimp at first glance, how dare he clamor with the captain, he really doesn't know the sky and the earth. Chao Cheng enjoys his men patting the horse's ass, can't help but feel a little fluttery, happy today, waiting for the old Luo you go to the old place to sell the car, the money at night to invite a few brothers to drink. Worthy of being a captain. The brothers are just happy to follow you. Another round of flattery from the crowd. Li Xingyue covered her swollen face and kept surveying everything in front of her, realizing that this place was really big. After passing through the entrance just now, what came into view was a super large open space with a wide road in the middle of it. On both sides of the road at a glance are all the refugees, everyone is skinny bones, or lying, or sitting crowded together. It was quite a while before buildings started to appear along the road, but they were all a bunch of cottages, very shabby and low. There were hawkers and stalls here and there, and there were quite a few stores on both sides of the road, but the things for sale didn't look very good. It's a bit like catching a fair in an 18th line village or town, and apart from the fact that people are dressed in rags and in poor spirits, it's not really obvious at first glance that it's the end of the world. Here and there, at intervals, 3 or 2 men in combat uniforms would gather to smoke and chat. Li Xingyue couldn't help but ponder, could it be that the human side had really restored the old order? Before I could ponder it, I realized that there was an altercation in front of me. There were 2 very skinny men fighting with 5 other men. The scene was completely crushing. The 2 who were outnumbered were knocked to the ground and could not move. After a full 5 minutes, the 5 people stopped and took something unknown from the 2 men, then turned around and left. And in the process, there is nothing to pull the fight next to it, and there is no one to join in the fun. Everyone is at most glancing at it, and then hurriedly away from it. One of the 2 men who had fallen to the ground slowly climbed up and pulled out a short knife from his body, then rushed towards the 5 men who had walked away. Poof! The skinny guy with the short knife slowly fell to the ground. Before he could run to the 5 men, one of them spotted him and pulled out a knife and stabbed him directly in the heart. The other 4 then rushed towards the man who had been on the ground and had not gotten up, and after taking control, turned into an alleyway. Li Xingyue saw this scene a little shaken. So this is the end of the world. It seems that it is not good to mix here. He felt he had to keep a low profile. He couldn't cause trouble here without strength or background. Sound made by an empty stomach. The stomach growled at an inopportune time. I just ate. I'm hungry again. Alas, I had wanted to go and find out what was going on so I could make my next move, but I didn't realize that my stomach wouldn't hold out first. However, he was already out of food, and was wondering where to get food from, when suddenly he didn't know from which place he threw down a small half-sheet of cake, which rolled down not far in front of Li Xingyue. No way. Pie in the sky? But this is the leftovers. It is a bit difficult to swallow, and also rolled to the ground all the dirt. Li Xingyue was hesitating whether to secretly pick up the pie when no one was looking and then find a corner where no one was looking to eat it. Unbeknownst to him, just as he saw it, many of the squatting people on both sides of the road also saw the half pie. At once, a circle of people in the surrounding area swarmed up and began to scramble. This. Damn, forgetting again that this is the end times, it's not like the old world. Then Li Xingyue also started to enter into the pie-grabbing battle. Hey, who bit my arm? I'll kill whoever steals from me. Screw this pie, I'll eat it. A group of people keep clamoring and scrambling, while Li Xingyue can't even squeeze in. Forget it. No luck with the pie. Wandering aimlessly towards the front, I found a small store selling buns in front of me, owned by an older man in his early 50s. That uncle asks you, how do you sell these buns? 1 for 5 points, 3 for 20. HM? Uncle, you miscalculated, 20 points should be 4 buns. The uncle listened with disdain. Can you shell out 20 points? I didn't. That's not all, so what does it matter to you if I sell a few for 20 points? Chapter 11, Experiencing the Perils of the End Times Again. Knowing that he was now gray and didn't look like a powerful person in any way, Li Xingyue could understand. So I'm asking you, what are these points? How can I get points? You kid just came to Freedom City, right? It's very simple. After joining the zombie hunting squad and hunting zombies, you can get points, or you can get points for picking up a job to do. Points are money now. So that's how it is. Then why don't these people out there go earn points? Is it hard to earn points? And uncle, aren't you afraid that they will rob you of your buns? Uncle sneered. These people are either cowards who don't have the guts to kill zombies, or cheap bastards who haven't even succeeded in injecting a first-order evolutionary potion. Besides trying to rob my store? See those guys out there with the guns, they're the city's adjudicators. I pay them points every week. After a few inquiries, Li Xingyue had a preliminary understanding of this place now. Freedom City is divided into a total of 5 districts, somewhat similar to the 5 rings of the capital city kind of ring design. Respectively, Center A greater than B greater than C outer city. And the place where he was at the moment belonged to the outermost area, called the outer city. The vast majority of the people here were ordinary survivors who had never been able to evolve, and there were also a small number of first-order evolvers who survived here, so it was quite chaotic here, and it was normal for hundreds of people to die every day for various reasons, and it was commonplace for adjudicators to do the same. The rest of the region is not known because Uncle's rank is not enough. In short, in Freedom City, as long as you have a high evolution level, weapons, women, slaves, whatever you want. Conversely, if there is no evolution, then survival will be difficult. Uncle, have you heard about Star Ocean City? It seems to have been attacked by zombies. The originally calm and collected uncle's expression instantly tightened when he heard about Star Ocean City, his eyes revealing a bit of fear. How is it possible that I don't know? Recently, I always heard from the adjudicator that Star Ocean City was attacked by a corpse king, and hundreds of millions of people in the entire city have turned into zombies. I just don't know which corpse king is coming. It's caused a lot of panic in Freedom City lately, and the corpse hunting teams that go out to do quests are much fewer, and it's only those high-ranking squads that dare to go out. Li Xingyue also pretended to be terrified. Will that corpse king come to Freedom City? If it comes, won't we all have to die? There's no need to worry too much about this, although our free city is the worst in terms of strength among the remaining 5 cities, but the ruler said that there are 2 8th order revolvers in the city, so even if the corpse king comes, it's still enough to deal with it. Hearing this, Li Xingyue fell into deep thought. 2 8th order? If what he said was true, then wouldn't the strongest of the 5 human cities combined be able to completely wipe out the zombies, and if that was the case, why was there no action? Or, was this a falsehood spread by the top brass in Liberty City to appease everyone? Forget it, there's no use guessing on your own, it's better to take one step at a time. Now that he understood the general idea, Li Xingyu was ready to go back to the corpse hunting branch that the uncle had just mentioned, but he didn't expect to be stopped in his tracks by the uncle. I wonder how many stages little brother has evolved to. Not understanding what the older man meant, he subconsciously replied, I'm not an evolved person. Oh, the older man exuded a few smiles as he listened. So do you know anyone here in Freedom City? Li Xingyue felt a bit strange, not knowing what he was asking for. No, I just escaped to this side. Hearing this, the smile on the uncle's face intensified to the extreme, then he took out a bun from the steamer and handed it over. Little brother is hungry, right? This bun is for you to eat. Li Xingyu did not expect the uncle to be so generous, took the bun and filled it into her stomach, then solemnly said thank you and was ready to leave, but she did not expect to be called by the uncle again. Wait a minute, isn't little brother forgetting something? What's up, uncle? The uncle's eyes flinched as he loudly scolded, what are you pretending to be confused about? You just ate 4 of my buns and haven't paid yet. Li Xingyue's eyes instantly glazed over. You're sick. I just ate one, hey, and it's still you taking the initiative to give it to me. After hearing this, the uncle sneered and turned around to run towards the adjudicator who was not far away, and then got close to the ear of the man in the middle and said something unknown. The orderly glanced over to Li Xingyue's side and nodded, and then walked towards him. The man in the center waved his hand, take them away. The 2 people beside him then framed Li Xingyue with one on the left and one on the right. Just when he wanted to open his mouth to defend himself, he was heavily smashed on his head with the butt of the gun by the one in charge, his consciousness gradually blurred, and then he fainted. How old he did a good job, this kid's body looks okay, it should be worth 50 points, you don't have to pay this week's points. The man at the head patted Laohi's cheek, his luck indescribably pleasant, while the uncle had a fawning smile and kept nodding his head and saying words of thanks. You 2 take him away. Yes, boss. The 2 adjudicators turned into an alleyway with Li Xingyue on their shoulders, and in no time they were gone. Li Xingyue slowly opened her eyes and found herself in a strange place again. It was similar to a prison cell, probably only about 1 square meter, empty and constantly emitting a foul smell. Where is this again now? Seeing the unfamiliar environment, coupled with the fact that her head was still aching all the time, Li Xingyue's mood was irritated to the extreme at this time. The brain kept recalling, and finally remembered that he had been punked by the owner of the Bowsy store, and his face turned blue. Finally experiencing the perils of the end times again. Couldn't help but give myself a smack in the mouth. Why don't you always grow a heart? Do you eat what people give you? Why are you so greedy? I can't help but blame myself, but it's not helping now. I just don't know what this place is, and what the hell are those people doing bringing themselves here? Li Xingyu shouted twice but no one responded. There were no windows here and it was impossible to tell day from night. After an unknown amount of time, Li Xingyue was starving and was wondering how she could get out of it, when there were footsteps. An adjudicator took a small sheet of pancakes and walked over to the cell door where Li Xingyue was and dropped them in. Grab your food and come with me when you're done. Oh, no. Not again? Li Xingyue grew a heart this time and didn't even look at the pie on the ground. Big brother, I'm really innocent, and I. Before he could finish, he was stabbed hard in the chest with the butt of a gun. Bastard, you better not make me say it again. Looking at the blackened muzzle of the gun, Li Xingyue involuntarily gulped. and then picked up the pie on the ground and ate it one bite at a time. Just after eating, the adjudicator unlocked the door and gestured for Li Xingyue to go ahead. Li Xingyue wanted to ask where she was going, but after glancing at the lance, she instantly was stopping the idea. After walking for more than 10 minutes in 7 turns, in the process of walking, Li Xingyue felt as if subtle speech and shouts were coming from her ears. The sound got louder the further they went, and they soon came to a large iron door with a gun-toting adjudicator standing on each side of it. The two adjudicators opened the iron door in unison. The sound was even louder at this point, and the moment she stepped out of the iron door, Li Xingyue felt a blinding bright light. Due to the dim lighting of the previous cell, resulting in an intense discomfort in the eyes now, lowered his head and slowed down for half a day before this reopened his eyes. But when she saw the scene in front of her, Li Xingyue instantly froze. Chapter 12, The End Times Corpses. When Li Xingyue opened his eyes again, he realized that in front of him were countless people, all dressed in scantily clad clothes, but they were all seated at a high distance from him, looking similar to what a basketball court audience would look like. Instead, he was in a circular clearing more than 10 meters deep from the spectator stands, with a diameter of about 50 meters. At this moment, everyone was watching him, but the eyes that flowed out were all different, from surprise, to pity, to indifference. Li Xingyue felt as if this scene was déjà vu, but this would be before she could react. Until a sound came from the other side of the open space, Li Xingyue sniffed and looked over, and found that there was the same iron door over there. At this time, the iron door opened, and a figure quickly scurried out, and darted straight towards Li Xingyue. Aha! What's this? It's zombies. Damn, finally remembered. I said, why so familiar? This is not exactly the same as the ancient Roman Colosseum. So they brought me here to kill zombies. I'll go to Nima's. Li Xingyue cursed after thinking clearly about the context, and just wanted to return to the iron door just now, but found that it had long been closed. What to do? What do we do? Li Xingyue was just an ordinary person, and was slightly more capable of holding her own in the face of an ordinary zombie that had just mutated. But this zombie in front of him is obviously stronger than the zombie in Star Ocean City. The speed looks about the same as a normal person running at full speed, which doesn't have much chance of winning. Seeing that the zombies were about to run in front of him, Li Xingyue hurriedly started running towards one side. And while the crowd in the stands had wanted to see him wrestle with the zombies and fight to the death, they didn't expect to play chase. A lot of people got sullen and started cracking up. At first, Li Xingyue was still able to shake off the zombies by a large margin, but after a long period of time her physical strength was gradually exhausted, and her speed quickly dropped. So keep running is not a way. Thinking again and again, Li Xingyue stopped his feet, turned to look at the zombies still running behind him. This zombie still had a lot of rotting on its body, and it didn't look like it had much intelligence. If the zombie that he had killed in Star Ocean City before was of the first order, this one in front of him most likely belonged to the second order zombie. In that case, let's put up a fight. Li Xingyue retreated to the fence, quietly waiting for the zombie to come over. When the zombie opened its mouth about to bite over, a flash to the side, stretched out his right hand and grabbed the zombie's head and violently slammed it into the fence. Bang! Click! There was a loud sound. This blow would be enough to break the head and make it go into a trance if it was on a normal person, but zombies don't have pain, but that blow just now still made its skull have a little crack. Seeing this, Li Xingyue felt that there was a chance, and then intended to do it again, but the zombie didn't give him a chance, grabbing his arm and directly probing over his body, opening his bloody mouth and preparing to bite. Li Xingyue has never fought since she was a child, and she has seen a lot of action movies, but she will rest if she wants to apply it practically. Subconsciously, he used his other arm to block. Ah! The zombie took a bite out of his little arm and blood poured out. Oops! Feeling the continuous loss of blood, Li Xingyue knew that if he couldn't get rid of it, there was only one way he would end up, and that was being eaten without any bones left. After all, the low-level zombie is different from the tyrant kind of corpse king. The corpse king is at most sucking some blood, but this gadget will eat meat. Stretching out his right leg, he kicked the walker straight in the lower back. The walker stumbled and let go, but his hand was still gripping his arm and wouldn't let go. He tried to break free but found that he was being held in a deadly grip, with a little more strength than he had. Li Xingyue thought a lot in his mind for a split second, then he put his heart in his mouth and pulled back. The zombie was instantly brought forward. He circled around and pounced the zombie on the ground. It then bit straight into that wrist of the walker. There was no way around it, and he felt that it might be the only way to break free effectively right now. The first bite went down. It felt like biting a hard bone. His mouth was instantly oozing with black blood, and the 2 rows of teeth bit down violently, and it really did allow him to gnaw down a small piece. Sure enough, there's a show. However, this feeling and taste really stimulated him, but at the moment of life and death, he couldn't care less, and spat the broken bones and crushed meat in his mouth to the side, and then bit down hard, one bite at a time. And at this time, the originally drowsy audience on the stands instantly sobered up when they saw Li Xingyu's wave of maneuvers, shouting continuously with excitement. "This one's got some blood in him, huh? Harm, no matter how bloodthirsty you are, you're still a cheap bastard who can't evolve." "Ah, that's right, a cheap bastard is always a cheap bastard." The zombie kept trying to get up, his limbs kept flailing, but having his body pinned down didn't help. And at this time, Li Xingyue finally bit off the zombie's wrist, and at this time, his face and mouth were full of black blood. Not being able to rest because he knew that now was the best chance to kill the zombie, he grabbed the zombie's head with both hands and slammed it into the ground. A little. 2 clicks. Third down. After coming over for an unknown period of time, Li Xingyue sat on her but on the ground and panted heavily. And the zombie's head has changed shape by now, long gone. Pust. Li Xingyue spat out a mouthful of black blood. Pain continued to emanate from his entire body, and his consciousness gradually dissipated. Hazily he saw a fat and a thin adjudicator come to heel. The fat man on the side spoke up. "What about Yong, what about him? We have enough walkers now, we'll finish them off later and just throw them away." Fatty's eyes flickered a few times after hearing this. "Then I'll take care of it, Brother Yong, you just go and rest." Brother Yong was slightly surprised. "Yo, why have you kids suddenly become so diligent lately?" "That's just right, I'm going to catch up on my sleep. I was 7 p until midnight last night, and now I'm sleepy as hell." Egu, as expected of Brother Yong, just Yong. The two men spoke and carried Li Xingyue away from the clearing and into the iron gate from before, after which Yong left directly. And after the fat man carried Li Xingyue for a while, he looked back and forth, then quickly ran in one direction, and soon came to an inconspicuous small door, and pushed the door out to a small alley. There was a car parked in the alley and a young man, about his early 20s, was smoking a cigarette. The fat man poked his head out at the small door and looked around, realizing that there was no one else, and headed straight for the youngster. "It's the latest shipment, and it hasn't changed yet." As soon as the youngster turned his head, he saw Fatty and Li Xingyue. "Fatty sure is giving it a go. Nah, 10 points. The youngster finished by holding out his arm, which at that moment was wearing a black bracelet on his wrist. Fatty exploded a bit after hearing this. "How come it's only 10 points? You guys are getting lower and lower prices now." The youngster spread his 2 hands. "Brother Fatty, that venue of ours isn't as red hot as your rulers, the boss can only give up to this, what can I do?" Once the fat man heard this and thought it made some sense, he stopped saying anything and similarly stretched out his arm. He also had a black bracelet on his wrist. Both of their bracelets vibrated at the same time as they touched. "Alright, give him a shot of inhibitor, don't get caught, I have to get back, Yang will get suspicious if it takes too long." After saying that, Fatty didn't look at Li Xingyue anymore and directly returned to the small door from before. The young man nodded at that and turned to the driver's seat. And the two just now have been focused on the conversation, and did not notice lying on the ground Li Xingyue at this time has returned to normal. Chapter 13, Come Often? Next time, I'll kill you. In fact, when the two of them first met, Li Xingyue was already fully awake. This time he woke up and finally determined one thing, although he didn't know what it was, his body was indeed immune to the zombie virus. And I don't know if it was due to the low level of the zombies, but this time the pain was much lighter than in Star Ocean City, and the time of unconsciousness was also drastically reduced. The conversation between the two just now was heard clearly by himself, and he knew that the two were making a secret deal. If the man came over later with that injection or whatever it was, he would definitely find out the secret that Li Xingyue wouldn't be infected, and it was guaranteed that he would take him somewhere again. But his own strength was no good, and this young man was most likely an evolutionary as well, so even if he climbed up now and ran away straight away, he would still be captured. Bang! A sound of a slamming car door rang out. It's the young man who's coming. Then the sound of footsteps in his ears drew closer. Now it's a dead end again. Never mind its death either way, we'll just fight it out later, no matter what, we can't be taken away by them again. Li Xingyue concentrated and listened carefully to the footsteps, 2 steps short of the rear of the car he was in. You're Zhou Kung? Who's talking? At that moment a voice suddenly came from the mouth of the alley. The young man stopped in his tracks and turned his head to see that there was a middle-aged man, probably around 40, with his hands behind his back. Who are you and how do you know my name? Hey, that's for you to ask your daughter-in-law. The young man was a little confused. What do you mean? Nothing more, just telling you that Trisha is with me from now on. The young man was instantly annoyed after hearing this. Keep your mouth clean. I am a first-order revolver. It's easy to kill you, and you don't know that my boss is. Pust. A sound of a bullet entering flesh came out. The gunshot was small, presumably because it was fitted with a silencer. The middle-aged man withdrew the raised gun behind his back. Knew you'd say that crap. After saying this, the middle-aged man didn't stay too long and quickly left the alleyway. Li Xingyue was finally relieved at this time. Originally thought that he was bound to die today, but did not expect to not only get his life back, but also watch to play. Quickly getting to his feet, he walked around the side of the car and saw the young man collapsed in a pool of blood with a bloody hole in his chest that was bleeding continuously. Ugh, it's the end of the world, so don't be so innocent, big brother. Seeing the young man's miserable condition, Li Xingyue also couldn't help but feel some sympathy, and shone a kick at the young man's face, followed by removing his black bracelet, and then pulling out her legs and ruffling. When I came to the mouth of the alley and looked around, I didn't see any people, so it seemed like this neighborhood should be more isolated. Finding a random direction, he quickly ran off, taking 7 turns and running for half a day before sitting in a hidden corner and starting to rest. Pulling the bracelet he had just picked up from his pocket, he began to scrutinize it. The discovery is not very different in appearance from the previous world's bracelets, which also have a small screen in the center. A double tap was made and the screen instantly glowed brightly, displaying a few lines. Zhao Chang. Body hunting team, 1 team. Points, 312. Oh ho! That's a lot of points. That's not getting rich all of a sudden. It's true what they say, if you don't die, you'll be blessed later. Sound made by an empty stomach. His stomach was beginning to rumble again. After a long period of physical exertion, the small pancake he had eaten earlier had long since been digested. Let's get something to eat first. After that, we'll go to the body hunting precinct. After making up her mind, Li Xingyue used her clothes to wipe the black blood on her face pretty much before she started to weave through the alleyways, and in no time she came to a relatively wide street. However, there weren't many stores here, and there were very few people, so after walking for a while, Li Xingyue finally realized that there was a store selling steamed buns on the right front. Sitting in the doorway was a woman about her early 40s, heavily made up and wearing a super short skirt. There was also a burly man at the far end of the store making steamed buns. Auntie, take 5 buns. The woman was instantly displeased after hearing this. Who are you calling auntie? I'm a little girl, alright. Nima, do you want to listen to what you're saying to yourself? Li Xingyue cursed in her heart and just wanted to dislike her back, but suddenly thought of the miserable experience of the past 2 days and instantly swallowed back the greeting she wanted to say. Then his face was piled up with a warm smile. Ha ha ha, sorry little sister, forgive big brother for being blind just now, give me 5 steamed buns, thank you. The woman got a smile on her face then and held out her wrist. That's 100 points. Why is it so expensive? The buns at the city gate are only 5 points apiece. Forget it, it's better to do more than less, and it's not like you're spending your own points anyway. Li Xingyue took out her bracelet and finished the bill with a touch, then picked up 5 steamed buns and ate them. The woman's originally disdainful eyes instantly changed after Li Xingyue paid the points, her eyes constantly flickering, not knowing what she was thinking. Due to being so hungry, Li Xingyue ate in a hurry, and just after stuffing the 5th steamed bun into his mouth, he felt his throat choking and kept pounding his chest with his fist. Next to the big sister to see this giggle, little handsome boy choked it. Want to come to the bottle of water, a bottle of 150 points. Oh. Li Xingyue's eyes glazed over, then she hurriedly nodded in agreement and took the water and gulped it down. Paying 150 points again, Li Xingyue twisted her head and left. Behind her came the big sister's soulful voice, little handsome, come often, yo. Oh, come often? Next time I'll kill you. Soon Li Xingyue walked out a long way. And big sister got up from the front of the stall at that moment and beckoned, and the strong man who was working with the noodles in the store came to the door immediately. Hang, this kid should have quite a few points, follow him and find a chance to do away with it and get the bracelet back. Yes, Sister Yun. After the strong man finished speaking, he quietly followed not far behind Li Xingyue. And Li Xingyue would still be searching for the corpse hunting branch that the bun seller uncle said earlier. Asked a few people on the side of the road, but basically didn't pay any attention to him, how to find this place so big. When Li Xingyue was worried about what to do, she turned her head and saw a small sign hanging on the wall next to her, corpse hunting substation, turn right and go straight for 100 meters. See, I'm the chosen one. I think what I think. According to the signage said, Li Xingyue turned into the Hadong path, and kept going forward. There are still a few meters to go out of the alleyway, you can already see the red signboard of the body hunting precinct 20 meters away. Click. Aha! What's that? Li Xingyue twisted her head to look and found that there was another person in a position 70 to 80 meters behind her. This is the man from the steamed bun store, isn't it? Why is he here? Is he? After 2 days of forced training, Li Xingyue's mind's eye had grown a lot longer than before, and with a little pondering, she guessed pretty much everything. It's bad. It's coming for me. At this point, the two had already looked at each other in all directions, neither making a move, and Li Xingyue turned her head, then immediately looked back again. At this point the strong man stopped in his tracks again, and now the distance to him had come to 30 or 40 meters. Yo, playing 1, 2, 3 woodies with me, huh? Li Xingyue slowly twisted her head, then pulled her legs out and ran, the sound of running behind her approaching at breakneck speed. That's when all you hear is bam. Li Xingyue's body slammed directly into the table inside the house of the corpse hunter branch. Chapter 14. You guessed it, I've been bitten by all 4 corpses. Just now, Li Xingyue stepped into the house of the corpse hunting branch with 1 foot, while the burly man behind him followed suit and slapped him on the back, causing his unsteady figure to directly hit the table. Seeing that Li Xingyue had already entered the house, the burly man gritted his teeth and then quickly ran back to the previous alley. Feeling the fiery pain on her back, Li Xingyue was depressed for another half day. Who let you in? Get out! Li Xingyue looked up to see a boy his age yelling at him. I'm here to join the corpse hunting squad. The young man frowned at that. What rank are you? Why are you asking me that again? I haven't injected an evolutionary potion yet, I don't have a rank. Li Xingyue said honestly. The young man smiled contemptuously after hearing this. I think it's because you can't inject it, alas another cheap bastard. But after finishing, he still handed over a piece of paper. Here, fill out these pieces of information and wait for the preliminary exam tomorrow. Li Xingyue didn't say anything more, took the paper and found that there were only 3 items to fill out. Name. Sex. Evolution level. Li Xingyue, male, ND. Filled it out and submitted it. Report here tomorrow morning, someone will take you to the test center then, now you can get lost. The young man finished no longer look at him, pulled out a cigarette, beautifully smoked, the appearance of indescribable soul. The smell of smoke wafting over tickled Li Xingyue's addiction to cigarettes. Alas, I wonder what these adjudicators and body hunter precincts are all about, everyone looks like they're having a pretty good time. Li Xingyue walked out of the corpse hunter branch and looked at the pedestrians coming and going on the streets. This place was really a combination of the post-apocalyptic world and civilized society. He didn't dare walk around now, so he sat down by the steps of the body hunting precinct, planning to just stay up until morning. Early the next morning, Li Xingyue opened her eyes and realized that it was already morning, sat up and stretched, yawning continuously. It was a night of basically no sleep, not that I wasn't sleepy, but that I couldn't sleep at all. Robberies, fights, firefights, basically unbroken. At first, Li Xingyue would still hide aside and count the total number of dead people, but later on, she couldn't even count them and simply stopped counting. After another hour or so of sitting on the steps and waiting, the door to the corpse hunting precinct suddenly opened, and Li Xingyue hurried in to find the same young man from yesterday. Brother, when can we start the preliminary examination? The young man yawned and fixed his eyes to find that it was still Li Xingyue. You were so anxious to go to death. Don't be anxious, wait for the people to come. Li Xingyue didn't understand what he meant by this, but at this time, he had no other way to go. After waiting for a few more minutes, the hall successively brought in another 20 or so people, men and women, young and old, and after their conversations, Li Xingyue realized that these people, like himself, had come to participate in the preliminary examination of the corpse hunting squad. There were only 6 females among these people, though they were basically covered in dirt and pudgy. The only one who was slightly better was a woman in her 30s, not very pretty looking, but with a voluptuous figure that caused the men around her to always stare at her. The young man from the corpse hunters branch was no exception at this point, and after a few glances he uttered the classic line from When Pretty Gone Cried Barbie. After a while, the young man smoked an afterthought. At this time, a young thin man next to Li Xingyue, whose clothes were even more worn out than the ones he was wearing, came over, revealing a mouthful of large yellow teeth. How many orders has Big Brother evolved to? In just 2 days, Li Xingyue had already been asked this question countless times. I'm 8th order. Big Yellow Teeth, after hearing the first stunned, then reacted to Li Xingyue as joking, also not angry, continue to show yellow teeth straight smile. Big Brother really knows how to joke. By the way, Big Brother, I see that you should have escaped from other places as well. I also escaped to Freedom City only half a year ago. Well, I came from Star Ocean City. Li Xingyue told the truth. Yellowtooth pondered for a while and said, escaping from Star Ocean City, then big brother, you should have come over several years ago. That's much earlier than me. You're considered an old Free City person. No, you're overthinking it. I just came from Star Ocean City 3 days ago. This time Yellowtooth didn't laugh again after hearing Li Xingyue's answer. Why don't you have a word of truth in your mouth? That Shanghai City was just massacred by the Corpse King a few days ago. Don't tell me you can escape from the Corpse King's hands. Li Xingyue hemmed and hawed. You really guessed right. I was bitten by all 4 Corpse Kings, but didn't die. The sound of the 2 people talking was not too small. The 20 or so people in the surrounding area were basically able to hear clearly. Hearing Li Xingyue finish, all of them twisted their heads, their expressions carrying contempt in succession. This kid is also too capable of bragging, and was bitten by the Corpse King and didn't die. Why don't you say you drank with the Corpse King? That's right, even the acting city lord of our free city wouldn't dare to say that, right? Little brat really doesn't know the heights of heaven. That's an 8th order Corpse King. Apart from our human top order powerhouses, no one can escape from them alive. Just wait, this kid is definitely going to cry up and piss down during the preliminary exam later. The surrounding people spat at Li Xingyue, all very loudly, as if they were afraid he wouldn't hear them. Yellowtooth reached out his arm and wrapped it around his shoulders. Brother, being a man is still about being down to earth. We are all ordinary people with no talent. Kill more low-level zombies to get some evolution potions, and if we can get to the 2nd level in our lifetime, our lives will already be complete. Wouldn't it be nice to get an errand at the ruler when the time comes? Don't be whimsical all day long. What with drinking with the Corpse King and all that, if it were me I wouldn't dare to dream of doing this kind of thing. Look. I took the initiative to make my cards clear myself. You're the ones who don't believe me. Li Xingyue similarly wrapped his arm around Yellowtooth's shoulders. Brother, you're right, I've decided to change my ways and be a new man. The 2 of them had a tete-a-tete, and halfway through, someone had asked the young man when the teacher for the test would be arriving, and the young man had said that he wasn't sure, but it looked like he was late. And over about half an hour, the doorway walked in an old man in his 60s, not very cleanly dressed, with a bottle of wine in his left hand and a cigarette in his mouth. Behind him was a middle-aged man with an ugly face around 40. The young man from before stood up instantly after seeing the old man. Yo, Chen Lao, why are you the one who came over this time? Sit down quickly. The old man known as Chen Lao spat his cigarette in the young man's face. Damn, what's the point of sitting? I'm in a hurry. All of you come with me. When he finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling the crowd to follow him, but after seeing the woman he had just seen, he stopped dead in his tracks and walked up to take a look. Then he nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad, amazing bones, a good seedling. Chapter 15. No, I'm talking about you. After a while, Chen Lao once again walked out and was about to continue walking out, when unexpectedly the middle-aged man who had come with him earlier spoke up. Elder Chen, do you think I can? Chen Lao twisted his head around and glanced at the middle-aged man. Alright, but you have to hurry, we're in a hurry. The middle-aged man was very happy to hear that. As if he had anticipated something, Yellowtooth came over again. Brother, look, being a man is too bitter, being a woman is even more bitter. Li Xingyue was quite agreeable. The middle-aged man scanned the circle and reached out. You, come here. Li Xingyue broke out into a cold sweat. Because the middle-aged man wasn't even referring to the woman from before, much less any other woman. Instead, Yellowtooth, who was originally watching the show leisurely from the side, was also stunned and turned his head to look at Li Xingyue. Brother, it seems like he's referring to you, right? Who knew that the middle-aged man walked directly to the 2 and looked at Yellowtooth? No, I'm talking about you. Everyone present except for Elder Chen and the middle-aged man were stunned. Yellowtooth's originally bright smile gradually disappeared, not knowing where it had shifted to, stumbling to say something, but the middle-aged man didn't give him a chance. Come on, everyone's in a hurry, don't worry, I'll be quick. Yellowtooth's eyes were filled with despair, his face ashen, his expression as ugly as it could be. There's no way around it though, that's just the way it is in the end times, there are no laws to speak of. 10 minutes later. When Li Xingyue turned her head again, she only saw Yellowtooth sobbing non-stop. Seeing that it was over, Elder Chen walked out the door, and everyone followed behind him out of the corpse hunter branch. Li Xingyue and Yellowtooth were still walking together. Seeing that Yellowtooth was extremely depressed, Li Xingyue thought about whether to comfort him. Dude, don't say anything, I get you. It was fine if he didn't say it, but once he did, Yellowtooth was suddenly agitated. No, you don't understand. Li Xingyue hurriedly covered her nose. Vomit. Woo woo. Yellowtooth kept sobbing, like a bullied little daughter-in-law. Knowing that he wouldn't listen to anything that was said at this time, Li Xingyue no longer paid attention to it and instead began to survey the surroundings. Now it should be in the wide main street of the one that had just entered the city, and the further one went the more people moved, and Li Xingyue also saw a very high city wall in front of him, very similar to the one outside the city. Does that mean this is the dividing line between the inner and outer city? Soon the crowd walked to the super high city wall that they saw before, and only when they arrived did Li Xingyue realize that this wall was higher than the outer city's wall, and it looked like the materials used were also more adequate. The entrance to the city was likewise guarded by 20 or 30 gun-toting adjudicators. Elder Chen walked up and talked to the leader for a few moments before releasing the line. The depth of the wall is more than 100 meters. It seems that this place has become a solid fortress, Star Ocean City, and this is like a four-sided window pane. No wonder it will be extinguished. Not extinguished, you extinguished who? After passing through the city wall, the scene here is completely displayed. In front of the same is a large square parked a lot of vehicles. This inside the walking people look at the spirit of the face to be a little bit better, although it is also not good, but at least not like the outer city, as the face of the various are skinny, yellow, ragged, as if the next second will starve to death as well. And the buildings were relatively less shabby, so it seemed that the closer to the central area, the better the conditions were, but most of the people who could stay here should be evolved. Li Xingyue was looking down and guessing when she realized that the people taking the exam in front of her had stopped, and with a slight look out, she found that there was a large group of people similarly dressed to them in front of Elder Chen, and looking at it this way it was very likely that they were also here to take the preliminary exam. At that moment a jeep drove over from the direction of the inner city and stopped 20 meters away from the crowd, and then a young man in a dark uniform with a very martial appearance came down from the passenger seat, holding a loudhailer in his hand. In a few steps he came close, scanned the crowd, then lifted the horn to his mouth. My name is Zhou Yuxuan. I'll be invigilating the exam today. I'll briefly explain the rules and requirements of the exam. Later all of you will enter a room full of walkers, up to the 3rd degree of course. Each of you will be issued a saber, and as long as you come out alive after 2 hours, you'll be considered to have passed the preliminary exam. As soon as the young man's words fell, the people around him who were preparing to take the exam began to talk. What? Did I hear it right? There are actually 3rd order zombies. I've killed 1st order zombies, but he said there are still 2nd and 3rd order, and we haven't evolved yet, so how can we possibly deal with that? I've heard that 3rd order zombies are particularly fierce. I'd better not take the test or I'll lose my life here today. Right. I'm not taking the test either. Li Xingyue looked around. The number of people taking the exam at the scene was around 200. At this time most of the people's gazes revealed fear, and they were bustling about abandoning the exam. As if the young man had expected it, there was no surprise in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Those who wish to give up the preliminary exam can return to the outer city now, but there is one thing I want to make clear: those who leave will be permanently disqualified from entering the corpse hunting team. Most of the people had already started to pull their legs out of the room after hearing the first half of the sentence, but after hearing the second half of the sentence, it was clear that they were all a bit hesitant. Then one by one, people began to leave, returning to the outer city where they had come from before, but not in large numbers, most of them remaining where they were. 5 minutes later, there were about 150 people left in the square. Li Xingyue did not make a move from the beginning to the end because he also knew that there was no way back for him. But I didn't expect Yellow Teeth to be quite bold, actually not being scared off by a 3rd order zombie. I say you can do it, old Huang. I thought you'd give up. Yellow Tooth was silent for a few seconds, then raised his head to look ahead, his voice slightly lowered. Without strength, you can only be bullied and humiliated, and only by joining the corpse hunting team can you earn a large amount of points to be able to afford an evolutionary potion. He paused slightly and looked towards the ugly-faced middle-aged man from before, clenching his teeth, his eyes carrying extreme hatred. I'll definitely make him pay back twice as much. Chapter 16 Preliminary Examination begins. It seems that this incident has really caused a lot of psychological damage to Yellow Teeth. Li Xingyue was still a bit thankful that the middle-aged man hadn't chosen himself before, or else, forget it, he didn't dare to continue envisioning it further down the line. Zhou Yuxuan looked at the crowd left behind and couldn't help but nod his head, gesturing towards the jeep. Then 2 people came down from the jeep and came to the trunk to carry down a few cardboard boxes. A handful each. Come and help yourself. After listening to the crowd have run to the cardboard box, Li Xingyue also followed the past, came close to the front, found that it is the ordinary type of military knife, black handle and white blade, got the hand away, or a little weight. After getting their weapons, the crowd followed to a large iron gate on the west side of the square and entered in turn. Inside the iron gate was an oversized space similar to a soccer field, but there wasn't much there, and just as he entered, he heard a clunk and the iron gate behind him was closed. At the same time a loudspeaker sounded in my ear, "The 2-hour countdown has begun, good luck." As soon as the words fell, the iron gate in the distance instantly opened, and in an instant, a number of figures surged out, rushing over with teeth and claws. It's walkers. They're coming. So many zombies. Run. At this time, the crowd was in chaos, constantly crying out in ghosts and wolves and fleeing in panic. Li Xingyue was also startled by the scene, but she quickly suppressed her inner fear. But strangely, they were all surprisingly fast, basically about as fast as the zombies in the previous fight arena less, and a few were even faster. Could it be that the zombies in the previous fighting arena were only first order? Just as he was contemplating, the zombies had already come close to the crowd, and in an instant, more than 24 people were pounced on. Most still keep running away, and only a few dare to face the walkers head on. This is not the way to go on. If we don't take out the walkers as soon as possible while there are more people now, everyone will be bitten when more time passes. Thinking of this, Li Xingyue gripped his saber tightly and scanned left and right, starting to look for the nearest zombie. Found it! Just 15 meters to his left, a walker was lying on the ground and gnawing on the body. Quickly rushing over, he stood behind the zombie, holding the hilt of the knife with both hands, aiming well at the head, and then stabbing down hard. Pust! A black blood spurted out from the corpse's brain, spraying a large portion of Li Xingyue's clothes black and staining his face. The zombie's original gnawing motion came to an abrupt halt, and then slumped to the ground, motionless. Sure enough! Low-rank zombies had low reflexes and the strength of their bodies was weak, so they were easily killed. Wiping the black blood from her face, Li Xingyue stood up straight and continued to look for her next target. Spot the target! Now 20 meters ahead, a person and a corpse were fighting. Li Xingyue ran extremely fast towards that side and soon came close, also holding the knife with both hands, slashing fiercely horizontally, and the zombie's neck was cut out with a half slit. After the zombie was cut, it hissed and quickly turned around, seeing Li Xingyue. It opened its hands and pounced, directly grabbing his shoulders, its bloody mouth already open. This one seems to be more powerful. Li Xingyue's heart instantly seized, and she was about to break free when a white light suddenly flashed beside her. Pust! The zombie gets his head blown off again. Li Xingyue twisted her head to see that it was a stranger who made the knife. Don't be stupid, hurry up and kill, or we'll all die. Hearing him say that, Li Xingyue also nodded, then once again looked around for a target. At this time there are still a dozen zombies on the field. Just a few minutes ago, 7 or 8 zombies died. On the contrary, there are more humans. There are 30 or 40 have been bitten to death. After a few battles, Li Xingyue has a little more understanding of the strength of the zombies. First-order zombies, similar to ordinary humans, a little faster reaction can still be dealt with. Second-order zombies, whether it is strength or speed or body strength, is much higher than the first order. Ordinary people alone to cope with will be very difficult. If not careful, will be bitten and scratched. If it's third order, huh? Right, didn't Zhou Yuxuan say there was a third-order zombie? Where is it? Just remembering that there were still third-order zombies in the field, Li Xingyue broke out into a cold sweat, forgetting about it, and her eyes hurriedly scanned around. At this time more than half of the people on the field were fighting against the zombies, basically multiple people against one zombie, and a few people were hiding in the corners shivering, not daring to go forward. After looking around, it finally led him to the third rank, which could be seen as originally being a medium-sized male, which had a lighter skin tone on it than the lower-rank zombies, as well as a fuller figure, which was currently munching on a brain. With his own strength, he would definitely not be able to defeat him alone. In that case, let's ignore him for now and finish off all the other low-ranking zombies. He then ran to the side and began to join forces with the others to kill the low-ranking zombies. Soon, the number of standing zombies on the field began to gradually decrease and the number of fallen humans gradually increased. Li Xingyue kept an eye on the third rank in the process, realizing that after he basically ate his brains, he would immediately look for his next target. The speed and strength displayed was indeed quite a bit higher than the second rank, and as long as one was targeted by it, they basically could not escape. Finally, all the zombies had been killed by the crowd except for the third-order zombie, and at that moment, everyone was gazing at the third order. That's a third-order zombie, right? Brothers, there's still half an hour left. If we don't finish it off, all of us won't be able to escape. Yeah, everyone don't hold back. I'll kill anyone who dares to play with his brain first. At this point all the survivors had gathered, and those who had been hiding around and shivering before had also crept into the crowd, though all of them were hiding at the very back of the crowd. The 70-odd survivors slowly approached the third-order zombies, while the third-order zombies, after gnawing on the brains in their hands, turned around and looked at the crowd with blood-red eyes greedily. The crowd was given a chilling look. The eyes of the third-order zombies were like ferocious beasts, and it was very uncomfortable after being stared at. Brothers charge. Kill it and we can get out. For freedom. For women. 2. I don't know who shouted, and then everyone started yelling and running towards the walkers. As they ran, the third-order zombies also began to move, running towards the crowd at breakneck speeds, and in a few seconds they came close, and began to swing their claws towards the people at the front. The 2 men were then tackled to the ground, 2 bloody holes in their bodies spewing blood. While it lasts. The surrounding people were first startled, and then immediately reacted, picking up the knives in their hands to slash at the zombies lying on the ground. Large and small knife eyes immediately appeared on the zombie's body and began to continuously ooze black blood. Li Xingyue was speechless when she saw the crowd's attack, what to press him to behead him. The crowd reacted to this, and those around them scrambled to get control of their limbs, before stepping out of the 2 men to slash at the zombie's head with their knives. Pust. The knife went down and didn't cut through, only went in a quarter of the way. You haven't eaten. That, if I could eat I'd come here and suffer? Seeing that the 2 were about to fight right away, Li Xingyu cursed, then pushed the 2 away and took out his knife and swung it violently downwards. Chapter 17, Examination passed, First Order Evolution successful. After 5 slashes, the Third Order zombie's head was finally chopped off. The Third Order zombie's originally struggling body instantly lost its movement. Everyone was relieved to see this and started cheering at once. At this moment another loudspeaker sounded, "Congratulations, you have passed the preliminary examination of the corpse hunting squad, you can now come out." The sound of the horn had just died down when the previously closed steel door was opened. The crowd ran towards the iron gate and were soon back at the previous entrance plaza. At this time there were still 65 people standing in the square. These were the ones who had passed the preliminary examination. There were originally a few more, but they had been scratched or bitten by the zombies and could no longer survive. Originally 150 people, there are still 65 left, and it did turn out to be a bit of a tragedy. In this battle, the number of humans was far more than the zombies, so logically the death rate should be much lower, but the ones who came to participate in the examination were basically suffering from long-term starvation and were in poor physical condition, resulting in a weak fighting force. Luck really plays a big part in being alive right now. After all, those 65 people also included some cowards who hadn't fought from the beginning and had been hiding on the sidelines. Zhou Yuxuan walked over from the side and looked at the crowd, raising his hand and clapping. "Congratulations, you all, for passing the preliminary examination. The next step is the review examination." There's not going to be any more killing of zombies, is there? I can't really top that if you kill me again. The crowd began to whisper as they listened. Seeing the crowd, Zhou Yuxuan smiled. "Don't worry, there's no need for you to kill zombies anymore. The retest is very simple. Later on, we will inject each of you with a tube of First Order Evolution Potion, and if you successfully evolve, then you can successfully join the corpse hunting squad." At this point someone questioned, "And what if the evolution fails?" Zhou Yuxuan looked at the man. "It doesn't matter if the evolution fails, the evolution potion isn't 100% successful. Even if it fails, it can still be used as a supernumerary member of the corpse hunting squad to perform auxiliary type missions, only that the mission points will be lower." After Zhou Yuxuan finished speaking, everyone was a little apprehensive in their hearts. Although the success rate of the First Order Evolution Potion was very high, it was inevitable that there would be people with poor talent who would not be able to evolve, just like those in the outer city area, who would always be known as the pariahs. Everyone was then injected with an evolutionary potion. Li Xingyu watched as a tube of gray liquid was injected into her arm. At first she didn't feel anything, then she began to feel pain all over her body. Her muscles seemed to be tearing apart, and her head began to produce a fainting sensation, and after holding on for a few minutes, she lost her consciousness and collapsed to the ground. The others were in the same situation at this point, and many of them couldn't stand the pain and began to scream out, before falling into unconsciousness. I don't know how long it took. Li Xingyue opened her eyes and realized that she was lying on a cot. Sitting up and surveying the place, she realized that it looked like a dormitory when she was in school. The teeny tiny room holds a total of 5 bunk beds and can sleep 10 people. At this time all the beds had a person lying on them, though all were still in deep sleep. Could it be that he had passed the retest and become a First Order Evolver by now? Li Xingyue felt the changes in her body and realized that her body was filled with power. Although it wasn't very strong, her mental state felt very good. The heart was finally in the right place. Looking around the house, I found that it really wasn't much different from a school dormitory, and there was a bathroom at the far end of the room as well. Li Xingyue was ready to open the door to see what was going on outside, but she realized that the door was unlocked from the outside, so she had no choice but to sit on the bed. After about half an hour, a noise was suddenly heard outside the door, the sound of a lock being unlocked. Li Xingyue rushed to the door and instantly unscrewed the doorknob, seeing a man standing outside in a black combat suit, holding a large set of keys. Scared me. Hey! How did you wake up so quickly? Looking at the man's surprised eyes, Li Xingyue didn't know what to say. Big brother, did we pass the retest? What are the next arrangements? The man calmed down at this point and glanced into the room. Yes, you all managed to evolve to the first rank. You will be notified to gather after everyone wakes up. Now go in first. With that said, the man closed the door behind him and walked to the next door. After the man's affirmative reply, Li Xingyue's heart finally fell completely, and she began to wander around the house in boredom. After about another half hour or so, the 9 people sleeping in the room began to wake up one by one, each with a blank look on their face after waking up, and after being questioned they all cheered. Suddenly a loudspeaker sounded, "Everyone, when you wake up, gather in the plaza outside the building." It seems that the time is almost up. Li Xingyue followed a few people out of the room, came to the corridor and found that it was all full of people. All of them followed the large group forward, and soon followed the instructions to the square outside the building. There were as many as 1,000 people in the square at this time, and it looked like they should all be newcomers who had just recently passed the re-examination in Freedom City. At this time, the 5th Order Evolver Zhou Yuxuan was seen again. Congratulations everyone, you have become a first stage evolver. Welcome to the corpse hunting squad, but you still have a long way to go. Without further ado, in the next few days, we will explain the detailed rules and tasks of our corpse hunting squad, and at the same time, we will arrange the grouping of each of you. After Zhou Yuxuan finished speaking, he dismissed the team and left the square. Li Xingyue then followed the crowd to the cafeteria to recognize the door. A few days went by in a flash. Day 1 explains the rules and situation of the Free City and the corpse hunting team. The first rule is not to infighting, of course, said so. The actual what kind of everyone understands. Secondly, the 5 districts of Freedom City. Center, A, B, C, and Outer City. Level 1 and 2 evolvers are restricted to the Outer City and Area C only for non-essential activities. Only those who have reached the 3rd order or higher are allowed to enter Zone B. Day 2 was about points and tasks. Points are rewards for completing quests, while quests are divided into 2 types, daily quests and bounty quests. There are 3 main categories of daily tasks. 1. Kill the zombies. 2. Search for materials. 3. Bringing back survivors. Bounties, on the other hand, are divided into official and personal bounties. Like before on the Star Ocean City barboard, to see the Corpse King bounty belongs to the official. Personal bounty is also literally, often people will be released some bounty quests, you can according to the conditions of the independent choice. And there are levels of quests, judged mainly by their difficulty and danger. Classified as SSS, SS, A, B, C, D, E. The higher the level, the more points and team experience you get. Day 3 talks about evolutionary equivalents. Now dividing the human and zombie equivalents into 10 levels, only by injecting an evolutionary potion could you move up, and the higher the potion, the more points it required. The number of ranks you can evolve to depends largely on your own potential, and most people have relatively average potential, so the higher the rank, the smaller the number. Of course, if you have enough points, you can also buy many tubes of potions and keep trying. Day 4, a division was made. Corpse hunting squads are initially capped at 10 people, and each team will have a captain. Individuals can of course make their own separate teams if they wish, there is no compulsion in this regard. The corpse hunting team is also divided into levels, and each time you complete a mission, you will gain the appropriate experience. Level 1 squads with a cap of 10. Level 2 squads with a cap of 20. Level 3 squads with a cap of 30. And so on. This number refers to regular members and does not include supernumeraries. After the instructor's talk, he began to ask people to volunteer to form teams. Everyone then looked at each other, sizing each other up, while the savvy ones were already picking out their teammates. Brother, I think you're a good seedling, join us, let's kill our way out of this post-apocalyptic world together. Chapter 18 Take the first mission, Level D. Hearing someone speak, Li Xingyue turned her head to see that it was a man who was tall and strong but didn't look too smart, and at this time there were 2 skinny boys behind him. Wouldn't a walker have to do a 3 and 3 out there with that combo? Forget it brother, I'm rather timid, I'll definitely drag you guys down. Li Xingyue directly rejected his offer to kill the Heaven Breaker. The burly man originally looked at Li Xingyue's appearance, quite suitable to be a teammate, but did not expect it to be a wimp, shook his head and with a look of contempt, led the 2 people behind him to look for the next target again. Subsequently, more than a dozen people came to Li Xingyue, all offering to join their team, but he declined them all. Because after 2 days of experience, he was now wary of strangers he didn't know. After all, the hearts of the people, we do not understand each other on the team, really out of trouble is difficult to live and die together. In about an hour or so, most people had found a teammate of their choice. Li Xingyue was hesitating whether to start with a team of his own and wait for a later stage to slowly touch the right one. When he glanced to the side, he actually found an acquaintance, none other than Yellow Tooth. Previously, when the preliminary examination was passed due to too many people, that would be mentally tight, so did not notice that Yellow Teeth also passed the examination. This kid is kind of a lifer. At this moment, Yellow Tooth was standing in the corner, and he wondered if it was because he was too lewd and had a relatively skinny body that caused no one to invite him into the team. How about going to him? After pondering for a while, Li Xingyue no longer hesitated and walked straight towards Yellow Tooth. Brother, I think you're a good seedling, join me, let's kill the world together in this post-apocalyptic world. Yellow Tooth was constantly depressed in his heart, originally thought that his handsome image would be a plus when looking for teammates, who knew that no one had actually come over for so long. As he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard someone inviting him, and with a look of surprise, he looked up to see that it was actually Li Xingyue. You kid actually didn't die. Damn how this kid talks like Shura. Li Xingyue couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him, don't talk about useless things, we know each other at least once, form a team. Yellow Tooth sized him up twice, then nodded as well, yes. After the two of them discussed it for a while, they still decided to find 2 or 3 more teammates. After all, if they were really in danger, they wouldn't even have the ones to pull their backs. But it was past the best time to pick someone, and in the end only 3 equally skinny boys were found. The 5 men introduced themselves to each other. Yellow Tooth's original name was actually Zhang Daxiang, 27 years old this year, but Li Xingyue was still used to calling him Yellow Tooth. The remaining 3 people only realized that they were actually triplets after learning about them, and at first glance they didn't look like each other before, but after a closer look, they were even less alike. The 3 brothers are named Lu Yi, Lu Er, and Lu San, also 27 years old. Who will be the captain? Li Xingyue asked the crucial point. The 3 brothers looked at each other and all shook their heads, while Yellow Tooth also waved his hand, I'm not interested. Okay, I'll be the captain then. Li Xingyue didn't say anything else when she saw them like this. After dividing into groups, everyone was issued a black bracelet. Your basic information has been entered on this, the team information will require you to go to the Corpse Hunters branch to get registered. Day 5, all basic equipment was issued on this day. Communicator, combat uniform, a long knife plus combat bag. 2 men then came and briefly talked about coping and recognizing walkers and left. The entire 5 days were all cultural lessons, but it did answer many of Li Xingyue's doubts. Li Xingyue returned to the dormitory and sat on the bed, picked up the long knife from under the bed and looked at it. The blade was very sharp and the weight was relatively easy on the hand, it felt pretty good. Yellow Tooth sat over, we'll be assigned a mission tomorrow, and we don't know what it's going to be? The 5 had been put into a dormitory since yesterday when they were divided into groups. Louis took over the conversation, then it must be an E-ranked mission, we're all first ranked, so the mission definitely won't be too dangerous. Li Xingyue nodded, well after dinner later everyone rest early and get enough energy to complete tomorrow's mission well. There was no talk all night. The next day, after eating from the cafeteria, the crowd heard the announcement and then came to the square. You may now open your communicators, several missions have been posted on them, now pick one for each team and you may then depart. Everyone who heard that was rushing to pull out their communicators and realized that a red dot did appear on the small screen 3 fingers wide. When you click on it, it shows a few lines. Class E mission. Kill 21st Order zombies in the town southwest of Freedom City and bring back the zombie crystals. Quest reward, 200 points plus 20 experience. E+ mission. Bring back 1 car over 50% new and 2 liters of gasoline in the town northwest of Liberty. Note, second order walkers may be present. Mission reward, 600 points plus 60 experience. Class D mission. Mission description, a third order zombie appears in the town on the west side of Freedom City, kill it and bring back the third order crystal core. Mission reward, 2000 points plus 200 experience. Li Xingyue looked at the 3 quests on the communicator in dismay. I thought newbies only do E-level quests, how come there are E+ and D levels? Looking up at the crowd, which one to choose? Yellow Tooth and the 3 brothers also looked at each other, not knowing what to choose. After some thought, the crowd decided that it was better to play it safe, so they chose the D-ranked mission. The number of quests taken is too many, please choose another quest. A machine female voice came out of the communicator. All 5 of them let out a gasp of surprise. There can still be this operation? It seems that everyone chose E-rated quests, resulting in enough quests to continue taking them. Yellowtooth was the first to react and hastily yelled, quickly, pick that E+. Li Xingyue instantly pressed towards E+ after hearing this. The number of quests taken is too many, please choose another quest. The hearts of all 5 men sank at the sound of the female voice of the machine. Li Xingyue smiled bitterly and slid her hand upwards, pressing the D level. Mission pickup successful. The mission location has been marked. At this time, the thousands of people in the square, most of whom were all elated, were the teams that had taken up the E-rank quests, and were picking up their equipment and preparing to set off. And a few took E+ quests and headed out with sighs of relief. Li Xingyue's team was the only one that didn't move at all, and everyone seemed to be petrified. After a full 10 minutes, Li Xingyue opened her mouth. Third order zombie, it's okay, we are all first order now, the chance of winning is still great. The crowd's faces improved a bit after hearing this, then they picked up and put on their equipment and headed towards the gates of the outer city. Li Xingyu took out his communicator and glanced at it, suddenly realizing that the location of the mission seemed to be the town where he had almost died there when he came from Star Ocean City earlier. It can't be that coincidental, can it? But I seem to remember that there were all low-level zombies over there, right? I thought about it for a while and then I didn't think about it anymore. Soon arriving over at the city gates, Li Xingyu saw the uncle who had just entered the city and pitied him, but the uncle was talking to someone at the moment and didn't notice him. Damn, you love to chat, right? When I have the chance, I'll send you to chat with King of Hell. Not to look at him, 5 people quickly through the city gate. At this time outside the city gate, you can see a lot of teams walking outward, mainly divided into 2 directions, the southwest and northwest, due west of one or not. Yellowteeth covered his face when he saw this. We won't be the only team going to due west, right? Seeing Yellowtooth start crying his eyes out again, Li Xingyue mulled it over for a moment, then took a few people by the shoulders. Gentlemen, don't be afraid. As the old saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Chapter 19, Killing a Third-Order Zombie, the mission is overfulfilled. Yellowteeth's mouth twitched. Heh, you think you're Gao Qiqiang? That's certainly not, eh? How do you know about Gao Qiqiang? Li Xingyue originally just wanted to give the crowd a boost, but he never expected Yellowtooth's reply to directly numb him with shock. Louis tugged at the corners of the 2 men's clothes. Alright, stop bolting and hurry up. Without further ado, a few people started off due west. The town was only a few kilometers away from them, and could be reached in less than an hour if they walked normally. However, as they traveled, there were still individual zombies blocking the road, and after circling around a few times, the group felt that the efficiency was too slow, and now that they were stronger and better equipped, they planned to try their knives on these first-order zombies. After a few battles, everyone had killed almost 3 or 4 walkers and no one was injured. After all this, everyone's confidence has increased again. Li Xingyue watched the 4's every move in her eyes. These teammates were okay, they didn't sneak around. Soon they came to the edge of the town. Li Xingyu looked at the familiar scene. Sure enough, this was the town from before. Li Xingyue raised her hand to signal the crowd to stop, and turned back to her with a serious face. Don't spread out later. If you encounter that zombie, deal with it carefully, don't get caught. The crowd also nodded gruffly, then slowly advanced towards the center of the town. After 20 minutes, the crowd finally arrived at the intersection in the center of the town. Looking at the scene in front of them always felt a bit wrong. Yellowteeth looked at Li Xingyue. How come you didn't watch a single zombie for half a day? Luer was also quite puzzled. Yeah, it's logical that there would be quite a few zombies hanging around this town. Not to mention them, Li Xingyue was even more puzzled. There were quite a few zombies here when she came the other day, but now she couldn't see a single one. By the way, Li Xingyue suddenly thought of something and raised his hand, signaling the crowd to follow him, and then came to the place where he fought here last time. There was nothing on the ground at this point except a streak of black and red blood. The bodies of those 2 are gone. Previously, that middle-aged man and his little brother intended to finish off Li Xingyu here, but in the end, they were instead finished off by a 6th-order zombie, and the body was lying here at that time, but now there was nothing. Did someone come by and clean it up? Or did a walker come and eat them? Li Xingyue was a bit confused. A few people then searched around and indeed did not find a single zombie in sight. Lu San stepped forward and picked up the long knife in his hand and looked at Li Xingyu. I think we should create some noise otherwise? Hearing this, Li Xingyu looked to the crowd, who had no objections. Then Lu San came to a car and started tapping on the door with the hilt of his knife. Bang! Bang bang! The crowd waited for 2 minutes and there was no movement at all around them. Lusan then started slapping the car door again. Bang, bang, bang! It was louder this time. Li Xingyue told Lusan to stop and return to the group, then began to survey the surroundings. If there really was a third-order zombie here, then with its ear power it would definitely be able to hear this sound, and now it just needed to wait quietly. Sure enough, after a minute or so, several people heard a hissing sound coming from the distance. Incoming! Everyone be alert! A figure in the distance sped up and soon came close. No way! Li Xingyue made a surprised sound as he instantly recognized this zombie as the lanky middle-aged man who had figured him out earlier. How is he still a zombie if he wasn't even taken out? The stout zombie also looked at Li Xingyue at this time. The originally godless eyes seemed to suddenly have color. Not knowing if he also recognized Li Xingyue, fiercely hissed out and rushed straight over. It's over. It's coming at me. At the critical moment, Li Xingyue rushed to the side with an arrow step, then yelled out, I'll attract him, you guys take the opportunity to sneak attack. The crowd was first stunned, and then immediately reacted, all of them gripping their long swords as if they were facing the enemy. The lanky zombie quickly flashed in front of Li Xingyue and stretched out his right hand and grabbed it with great speed. Can't panic. Can't panic. He mentally reminded himself of this over and over again, and then saw the time to quickly drop the knife. Exhale. The knife cut straight through. The arm covered in black blood came straight at his head. Li Xingyue tried to dodge to the side and realized that it seemed like it was simply too late. Pust. The ebony-colored arm instantly fell to the ground. It was Yellow Tooth who cut off the walker's arm. Li Xingyue's reaction was also quick, lifting the knife again and swinging it violently at the other arm. Both of the stout zombie's arms fell to the ground. The zombie hissed and reached over his head intending to bite with his mouth. Quick! Cut its legs first! Lusan shouted, then rushed close, straight towards the zombie's left leg to cut. Plop, the knife entered into the flesh, but did not cut off. His strength is still weak. However, Lu Er and Lusan didn't freeze and swung their swords at the same time. Pust! Both of the zombie's calves fell to the ground as well. The stout zombie's center of gravity was unsteady, and his straight body fell straight to the ground. Without his previous super-fast speed, he could only keep crawling on the ground, trying to come to Li Xingyue again. Well done! Li Xingyue shouted excitedly, then stepped on the back of the lanky zombie and took control of its body, followed by a handful of knives. Click! The zombie's head and body separated directly, and then the torso slowly lost movement. Seeing that the zombie was out of breath, the five of them then sat down on the ground and began to rest. Lu Er, this third order is too strong, right? We're all first order now, and I feel like it's still so hard to kill. Louis, if I didn't know ahead of time, I would have thought it was fourth order. Listening to their discussion, and then after the battle just now, Li Xingyue had a bold guess. The head of the corpse was then split open with a knife, which revealed a blue-green prismatic crystal inside. Sure enough, Li Xingyue pulled out the crystal and held it out to the crowd. Yellow Tooth took the crystal core and examined it carefully. Hey? Didn't the old man in the team say that all third-order crystals are green, but how come this one is blue and green? Lusan, this zombie should be on the verge of evolving to the fourth stage, that's why the crystal core is glowing blue. Hearing what Lusan said, Li Xingyue also nodded. He thought the same thing, then looked at the crowd. What Lusan said should be right, and there are no other zombies in this town, it's very likely that it ate them. Lu Er was instantly shocked after hearing this. No wonder the hair here cannot be seen, the original all into his rations. It was a bit of a scary day for sure, but the good news is that it turned out well and no one was hurt. Li Xingyue asked everyone to gather useful supplies around while he went to the location where he had parked the Big G before, and upon arriving, he found that it was indeed still parked there quietly. All the supplies were intact, the ignition was fired up, and the car started instantly with a few shakes. That's nice. The car then drove around the street a few times to find a suitable road and soon came back to the center intersection. The people searching for supplies were pleasantly surprised to see the Big G. They finally didn't have to walk back, and then carried all the supplies to the car. Driven by Yellow Teeth, the group started the return journey. Chapter 20 Receiving Mission Rewards. At this moment, everyone's faces were all wearing smiles. After all, the first time they did a quest, they overdid it, so I have to say, it was still quite pleasing. After driving for 10 minutes or so, the high walls of Freedom City could already be seen, and by now there were already quite a few small groups walking back and forth outside, some carrying large bags of things, while others were driving into the city. Looking into the distance in the left and right directions, a number of squads could still be seen heading towards Freedom City, and it looked like everyone had completed their mission. Soon the car drove under the gates, and the adjudicator guarding the gates came up, checked the information on the bracelet, and let it go. The group traveled through the outer city and arrived at the Corpse Hunter branch on the edge of the plaza in Area C. After stopping the car, the five entered the lobby of the Corpse Hunter branch. This corpse hunting branch was more than a star bigger than the one in the outer city, and at this time the hall was overcrowded with people who had come to collect or submit their tasks. Hello, this is the information of our squad. We have completed the E-rank mission and give you the crystal core. Hello, we are on an E+ mission. The car is outside for you to see. All the squads were submitting their quests at the front desk. Li Xingyue's few people scanned around and saw a position in the corner that had just been vacated, and immediately ran over and handed over the third-order crystal cores in their pockets. Hello, we're on a level D mission, and here are the crystals. Sitting at the front desk, his drowsy girl heard the voice which woke up, looked up at the crystal core, gazed surprised for a moment, and then looked to Li Xingyue. A few people, the surprise is even more intense. But didn't say anything else, and after checking the information, transferred the points rewarded by the mission to Li Xingyue's bracelet through the front desk's bracelet. Check your account, it should be there, and your team experience has been added. Good luck getting to a level 2 team. The girl said politely with a slight smile. Seeing the 2,000 points displayed in the bracelet, Li Xingyue nodded, said thank you, and left with the crowd. But just after getting out of the lobby, they realized that there were quite a few people gathered around their car and that someone seemed to be ready to pick the lock. Lu Er cursed and prepared to rush forward. Li Xingyue hurriedly pulled him back, then attached herself to Lu San's ear and whispered a few words. Lu San's face was delighted after hearing this, and he hurried back to the hall again. Soon, Lu San returned, and following him was another person, who was clearly the girl who was just behind the front desk. Lu San brought the girl to the front of the vehicle, then the girl nodded and said something with her communicator without knowing what, and soon two people came over to start checking the vehicle and counting the supplies on board. That's right, just now, Li Xingyue was in a hurry and thought that if he touched hard, the other party had so many people that he would definitely suffer. So he had Lu San go to the girl who had just received them and told her that his team had also brought back a car and a cart full of supplies to see if they could be converted into points as well. The girl then followed it out. Seeing the actions of Lu San and the others, the few people who were originally surrounding the car jumped out and protected the car behind it. What are you doing? This is the car we drove back. Yeah, we haven't said anything about redeeming points yet. Then one of them pointed at Lu San and cursed, you little thing, actually want to steal a car. I think you're really tired of living. Looking at the several people who were approaching step by step, Lu San immediately pulled the girl behind him and was about to speak, but unexpectedly the girl came back to the front and looked at the several people without a trace of fear on her face. You guys say you got this car, where's the proof? The girl's sentence rendered the clamoring few speechless. At this time they were surrounded by a crowd, surrounded by squads of people watching. Evidence? What evidence do we need? We got this car back in the first place, and besides they sure as hell don't have any. The girl twisted her head to look at Lu San after hearing this. Lu San read the girl's eyes and pulled the car keys out of his pocket, pressing his thumb downward. Bu. The body of the big G lit up momentarily, followed by the sound of the doors unlocking. The whole operation made a few people on the other side of the room stare in disbelief. At this time, the surrounding people also basically know that a few people are trying to take the car for themselves, but did not succeed. However, the bald man was also smart and reacted particularly quickly. Good, you a thief. I said how the car keys cannot be found, just now almost ready to pick the lock. Seeing that they would not shed a tear until they saw the coffin, Li Xingyue's four people also walked forward and looked at the bald man in the lead. You say the car is yours, so tell us what's in it. The bald man had already beaten a drum of retreat in his heart. After all, if he were to fight with an ordinary squad, he still had some guts. After all, their team was full of physically strong adult males, but if he were to fight with the insiders of the corpse hunting sub-bureau, he wouldn't dare to beat him to death. However, after listening to Li Xingyue, his heart immediately had a bottom line again. After all, just now through the car glass looked halfway through the car, there is quite a lot of food and water in here. This one's solid. The heart is set. The bald man looked at Li Xingyue. Of course I know what's inside, it's just food and water, it's mainly all snacks, grams not grams potato chips, Ali gives cookies, these can be our hard work from the zombie-surrounded supermarket. When the surrounding people watching the show heard the bald man speak in such detail, they immediately began to suspect Li Xingyue and the others again. Is this kid a dog SI, actually able to look so carefully? Li Xingyue began to worry. Just then, Yellow Teeth stepped forward and looked at the bald man. There's only food and water in the car, nothing else? The bald man shook his head very firmly. There can't be anything other than water and food. The bald man then opened the 4 car doors, and all of a sudden everything in the car was clear for everyone to see. The girl also looked at them after hearing this. There were only so many things in the car, and the bald man could be said to have told it without any difference, which made her think that this was the bald man's car. I say, you guys, you're not afraid of stealing other people's stuff, just admit your mistakes. That's right, all poked and prodded and still standing there. What a disgrace to the corpse hunting squad. After this round, the people watching the show believed that the car belonged to the bald man, and they all began to accuse Li Xingyue of several people. However, Yellow Tooth was the one who spoke again. Wrong. Big mistake. There's another pot and 5 bowls in the car. Yellow Tooth threw his voice as he spoke the words, and everyone looked at him. Is this dude out of his mind? Who in their right mind would want pots and pans when they're searching for supplies? I think it's just a dying struggle, not seeing the coffin. Let's just say that if there were pots and pans in this car, I'd go straight to Star Ocean City and fight the tyrant with my bare hands. The girl shook her head with some disappointment at this point as well, turning around and preparing to return to the hall. Yellow Tooth didn't pay any attention to the crowd around him, walking to the back of the car and opening the trunk, rummaging through the mountain of supplies, then yanking out a frying pan with a heart on. After placing the pot on the floor, he dug around in the trunk for another half dozen times, then pulled out 5 small ceramic bowls. IGO. This dude is for real. This kid is truly a man of God. By the way, I seem to remember someone just now talking about stiffening the corpse king with their bare hands. Chapter 21, I just want to cook a little rice porridge to drink. Yellow Tooth didn't say a word after pulling out the pots and bowls, and just looked straight at the bald man and the others. That's when everyone knew the truth. Seeing that the matter was revealed, the bald man and several people hurriedly ran away in a grayish manner. The surrounding melon eaters saw that there was no drama to watch, so they dispersed in a swarm. The girls who had originally walked away turned back and couldn't help but give Yellow Tooth a thumbs up. The 4 Li Xingyue also offered 4 thumbs up. Lu Er put his arm around Yellow Tooth's shoulder. I say, brother Yellow Tooth, when did you stuff this into the trunk? Why didn't I see it? Louis shook his head. Older brother, this is not the point, okay? The point is, why did you bring this back, Yellow Tooth? Yellow Teeth scratched his head, a little embarrassed. I actually just want to cook myself a millet porridge to drink when I'm not doing anything. Of course, you guys have a share too. Look at me taking 5 bowls. Yellow Teeth, this reason out really thundered to the crowd, but also thanks to the Yellow Teeth, or else this may not really pulled. After the girl had the vehicles and supplies counted, she transferred another 1,000 points to Li Xingyue. And before she left, she told the crowd her name, Huang Qian. Looking at the 3,000 points in the bracelet, Li Xingyue and the crowd proposed that they intended to split it evenly. The crowd had no objections, and then each person was given 600 points. This is really rich. Yellow Tooth looked at the points in his bracelet with joy. Louis then proposed that we all go to the shopping street in Area C to spend a handful of money, and everyone agreed after hearing this. Soon after following the main street of the plaza for half an hour, you came to the shopping street, which was very much like the snack street of the previous life, with both sides of the road full of stalls and stores. Lu Er tugged on Lu San's coat. Older brother, look over there, going or not? Lu Er looked in the direction of Lu San's finger and realized that there were a few coolly dressed women standing at that doorway, sitting in the doorway and beckoning customers. At this time, in addition to restaurants on the street is the most red-hot Yihon Yuan, constantly people in and out. Those who went in were all eyes and those who came out were on their feet. Lu Er and Lu San looked at Li Xingyue. Captain, coming or not? Li Xingyue of course didn't have that interest and waved her hand. You guys go ahead, I'll hang out here and come back out to us when you're done. Lu Er Lu San then entered Home courtyard. Louis did not follow, but came to a small supermarket and bought 3 bottles of beer and a pack of cigarettes and lighters. A bottle of wine and a cigarette were distributed to each person. Li Xingyue lit a cigarette and took a drag, and then the long-lost feeling of striking the throat reappeared. His who? Still got this stuff, huh? Yellow Tooth smoked his cigarette and nodded uncontrollably. Louis exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Getting strong is strong, expensive is also really expensive. Just these few things, it cost me 40 points. The 3 of them marveled at the high prices of goods while strolling through the shopping street. It looked like a big town fair, but it was always so much better than the outer city. I can't imagine what Area A and B will be like, and I don't have the strength to go in there right now. By the way, if we want to advance to the second level, does it require 1000 points? Li Xingyue suddenly looked at the two. Yes, I heard that the zombie crystal cores brought back from outside have been made into evolution potions of the same level, just like that third order crystal core we brought back today, which will also be made into a third order potion. I remember that the price of a second order potion is 1000 points, while the third order is 2000, and the fourth order is 4000 points. Well, our next goal is to try to get to the second rank as soon as possible. Do more quests still. A few people had a chat, and within a few minutes, Lu Er and Lu San came back. Okay, let's find a place to eat some food. These 2 days just eat cafeteria food, a little meat cannot see. As soon as Li Xingyu mentioned eating, the three brothers in Yellowtooth all straightened up and immediately became energized and started discussing what to eat later. Several people then came to a noodle shop that looked okay, and after finding a table to sit down, a middle-aged man came over to give them their order. Boss, I want 2 bowls of noodles, 1 bowl with just meat and no noodles, and 1 bowl with no noodles and just meat. The boss looked at Yellow Teeth, his brain a black line. Young man, let's be normal, okay? Li Xingyue also couldn't help but laugh. This kid was really a bit of a small cow horse in his body. Each of the 5 men then ordered 2 servings of noodles, each with an extra portion of meat, and in less than 20 minutes all the noodles were made. 300 points gone for this meal. A few people were in the middle of eating, when unexpectedly a voice suddenly appeared next to them. Yo, who did I think it was? It turns out to be you little brats. Li Xingyu. Several people looked up and realized that the one who came was the bald man who had robbed the car with them during the day, and at this time he was followed by 4 men. Lu Er bit into a mouthful of garlic and stood up to look at the bald man. What's the matter, here to eat noodles? Or here to pick a fight? The bald man was instantly a bit annoyed after hearing this and was about to roll up his sleeves when he was stopped by the man behind him, coming up to his ear and starting to whisper. Captain, don't be impulsive, look at their table, there are 10 bowls of noodles, later their teammates will surely come, then we are designated to suffer, the coming day is long, not bad today. After listening to his teammates' analysis, the bald man felt that it was very reasonable, and then he let out a cold snort and left the noodle shop. Yellow Teeth, who was originally eating noodles with his head down, looked at the entrance of the noodle shop, then slapped the table and stood up violently, arrogant and bossy. If I had to leave 2 seconds later, I would have just started killing. Li Xingyu was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Lu San, Sanner, Call Bald Head and the others back. Today Mr. Huang is preparing for a big kill. Lu San instantly understood what Li Xingyu meant, and with a heartfelt smile, he hurriedly agreed and lifted his leg before preparing to walk out. Hey, no child, just kidding, eat. Huang Ye was startled and grabbed Lu San, who was about to walk out of the noodle shop, and pulled him back. Soon the line was full. Louis handed each person a cigarette, and several people smoked while walking back. Captain, are we taking the mission tomorrow? What does everyone mean? After Lu San asked Li Xingyue looked at the other 3, who all had little idea. Then let's wait until dawn tomorrow to see what suitable tasks are available first, and decide then. Soon the crowd would always reach the corpse hunting squad dormitory building by the large square in Area C. They were on the 3rd floor against the center. Once inside the dormitory, the group got ready for bed. Li Xingyue smelled the strong odor of stinky feet in the house and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. I say, big brothers, can we wash our feet? Yellow Teeth poked his head out of the cup. Alright Mr. Moon, we're going to deduct points if we use more water than we should. It's not too late to wash again when we have more points. What Yellow Tooth said was reasonable. Although they were evolved, their level was too low, so the daily quota allocated was not much. At most it was only enough for each person to wash their face. Forget it, let's talk about it when we have the conditions. Li Xingyue didn't say anything more, took off her socks and went to bed ready to sleep. Just after closing his eyes, he felt the bed sink, followed by Yellow Teeth's voice in his ears, boldly, tell me a story. What the? Chapter 22, Receiving a New Mission, Being Forced to Go to Star Ocean City. Li Xingyu sat up instantly from the bed, her body unconsciously leaning against the wall, looking at the Yellow Teeth that came closer with a confused face. What the are you doing? Yellow Teeth was suddenly aggrieved. I don't want to, old brother, but when I think of that man, I have nightmares from time to time. I can't sleep well at all. Hearing Yellow Teeth say so, Li Xingyue also quite helpless. This thing can be understood, after all, on who can not top. There was no other way. Li Xingyue could only tell Yellow Teeth a bedtime story. I didn't expect this method to be effective. Yellow Teeth had a sleepy feeling after a while, his eyelids began to fight. Phew, finally I can sleep. He was about to cover up and go to sleep, but then he turned his head and almost pissed himself again. Because at this time, Louis, Lu Er, and Lu San did not know when they also came behind Li Xingyu, and were listening to his story intently. Are you guys going to scare me to death and then inherit my captaincy? The three brothers were a little embarrassed by what was said. Louis scratched his head, mainly because we've been bullied and scared for so many years, and haven't had much sleep, and when I heard you speak quite well, I thought to come and listen. Hearing them say that, Li Xingyu couldn't help but contemplate. It seems that most ordinary people have come through this decade of the end times, and compared to those who have already died, maybe they are still lucky. After that, a few more short stories were told to the brother three, and all of them returned to their beds to sleep, before Li Xingyue lay down on the bed again. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, just after dawn. Ha-oh. Li Xingyue yawned and looked at the four people next to her, unable to stop cursing in her heart. Saying goodbye to a bad night's sleep, always having nightmares, and snoring louder than one another. Looks like I'll have to sleep in myself tomorrow. Shaking his head, he fell into a deep sleep again. I don't know how long it took, but the body was being shaken constantly. Captain, wake up, what time is it? Li Xingyue was shaken awake and looked around blankly, then came to her senses. I just fell asleep. Feeling a gust of drowsiness coming on, Li Xingyue put on her clothes and went to the toilet to wash her face with cold water, which refreshed her. Pack up, go to the cafeteria, and after we eat we'll go around the mission hall. Okay. The five of them dressed up and started walking towards the cafeteria, then each of them ordered a set meal with meat dishes and ate it. The meat dishes in this cafeteria are really expensive. If this goes on, we'll have to spend all our points in a few days. Yellow Tooth spat as he nibbled on a steamed bun. Luer also nodded. It is indeed expensive, but don't worry, when I become the Lord of Free City, you'll be able to eat as many steamed buns as you want. Yellow Teeth gave Luer a blank look. Just know how to put out that tasteless fart. Louis burped. Grab your food, you still have to go watch the mission after eating. A few people now have larger meals, and quickly ate all the food on their plates. One good thing about the end times is that everyone will consciously follow the CD-ROM action. Picking up his bracelet and looking at it, it was now 8:50 and there weren't many people outside the cafeteria and dormitory plazas. They all seemed to be still asleep. The five made their way to the lobby of the Corpse Hunters Bureau, where there was a large screen that also allowed them to view the current renditions available for pickup. To say why you have to come to the site is because not only can you view the daily quests here, but you can also see the bounty quests. Turning around, though, there wasn't much of a mission that fit the bill. Holy, this personal reward quest is really strange. 100 first-order crystal cores only give 600 points. At a glance it's an old capitalist. What's that to you? This bring back survivors, only giving 20 points apiece. How can you see that it's not a good deal? Actually, normally individual bounty quests give more points, but occasionally this area comes up. The crowd looked around. Indeed, there was no particularly good task, but even if it was not suitable, it had to be done, otherwise the points would have to be spent to the bottom sooner or later. As they were discussing what mission to take, a female voice suddenly came out from the side. Good morning, you guys are planning to take a new mission, right? The crowd sniffed and looked, realizing that it was actually Huang Qian. Greeting each other, Li Xingyue spoke again. Yeah, I was preparing to take on a new mission, but I realized that there wasn't one that was too suitable. Huang Qian nodded after hearing this. Indeed, because your levels are not enough, the quest levels and prizes released here in Area C are relatively low, but when your team rises to level 2 or your own level becomes higher, you will be able to take on better quests. Several people felt that what Huang Qian said was very reasonable, but looking at the task in front of them, they began to start worrying again. Li Xingyue was at a loss as to what to do, when she suddenly thought of an idea. I remember not saying that a team can take multiple quests, so we can take 2 quests and split them into 2 teams to do them, so that efficiency can be greatly increased. The other 4 listened and thought about it for a while, and also thought it was a good idea, and then took the 2 E-rank quests. One is to kill a certain number of first-order zombies to retrieve the crystal cores. The other is looking for vehicles that are at least 70% new in gasoline. The 5 of them then split into 2 groups, with the 3 Lu brothers going on the task of killing the zombies, while Li Xingyue and Yellow Tooth went in search of a vehicle. After the arrangements were made, the people checked their equipment over and found that there was basically no damage, so they began to set off. After separating at the city gates, the 2 waves headed in 2 different directions. Li Xingyue and Yellow Tooth were still planning to go to the town directly to the west. There were still quite a few cars there, making this quest basically not difficult. Still not many walkers were seen along the way, and soon they came to the edge of the town. However, just as Yellow Tooth was about to move on, Li Xingyue tugged on his sleeve. Yellow Teeth, don't move yet, look ahead. Yellow Tooth was slightly stunned as he pulled him back, then looked ahead, only to realize that there were actually people in front of him, and more than one of them. At a cursory glance, there were more than 20 or 30 of them in front of them, so it seemed that someone had discovered the place, and then word spread. Yellowtooth was a bit worried. Why are there so many people? What about our mission? Li Xingyu also felt tricky, not to mention the fact that so many people are here. Can he still find a suitable car? Even if he can find it, there is a high probability that it will be snatched away. But it's not right to just give up after you've come, is it? Yellow Teeth, still not daring to put up a fight? Huangya looked at Li Xingyu's firm gaze and hesitated for a moment, then his eyes also became unusually firm. Fight. Fear him, big deal, pull it back. Li Xingyue was doubly pleased to see him like this and patted his shoulder. Let's not get tough with them, we'll quietly go around the westernmost side of the town and start looking for a car from over there, and once we find the right one, we'll immediately drive away. Yellowtooth nodded, then followed behind Li Xingyue, slowly walking along the edge of the town towards the west side. In about half an hour or so, the two of them drove to the far west, and the two of them bent down, bit by bit, towards the center of the town. Check out the cars whenever you see them, but none of them are quite as good as they should be until the 9th car. Proof hiss. Proof hiss. Yellow Teeth with his mouth whispered to call Li Xingyue. Li Xingyue rushed to the near front, saw that it was a sedan, indeed meet the requirements, directly able to drive. Li Xingyue immediately entered the driver's seat and was just about to start the vehicle when a cry of alarm came from the side. Boss, come quick. There's someone driving here. There's only 2 of them. Oops. It's been discovered. Not caring about anything else, Li Xingyue hurriedly started the fire and drove towards the west exit of the town after releasing the handbrake. Catch up with them in our car and make sure we get it back. Yes. At once, 7 or 8 people got into 2 cars and started chasing after the 2 Li Xingyue. The roar of a car engine instantly resonated throughout the town. Yellow Teeth looked back and found a car chasing behind him. Mr. Moon, 2 cars are following us. No, it's 9 cars, several more are coming. It's over, this are all coming after us. How can we go back to Freedom City? Li Xingyue looked at the several cars that appeared in the rearview mirror and knew that he couldn't turn around and go back to the city, then the probability was that he would be surrounded by them. Li Xingyue was also in a state of confusion at this time, not knowing what to do. Yellowteeth to see him like this, more anxious, big brother think of a way and then drive forward can be the Star Ocean City, that is the 8th Order Corpse King, we go to the Karma faster. Star Ocean City? 8th Rate Corpse King? Why didn't I think of that? The fear in Li Xingyue's heart was all dispersed at this moment, twisting over to look at Yellowtooth and cackling, brother, let's just go to Star Ocean City. Yellowteeth shivered after hearing this. Big brother, is it too late for me to get off now? Chapter 23, My Sworn Brother is an 8th Order Corpse King. Yellowteeth swallowed carefully. Actually, I think if we stop the car now and kneel on the ground, they shouldn't do anything to us, don't you think? Li Xingyu knew that Huangya was afraid to go to Star Ocean City. After all, that side had just been massacred by the Zombie King, so it was possible that the Zombie King was still there. Li Xingyu, on the other hand, is the opposite of Yellowteeth's thoughts. He is the most hopeful that the tyrant they are still in Star Ocean City, so that he will be saved, although I do not know whether they are in or out. But if he turned back now, it would surely only be a dead end. Li Xingyue patted Yellowtooth's hand. Don't worry brother, my boss is in Star Ocean City, we can't die. Yellowtooth was not impressed by Li Xingyu's words, and still kept crying and shouting, because in his opinion, Li Xingyu's words were nothing more than a comfort before his death. And at this moment, the 9 cars following his car, watching the 2 of them drive straight towards Star Ocean City, fear rose in the hearts of almost everyone. 1. Captain, it seems like they are going to Star Ocean City, there is an 8th Order Corpse King there, let's go back. The 2 of them are not afraid of. What are you afraid of? Besides, the Corpse King must have gone elsewhere long ago after slaughtering the city, or else Freedom City wouldn't have been destroyed a long time ago. 2. Captain, I don't think we can chase any further, we're about to arrive at Star Ocean City, there's a Corpse King there. The front of that team are not afraid, you are afraid of an egg. Besides, the Corpse King must have finished slaughtering the city on the go, it is not easy to catch a soft persimmon, not to pinch a pinch. The conversations of several teams were similar, and after the captain's remarks, everyone agreed that the Corpse King was no longer in Star Ocean City, and the fear within them dissipated for the most part. Then the chase began again in full force. After about an hour or so, Li Xingyue arrived at the eastern entrance and exit of Star Ocean City. Although he had only left Star Ocean City for a week or so, seeing this again always unconsciously gave him a feeling of being a world away. Almost there. Another 10 minutes or so of driving and we'll be at the place where we lived before. Li Xingyue continued to slam on the gas, ready to accelerate at full speed, but just then, she realized that the car's speed began to drop. Glancing down at the dashboard, I realized the car was out of gas. It's a disaster. At this rate they'll soon catch up with us. Li Xingyue hurriedly braked, and Yellow Tooth, because he hadn't fastened his seatbelt, flung himself directly onto the platform in front of the passenger side. Crap, Groove. What are you braking for? Keep driving. We're out of gas. Get out of the car and let's run. Li Xingyue immediately unbuckled her seatbelt after she finished speaking, then opened the car door and rushed forward. Yellow Tooth froze for a moment, then also reacted quickly and opened the car door to closely chase after Li Xingyue. Within 2 minutes, the first car caught up with them, and several people got out and looked inside the car, and then at the two people who were running on in front of them. Captain, the car is out of gas, let's fill it up and run, the cars behind us will be coming after us soon. The one known as the captain was a muscular young man who looked like he should be working out regularly. The muscular man thought for a moment, then shook his head. Don't worry about this car, since we're all here, let's go in and take a look, in case there's an abundance of supplies here, we don't have to go back to Freedom City to gnaw on our buns. The captain is right, if that's the case we'll have a great time, ha 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 ha. Ha ha, if you don't say captain, this broken car will be arms to the back teams. A few people laughed out loud, then hurriedly sat back in the car and started the vehicle to continue chasing towards the two Li Xingyue. No sooner had they left than a couple of cars behind them pulled up to the sedan. But the dozens of people in the car didn't get out of the car, looked at each other a few times, and then looked at the car driving out in front of them. Then very silently, they started their vehicles at the same time and chased after them as well. Li Xingyue and Yellow Tooth kept running, and in 2 minutes' time they ran out a kilometer, but soon they couldn't run anymore, and Yellow Tooth sat on his butt on the ground, unable to come up for air. No. I just can't run anymore. Then he directly laid down on the ground and panted heavily. Li Xingyue turned back to look at Yellow Tooth who was lying down. He was also anxious, his state was a bit better than Yellow Tooth's, but not much better. At best, he would be at the end of the road after running at full speed for a few hundred meters, but the vehicle behind him was still approaching at breakneck speed, and he definitely couldn't outrun it. Instead of continuing to run away, it would be better to save your strength now and wait for the fight that would take place, and still be able to kill a cushion. Li Xingyue shook her head, maybe this is fate, then walked over to Yellow Tooth and also laid down on the ground and began to recover her strength. A minute later, the car's sharp brakes rang in his ears. Li Xingyue stood up from the ground and saw 9 people getting down from a pickup truck, all 9 carrying long knives in their hands. The muscular man in the middle of several people looked at Li Xingyue and laughed out coldly, run how not to run the little brat, just now is not quite able to run. Li Xingyue's villainous look immediately felt a wave of disgust, but did not show it on his face. Instead, he put on a look of innocence and suspicion. Big brother, what are you looking for the two of us? We don't seem to know each other, do we? Egu, this kid is quite capable of pretending. Captain, don't talk nonsense with him, just scrap it. Yeah, look at them, they're so oily, they must have a lot of points, we can make a fortune again. The junior brothers beside him kept clamoring, intending to directly finish off Li Xingyue and then snatch the bracelet. The muscular man originally intended to enjoy the thrill of rounding up his prey, and then after hearing the words of his little brother, he felt that it was better to settle it neatly. After all, there were still a few teams following behind him, and it was too late to do anything about it. After thinking clearly, he directly ordered to finish off the 2 men, and the minions beside him, who had already been rubbing their fists, had just taken a few steps and were about to raise their swords to attack, when they heard a roar and the sound of a horn coming from the rear. Rubbing! Several sounds of tires scraping against the ground rang out, and several teams from the rear came to the crowd at the same time. Everyone came down from the car, and at this time, at a cursory glance, including Li Xingyue and Yellow Tooth, there were actually more than 40 people here. Yellow Teeth, this will also slow almost, stood up and moved to Li Xingyue's body in small steps. We are also too fragrant, it actually came so many people. At this point, the crowd was divided into a total of 5 waves, showing that there were a total of 5 teams, each of which was basically full or close to full in number. The muscular man was also a bit intimidated after seeing so many people, and took 2 steps forward to look at the captains of the remaining teams. Brothers, this was discovered by our team first, I wonder if... He was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. Who the are you? We wasted all that gas to get here to hear you say that? That's right, you really don't know how much you weigh, let me tell you, our boss is a 2nd rank. What's so great about you? My captain is also 2nd rank. A single word from the muscular man made more than 40 people start cursing constantly, and everyone tacitly did not make a move. It wasn't until one of the shorter captains pulled out a gun and fired it at the sky that the crowd went quiet. Why does he have a gun? I heard the pistol requires quite a few points, and he's too rich. The short captain was also flattered to see the crowd's reaction and then pointed his gun domineeringly at Li Xingyue. Say, how do you want to die? Li Xingyue looked at the man playing handsome as also a burst of speechless. You have pulled out a gun and still want to ask me how to die? Li Xingyue decided to take another gamble. A smile spread on her face as she looked at the short one calmly. I advise you to better not move me, because my sworn big brother is an 8th Order Corpse King. Tyrant, Shura, Nun, Blood Moon, they are all my good big brothers and sisters. Before you touch me, think about whether you can withstand their wrath. I know you don't believe me, but I just have to shout and they're sure to show up immediately. After Li Xingyue finished speaking, she realized that everyone present seemed to be petrified. It's all a blur, including Yellow Teeth. Chapter 24, Why don't you wait until I'm done? The crowd was dumbfounded for just a few seconds, and then they all began to burst out laughing, as if they had heard some shocking joke. Some people fell to the ground laughing, others burst into tears, and still others laughed, huh? Actually, pissed themselves laughing. Yellowtooth covered his face and shook his head uncontrollably. I myself should really reflect on why I became teammates with you. Li Xingyue knew someone would laugh, but didn't anticipate someone would pee. The crowd laughed for 7 or 8 minutes before it gradually calmed down. I was really not expecting the joke to be so funny. Ah! This kid is also too humorous, actually saying that the Corpse King is his sworn big brother. Yeah, it feels like he's gone crazy with fear. I originally thought he would say that his boss was an 8th Order revolver from Freedom City, but I didn't expect him to directly change species. Ha! The several teams that were originally just now still at swords drawn and wary of each other were now instead still chatting amicably. The muscular man saw everyone talking, suddenly felt that his chance to make a name for himself had arrived, took 2 steps forward and rushed at Li Xingyue and began to shout, don't say anything about the 8th Order Corpse King, even if it's the 10th Order, I'm no longer afraid of it. The surrounding people heard the muscle man so speak at first did not react, and then figured out that the original this is out of the limelight to come, after all, and not really in the necromancer against the king, and then they all began to stand out of the mouth high. That's right, and let me tell you, the nuns are only good enough to carry my shoes when they come. Hee hee, if Blood Moon dares to come, I'll directly open fire. Holy, how dare you guys say that? Do you really think that an 8th Order Corpse King is a vegetarian? Alright. Shut up. The short guy fired another shot in the air. Come on, we're standing here right now, why don't you shout and see if they come? Ha 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 ha. Knowing that the short guy was humiliating himself, but that had to be taken. In that case, let's give it a try, just in case it works. He then took a deep breath, looked up, and flared his hands into a trumpet at his mouth. Tyrant. Shura. Sister. Blood Moon. Come and save me. The shouts went straight up to the sky, creating a gust of echoes on the empty road constantly wafting outward. After Li Xingyue shouted, the crowd was still subconsciously a little nervous, unconsciously looking around, but grossly unnoticed. Ha, this kid is really shouting. Okay, it's been half a day of fun too, just kill it. Seeing that the crowd was about to make a move, Li Xingyue's heart tightened and she drew out the long knife on her body and prepared to meet the enemy. Whoa! Tyrant, you guys are here. Li Xingyue looked towards the back of the crowd and yelled out in surprise. When the crowd heard Li Xingyue say this, their hearts were instantly creeped out, and they hurriedly looked back, only to find nothing. Turning his head again, he saw Li Xingyue and Yellowtooth running out a long way. This kid is a dog. I almost believed it. Who says not? We mustn't let him die so painfully later. The crowd didn't drive and went straight after the 2 men. Yellowteeth while running to Li Xingyue thumbs up, old Li you good just now the whole I believe, or you kid dog. Li Xingyue's head was filled with black lines as she listened, don't push, grab and run. Both of them were running at full speed, but the group behind them wasn't slow either, and the distance between them was still shrinking. Soon after running forward for almost 2 more kilometers, the 2 men had little strength left at this point and were slowing down. This is not the way to go. Li Xingyue walked around the small isolation stake next to him and was about to give Yellowtooth a pep talk when she heard a bam. Turning his head, he found Yellowtooth tripping over a barrier post and falling into a coma. I'm so. Li Xingyue broke into a rage and directly gave 2 kicks to Yellowtooth, who had fallen to the ground. You're so ungrateful. Can't crossover won't go around? Just after the kick, the hordes behind them came close. All of them were panting, hunched over or sitting on the ground, gasping for air. Damn, those boys can run. Hoo-hoo, don't bull with him, just finish him off this time. If he doesn't die, I'm going to die. Who? Finished, This is really finished. Li Xingyue at this time does not intend to run, sat on the side of the isolation pile, took out a cigarette from his pocket and smoked. Even if you're going to die, you're going to die in style. Li Xingyue's appearance infuriated the guys on the opposite side of the room, and a few of the ones who had rested for almost as long as they could, directly picked up their knives and walked over, ready to give him a 3-3. Li Xingyue also grabbed the sword beside her, ready to fight to the death. A fat man took the lead and rushed over, shouting and slashing straight towards Li Xingyue's head. This move looked very bluffing at first glance, but the reality was that Li Xingyue dodged the knife with a slight sidestep, and then swung out and slashed at the taller man's neck. The taller body came to a standstill, then slowly fell to the ground. How can you learn to chop people up with such skill? When the three people behind them saw the fat man fall to the ground, they didn't dare to take it lightly anymore and were preparing to go together. Hey, wait! Bro, I'm a bit nearsighted, can you see if there's something moving over there? One of the people sitting on the ground saw what seemed to be shaking in the distance behind Li Xingyue, then tugged on the person next to him. The man next to him was resting, and with a burst of annoyance at being yanked, he drew a glance forward. What the hell, it's just 4 people. Oh, that's okay then, huh? 4? The conversation between the two instantly attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked behind Li Xingyue. Li Xingyue also turned her head to look at the sound and found that at 200 meters there were indeed 4 figures walking this way. Oh, they are indeed still here. Li Xingyue's heart that had been hanging in the air was completely placed in her stomach. In a minute's time, the 4 necromancers came close to the crowd. Tyrant carried a flask of wine, which he brought to his lips every now and then to take a sip. Shura had 3 cigarettes in his mouth and couldn't stop exhaling smoke rings. The nun took a small mirror and scrutinized her blooming face. Blood Moon held a nail clipper, looking down and sharpening her nails. At this point almost all the men were staring at the nun and the Blood Moon with wide eyes and lustful faces. All the women and a few of the men, on the other hand, looked at Tyrant Shura with a look of spring in their step, as if they were already out of water. I say, these 2 women are too pretty. I can't, I feel like I'm going to surrender. Boy, leg play here. Everyone was stunned by their unbelievable face value and couldn't return to their senses for a long time. But it was normal, even Li Xingyue, who had spent the most time together, was still lost in thought for a moment when she saw them again. At this point, there were already quite a few people who couldn't hold back the desire that was bursting within them and were planning to walk forward. Only a few were slightly more awake, and all had puzzled looks on their faces. Why do they always feel familiar? I have that same feeling, like I've seen it somewhere before. Don't be ridiculous, you guys aren't trying to say that these 2 women look like your first love, are you? Ha 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 ha. One boy looked at the faces of the 4 and felt like he must have seen them somewhere, but racked his brain and just couldn't remember. Li Xingyue turned her head to look at the nuns and the others, speechlessness written all over her face. Why don't you guys wait until I'm dead? Chapter 25 10,000 Corpses Pilgrimage. Li Xingyue's tone was filled with sultriness. Shura heatedly smiled after hearing this and walked over to sit next to him. Older brother, after we heard you shouting we immediately rushed this way, we didn't dare to delay for a moment. Shura was full of sincerity when he said it, but he was poked through by Tyrant on the spot. Just now, we were preparing to come over, and Shura insisted on playing another hand of fighting landlord. ITM knew you kid was the most doggy. Li Xingyue was so angry after hearing this that he swung his fist at Shura's shoulder. Seeing that the lie was punctured, Xiu Luo was also slightly embarrassed, and immediately took out a cigarette from his pocket and stuffed it into Li Xingyue's mouth and lit it. Older brother, don't listen to Tyrant's nonsense, he's just trying to stir up our brother's relationship. Li Xingyue snorted coldly and cast her head to the side. The conversation between a few people was heard by a group of people on the opposite side of the room, and they were a bit confused. Did I hear correctly, just now he called these 2 Tyrant and Shura? Like, no, that's what I heard. Could it be that a few of them are really 8th Order Corpse Kings? I remembered when you said that, these guys look exactly like the pictures on the Corpse King's bounty list. It turned out that the few people on the opposite side were really 8th Order Corpse Kings. It was only then that the crowd reacted, their whole body unconsciously raising goosebumps and their scalps tingling. Some were already planning to turn and run, though most thought their legs were too weak to walk. As for the short man with the gun before, although he was also scared to death, but after thinking about the conversation between the previous few people and felt that something was not right. Wait a minute, everyone, don't panic. These guys are definitely crooks. If they are really Corpse Kings, how can they be so amiable to this kid? And how come these guys don't look like high rankers? They must have disguised themselves as Corpse Kings by some means. Once the short man's triple explanation came out, the people around him calmed down quite a bit, and began to analyze and think, realizing that what the short man had said made quite a bit of sense. Right. How could an 8th order corpse king mix with a 1st order human? Yeah, if they were really of the 8th rank, we would have died countless times already. That's right, what kind of zombie smokes and drinks, and doesn't know how to act like one? After a few words from everyone faded away from fear and started laughing again. Damn, I have to clean up these 2 women later. Hey everyone, don't grab it, everyone present has a share, come in line later. Li Xingyue looked at these people who were still playfully talking dirty. Brave. You guys are so brave. After taking the last puff, Li Xingyue flicked the cigarette away, stood up and took a few steps forward, scanning around the crowd. It's not good for you guys to be so disrespectful to the 8th order corpse king. I was going to be merciful and plead for you guys. TSK. This kid is in too deep. Hey, don't say that, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have seen these 2 little beauties. Oh exempt, this brother has a point, it seems that we still have to thank this kid. Blood Moon frowned at this point and put down her nail clippers, cut the crap and just kill it. After saying that, he was ready to do it. Wait. Li Xingyue hurriedly stopped Blood Moon and came to his ear and said something. The originally fierce-eyed Blood Moon froze for a moment after hearing this, and then a playful smile flowed out. After seeing that Blood Moon agreed, Li Xingyue then whispered a few words into the ears of Tyrant, Shura, and Sister respectively. The 3 of them also froze for a moment after hearing this, then they all nodded their heads in agreement, especially Shura, who patted his shoulder and kept laughing maniacally. It's still you kid who has a lot of ghost ideas. Tyrant, Sister, Shura, and Blood Moon all closed their eyes at this point, and then there was no other movement. This operation directly dumbfounded the group of people on the opposite side of the room. What are these guys doing? Why are their eyes closed? Who knows, staged. Whatever, I can't stand it, I'm going first. Seeing that they were starting to get stupid and were ready to pull out their guys and go forward, Li Xingyue, however, put her index finger to her mouth and shushed, signaling the crowd to keep quiet. Soon, all 4 tyrants opened their eyes and nodded to him. Li Xingyue knew that now he just needed to wait quietly and looked at the crowd once again. Hopefully you guys will still be able to laugh later. The crowd was a bit baffled by his words, and some had already sensed that something was wrong because Li Xingyue's few people had not shown any semblance of panic or fear from the beginning to the end when they faced them. Captain, I think it's better to just finish them off, it's always inexplicably creepy to stay here. Yeah, I feel the same way, we're too far away from Freedom City now, let's hurry back to turn in our quest after killing them. Several captains were also wavering by their teammates urging, after all, they came here with the idea of exploring Star Ocean City, but now that things didn't work out, they were always a bit reluctant. Boom boom boom. Did you guys hear anything? I heard it, and I felt as if the earth shook. The vibrations then began to mount. It's not an earthquake, is it? Look around you guys. Everyone looked around and realized that something dark and unknown was moving rapidly this way in the distance. As the distance continued to shrink, the crowd was able to see it. Morning. Why are they all zombies? Run. Where to run? We're already surrounded by them. Everyone was in a panic, wanting to run but not knowing where they could go. If it was just dozens or hundreds of zombies, they wouldn't have panicked too much, and even if it was hundreds of zombies, they could still do their best to stand out and then drive away. But it was clear that there were tens of thousands of zombies in front of them, and even if all of them were of the 6th rank, they were probably in trouble, not to mention that they weren't even of the 3rd rank. It's over, I've only just become an evolutionary and I haven't even started enjoying it yet. Woo. You're only at the 1st rank, I just rose to the 2nd rank yesterday. Soon, the zombie army stopped at 50 meters and formed a circular encirclement, then half-kneeled on the ground in unison and lowered their heads. Li Xingyue was also shocked by the sight. Looking around, the blackness was full of zombies, one could not see the end at all. Holy, how many is that called for? I told them a few thousand would be fine, but this must be 100,000. Now it's a veritable pilgrimage of corpses. Turning his head, he couldn't help but give the 4 of them a thumbs up. Chapter 26, It's not easy to come back, drink and leave again? Li Xingyue once again lit a cigarette and walked over to the short man, spitting the smoke in his face. Laugh, why don't you guys laugh? Is it that you don't like to laugh anymore? I've always said that my boss is an 8th order corpse king, but you guys just don't believe me, so what can I do? Now you finally believe it, my big brother is really an 8th order corpse king, ha ha. Snap. Li Xingyue slapped 5 times hard on the short man's face, and then walked towards the muscular man and similarly slapped him a few times, slapping his hands raw. Both of their faces instantly swelled up, red like a monkey's, but both of them didn't dare to move a muscle. Li Xingyue walked to a young man with a face full of pimples. Just now he yelled the most high. Li Xingyue again is a slap out. Continue to yell. You just were not quite able to fool it? The young man covered his face, not daring to say a word. Big brother, we didn't know that you had such a hard background, otherwise we definitely wouldn't have dared. Yeah, we've been larded up to do this, we're actually good people. Yes, please spare us, we don't want any of our points, we'll give them all to you. One person took the lead, and everyone else responded by following suit, kneeling on the ground and constantly kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. All with a sniffle and a tear, a little bit without the arrogance of just now. Do not know will definitely think that they are the victims. Li Xingyue is the bad guy. Oh? Give me all the points? Li Xingyue uttered in doubt. Hearing this, it was as if the crowd had seen a ray of hope, and they all started nodding their heads. Yes, all yours, and our weapons, equipment. Yes, we don't want anything, and I have 2 other lovers in town, both of them for you too. Yes, I only beg you to spare our lives. We promise to never go against you in the future. Li Xingyue held up her chin and thought for a moment. Alright, I'm not an unreasonable person, I won't kill you if you guys turn over your points. Everyone was overjoyed to hear this, and they all couldn't wait to turn the points of the bracelet around. Not only did the short man turn his points around, the gun was also given to Li Xingyue, while his mouth kept saying thank you. Li Xingyue is also the first time to touch the gun. The feeling is really different from the Yellow River that I spent $5 or $6 to buy when I was a child, the portion to be more adequate, at the same time the texture is ALS. Oh, too much. Li Xingyue stroked the gun and looked at the short man. How does this thing work? The short man immediately began to explain. You pull the bolt, aim and pull the trigger, it's very simple. Oh, so. Li Xingyue pulled the bolt, then aimed at the short man. By you. Bang. A gunshot rang out. A bullet-sized hole appeared in the short man's head, and then he fell straight backward. This operation directly stayed at the back of the group, did not say good not to kill it, this is what? Li Xingyue, on the other hand, had a very innocent expression. Ouch, accidentally went off. I'll be damned if I believe you. The crowd couldn't help but start worrying about their fate at this point. Unexpectedly, at this time, Li Xingyue waved her hand. You guys go, I won't kill you. After saying that, the zombies moved to the sides tacitly, leaving a path more than 10 meters wide that stretched to a great distance. The words were like heavenly music, and all of them were like amnesties, climbing up and running outside. Tyrant handed over a bottle of beer and uttered suspiciously, I didn't realize you were still a great guy, just letting them go. Unexpectedly, after Li Xingyue finished a mouthful of beer, she was also puzzled and voiced out, when did I say that I would let them go? This kind of mutilation of the same kind of people don't kill and keep them for the new year. The tyrant realized what it meant at this point and smiled slightly, then gave the zombies an order, and in the distance a scream continued to ring out. Seeing that it was over, Li Xingyue was about to speak again when she noticed that Yellow Tooth moved a bit, as if he was about to awaken. We can't let him know about our relationship yet. Shura heard the second to understand. According to the yellow teeth of the neck came a hand of knife. Yellow Teeth immediately did not move. Li Xingyue couldn't help but give Shura a thumbs up. Tyrant, it's hard to come back. Have a drink before you go? Li Xingyue had thought that the tyrant wanted to ask what news he had poked around on the human side, but he didn't realize that he actually wanted to drink. Okay, it's been a tough few days. I'm not well fed or dressed, let's go. The 5 of them then took Yellow Tooth back to a villa in Star Ocean City. After placing the Yellow Teeth aside on the ground, the 5 of them opened a case of wine and chatted as they ate. What have you guys been doing for a while? You wouldn't have been playing cards, right? Li Xingyue was very curious. Tyrant stuffed a peanut, we're not like you, we don't have to kill zombies, we must be playing. Shura lit a cigarette and took a drag. Hiss, nonsense, this bot has been busy doing big projects, there is no time to play. Doing projects? What kind of project are you a zombie doing? Shura said this in a way that Li Xingyue found puzzling. Blood Moon swallowed the chips in his mouth. He recently got tired of playing landlord and wanted to play consoles. It's not like he's been looking for humans to restore power lately. After chatting for half a day, Li Xingyue realized that they were living a really tasty life, so compared to their own life these days was simply not like a human being. The nun couldn't help but voice out as she looked at Li Xingyue. It seems that the recent harvest isn't small, they've all become evolved. Do not say okay. As soon as said Li Xingyue feel tears to fall out of the eyes. I almost died several times in the past 2 days. Do not see that I have a lot more gray hair. Picked up the nun's small mirror and looked at it, found that gray hair actually accounted for 20% of the hair. Holy, this is too bad for the image. No, have to dye it. Li Xingyue put down the bottle. You guys drink first. I'm going to find some hair coloring cream. I need to dye my hair back. After saying that, he walked out of the villa and found a bike in the neighborhood, so he rode it towards the big shopping mall nearby. Rode a full 20 minutes, which saw a large supermarket, and then went in straight to the living supplies area, taking half a day this only to find the black hair coloring cream. Then he found another brush for his shoes and headed back. When they returned to the villa, several people were still drinking wine, and by now the house was filled with smoke. Shura, can't you smoke one cigarette at a time? Li Xingyue put down her things and opened all the windows in the living room. Shura bristled. Che, you're just a little piece of trash, and for your information, I can smoke 10 cigarettes together now. Tyrant, on the other hand, was full of disdain. What's that to you? Watch me dazzle 10 bottles in one gulp. Li Xingyue lowered her head to dismantle the bag of hair coloring cream, without lifting her head. I tell you too, smoking and drinking can kill essence. You two pay attention. In case you meet a beautiful female zombie in the future, don't stand up. After glancing at the instructions, Li Xingyue squeezed the hair coloring cream onto the shoe brush and began to apply it on her head. Chapter 27, Coloring the Hair of an 8th Order Corpse King. Green, purple, red, pink. Li Xingyue brushed her head with a shoe brush one at a time, and her hair started to turn black to the naked eye. Took a look in the mirror and realized it worked pretty well. The instructions said it needed to sit for a while. Li Xingyue put down the brush, returned to the sofa, opened a bottle of beer and continued to drink. Shura felt very amused to see all of Li Xingyue's hair turn black and couldn't help but reach out and touch it. This is not bad, I want to try it too. Li Xingyue immediately smacked Shura's hand away. You don't have any gray hair, Diadora. Shura touched his hair. I think if I dyed my hair red, I'd be designated to be incredibly handsome. Tyrant actually agreed quite a bit at this point. I think I can get a purple hair, it should be good. No way, Tyrant, you're drunk? Li Xingyue reached out and touched Tyrant's forehead and found that there was no fever either. Blood Moon actually became interested. Then I'll dye it green. The nun was equally defiant. Then let's see, I want gray hair. Li Xingyue looked at the 4 people face written full of speechless. I simply dye a hair only, you do not to this Just as she was about to say something, the nun suddenly got up, and Li Xingyue was wondering what else she was going to do, but she realized that she walked straight to Yellow Tooth's side, and swung out with a hand slash. The nun also couldn't help but explain when she saw Li Xingyue's strange expression. He was about to wake up just now, so... Poor Yellow Teeth, TSK. Seeing that everyone was so fervent about coloring their hair, Li Xingyue waved her hand. Depart. Target them all. Before the words left his mouth, Tyrant and Shura instantly disappeared from the couch, and Blood Moon was nowhere to be seen immediately after. You guys are so fast, I can't keep up. At this time, the nun who remained in the same place and didn't move pulled up Li Xingyue's hand. It's fine, it's not with me. Li Xingyue looked at the nun's stunning face. Hey, you're still the best Li Xingyue hadn't even finished what he wanted to say before he was pulled away by the nuns in a split second, and a few seconds later, when he opened his eyes again, he was already within the mall. Holy, that's gotta be a rocket. Looking back, I saw that the 4 were already picking out their favorite colors. Tyrant, do you think I should be half purple and half black? You're trying to say gradual change, aren't you, big brother? Shura, I think this sunset red is good. Dogbay, that's called Sea King red. Blood Moon, this green seems to be too green. And you know it, that's almost as good as a green meadow. Sister, Star Moon, you choose for me. Good. Now the pressure is on number 3, Lee Sing Moon. But his aesthetics were not great, and after half a day of picking out what to choose, he inadvertently glanced at a pink bottle next to him. Holding it up and looking at the nun, his eyes looked up and down for half a second, looking at the nun with a little embarrassment. I think pink seems to suit you better with this temperament and long hair, don't you think? The nun thought for a moment, then nodded, revealing a smile. Yes, this is it. By this time the others had picked out the hair color they wanted. Blood Moon picked a Polaris green. Tyrant picked a starry purple. Shura is still the same Neptune red. After picking out and grabbing their tools, the group returned to the villa. Li Xingyue had just entered the house when she realized that Yellow Tooth had already woken up and was lying on the coffee table, frantically eating something. Damn, this kid woke up strangely fast, gave a gesture to the back. Blood Moon rushed straight forward and came at Yellow Tooth's neck. Clunk! Yellow Tooth lolled right back onto the coffee table. Alright you guys die, I'm going to take a nap. Li Xingyu finished speaking and was ready to take off her shoes and go into the bedroom. Unexpectedly, he was pulled by Blood Moon. What are you sleeping for? Help me finish dying first. You can just die it, I'm sleepy. But Blood Moon didn't let him off the hook. Who let you have experience? I won't. The tone was indescribably righteous. I died it once, just now, and you call that experience? There was no other way but to pull out tools and start dyeing Blood Moon's hair. Blood Moon had short hair, her hair was very soft and smooth, and it was the first time that Li Xingyue observed her so closely, and found that Blood Moon was really white, and her body revealed an aroma. Huh, don't all zombies stink? Li Xingyue muttered in a small voice. But Blood Moon had sharp ears. You want to die? Please don't interrupt my work. Soon, after a while, Blood Moon's hair turned green, and he continued to tinker with it for another half a day as instructed. Done. Okay, I'm going to bed. Wait Star Moon, you can dye it for me too. Li Xingyue was just heading for the bedroom when she was unexpectedly called by the nun again. I wanted to refuse sternly, but when I turned my head and saw the angelic face of the nun, I lost the idea. Lifting the nun's long hair to the back and starting to color it bit by bit, Li Xingyue was surprised to find that there was actually an aroma coming from the nun's body as well. The scent on her and Blood Moon wasn't quite the same as an industrially created perfume, giving him more of a body odor. Li Xingyue smelled a little infatuated and couldn't help but speak her inner thoughts. Sister, you also smell good. The nun didn't say anything when she heard Li Xingyue's words, but her ears slowly started to turn red. In an instant, it was as if Li Xingyue felt an ambiguous scent permeating the air. Unexpectedly, two untimely voices appeared, interrupting this wonderful moment. Tyrant was so full of stifled laughter that his face turned saucy purple. I didn't say anything, huh? It's not funny at all. Pohahaha. This whole operation between the two caused a blush to appear on the nun's face as well, while on the contrary, Li Xingyue's face was but black. Damn, if it wasn't for the weather today, I'd have to beat you two up. Soon the nuns were done with their pink coloring. He was about to go to bed when Tyrant and Shura pulled him back in a friendly and kind manner. There was no way around it, so Li Xingyue could only continue to work for more than an hour before she was done. From now on, don't call me for anything unless the sky is falling. After saying that, Li Xingyue directly went into the bedroom and fell asleep. In her sleep, Li Xingyue seemed to have returned to the previous world, met her parents, had a meal with them, and the family sat together in a happy atmosphere. After an unknown amount of time, Li Xingyue woke up from her sleep and touched the corners of her eyes, not knowing when tears flowed out. Feeling the hunger emanating from his stomach, he put on his clothes and went to the living room, where the four of them were playing Fight the Landlord. At this time, looking at the four people again, Li Xingyue was slightly surprised inside. Chapter 28 8th Order Corpse King to infiltrate the human main city? Li Xingyue was surprised because he didn't expect his technique to be so clumsy, but the effect was extremely amazing after dyeing it. Of course the main thing was that the four were so naturally beautiful and had such a strong aura that even though the dyeing wasn't that good, it was overlooked by their powerful bodies and facial features. I thought you guys said the consoles were whole, why don't you play that? Shura drew a card and didn't look back. Those guys said they won't get it all done until tomorrow, so you can play it when you get back from your next King Bomb. Gah! So it is. Took a bottle of Coke out of the fridge and drank most of it. Hiccup. By the way, after I entered Freedom City I realized that the strength of humans now is still not to be underestimated. Are you guys just going to keep playing like this? Tyrant looked at the cards and kept thinking, then threw out a 2, of course not, we plan to enter the main human city after a while. This sentence confused Li Xingyue. What? You guys aren't looking for death by going straight into the city? Blood Moon looked at him. No, not only will we not die, but we'll be mixing it up much better than you. Blood Moon said this as if he understood, so you guys are planning to pose as humans and blend in? Then in that case wouldn't I have someone to cover me in Freedom City? Tyrant shook his head. You're only half right, we are going into the main cities, but instead of Free City, we're going into each of the 4 remaining main cities. It was then that Li Xingyue remembered the remaining 4 surviving main cities that they had talked about before. Steel City, Aurora City, Arc City, and Glory City. Holy, it's not like we'll be on separate sides of the world and no one can count on anyone when things go wrong. I don't agree. Li Xingyue immediately reluctant. The original Star Ocean City is not far from the Free City. There is something, come here they can still help, but to go, they will be less of a card in the future. Shura had a rare straight face at this moment. Actually, we don't want to leave either, but we're all nearing our breakthroughs, so continuing to stay here won't do any good. Holy. Breakthrough? To the 9th degree? Awesome. Li Xingyue gave a thumbs up. I won't say anything then, but how can I contact you guys when something happens? Tyrant pulled out a cell phone from his pocket at this time. Use this, I just got it from the high-level human side. When the time comes, you can just send messages and make phone calls. Li Xingyue took over the cell phone and opened it, and immediately uttered, So hung? Cell phones are getting it? Tyrant nodded. This is different from ordinary cell phones. It has been specially modified by the corpse hunters. Only humans who have reached a certain level have it. It's normal that you don't know. Scratch that, demeaned me a bit more. After unlocking the phone, I found that there are not so many fancy apps in here. The main useful ones are the phone and chat apps and maps. Tucking her cell phone into the innermost pocket of her clothes, Li Xingyue looked at the time and planned to say goodbye to them. After all, it had been out all day today, and it was time to go back and turn in the quest. Just then he suddenly thought of something. If the four of them went to the main city, wouldn't Star Ocean City be unguarded and anyone who came could get some supplies to go? Voicing out the doubt in his heart, Tyrant laughed a little. I was about to tell you, there's a zombie that will soon break through to the 8th rank, and it will stay in Star Ocean City. Oh so, but it doesn't know me either. What if it just kills me by mistake then? Shura came over and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, he knows what you look like and won't kill the wrong person. Look at your timid face. Well, I'm the one who chickened out. Okay, you guys play, I'm pulling out. After greeting the four people, Li Xingyue carried Yellow Tooth and walked away from the villa, looking around on the side of the road and finding a dilapidated SUV. Putting Yellow Tooth in the back seat, he drove off the way he came. Soon they came to the place where they had been besieged before, and looked around to find that there were no supplies of any good use. Then they came back to the place where the crowd had been karma, and found nothing but shredded clothes and broken flesh. Getting into the car and continuing to drive forward, he soon pulled up to where their group had parked at the time, and after comparing them, realized that 2 or 3 of the cars were okay, but he couldn't drive them back alone. I was thinking about which one to drive, but suddenly I heard a movement in the car, and when I turned my head, I realized that Yellow Teeth was awake again. It's really a case of dozing off and someone handing you a pillow. Yellow Teeth looked around blankly. Soon his eyes locked onto Li Xingyue, got out of the car and walked next to him, his face full of doubt. What's the situation here? I remember we are not running for our lives. Where are they? And did I get hit? Why does my neck hurt so much? Li Xingyue forced a smile and pretended to be unaware. I also wondered. I suddenly tripped when I was fleeing then I fell unconscious, and when I woke up again, I couldn't see anyone. Yellow Teeth frowned. It's still weird, huh? By the way, what did you just do? Li Xingyue then remembered and pointed at the several cars in front of her. Mumble, I was wondering which car to drive back. Yellow Teeth, after listening to a speechless face, you silly of course, I'll drive back, called on Louis them, 5 cars, this is not to hand. Why didn't I think of that? Yellow Tooth mentioned Louis before he remembered, and he didn't know how they were doing with their mission. Li Xingyue pulled out her communicator and realized that there were already several messages on it, all from Louis and the others. The message said that they had already done the quest and submitted it, and asked where they both were and if they needed help. Li Xingyue hurriedly edited a text message for them to head out of the city, while he and Yellow Tooth drove up in their car and prepared to meet the 3 of them. Soon after about an hour, the 2 of them saw the 3 Lu family brothers who were heading this way, and after picking them up, they headed towards Star Ocean City. Louis looked at the 2 of them and didn't have anything to do, and was also relieved. I couldn't get in touch with the 2 of you today, so I thought something had happened. Li Xingyue smiled. Today really happened quite a lot of things, but the good thing is that all the past, later to the place we each drive back, the car I see that there are some supplies, these are enough for us to be rich a sum of money. Lu Er was thrilled to hear it. Captain, La Wan, you 2 quietly did such a big job. Yellow Teeth did not say anything when he heard the compliment, he just smiled awkwardly, because he did not know what exactly happened afterward even now, it just felt like he slept for a long time and woke up already like this. An hour later, the crowd came to the parking place and picked 5 cars in the best condition to bring all the supplies from the other cars, then they went back to Freedom City together. As they entered the city gates, the rulers who were watching were shocked for a moment. Could it be that supplies were all so easy to find now? Chapter 29. The entire team injected with second-order potions. After passing through security, the group parked in front of the corpse hunt substation next to the plaza in Area C. Li Xingyue walked into the hall and found that Huang Qian happened to be there as well. Boss Huang, we got a few cars, come over and inspect the goods. Huang Qian was looking in the mirror stinking, suddenly heard Li Xingyue speak, froze for a moment, then followed to the outside of the hall, after seeing the 5 cars was also surprised for a moment. After looking around the 5 vehicles, he realized that they were all in good condition. You guys are really something, huh? Your team has fewer people, and each time you bring back the highest value of supplies instead. A few people were then called over to check the vehicles and supplies. Soon, it took less than half an hour to finish the calculation. Huang Qian counted the total number. These 5 cars and the supplies on them were worth a whole 3,152 points. Several people were also a bit shocked to hear that number. All 5 of them were very excited, because these 3,000 points were not quite the same as the previous time. This time it was basically like getting it for nothing. After turning the points around, a few people said goodbye to Huang Qian. Li Xingyue looked at the points in her bracelet, which totaled 5,652. It contained some of the points he already had, as well as those 5 squads from before that were transferred over before they died, and the 3,000 or so he had just gotten. Holy, what a wave of fat! Li Xingyu divided these points equally. Originally the 4 people refused because they really didn't put in much effort, but Li Xingyu thought that we were all on the same team, so we should definitely share the same blessings. Looking at the balance of 1,000 or so points, Li Xingyu was hesitant to buy a second-order evolutionary potion and directly inject it away now. Then he informed the 4 of his inner thoughts. Louis pondered for a while. I think we should buy it. With increased strength, the higher the probability of completing the mission we receive. The other 3 couldn't agree more. Seeing that everyone agreed, Li Xingyue went back to the corpse hunter branch, found Huang Qian, and voiced this idea. Oh, you want to buy a second-order potion, right? It just so happens that we have one left in stock here today. I'll take it for you. Soon after, Huang Qian came back with a small box, and after paying off 1,000 points, Li Xingyu took the potion and left. Several people returned to the dormitory. Li Xingyue sat on the bed and took out the potion in the box, and found that this second-order potion was white, completely different from the gray of the first order. Following the instructions given earlier, Li Xingyue inserted the injection into her arm and injected all the white liquid from the injection into her body. Lu San looked at him curiously. Captain, what do you feel now? Li Xingyue felt it and realized that she didn't feel anything. I don't feel anything at all. It hurts. Before he could finish, he felt pain starting all over his body and his muscles twitching while itching strangely. This pain seems to be more intense than the first order potion. 2 minutes later, Li Xingyue couldn't endure the pain in her body and directly fainted. Yellow Teeth's eyes widened. Holy, the second stage hurts so much? Lu San shook his head. I've heard that it's the greater the body's potential, the lesser the pain, and vice versa the pain will intensify, but that's not absolute. After about half an hour, Li Xingyue woke up again. At this time the pain in his body had disappeared. After feeling the changes in his body, there was no doubt that he had stepped into the second stage. One could clearly feel that his strength was stronger, while his body was also much lighter. Twisting his head, the 4 were playing the landlord. Louis saw that Li Xingyue had woken up and reached out to point to the side. We've all eaten, and we've made you a meal. Li Xingyu looked in the direction he was pointing and realized it was a bag similar to a takeaway. Opening it, she found that it was 5 steamed buns and 3 boxes of vegetables as well as a bottle of Sprite. Good lord, 2 meat and 1 veggie, back to the pot, shredded pork with fish and sautéed cauliflower, that's going to cost a lot of points. Taking out chopsticks, I picked up a piece of fat and lean huevos rancheros, put it in my mouth and chewed it. Fragrant. A feast ensued. Lu Er looked at Li Xingyue who was eating. Captain, what do you feel now? Is it possible to pinch the earth? Li Xingyue almost spewed out a mouthful. SHT pinch burst the earth. Pinch burst the steamed bun is more or less the same. It just feels like the strength is a lot bigger. And the amount of rice as well. Soon after eating and drinking all the Sprite in one go, Li Xingyue was contentedly lying on the bed and couldn't help but hum a little song. Lu San looked at him. Captain, what's our next plan? Are we still going to take normal missions every day? Do we need to find some new team members? As soon as they got down to business, everyone else put down their cards and Li Xingyue sat up. I do have some plans in my heart, but it's better to listen to your ideas first. Li Xingyue spoke in a grandiose manner, but she actually had no idea whatsoever in her heart. Lu Er, I think we can recruit 1 or 2 girls, matching men and women, so that we can work twice as efficiently. Louis, teammates can't be found indiscriminately. Our numbers are really low right now, but the missions are all relatively simple right now, so we can still cope for a while. Lu San, Big Brother is right, teammates can be found slowly. We first need to bring up everyone's strength. After the 3 brothers finished their speech, they all looked at Yellow Teeth, who froze for a moment, then pretended to contemplate for a moment. Well, in that case, well, yeah, I think so. That's the way it should be. Well, it's pretty good. Li Xingyue knew that he didn't have much of an idea either, and after synthesizing what the 3 had just said, she felt that Lu San was right. It was necessary to raise everyone's strength first before they could take on higher missions and earn more points, and in the post-apocalyptic world, being strong was the first priority. After organizing her words, Li Xingyue spoke, "Let's do it this way, now that we each have 1,000 or so points, tomorrow everyone will go to the Corpse Hunting Bureau to buy a second order potion, and after we all make a breakthrough, we'll pick up a D-ranked quest to practice." No one had any objections to the ideas he said, and then the group chatted a bit more and went to bed. As soon as they woke up the next morning, the 5 of them went to the cafeteria first, and after eating breakfast, they went straight to the corpse hunting precinct and bought 4 tubes of potion before returning to the dormitory. Li Xingyue sat on the bed. "You all start injecting, I'll keep an eye on you." The 4 nodded and started injecting, and soon all 4 reacted as well. All of them kept shouting out in pain and then lost consciousness a while later. "So that's what happened to myself yesterday." Li Xingyue just sat quietly beside her until after an hour or so, several people woke up one after another. Lu Er swung his fist and realized that he did have more strength. Lu Yi and Lu Er also jumped, their bodies were indeed light. Yellow Tooth, on the other hand, turned his back to the crowd, lifted up his pants and took a look inside, then skimmed his lips. "There's no change here either. Could it be that the evolution potion has no effect on this area?" Chapter 30, All Second Order, Receive C+ Mission. Li Xingyue and the 3 brothers quietly came behind Yellow Tooth and took a look downward, instantly shrieking out in shock. Lu Er bellowed, "Holy, there's a little worm here." Lu San hurriedly rolled up his sleeves. "Old Huang, don't move, I'll help you pull it out." Louis, on the other hand, shook his head and took out his fire engine. "So much fur, it's not easy to find, I'll start a prairie fire first." Only then did Yellow Tooth realize the 4 people behind him, and with a red face hurriedly fastened the waistband of his pants. Li Xingyue raised her hand and realized that it was now almost 9 o'clock. "Come on brothers, check out the mission. Walk." A few people put on their combat uniforms and picked up their long knives to the mission hall of the corpse hunting branch, and found that there were already quite a number of people here, looking like they were all picking out a mission. "Boss, let's pick this E-rank to kill first order zombies. E-ranked quests have no fuel, you can't earn many points by working hard, let's choose E+ or D-ranked." "Huh? But boss, we're all first rank." Some squads were constantly fretting over what missions to pick, as they couldn't complete the ones with a high mission level and had fewer points for the ones they could complete. Yellow Tooth stroked his chin. "It's still smarter for us to raise our strength first, so we don't have to be like them." Louis, on the other hand, shook his head. "It's not that we're smart, but we're lucky. The squads that are at the same time as us are basically still at the first rank now, and the ones that can rise to the second rank are few and far between, and they're all captains." Lu San nodded. "Right, if it wasn't for the captain getting so many points, it would have been at least some days before we could save up the points needed for evolution." "Well, enough about that, look at the mission." The 5 began to split up to check the quests posted on the quest panel. After 10 minutes or so, everyone gathered again. "Captain, there's no D-ranked mission released at all today." "Yeah, it's not like we're worth going out on an E-ranked mission." Li Xingyue pondered for a moment. "Otherwise, let's see what's easier at C-rank." The 4 of them nodded and then came to the C-rank quest bar. C-level mission. Quest description: there are 2 level 3 zombies in the village not far from the southern entrance and exit of Freedom City. Bring back the crystal cores. Mission reward: 4,000 points plus 400 experience. C+ mission. Mission description: a 4th order zombie appears in the town 20 kilometers away from the southwest entrance of Freedom City. Bring back the crystal core. Mission reward: 4,000 points plus 400 experience. Lu San, Captain, both quests have the same reward, which one to choose? Li Xingyue was also a bit puzzled. If it was about the rewards alone, then it didn't matter which one he chose, but with 2 third order and 1 4th order, it was a bit hard to choose. "You guys here to pick another mission?" The 5 turned their heads and realized it was Huang Qian again. Yellow Tooth nodded. "Yeah, struggling to decide which of these 2 quests to pick, having trouble choosing." Huang Qian went up to take a look and was surprised again when she realized that they were C and C+ level missions. "Why have you all started looking at C-level missions? It's a bit early for you guys, right?" Lu San laughed a little and came to her ear. "Not early, we are all at the second rank now. We originally wanted to choose D rank, but realized that there was none, that's why we came to see C rank." Huang Qian saw the approaching Lu San, her face unconsciously flushed a little, nodding her head. "I think I should go for C+. It's not difficult for you guys to deal with the third order zombies, but with the 2 added together, you guys might be a bit frazzled." After hearing this, several people felt that there was some truth in it, although the 4th order zombies were strong, but they had already cooperated to kill the 3rd order when they were in the 1st order, so they could try to challenge the 4th order this time. "Okay, then, let's go with a C+ on this one." Li Xingyue directly accepted the quest, and soon the location of the quest was labeled. "This mission is a bit far, it'll take us more than half a day to walk there." Yellow Tooth fretted a bit. Huang Chen giggled after hearing this. Have you guys not rented a car yet? The corpse hunting branch can provide a vehicle, you only need to pay the rental fee. Oh, there's such a service? Then rent one. Huang Chen brought a few people to the back of the square in a large warehouse. The space inside is very large, at this time has been piled up with vehicles, old and new, but still the old car is more, but the color is slightly different. Huang Qian pointed to an SUV. You don't have to rent a particularly good one for your mission. A new one like this one that's 50 or 60% new is good, the price is right, and it's not halfway out of order. Li Xingyue walked up to the car and realized that it was a medium-sized SUV with a high chassis, so the passability must be good. Okay, this one it is then. How many points? Huang Qian stretched out a finger. Only 10 points. Ah, quite cheap, said intended to set the bracelet. Huang Qian shook her head. You're overthinking it, it's 100 points. Is it so expensive to rent a car? It's enough to pay for my meal for a day. Huang Qian spread her hands. There's no way, the entire free city is at this price. There was no way, no matter what the car still had to be rented. After shelling out the money, Li Xingyue's 5 people got into the car, and after saying goodbye to Huang Qian, they drove towards the outskirts of the city. Li Xingyue was in charge of navigation and Louis drove. After an hour or so, it was time to arrive at the mission site, which was a slightly larger town, and at this point there were some zombies scattered around the town, but not many. Several people parked at the edge of the town, then grabbed their long knives and headed inside. Whenever they got close to the zombies, they would hiss and charge, but they were all a bunch of first-order zombies, with the occasional second order, and they were all easily resolved with tacit cooperation. Soon, they arrived at the center of the town, where there were a little more walkers gathered, about 30 to 40. Li Xingyue gave the 4 a look, and the 4 instantly understood in seconds before slowly approaching the zombies. The zombies in the distance also discovered the 4 at this time and hissed as they rushed over. After a messy kill, the zombies all fell to the ground. After picking up the crystal cores, the 5 gathered together again. This 4th order hasn't shown up, is he planning to shade us? It's possible, the 4th order is supposed to be a little smarter than this garbage, we can try to seduce a wave. A few people chipped in for a while, then Li Xingyue stayed where she was, while the 4 yellow teeth went in the other direction as one. Li Xingyue took out a cigarette from his pocket and smoked it, and as he smoked it, he absently surveyed his surroundings and realized that there was no movement, it had been quiet. Not falling for it? That's a tough one. Li Xingyue was about to retrieve the distant crowd, but just then, a subtle sound came from the side. Here we go. Quietly signaling to the distance, Li Xingyue held the cigarette in one hand and gripped the long knife with the other. Roar! A sudden roar came from behind him. Li Xingyue suddenly turned around and realized that a zombie was lunging towards him. Holy, that big? Chapter 31, Killing a 4th Order Zombie, the harvest is full of rewards. At this moment, a zombie that was over 2 meters tall was lunging at him with its arms outstretched. Li Xingyue hurriedly dodged to the side and retreated, while the 4 people in the distance also ran close by now and surrounded the zombie. The large zombie was a bit lighter in skin color than the lower-rank zombies, while its body was taller and stronger. At first glance I thought it was a basketball player. Luer was surprised. Good lord, this thing is too big, can we finish it off? Yellow Tooth was a bit scared. Let's run if we can't, I feel like we might not be able to handle it. Lu San observed, this zombie's speed is not as fast as imagined, most likely limited by its size. In that case, we're not completely hopeless, so I'll try firing 2 shots first. Li Xingyue finished speaking and pulled out a pistol from her bosom, then aimed at the big zombie's head and fired 2 shots. Bang! Bang! Since the zombie was constantly moving, it only got 1 shot in the neck, which just had a small hole in it that was bleeding black blood out. The shot didn't do much damage to it, but instead enraged the big walker. No, its skin is too thick. What then? Run? Run a door. A few people dodged and exchanged quick words at the same time. Look, Louis, you take the gun, give it a few shots when you get the chance, Lao Huang and the rest of us will circle around with it, if he's too tall to move, we'll cut his legs. Li Xingyue briefly said the combat orders, and then a few people nodded and prepared to fight the big zombie for a bit. The big zombie had to bend down every time he tried to grab someone because he was too tall, which left the crowd with a chance to fight. Whenever it was about to bend down and grab someone, a few people behind it would utilize their long knives to slash its calves. However, the skin of the 4th Order zombie was indeed too thick, and the long knives of several people had all cut and rolled their blades, and had only just cut off a small half of the joints. Damn, this thing is too skinny. It's not good, my knife is broken. Cut the crap, today is the day to smash its calves. Several people kept dodging and taking turns to attract the attention of the large zombie, but at this point, everyone's knives were no longer functioning properly and couldn't do much damage to the zombie. Lao Huang, Lu San, let's move this rock up. The three of them, Li Xingyue, combined their efforts to lift up a half-human high boulder, and then rushed towards the big guy. Clunk! Click! The boulder impacted on the zombie's left leg, which was directly broken, and the zombie's tall body, which was already a bit shaky, suddenly fell to the ground. The large zombie kept hissing and trying to get up again, but couldn't hold his body upright properly. He stopped after 2 tries, though, and then continued to lunge at the crowd on his half-knees. It's not good. It's okay. Keep messing with its right leg. The big zombie was now moving quite a bit slower than before, which gave a few people more room to maneuver. The 3 men raised the boulder again, and would have smashed it again into the calf joint. Wait, while we're at it, just bash it in the head. Seeing that the zombie's attention wasn't on the 3 of them at this point, the trio rushed straight for the upper half of the body, then slammed the boulder down hard on the head. Bang! Click! As the boulder hit the ground, there was also a soft cracking sound of bone that accompanied it. It's done? The big zombie was no longer moving at this point, and the surroundings were quiet. Lu San observed for a moment, then suddenly signaled the crowd to stop, walked to the side, and started an SUV. After letting the crowd to the side, Lu San started the vehicle, and then stepped on the gas, the car instantly like a beast toward the big zombie constantly approaching, and then the body directly from the zombie right half of the body crushed and passed. Roar! A roar came from the large walker just as the car ran over it, and its body began to flail continuously, though its movements were sluggish. Heh, so you just played dead. It's still the oldest of the 3 fine ones, or it would have had to tickle me as soon as I got close enough just now. Several people talked as they approached the large walker, which was still struggling at this point. Guys, get in the car and let's give it a few more hits. A few people looked around, only 3 were drivable, and then kept running over the walkers. After about half an hour, the walkers finally stopped moving at all. It should be completely dead. A few people got out of the car, examined it, realized that it was indeed dead through and through, and moved the boulder out of the way, instantly revealing the smashed and dented zombie head. Prying open the basketball-sized corpse head reveals the solid blue crystal core lying inside. Yellow teeth, today is really thrilling. Louis nodded, luckily, it's too big to move, otherwise we might not even be able to run. Lu San looked at the blue crystal core, it's good that the mission was accomplished, but our strength is too low, it's still too much of a struggle to kill the 4th rank. Li Xingyue rested for a moment, raised her hand and realized that it was already a little afternoon, and told the people to look around the town to see what supplies they could bring back. 2 hours later, the crowd gathered again, but none of them had much in the way of supplies in hand, and there were only 2 more vehicles that could be driven. Alright, today is also full of harvest, go back and hand in your tasks. A few people drove out of the town in 2 cars, and at the town's entrance, they picked up the cars that had come in, and began to drive toward Liberty. An hour later, several people were back in the lobby of the Corpse Hunter branch. Lu San beckoned to Huang Qian in the corner. Huang Qian bounced over and sized up the crowd, realizing that they were all covered in filth and their weapons were tattered. It's okay after all, it's a 4th order zombie, it's normal to not be able to beat it, it's good to be able to come back safely. Huang Qian couldn't help but make a comforting sound. A few people were all happy to hear her say that as well. Lu San pulled out the 4th order crystal core and handed it over to Huang Qian. Huang Qian looked at the blue crystal core in her hand and was surprised. Holy, you guys are really good, you've taken out all the 4th order zombies. The yellow teeth herd immediately called out, but do not say, almost died, thanks to it is not too smart, of course, mainly also lies in my wise and godly directly deterred it, otherwise, humph. Lu Er bristled, who's been talking about running and running and running? Li Xingyue hurriedly stopped the topic and looked at Huang Qian. Chief Qian, submit the mission, come check it out. Several people pulled out all the zombie crystals on their bodies, and then brought Huang Qian to the car again. After an accounting, Huang Qian directly transferred 6,235 points. These points mainly came from the zombie crystals and the 2 new cars, the supplies they searched for didn't contribute too many points. After transferring the points, Huang Qian glanced at the system. Congratulations, you have been promoted to a level 2 squad, the team can now hold 20 people. A few people were happy to hear that, but they weren't too excited, after all, they weren't planning on finding new teammates right now. Originally planning to say goodbye to Huang Qian, Li Xingyue suddenly thought of something. Mr. Sin, our knives are broken, do you know where to sell weaponry? Huang Qian raised an eyebrow after hearing this, followed by a hefty smile. Follow me. Chapter 32 Strolling through the weapon depot, purchasing second-order corpse weapons. Several people followed Huang Qian into a small door in the corner of the hall, which was a very long corridor. Huang Qian walked in the forefront. You guys shouldn't know much about this place. The corpse hunting branch isn't just a place to pick up and deliver quests. Then he pointed to the rooms on both sides of the corridor. In rooms like these, there are combat teaching rooms, where you can train your various physical abilities, combat awareness, and so on. The crowd followed the directions and looked to the sides, realizing that behind the glass were indeed all one large room with a lot of equipment, and many people were training at the moment. A lot of people don't have a strong sense of combat, and training here will allow them to improve quickly, so that when they face danger, they will also have more chances of surviving. A few people listened to some of the intention. After all, they are ordinary people. The real fight will only be that 2 strokes, and now can survive from the hands of the zombies. Most of them are still relying on the luck of the draw. So we can train here too? Huang Qian turned back and smiled at everyone. Sure, but you have to pay. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Soon, the group reached the end of the corridor, where there was a high-class-looking door. At this time, there was a person on each side of the door guarding it, and after verifying the information, several people entered it. After coming in, I realized that this is a weapons depot. It is estimated that there must be as big as a basketball court, all of which are cold weapons, knives, guns, clubs and sticks, finger tigers flinging sticks and so on. Holy, this place is cool. Huang Qian lightly coughed. This place is all cold weapons, mainly divided into 3 areas. These at the entrance are all applicable to the first order or below. You are all second order, you can walk inside. The 5 listened as they walked inside and saw the sign for a second order weapon. Weapons are still graded. Huang Qian nodded. Of course, these weapons with ranks are collectively known as corpse weapons, like that long knife you guys handed out earlier. It's a first order corpse weapon, that's why it's not very effective when facing 4th order zombies. Huang Qian finished pointing at the 1-meter-long black long axe next to her. You guys will know if you take this second order and try it out. The weight and quality is much higher than a first-order corpse weapon. After hearing this, the 5 people all came forward and each picked up a long axe, and found that it was indeed much heavier. The weight was very sufficient, and it looked as if it was not made of pure iron. Lu San waved his axe twice. If I had brought it today, that zombie would have definitely been a better fight. Several people nodded, then separated to find their favorite weapons. The yellow teeth. Several people also went to look at the third-order corpse weapons, but realized that the weight was particularly heavy, and it was very hard to hold it in their hands, so they stopped looking at it. Li Xingyue didn't look at the other weapons, and felt that the long axe in his hand was very good. It could be used for both chopping and knocking, and was very cost-effective. The other 4 looked around and ended up choosing the black long axe as well. Looking at the marked price, a handful actually cost 200 points. Holy, that's expensive. Several people spoke in unison. You guys think this is an ordinary weapon? The material used for this is? Forget it, you guys don't understand. Even if you say it, this is already cheap. Third-rank corpse weapons are even more expensive. Huang Qian blankly glanced at the several people and said without any goodwill. Well, the price was fine, it was worth it. Li Xingyue paid 1,000 points. By the way, don't you have any other weapons here, like heat weapons, guns, ammo, grenades, whatever? Huang Qian couldn't help but bristle. How could there not be? But hot weapons are more expensive. Finished speaking, Huang Qian came to the end of the third-order corpse weapon area. Here there is a white gate. Took out a card after brushing. The iron door opened. Several people found another corridor here, but it was guarded by a number of gun-toting men right here. After quickly walking to the end, he entered another room, which was a bit smaller, but was nevertheless stacked with modern weapons. On the walls, on the table, on the floor, all of it. It's also guarded by a couple of gunmen. Holy, it's an AWM? Holy, M416. Hey, it's actually a flare gun, BYU. Men may have a natural affinity for these things, and come in all lovey-dovey, touching this and looking at that. But here they were all labeled with prices, and an AWM sniper rifle actually cost 600 points, and that wasn't even counting the bullets. The M4 is even more expensive, at 1,200 points a handful. In comparison, the pistols were quite a bit cheaper, with the cheapest model only requiring over 100 points, exactly the same as the one in Li Xingyue's hand. Li Xingyue pondered for a while and looked at a few people. I think we can have a pistol for each person, and then 2 pikes of bullets for each person, and in addition let's buy another rifle or submachine gun, just in case. Several people listened and agreed to the proposal. This was followed by a pistol each, plus 2 rounds of ammunition. Li Xingyue after Huang Qian's recommendation chose a MP5 submachine gun, after all, and zombies are melee killing, submachine gun is more appropriate than rifle. The MP5 was labeled with 1000 points, and 30 bullets and a pike were labeled with 100 points, and Li Xingyue bought 60 of them. With the necessary kits for all the guns, including silencers, it cost 2200 points to purchase the hot weapons. Li Xingyue originally wanted to buy a few more grenades, but was stopped by Huang Qian. Huang Qian shook her head. Big brother, look at your combat uniforms, don't you think it's time to change? Follow me. A few more followed to a room full of clothing and shoes and hats and backpacks for combat wear. Huang Qian pointed to a set of black clothes, advanced combat uniforms, 500 a set, all matched from head to toe. So expensive. Li Xingyue exclaimed. So handsome. Yellow Teeth exclaimed. Okay, it's a necessity. You have to buy it. Another 2,500 points were paid out, and Li Xingyue didn't have many points left. Back to the hall again, several people have been refreshed, although the style of the combat uniform is exactly the same as the previous one, but the material used is indeed very different, probably now the clothes of ordinary zombies simply cannot scratch. Several people in Huang Qian were all happy, on the contrary, Li Xingyue was depressed and despondent. Huang Qian hammered him. Hey, Captain, not so much, how about this, I'll treat you guys to dinner today. Well, at least you guys have made me a lot of commission with this pickup. Huang Qian so said. Li Xingyue recovered a lot of spirit, looked at the four people. Since today by the Qian always pay the bill, we definitely have to give face, later on the Free City Roast Duck restaurant go. It was now after 7 o'clock, and a few people had indeed gotten a little hungry, so Huang Qian said hello and followed a few people towards the city. Chapter 33 Eating Roast Duck with Huang Qian and Understanding the World Situation. Soon several people arrived at the busy street in the very center of District C. Just as they entered the roast duck restaurant, the fragrance hit their noses. This duck restaurant is very good, but not many people are there now, mainly because it's expensive. Most of the people in Area C were of the first or second rank, and could only take on low-level quests and were rewarded with fewer points, so they only had enough points for basic daily expenses. Several people in the second floor by the window table sat down. Louis unwrapped a packet of cigarettes distributed to the crowd. I did not expect Huang Qian also smoked. The 6 people began to gulp. There are no cigarettes in the house, so I can't help but go out to buy cigarettes. I'll write again when I get back. Li Xingyue felt a little thirsty, so she asked the waiter for a case of beer. They don't drink when they are out on a mission, the only time they drink is when they come back at night. Gulping and gulping, soon half the bottle was in their stomachs and the cold beer refreshed them instantly. Sizzle, who got it? I wish every day could be like this. Beautiful you, do more quests. A few people had a chat and soon the roast duck and other meals were served. Li Xingyue picked up the roast duck and dipped it in the sauce, putting it in her mouth and tasting it. Is really fragrant. I don't know if it was because they hadn't tasted something so delicious in a long time, or if it was because there were girls present, but a few of them were extremely excited today. Yellow Teeth 2 bottles down, began to constantly blowing powerful, said he once one person dry over a few streets, once which main city's bearer. Luer, on the other hand, said that he had once experienced 1080p, and although Li Xingyue didn't understand what this meant, it sounded and felt awesome. Lu San, on the other hand, looked at Huang Qian from time to time and giggled. Louis is usually more mature and stable, today is also open to say a lot. Li Xingyue, this is to know that he was still a virgin. Yellow Teeth burst out laughing after hearing this. Ha ha ha, old Lu, are you not able to These words caused Louis to blush for a moment. Huang Qian, on the other hand, looked at Li Xingyue with some curiosity. They're all blowing awesome, why don't you join in? Li Xingyue glanced at her. General Chen, it's really not that I don't want to say it, but you all wouldn't believe me if I said it. Several people were curious at these words because especially the 3 Lu family brothers, they hadn't talked much about Li Xingyue's past even though they had spent some days with him. Yellow Tooth froze for a moment, then looked at Li Xingyue. Old Li, you're not going to say you drank with Corpse King again? The 4 Huang Qian people spoke in unison. Luer came over. No way, Captain, you have such an unknown past? Huang Qian, forced to cover the mouth of laughter, rushed him a thumbs up. Captain Li, should say not to say, blowing powerful piece of this still have to be you and on. I told you no one would believe me. Luer wiped the tears that came out of his eyes from laughing. Pa ha ha, Captain, I believe you. You call that faith? I believe you. Li Xingyue drank up the beer in his cup, then picked up a mouthful of food and put it in his mouth. I'm telling you guys, not only have we drank, but I'm still a brother to them, and not before that I just dyed their hair. Old Li is too humorous. I admit I got a chuckle out of that. Ha 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 ha. Obviously they all took all this as a joke, but it was normal. No one who heard it would believe that humans would live in peace with zombies, let alone the frightening 8th Order Corpse King. Well, back to the topic, Mr. Qian, you should have been in Freedom City for too long, looking for you to inquire about the news. Huang Qian also collected her smile after hearing this and sat up straight. Say, what do you want to know? Li Xingyue deliberated for a moment. Let's talk about the current situation first. I just escaped the other day. I don't understand a lot of things. Huang Qian thought for a moment. Currently, there are only 5 main cities left for humanity, excluding Freedom City. There is also Iron City, Aurora City, Arc City, and Radiant City. Freedom City's overall strength is the weakest, whether it's the size of the city, its population, the number of high-level evolvers, or anything else. Li Xingyue nodded. What about the strength rankings of the other main cities? Huang Qian shook her head. This is not so clear, but it is certain that Arc City is the strongest in terms of strength because it is the capital city, where the general administration of corpse hunting is located, and where the supreme rule of mankind exists. Louis also nodded lowly in agreement. It gathers the top human powerhouses there, and I've heard that it's also the main city with the highest number of 9th Order and 8th Order people. Freedom City is really nothing compared to Arc City. Lu San then pulled out a map and placed it on the table. Captain, you can tell by looking at the map, Arc City is to the east of US, and our remaining 4 cities are in the east, west, south, north and south of Arc City, protecting it tightly. Li Xingyue looked at the map and realized that it was really true. Yellowteeth kept picking his teeth with a toothpick. Oldly, let's put it this way, if Arc City is compared to a first-tier city, then Freedom City would be considered a third tier at best, because this place was very chaotic before the end of the world, and the government doesn't even care much about it. It turned out to be like this, but hearing this Li Xingyue was a bit puzzled and looked at a few people. Then since the remaining few cities are stronger and safer, why didn't you guys go? Several people smiled bitterly after these words. Captain, it's not that we don't want to go, but we simply can't get in. In the early stages of the end times when we could get in, from the later stages until now, it's very hard for an ordinary person to let you into the city, even if you are a low-level evolver. The vetting is very strict. Li Xingyue nodded. I see, then let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about Freedom City. What's the situation in Freedom City right now? Huang Qian clipped a piece of roast duck and stuffed it into her mouth. Freedom City's current city lord position is still vacant, but the higher-ups have arranged for an acting city lord, one who was previously transferred from another main city, but he's a bit of a bad match for the director of the corpse hunting branch over here, as well as the highest officer of the adjudicators. The adjudicators, as you no doubt know, are those gun-toting, uniformed men out there whose duty it is to keep the peace in the main city. Not to mention the head of the corpse hunting division is our boss. The strongest in Freedom City at the moment are the 3 of them. It can be said that they are the kings of this city. Li Xingyue heard and understood. Good guy, this is not properly a feudal official, a provincial governor. After all, every main city here was as big as a province in the previous world, so it was no exaggeration to say that. Li Xingyue thought of the streets and stores outside and looked at Huang Qian. Has mankind restored the old order now? Huang Qian laughed at his remark. You don't have a fever, do you? Can't you see that so many people die every day, that you don't have to sneak around whoring chickens anymore, that human nature is twisted? Don't look at the fact that we can now sit here and eat roast duck and drink beer, but no matter what, it doesn't change the fact that it has now become the end times. After these 10 years, the social order has long since changed. Yellowtooth smacked his lips as he looked at Li Xingyue. Oldly, sometimes I always feel as if you're not from this world. I'm really curious as to how you've come through these 10 years. Li Xingyue also blushed a little at being said. Really don't blame him for asking this, mainly he really didn't experience this dark decade. Chapter 34, Eating and Drinking, Re-Encountering the Corpse Fights. Li Xingyue hurriedly changed the topic. Huang Qian, how did you get into the corpse hunting branch? Huang Qian took a sip of wine after hearing this. That's a long story. To put it simply, I came in through connections. My father is a senior member of the Liberty City Corpse Hunting Branch, so he arranged for me to come in. Yellowteeth grinned straight. Yo, did not see out Qian total or official second generation it. Awesome, I toast you a cup. Huang Qian immediately laughed and scolded. You, come on, try. After some inquiries just now, Li Xingyue had gained quite a bit of new understanding and knowledge about the human camp. If one wanted to move up the ladder, one still had to go to the other main cities, or Arc City, since that was the most central place for humans. But the prerequisite is that one must improve his strength and reach the higher order before he can do so. It is estimated that the Arc City is already the 7th order everywhere, and the 6th order is as many as dogs. Li Xingyue raised her cup, intending to walk around with the crowd, but unexpectedly Yellowtooth suddenly looked out the window and called out. That's not that. Who is it? Called, Joe, what came? A few people came to the window to look down and found Zhou Yuxuan driving a convertible sports car and chatting with the boy in the passenger side, and there were two young men sitting in the back seat, a few of them were all smiles. Yellow Teeth said, "Hey, look at that, that's called living, this is called surviving at best." Huang Qian, on the other hand, eeped, "This isn't Zhou Yuxuan." Huang Qian finally remembered it this time. Yes, this is the man who supervised us in the preliminary exam at that time. After Zhou Yuxuan walked away, several people settled down. Li Xingyue looked at Huang Qian. "What's his origin?" Huang Qian knocked on the table. "I have to focus on with you guys. Zhou Yuxuan is a 5th order evolutionary, as well as the chief captain of the corpse hunting team in Area C of Freedom City. Which means that all the evolved people in Area C are under his direct control, including you. And of course, you guys don't usually cross paths with him, it's his men and teammates who handle things when they come up." Yellow Teeth bristled. "So he's a shirker, then he's a real zipper." Huang Qian smacked his yellow teeth. "Don't talk so nonsense outside, he's a 5th order, besides, his background is also very bullish, his elder brother, you guys definitely don't know who he is." "Who?" "Second in command of the Corpse Hunters branch chant." "Good man, another official." Huang Qian waved her hand. "Far from it, there is no need for you guys to understand this now, the main goal is to do more quests and improve your strength as soon as possible. The outer city is a refugee camp, and the sea area we are in can only be considered the outer perimeter of the free city. You'll know when you've raised to the 3rd rank and entered B. It's going to be so much stronger than this." "Good." Li Xingyue stood up and raised her wine glass. "We will soon enter Area B, and then we will often come to Area C to see your General Qian." Huang Qian let out a giggle after hearing this. "Captain Li, I forgot to tell you, I'll be going to Area B tomorrow, so I'll see you at the corpse hunting branch in Area B then." Li Xingyue froze for a moment after hearing this. "How did you transfer there?" Huang Qian spread her two hands. "My father has long wanted me to enter the city, it's me who has been unwilling to go, but after knowing you guys, I feel that it seems quite interesting to slowly witness you guys grow up. I hope that you guys can arrive at the 3rd rank as soon as possible." "Yes." At this moment, everyone stood up and raised their glasses together. "Then let's wish that we reach the 3rd rank soon." "Oh who?" The meal went on until after 10 p.m. Several people said goodbye to Huang Qian and prepared to go back to the dormitory to sleep. Louis took out a cigarette case and handed them over separately, and several people smoked while walking. At that moment, a young man suddenly emerged from the side alley, glancing from side to side, and then sneakily came over. "A couple of guys, do you want to see a show, the extra exciting kind, hee hee?" Yellow Teeth sized up the man for a few moments. "What's the show and how much is it?" The man held out a finger. "It's when two parties fight each other, the one we've been particularly popular with lately, 10 points per person, it's cheap." A few people seemed to understand something when he said this, and they were immediately interested. "Okay, lead the way." "Okay, this way." The young man led several people to keep weaving in and out of alleys, turning around and walking for more than 10 minutes before stopping at a small 2-story building that was extremely remote. There were a few people smoking at the entrance at the moment. Li Xingyu paid 50 points and a few people followed into the house. The young man walked at the front and came to a bookshelf, which, when pushed open, revealed an iron door behind it. After opening the iron door, a cacophony of voices came out. The young man turned around and said to watch out for the steps and walked in. Li Xingyue looked forward and realized that behind the door was a bunch of steps stretching downward, and a few people followed. After walking for about a minute or so, the sound at this point was getting louder and louder. Li Xingyue was in a bit of a trance, always feeling some sense of familiarity. Soon a few people came to the end of the steps, a small room of 40 or 50 square feet. The young man walked over to the door at the end of the room and twisted the knob to open it completely. "Gentlemen, prepare for a feast of violence." A few people entered the iron gate before realizing that there was something else here. And Li Xingyue finally realized what this place was after coming in. Another body fight. It was quite a bit smaller than the one he'd experienced before, but there was also maybe a 40 or 50 people on hand watching the show. Below the bleachers, there were 2 humans and 2 walkers fighting at the moment. The 2 humans were covered in blood and kept running while the walkers kept hissing and chasing them. Yellow Tooth and the 3 brothers were also stunned after seeing this scene. Yellow Teeth gulped. "I thought it was a strip show, I didn't realize it would be this." Louis's face was unsightly. "I just heard about it before, but I didn't expect there to be such inhuman performances." The spectators in the stands were in a completely different state than a few of them, all cheering continuously and watching the show with an excited look on their faces. Lu San shook his head, no longer able to bear the sight. How desperate those 2 down there should be. Desperate? Li Xingyuo was realistically feeling it, being treated like an animal for people to watch from below. That kind of taste can be really bad. Let's go. Yes. Chapter 35, Receiving a New Mission, Re-entering Star Ocean City. Not wanting to look any further, several people exited the iron gate and saw the young man who had led the way earlier sitting outside with his legs crossed, smoking. Very surprised to see a few people come out so quickly. How come a couple of brothers are out so soon? We have several shows behind us. Li Xingyue shook her head. We're tired and ready to go back and rest. The young man nodded. Okay, then I'll leave you a contact information. Next time you want to see it you can still find me. Li Xingyue pondered for a moment. I'm curious if you guys put on this kind of show, don't the higher-ups in the city care? The young man laughed out loud after hearing this. Brother, you don't understand, the first one to do it in Freedom City is the adjudicator. Who do you think dares to govern in this city? Besides, there are plenty of people in Freedom City who do this, but of course, basically they're not as red hot as us because we're not just the ones you see, we'll also have women and children, just not on today, ha ha ha. The faces of the few people who heard this became even more unsightly. Li Xingyue suppressed his inner anger and heavily patted the young man's shoulder twice. My friend, I will come back again when I have the chance, I hope you'll still be here by then, let's go. Li Xingyue finished speaking and left the room with a few people. Only the young man was left to cover his shoulder in pain, said inexplicably, but also so strong. A few minutes later several people were back on the wide street. It's depressing to be in there. Well, I didn't realize the ruler was leading this, doesn't the highest levels of humanity care? Louis sighed, the top management is estimated to simply do not know these, even if they know, will not manage who can know it, after all, today's time is already different from the past. Yellow Teeth spat on the ground, the adjudicator isn't any better. Li Xingyue had been silently smoking a cigarette, not knowing what was on his mind. Lu San glanced at him. Captain, why don't you say something? Li Xingyue's thoughts were interrupted and she let out an ah before reacting. Harm, I was just thinking about things. And what do you think about this, Captain? Li Xingyue weighed her words for a moment. The end of the world will completely stimulate the evil in human nature. What we see is just the tip of the iceberg, and mainly we don't have the strength to stop it. He paused slightly, then continued, therefore, it's better to raise our strength as soon as possible, so that we can first ensure that we ourselves won't be bullied. Alright, go back and rest early, we'll continue the quest tomorrow. Good, then let's see which one of us reaches the third rank first. That goes without saying, it's designated to be me, Mr. Huang. Bull, I, Lu Er, am the first to disobey. After this period of time together, Li Xingyue had a rough understanding of the four's personalities. Yellow Teeth, average guts, obscene to the core. Lu Yi, mature and steady, reliable. Lu Er, bold and courageous, with a big heart. Lu San, smart and witty, prudent and cautious. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, just after dawn. Li Xingyue was sleeping soundly when she was suddenly woken up by a slap on the face and sat up from the bed in direct confusion. Who the hit me? Looking up he saw Yellow Teeth bared in a big, straight smile. Seeing Li Xingyue's eyes filled with murderous aura, Yellow Tooth immediately curbed his smile and hurriedly changed into a concerned expression. Oh, is everything alright, Oldly? I just saw a mosquito on your face, this is not to help you slap it off. The three brothers all laughed after Yellow Tooth finished speaking. Knowing that Yellow Tooth was playing a trick on her, Li Xingyue copied her shoes and planned to settle the score with him. S to P. Streep. Yellow Teeth hurriedly called a halt. This is not the cafeteria is about to open, I'm afraid we cannot grab the first bowl of rice. Li Xingyue was speechless to the extreme at this point. I sometimes wonder if you and Shura are twins, all dogs. After getting dressed, a few people headed out the door. I came to the cafeteria to find that more than a dozen people had already come. Li Xingyue asked for 3 eggs, 3 buns, 2 fritters, plus 1 bowl of millet porridge. Well, a good day starts with breakfast, so let's eat. Louis and a few others also sat down next to each other with their plates at this time. Captain, I just listened to them chatting and said that there are quite a few more people from our Area C who have been promoted to the 3rd rank and entered Area B. It seems like we need to speed up. Yellow Teeth stuffed 3 eggs into his mouth and slurred, blanched, say I rice when you shiver these, to speed you put down the fries, now spread morning silk to go. Damn, shut up, you can't even gag yourself for dinner. In about 10 minutes or so, everyone had finished their breakfast. Louis again handed each person a cigarette. Yellow Teeth laughed out loud when he saw it. Hey, old Lou has become a smoke-scattering boy. Li Xingyue took 2 sips. Our goal today is a D-ranked mission. Let's see if there's a suitable one when we arrive. Several people quickly arrived at the quest hall. came to the quest release bar to take a look. Today's luck was good, there were really several D-ranked quests waiting to be picked up. Class D mission. Mission description: there is a level 3 zombie 20 kilometers from the south entrance and exit of Freedom City, bring back the crystal core. Mission reward, 2000 points plus 200 experience. Class D mission. Mission description: discover over 100 survivors 50 kilometers northwest of the entrance and exit of Freedom City and bring them all back. Mission reward, 5000 points plus 500 experience. Class D mission. Mission description: there is a town 35 kilometers north of the Liberty City entrance and exit, bring back 5 vehicles over 70% new. Mission reward, 2500 points plus 250 experience. D plus mission. Quest description: explore the outskirts of Star Ocean City and bring back supplies. Mission reward, based on the actual number brought back. A few people quickly looked over the 4D ranked quests. I think the first mission is the most suitable, the distance is close, and the third order zombies are not difficult for us to deal with. Indeed, bringing back the survivors that quest site is too far away, although the rewards are great, but so many people walking back don't know how long it will take. Actually, the car finding one was okay, not much danger. Several people were having an ongoing discussion about the tasks, when a slight difference of opinion arose. If we can't, we'll do the same as before, split up into 2 groups, one to kill the third rank and one to find the car. I think that's fine, Captain, let's take both of them. Li Xingyue did not take the quest directly as they expected. He shook his head, then looked at the crowd with a very determined expression. Brothers, let's take the last mission. With that, he directly picked up the quest. The 4 people beside him were particularly uncomprehending after hearing this and were about to speak, but they were interrupted by Li Xingyu. Brothers, I have a bold idea. Chapter 36: The Fifth Corpse King appeared, named Ghost Knight. Brothers, I have a bold idea. Once this idea is realized, we will definitely get rich. Don't ask yet, let's go rent a car and I'll tell you on the way. Li Xingyu looked around and did not find Huang Qian's figure. It seems that she has indeed gone to Area B. She casually found a staff member and brought them to the warehouse where the car was rented. Li Xingyue chose a 60-70% new SUV, paid 150 points, took a few people with him and drove out of Freedom City. Captain, can you say what you think now? Yellow Tooth nodded. Yeah, I've been holding it in for half a day. Louis was also a bit anxious. Yeah, there might be a Corpse King and quite a few zombies in Star Ocean City. Why do we suddenly have to go there? Li Xingyue thought for a moment. What to say? The main thing is that I met a few people in Star Ocean City last time, and I was thinking that maybe I could get them to help get us some supplies. Lu San was a bit hesitant after hearing this. Captain, if there are supplies, they won't just take them all for themselves. How would they be willing to share them with us? Yeah, so they must still have concerns. Oh, that's the thing. They don't want to go into the city, but they want to get some of Liberty City's supplies. We're a mutually beneficial partnership. Alright, relax, this way, when we get to the outskirts later I'll go in first to poke around and come back for you guys when I'm sure. But Captain. It's okay Sanner, don't worry. Li Xingyue interrupted Lu San's speech and drove straight towards the east of Star Ocean City. After a short while, they came to the place where they had been besieged last time. There are a couple of semi-derelict vehicles parked here at this time. Li Xingyue got out of the car and checked it, then got into the driver's seat of a car. You guys wait here for now, and don't worry, I'll be back in less than an hour. After that, he drove straight toward town. Lu San looked at Louis. Big brother, it's too dangerous for the captain, should we follow? Louis looked at the faraway Li Xingyue. He was also a bit torn. Forget it, let's just trust him. This way, after an hour, if he hasn't come back, we'll just charge in. The 4 stood bored on the empty main street. Basically, no one would come here because everyone was afraid of the Corpse King, and they also all thought that there were still a large number of zombies in Star Ocean City. Li Xingyue drove her car quickly towards the city and soon arrived at the villa area where she parted ways with Tyrant and the others last time. Always enter that villa from before to find it empty and a pile of cards on the table. Looks like they should be long gone by now. Li Xingyu had probably guessed that they might have left before he came here, but the reason why he still came here was because last time they said that there was a zombie that was about to break through to the 8th stage and it would stay here, so Li Xingyu was going to try and see if he could get it to cooperate with him to get some supplies. Out of the villa area, he came back to the main road. How should I contact it? Is it still by shouting? There doesn't seem to be any other way. Li Xingyu faced the city and expanded her hand into the shape of a trumpet. Hello? I am Li Xingyu. That corpse brother who was about to break through the 8th rank, you are not there. Li Xingyue shouted super loud and was still a little short of oxygen afterward, but there was no movement afterward. This guy can't be dead where he's sleeping? Having no choice, Li Xingyue once again raised her hand to expand into a trumpet, ready to shout again. Hello? Stop yelling, I'm coming. Ouch my ass. Li Xingyue just shouted twice. When she suddenly heard someone talking behind her, she was startled and turned backward quickly, only to realize that a boy had appeared behind her at an unknown time. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a boy of 18 or 19, a boy with red lips and white teeth, a wolf's tail draped over the back of his head, and dressed in black overalls and a black jacket. And looks also thief handsome. Li Xingyue is very puzzled. Is the zombie evolution to the high level of face value or so heavenly? Li Xingyue would have calmed down by now, and came over to look at the boys. Bro, are you the zombie that Tyrant and the others said was about to break through the 8th order? The boy grinned. Yes brother you, it's been a long time, I'm now at the 8th rank. How long time no see, huh? Wait, this is the first time we've met. The boy shook his head. No brother you forgot, before you went to Freedom City, I was the one who sent you there. As soon as the boy finished speaking, Li Xingyue then remembered that a walker did send him to Freedom City before. So it's you old brother, this is not fate. The boy smiled even wider and opened his arms to hug Li Xingyue. You, long time no see. Li Xingyue is also very happy. This did not expect or an acquaintance, originally also worried about don't be a violent temper, this time finally assured. By the way old man, what's your name? The boy shook his head. I don't have a name yet, and I don't know what I'm going to call it. So, why don't brother name you one? Yes Luna. Let's see, I see you wearing all black, how about Cobalt? Are you serious, you? Ha ha ha, of course not, how about calling it Ghost Knight? The boy pondered for a moment. Ghost Knight huh? Okay, from now on I'll be called Ghost Knight. Li Xingyue handed Ghost Knight a cigarette, and had just pulled out his lighter and was about to light it for him when he realized that he had previously stuffed the cigarette into his mouth and started chewing. Knight spit it out, that's smoking not eating. It took more than 10 minutes before Li Xingyue taught Ghost Knight how to smoke. Ghost Knight took 2 sips and looked at him. By the way Brother Moon, what are you doing in Star Ocean City? Only then did Li Xingyue remember the main event. Harm, this is not a mission I took, I want to come over here to fix some supplies to go back, so I intend to seek your help. Ghost Knight snorted. I thought you were looking for me to step on Freedom City, so that's what this is about, good talk. Oh, boy. A massacre at the drop of a hat? It's a god killer too. Li Xingyue then spoke her thoughts to Ghost Knight. That's about it, I'm going to bring back more before I draw attention to it, after all, in time someone is bound to get the message and come over here to stock up too. Ghost Knight nodded. No problem brother you, just bring your teammates over directly. Okay, I'll get them now. After the two had finished plotting, Stargazer Lee drove back to the group. Yellow Teeth and the 3 brothers were already anxious at this point, immediately planning to go find him. Seeing him return peacefully was always a relief. Captain, I really thought something had happened to you, I almost rushed. Yellowtooth also nodded vigorously. Yeah oldly, I'm worried sick. Luer spat after hearing this, he too You've pissed twice and once in just a ing while, nervouster. Chapter 37 Frantic moving of supplies, 5 trucks full. Alright, I've made the connections, let's go into town and move the supplies now. Louis was a bit half-hearted. Did you really take care of it? Li Xingyue patted her chest. That can still be false, we go and move it directly, let's go. Li Xingyue got into the driver's seat, a few people got into the car, Li Xingyue stepped on the gas pedal to the end, and the car quickly scurried out. It didn't take long to get to where Ghost Knight was. A few people had just gotten off the bus, and Li Xingyue was about to introduce Ghost Knight to a few people. Unexpectedly, Ghost Knight was trotting over, full of smiles and shaking hands with several people one by one. Hello everyone, my name is Ghost Knight, I've heard it all from my brother, you guys just treat this as your own home, feel free to take it ha. Ghost Knight this operation directly several people hold confused. Li Xingyue is also a face of confusion, this kid character is really flabbergasted, no, is really easygoing. Yellowtooth quietly came to Li Xingyue's side and came to his ear and muttered in a low voice, Oldly, what's this, he's so nice. And saying he's your brother? Ghost Knight twisted his head and looked at Yellowtooth. Yes, I'm his brother. Yellowteeth let out a cry, you have such a good ear? Li Xingyu quickly waved her hand. Alright cut the crap, let's get in the car and go to the nearest mall. A few people got into the car and headed straight to the nearest big mall, which wasn't too far away and was a few minutes away. Li Xingyue got out of the car and started assigning tasks. Yellow Teeth, you and Luer go and find 4 more good cars, preferably big, with extra space of the kind. Louis Luer, let's find a couple of small cars and start transporting supplies to the door. Let's do it. At the word of command, everyone moved. Ghost Knight hurriedly pulled Li Xingyue. Brother, you haven't said what I'm doing? You? Why don't you come along with us for a piece of the supplies? Okay. Ghost Knight agreed and ran straight into the mall. The mall was slightly more popular at this point, though it was accompanied by a steady decline in merchandise. In about an hour's time, the 2 yellow-toothed men found a car and drove up to the front of the mall. Li Xingyue was startled when she arrived at the door, and what met her eyes at that moment were 5 heavy closed vans that were more than 10 meters long. You two are really giving it a going on. Okay, move it piece by piece, fill these cars with it. Daily necessities, food, drinks, whatever was in short supply, were all carried into the car in one go. Soon after 2 or 3 hours, all 5 cars were stuffed to the gills. Li Xingyue patted the dust on her body. Call it a day, go back to the city. Each of the 5 drove into a van. Li Xingyue had just gotten into the driver's seat and fastened her seatbelt when the passenger door opened. Ghost Knight sat straight in, again fastening his seatbelt with a look of excitement. Let's go. Ghost Knight, you're following me back too? Ghost Knight twisted over to look at him and nodded repeatedly. Yeah, brother, I want to go into the city and take a look. Okay, but when we get into town you stay put and just follow me around. All right, brother. Shaking his head, Li Xingyue started the van after a little fumbling, then headed forward and started to catch up with the 4. Since the truck was fully loaded, the speed couldn't get up, and it was already 2 hours after the crowd waited until they reached the entrance of Freedom City. It was a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and a number of teens were moving in and out of the gates of the city, and had noticed a couple of heavy trucks traveling from the distance. Such a big van. These guys are stupidly short. Where do you find a car like this? That's right, who rents a car would rent one of these. It uses a lot of gas and probably isn't worth as much as an SUV. Ha, can't tell if people are bringing back 5 truckloads of supplies? You can't even believe yourself when you say things like that. Everyone who saw them couldn't help but laugh at them. The adjudicators guarding the gates also had a sneer on their faces, casually looking at the documents twice before releasing them, with no thought of checking the carriages at all, as they all naturally assumed that a few people were doing the task of looking for the carriages. A few people didn't pay attention to the others and entered the city and drove straight towards the square of the Zone C corpse hunting branch. Soon, the few people arrived at the entrance of the corpse hunting branch, and Li Xingyue told Lu San to go in and shout for someone. Soon Lu San and a staff member walked out, but when the staff member saw the 5 heavy trucks, immediately lost his smile and turned around to go to the house. Lu San hurriedly pulled him, and it took a good deal of persuasion to pull him to the car. You don't have to rush, I'll open the car door now and you'll see. Lu San finished speaking and went to open the back door of the carriage. And the staff is full of impatience. I tell you, this kind of car we do not accept, and take up space is not worth money, no one rent. Lu San opened the doors all the way, and all of a sudden the contents of the carriage clattered down. The staff member's pupils instantly widened when he saw what fell, and he hurriedly came to the van right behind it, and directly froze in place after seeing the car full of supplies. Yellow Teeth waved his hand twice in front of the staff. Boy, what are you looking at? Get someone, those are all. You guys are definitely understaffed, and see, grab and shake someone. Huh? Oh. Yeah, I'll hurry up and shake someone. The staff member then came to his senses and ran into the hall with an excited look on his face, and as soon as he copied his communicator, he roared out directly, Quick, get thee out here, the C division is in dire need of a lot of manpower. After putting down the phone, the staff member still looked excited, his heart beating ridiculously fast, muttering, My God, how long has it been since I've seen a big scene like this? And at that moment, the other districts were all confused when they received his support call. What was going on? Could it be that someone is trying to rob the body hunting precinct? At this time, the leader of Area B stood up directly after listening to the report. Leave a few, and all the others follow me to Area C. Soon nearly 40 to 50 insiders from the Corpse Hunter branch arrived at the entrance of the C District branch, and they were followed by a number of gun-toting ones. The guy who asked for help had just gotten his strength back and came to the door when he spotted a bunch of coworkers speeding by, led by the same junior leader of Area B. What's going on? Why are there so many people here? The boy hurriedly jogged over. Leader, how you also came, this small matter, you just shoot a few people. That leader was also a little confused after hearing that. Not you say something big, need a lot of manpower, is not someone want to forcefully attack the corpse hunting branch? The guy also knew at this time that he had just been too out of it, causing others to misunderstand, and hurriedly explained. The leader heard this and then stepped down, coldly grunted and directly brought more than half of the people back. Seeing that there was a lot of time delay, Li Xingyue hurriedly asked the boy to move quickly. The guy then reacted and quickly greeted people to carry and calculate. The men were amazed at the sight of the huge supplies in several vehicles, but didn't say too much about it and got to work. Li Xingyue was pondering over things when her shoulder was suddenly tapped and she turned her head to see that it was actually Huang Qian. Chapter 38, The Corpse King Likes to Watch a Failure? Huang Qian was all smiles. You cannot, Captain Li, you guys really keep creating surprises, you managed to get so many supplies, this is really an overnight fortune. Li Xingyue was also happy to see Huang Qian. It's not like I took on a small task and then got lucky, I should be able to earn slightly more. Yo, still humble on it. Huang Qian kept snickering. By the way, what brings you here? Huang Qian nuzzled, it's not him, let our leaders think there's an enemy attack. Basically all of area became, if I didn't see a few of you, I would have just left. So that's how it is, okay, go talk to them for a while, I have to keep an eye on things here. Huang Qian nodded her head and agreed, preparing to go to the fore, but she suddenly noticed the ghost knight beside Li Xingyue, looking at his handsome face unconsciously froze for a moment. Captain Li, is this your new recruit, so handsome? Li Xingyue looked at Huang Qian, who was filled with a flowery face, and then at Ghost Knight's calm and handsome face. Oh no, this is my brother Ghost Knight caller. Ghost Knight turned his head 90 degrees directly and took a look at Huang Qian, his face still as calm as water. Hello auntie. Huang Qian raised her eyebrows after hearing this, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Holy, this isn't purely a dumb groom, forget it, I'd better go chat with them. Huang Qian huffed and puffed and went to find Yellow Tooth and the others. Ghost Knight followed closely beside Li Xingyue, watching the staff constantly unloading and carrying the goods and weighing and calculating them, feeling a bit bored all of a sudden. Brother, I want to. Li Xingyue hurriedly crossed her arms in front of her chest. No, you don't want to. Pulling out his cigarette case, he took out a cigarette and shoved it into Ghost Knight's mouth. Smoke. To still feel bored, just drink beer. Ghost Knight sipped 2 mouthfuls of smoke, his mouth puckered up in an aggravated manner. Li Xingyue was helpless when he looked at him like this. He didn't dare to let Ghost Knight run around, not because he was worried that he would kill and set fire to things, but because he was afraid that he would be discovered by the high ranks in the city, and then he would be in trouble. Thinking about it, Li Xingyue suddenly thought of a good idea. Hastily, he greeted Yellow Tooth and several people over. You guys keep an eye on it, I'll take my brother for a spin. After saying that, he took Ghost Knight and hurriedly walked towards the center street, and soon arrived here. Li Xingyue kept searching left and right, and finally found the target. This is a store that sells books, although it is now the end of the world, but the human hierarchy is still very concerned about education. After all, if the children behind grow up unable to read big words, then it is definitely inconvenient to do anything. Li Xingyue kept looking around the store and finally found the board of novels, rummaged up and down and found a book that looked pretty good, called Mordecai Wallflower, Opening Worship of the Zombie King. You can read this to pass the time, or I'll find you some more comic books. Ghost Knight took the novel and read it, but with little interest. He went back to the manga section and flipped through it, and then he couldn't move his feet. Brother, can we take all these? Li Xingyue looked at the Ghost Knight holding a book of a failure, eyes full of light. Good, we all buy. After buying you obediently read the book. Turning his head to the boss, Old Den. Boss. I'll take all of these. Yellow Teeth. 5 people in the side of the truck smoking cigarettes chatting happily, a turn of the head to find this way to come Li Xingyue as well as carrying a 3-meter long and wide bag of Ghost Knight. Yellow Teeth looked directly dumbfounded, and didn't even feel the cigarette fall to the ground. What the is this carrying? Captain, your brother's body is still really tough, huh? Li Xingyue took the cigarette and lit it. You think with you guys, my old brother loves to read books, this later is 985-211 material. Li Xingyue saw that all the compartments were emptied and the calculation session was nearing its end. After a short while, the guy who was so startled before walked up to him. Captain Li, the results are out, the total is 51,426 points. Much? How much? 51,426. Ouch, now we're really rich. Huang Ye was thrilled, and several others were similarly smiling. Even Huang Qian was very happy. Li Xingyue, on the other hand, needless to say, looked at the extra 50,000 points in her bracelet and sipped her cigarette. Captain, it's so right to listen to you. Yeah, it's a good thing we listened to you, otherwise we'd still be suffering killing zombies and looking for a car right now. Oldly, let's hurry up and make a few more trips, so we won't have to worry about food and drink in this life. When Li Xingyu saw that several people wanted to grab another trip to Star Ocean City, he actually wanted to go as well, but as the old saying goes, a big tree attracts the wind, and when the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Li Xingyu calmed down a bit and implicitly pointed to the side. The crowd followed the direction he pointed in and looked around, only to realize that a large group of people had gathered in the distance at some point. At this moment those people were all looking over, constantly pointing, while many of them were clutching their communicators and saying something. Look, I'm afraid that everyone in Area C already knows about our operation, so it's going to be hard for us to screw up again. The crowd knew the gravity of the situation at this point and began to fret. What can we do? We just give up. Then what can we do? We can only give up. Can we still compete with so many people? Li Xingyu pondered for a moment, then looked at Ghost Knight, who was sitting on the floor beside her reading a manga, and suddenly had an attention. In this case, we will leave the city normally later. They don't know the location of the supplies, they will definitely follow us. Now it will be dark soon. After we drive to Star Ocean City, we will get out of the car and look for a place to hide, and then think of a way to evacuate. Captain, then you're giving them the supplies for free. Li Xingyu shook her head. Do this to protect yourself. Lure them over there. It's up to you how much you can take. As long as there are more people learning, they won't focus on us. Li Xingyu paused after finishing and glanced at Ghost Knight. I'll make the rest of the arrangements myself. Well, get on the car. The crowd heard and felt that this was indeed the case, and they got in their cars and started their vans. Li Xingyu pulled up Ghost Knight, who was already watching mesmerized. Older brother, get in the car and go, you'll be needed later. It was then that Ghost Knight came back to his senses and looked over blankly. What is it, brother? It's ing stupid. Get in the car first. Li Xingyu and Ghost Knight got into the car and followed the van in front of them. At this moment, the onlookers in the square had picked up their communicators after seeing them leave. Captain, they moved. What? Fine, I'll follow them now. Okay, Captain, don't worry, I definitely won't lose you. Yes, Captain, I'll send you the location when I arrive. Everyone who had reported the situation was immediately getting into their cars and driving away from Area C in a flurry. Chapter 39, Earn money together, don't be selfish. Li Xingyu drove the van out of Freedom City, and 2 minutes later, from the rearview mirror, he saw a constant stream of vehicles pouring out of the city gates, and all of them were heading in his direction. Li Xingyu involuntarily sneered, I'm afraid you won't follow. Ghost Knight, get me a group of low-level walkers to ambush the perimeter of the mall later. Ghost Knight closed the comic book in his hand and looked back through the reflector. Brother, you're planning on taking them all out, just give me 5 minutes. Li Xingyu's tone was slightly helpless. Older brother, you are the 8th order of Corpse King, something don't hold yourself on, this is all 1 or 2 orders, can't use your hand. Okay. Ghost Knight agreed, then closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again after a few seconds, and proceeded to read the manga. After about an hour, the car had driven to the limits of Star Ocean City. Li Xingyu used her communicator to tell the 4 to just drive straight to the entrance of the mall, and looked in the rearview mirror again, realizing that those cars in the back were following closer and closer after arriving here. Li Xingyu looked in the rearview mirror and realized that the group was following closer and closer, already less than 40 meters away from him. Picking up his communicator, he told the 4 to increase their speed and drive straight to the entrance of the mall, then quickly find a place to hide. After saying that Li Xingyu's speed was slightly reduced, intending to leave enough time for the 4 people. After more than 10 minutes, Li Xingyu also immediately drove to the mall, turned on the far light, and from afar, he saw the 4 overlong trucks parked in front of the entrance. It seems that they have already hid. Once again looked in the rearview mirror, found that the rear of the car is already closely behind the ass of his car. Some leaning forward has seen the 4 trucks in front of him, then directly increased the throttle to overtake Li Xingyu. One car scuttled off, and naturally the others were not to be outdone as they began to gas up. With them doing this, Li Xingyu's van was instead surrounded in the middle of the group of cars. Holy, how does this run? At this time has come to the front of the mall. There are dozens of cars in front of Li Xingyu's car. There are also quite a few behind him, due to the sky is too dark, cannot see the end at all. Li Xingyu picked up his communicator and told the 4 to find a car to go around to the far side and return to Star Ocean City first. He himself would be a little late. Louis immediately expressed his disagreement after hearing this, and Lu San was also persuading him. Lu San would like to do it directly with them. After all, the gun that was procured just a few days ago has not been used yet. It's fine, you guys forgot that my brother is well fed in Star Ocean City. He has help here, don't worry, I'm sure I'll go back safely. Li Xingyu talked nicely, which persuaded a few people to move. Bang, bang, bang. The door of the driver's seat was suddenly knocked on, and Li Xingyue looked out and realized that at some point, the car had been surrounded by people, all looking at his side. The person who had just knocked on the car door was a young man in his 20s, and at that moment was holding a baseball bat. Li Xingyue opened the car door and just jumped down, her shoulders were immediately pressed. "Boy, you guys really found a good place, you made a lot of money today." The young man, with a fierce face, lifted the baseball bat and pressed it against Li Xingyue's chin. Li Xingyue twisted his head to look to the left and right, everyone was staring at him menacingly, as if they were going to flay him alive and eat him alive in the next second. He smiled bashfully, not showing the slightest bit of fear on his face, and looked at the young man. "Brothers, so many of you are still afraid that I won't run away, so you can loosen up, right?" The young man gave the man next to him a look after hearing this, and the two released his arm. Li Xingyue moved his arm, which was scratched painfully, took out the cigarette case from his pocket, took out one and held it in his mouth to light it for himself, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled the smoke. "Have one?" Li Xingyue took out another one and handed it towards the young man. The young man looked at him with slight surprise in his eyes at the way he handled the situation and took the cigarette and lit it up and took a drag. "Good, you can handle this situation with peace of mind, I respect you as a man. Then do not circle with you, let's open up the window to say bright words. Today I heard that you brought back a large batch of supplies, a few brothers would like to share a cup of soup, money we all earn together. To be a person certainly cannot be too selfish, what do you say, brother?" Li Xingyue spread her two hands. "That's right, then you guys can just go straight to the move, the mall is just over there." The young man let out a light laugh. "Brother, as you can see, there are thousands of brothers here today, that mall is simply not enough for us to share, you guys must have other points of supplies, don't worry, I guarantee that you'll be able to live if you say so, it's a very cost-effective deal." Li Xingyue was furious and laughed after hearing this, the words on her lips were peaceful and calm, but in reality they were pure threats. "You're overthinking it, I've only just discovered this place, I haven't started exploring the rest yet, after all, I'm afraid of the hordes of zombies inside." A boy next to him came over to the young man after hearing this. "Boss, I feel like he really doesn't know." The young man kicked the boy to the ground after hearing this, and was furious. "You believe whatever he says? Are you a stupid coin?" Turning his head, he looked at Li Xingyue again. "Damn, you don't listen when I speak to you nicely, if you don't speak again, I'll directly crash you." The young man pulled out a pistol from his clothes and pressed it directly against Li Xingyue's head. Bang! A sound of a car door closing sounded. Ghost Knight got down from the passenger side and walked over to Li Xingyue. "Brother, there are no more cigarettes in the car, I want to smoke." Li Xingyue didn't know why Ghost Knight suddenly wanted to smoke, he wasn't addicted to smoking like Shura. Li Xingyue took out her cigarette case and lighter and handed them to Ghost Knight. At this moment, everyone around was staring straight at Ghost Knight. Obviously, they were stunned by his handsome face, after all, normally they would never see a handsome man of this level. Especially the girls, already looking straight, all with a face of nymphomania, some even unconsciously took a few steps forward, feeling like they were going to pounce on Ghost Knight in the next second. The young man was the first to come back to his senses, and when he saw that the several girls in his team all looked flamboyant, he became a bit annoyed and turned his gun over to point at Ghost Knight. "Who the hell told you to talk?" Ghost Knight took a drag on his cigarette and cocked his head at the young man. The moment the young man came into contact with Ghost Knight's eyes, he instantly felt like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and fear directly filled his heart, trembling involuntarily. It was a good thing Ghost Knight only looked away for less than 2 seconds before lowering his head. The young man then slowed down, breathing heavily and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. How could his eyes be so scary? Could this be a killing aura? No, it couldn't be, he looked so young, how could he not look like he had killed many people? One of the team members beside him saw the young man's face pale and constantly mumbling, and hesitantly came forward. "Team, Captain, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 40, Fast Forward. The young man pursed his lips, his face this time slowly recovered. "No. It's fine, I just want to go to the bathroom." The young man didn't dare to look at Ghost Knight anymore, he turned his head and stared at Li Xingyue. "Brother, I advise you to give an honest account, look around, even if I can let you go, these brothers will still find you in trouble, or in the same words, there is money to be earned together, we will be brothers from now on." Li Xingyue took in the young man's appearance just now and wondered why he suddenly lost his temper so much, but what he said just now made sense. If he didn't say something today, he definitely wouldn't be able to walk out peacefully. "Okay, I'll talk, but you guys have to let me go when I do." The young man smiled. "Don't worry, I promise, they'll release you too, right guys?" The people around him were all smiles as they listened and agreed. "Okay, just about 2 kilometers further from this mall, there's another big mall, but there's quite a few walkers over there, so be careful, that's all I know." Li Xingyue spoke with particular sincerity and her eyes did not flicker. The young man nodded after listening. Well, you guys go ahead then, I'll just go ahead. After Li Xingyue finished speaking, she pulled Ghost Knight and prepared to leave. Wait. The young man suddenly stopped them both. Brother, we don't have enough of these bracelets and would like to borrow yours for a while, you won't mind, right? Don't worry, I'll return it to you when it's used up. The young man was talking nicely, but in reality, he wanted the points in his bracelet. This was to rob him openly. If he didn't give it, he was afraid that he wouldn't let him go. Li Xingyue's face grimaced a bit, but she didn't say anything, handing the young man his bracelet and turning to go. The young man looked at his back and sneered, "Brother, have a good trip." As soon as the words left their mouths, the two of them were surrounded by a circle of people, who were silently pulling out their weapons. Li Xingyue stopped and turned straight around to look at the young man. "What do you mean by that? The rules of the corpse hunting squad don't allow you to kill each other, and there's not much benefit to you guys if you kill me, right?" The young man laughed out maniacally. "It's not like this place is inside Freedom City, so what if I kill you? Besides, killing you is no good, but I just want you to die." After hearing this, Li Xingyue didn't have the incomparable anger or bitter pleading he expected. Instead, she revealed a bright smile. "Originally, I didn't want to do that extreme. After all, we are both human beings, but if you want me to die now, then don't say I'm cold-blooded and heartless." Li Xingyue finished patting Ghost Knight's shoulder. Ghost Knight instantly understood what it meant and nodded lightly. Everyone, including the young man, didn't know what Li Xingyue was doing saying this before she died. Had she been scared silly? The young man didn't want to waste too much time. After all, he had just found two treasures that had to be exploited urgently. "Okay, kill him and let's all go move the supplies." "Ah. Who the bit me? Who pressed on me? Hurry up and get up. Ah. Pain, pain, pain. Zombies, there are zombies." No sooner had the young man given the order than there was a sudden commotion around him, with people constantly shouting. When everyone looked over, they realized that a group of zombies had appeared around them at some point and began to attack them continuously. "Holy, run! Don't run, everyone unite, let's fight back. Yeah, let's all kill zombies together. Nigga, so many walkers you kill a dara." At this time, at least thousands of zombies surrounded the outside. Many people fled in a panic. Some people want to escape but simply cannot escape the encirclement of zombies. "Right, don't we have a car? Drive through it." "Yeah, let's drive and crash out of the way." Some people were smart enough to think of driving, but since everyone was following the car in front of them on the way here, it resulted in the cars inside now not being able to move at all, while the ones on the outside that could drive away were surrounded by walkers. "Everyone, don't panic. These zombies should all be low level, we can still handle it." Some people see the situation and know that the only way to have a chance of survival is to fight. Running away will only be broken one by one, and no one will survive in the end. For my daughter-in-law, spell it out. Spell it out for your daughter-in-law. What do you mean? Brother, I won't hide anything from you at this point. I had an affair with your daughter-in-law a long time ago. He's not worth it. You sleep with my daughter-in-law. I'll kill you first. At this time, almost everyone began to take up weapons to fight with the zombies. Slowly the death of the zombies began to more and more. The crowd also seems to see the dawn of hope. Li Xingyue and Ghost Knight, on the other hand, stood still and remained motionless, both of them leisurely smoking cigarettes and chatting. The few people who had surrounded them earlier were furious to see the two of them like this. "You're still smoking, get a grip and kill the walkers." "Yes, a coward, what a disgrace to our corpse hunting squad. Leave him alone and kill him directly after killing the zombies later. Now you remember we're brothers, but it's too late." Li Xingyue just now almost wanted to directly pull out a gun and shoot a few of them to death, but when he thought about it, there was no need, that would only be a waste of bullets. Twisting his head to Ghost Knight, "Come on in for a second." Ghost Knight instantly understood in seconds and closed his eyes again. Another wave of walkers followed. About an hour later, the original group of thousands was now less than 1/10. There were dozens of others struggling to hold on, and they were exhausted. Just in the midst of despair, a man suddenly saw a gaping hole in the encirclement. "Guys, that side is open, drive and run while you can." Everyone then reacted by scrambling to find a car and started fleeing in the distance. Naturally, these people were deliberately let go by Li Xingyue in order to bring the news back to Freedom City. Otherwise, if Li Xingyue went back on his own and they all disappeared, then someone would definitely find his head at that time. Soon, there were only 3 people left on the field, and minus the 2 of them, only the young man from before remained. The young man's bullets had long since run out, and was constantly killing zombies with his weapon. Looking at the group of people who had just escaped, his heart filled with despair, not understanding why there were so many zombies around him. Suddenly, he realized that all of these zombies in front of him stopped attacking, and then they all uniformly half-kneeled towards him. What? What's going on here? The young man was confused. Why were they suddenly kneeling to themselves? Bro, I didn't realize you were a third order, awesome. Li Xingyue applauded and came to the young man. The young man's mouth fell open in surprise at the sight of him and Ghost Knight, and he realized that there was no blood at all on either of them, and they were just as clean as they had been a moment ago. How are you? How are you guys okay at all? Li Xingyu looked sad after hearing this. Of course I have something to do, can't you see that my shoes are dirty? Ugh, I have to brush my shoes again, so annoying. Chapter 41 First Meeting Titan Zombie, Returning to the City. The young man nearly spat blood at the sound of it. What's that supposed to mean? I'm all bloody and tattered and you've just got dirty shoes? Seeing that the zombies were no longer attacking, the young man also focused on the two, but still remained arrogant and domineering. Kid, hurry up and find a car and drive me back to Freedom City. Never mind, let's find me some water and food first. The young man gave a commanding speech as if he was the boss of Li Xingyue. His words gave Li Xingyue another whole laugh. Brother, after such a long time, I still don't know what's your name? The young man saw that he did not do as he said, some angry. Your father I called Wu Di. Ink your mom, grab me to find food to go, or I'll get you killed. Li Xingyue gently shook her head. Brother Wu Di, I see that you still haven't figured out the current situation. If you continue to be so arrogant, you won't be far from death. Wu Di gritted his teeth at this moment, his eyes carrying a slight murderous aura. You are looking at me exhausted, think I can't get you killed is it? Tell you, lousy third order get you, this second order is simply not too simple. Li Xingyue did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, she patted the shoulder of Ghost Knight beside her and looked towards Wu Di. Brother Wu Di, now to formally and grandly introduce this to you, his name is Ghost Knight, is an 8th Order Corpse King. What are you waiting for? Fast you two shake hands off. Ghost Knight's expression remained bland as he obediently extended his right hand towards Wu Di. Wu Di, on the other hand, froze after hearing this, looking at Ghost Knight, and then at Li Xingyu, and then began to laugh out loud for a long time before stopping. Originally thought that you are a character, did not think that you are actually not. He is not your brother. Besides, you think I do not know that there are only 4 of the 8th Order Corpse King. There is no one called Ghost Knight at all. Li Xingyue spread both hands. I knew this would happen. Come on Ghost Knight, show it off. Remember to be the fierce kind. Ghost Knight nodded thoughtfully, then opened his arms and slowly closed his eyes, his mouth still murmuring. Knock knock. Boom boom boom. Earthquake? Li Xingyue suddenly felt the earth begin to tremble, as well as the loud noises that kept coming from the distance. Her first reaction was that an earthquake was coming. Wu Di also looked nervous, thinking that the tremors were due to a huge earthquake. As the sound and tremors grew louder and louder, Wu Di and Li Xingyue faced in that direction and finally saw it. Although the night was dark now, the two had better eyesight than the average person due to being evolvers, and noticed that there were suddenly a few more giants 20 to 30 meters tall 100 meters ahead. What the hell? Brother, this is one of the breeds of zombies, the Titan zombies. I thought you said you wanted something fierce, so I called them in. After some explanation from Ghost Knight, Li Xingyue realized that the good guy actually had such a big zombie. On the contrary, on Wu Di's side, at this time, he was also stunned, because he heard the conversation between the two people clearly. This guy is really an 8th Order Corpse King, it's impossible. Li Xingyue lit a cigarette and twisted his head to look at Wu Di. How about DZ, now believe it, after all, I'm an honest person, never tell the truth straight. Wu Di's mind was a bit confused now, and there were a few suspicions he didn't understand now. First, weren't there only 4 8th Order Corpse Kings, and there was no one by the name of Ghost Knight? Secondly, even if he was really a newly promoted Corpse King, then how could he hang out with humans and call them brother? This was not at all in line with common sense. In his thinking, when a Corpse King met a human, he should have killed them directly. After all, those who had seen a Corpse King were basically dead. Wu Di was a character, and quickly calmed down and looked at Ghost Knight. If you're really a Corpse King, why would you hang out with this human? Aren't you afraid that the other Corpse Kings will find trouble with you if they find out? Could it be that you have something on him? Wu Di asked several questions in a row. There was no way, he really wanted to know the reason too much right now. After all, what he had just seen and heard clashed strongly with his original worldview. Seeing his expression and demeanor, Li Xingyue felt that it was now cool to the extreme. Finally, I know why the big bad talks so much, because it's just wonderful to show how awesome you are while controlling the lives and deaths of others and answering questions. That you don't know, those 4 Corpse Kings you mentioned just now, and I are brothers who have worshipped each other, unimaginable. Wu Di had completely seen that this extremely handsome-looking boy was really an 8th Order Corpse King, and had even coexisted peacefully with this human. WOJ. He was now starting to panic in his heart. Several times before he wanted to get Li Xingyu killed. At times was when he thought he had complete control over the life and death of the two of them, but now it happened to be the other way around. At the same time the heart is also some speechless, cursing Li Xingyu is really some dog. There is this powerful background, not early to say who dares to move you? Fear is the free city's acting city master, to come to this have to crawl out of it. Big brother, I didn't know before that you have such a powerful background. I was wrong. I beg you to let me go. Wu Di reacted quickly, immediately kneeled on the ground and began to kowtow, and his mouth continued to beg for forgiveness. His forehead had already knocked out blood. Where's my bracelet? Wu Di hurriedly straightened up after hearing this and quickly pulled out a handful of bracelets from his pocket and handed them to Li Xingyu. They're all for you, I don't want any of them. Li Xingyu looked at the 7 or 8 extra bracelets in her hand and nodded with a smile, expressing her great satisfaction. Not bad, you're actually quite a nice person, but why do you have to talk with your mouth? That's something I don't like. Ghost Knight, just kill it. Thank you. What? Don't. A minute later Wu Di completely disappeared into the world, while the few zombies next to him were contentedly rubbing their stomachs that were full of food. Li Xingyu looked at the limbs and blood as well as weaponry and bracelets all over the ground and didn't bother picking them up. Bowing his head in contemplation for a moment, he said something to Ghost Knight, then patted him on the shoulder and found a car on the outskirts and left the area. And Ghost Knight disappeared into the night after watching Li Xingyu walk away, carrying the sack of comic books from the big van. Li Xingyu drove all the way to the square in Area C and returned to the dormitory, pushing open the door, and inside, Yellowtooth and Louie and others quickly stood up. You're finally back. Captain, I thought you weren't coming back. Yeah, just now I heard what sounded like someone shouting about zombies outside. What's going on in Star Ocean City? Li Xingyu looked at the concerned eyes of a few people. His heart could not help but warm up, and half covered up a little bit of what had happened. Of course the matter of Ghost Knight being a corpse king was definitely not going to be said. Then, according to you, a lot of people have died this night. Not so good, 1,000 people encountered the corpses, said no, tisk, have to sigh the fragility of life. Li Xingyu looked at Yellowtooth shaking his head and sounding like a literary scholar, then she unconsciously wanted to do it and kicked him in the ass. Stop that tasteless farting and grab my food. Chapter 42 points exceeded 100,000. Third order evolution failure. Huangya farted out to buy food, while Louie lit a cigarette for him and chatted casually. Yellowteeth soon returned from outside, carrying 2 large plastic bags. Li Xingyu began to wonder how to ask for so much rice, and then realized that the 4 people have not been able to eat due to the concern for his safety, and just now almost had to go to Star Ocean City. He heard some really moved, greeted a few people, quickly washed the car ready to eat. Opening the lunchbox, the entire dormitory was suddenly filled with aroma. I didn't realize that what Yellowtooth bought was actually a super deluxe roast duck set meal, and a few stir-fried vegetables with meat and vegetables. That's a lot of money for one meal, and these will cost at least a couple hundred points. A few people smelled the aroma, are unable to resist, began to feast. Luer even opened 5 bottles of beer. One person handed a bottle. Li Xingyu, thirsty, took over directly to the bottle blowing, and soon drank up. In about an hour, everyone had pretty much eaten, and Li Xingyu took out all the several bracelets in her pocket and placed them on the table. The maneuver froze a few people in their tracks. Old Li, where did you get so many bracelets? Some of these have blood on them. Captain, did you kill and rob? Li Xingyu shook her head. This is from the group that went to Star Ocean City. I was taking advantage of the chaos and took a few and ran away. Yellowtooth tapped the bracelets one by one, and several people were surprised after seeing the balance of points on the bracelets. Good lord, there's not a single one below 5,000 points. Li Xingyu counted and found that there were quite a few points in these bracelets, especially Wu Di's, which had a total of more than 15,000 points. These added up to more than 50,000, and with the 5 of them, the entire team's points had now surpassed 100,000. All 4 of the yellow teeth were thrilled to learn that number. Lu San's eyes flashed with a strange color. Captain, so many points, it's enough for each of us to evolve to the 4th rank. Third son, don't be overly ambitious, let's break through to the 3rd rank first. Yes, the 3rd rank is fine, the 4th rank is a considerable threshold, and there are quite a few people who are stuck at this equal rank. Li Xingyu clapped her hands. Stop for a moment and listen to me. How about this? We'll go and buy 5 third order potions tomorrow after breakfast and inject them when we return. Great, once we've successfully injected ourselves, we'll be able to go straight to B. I've been wondering about B for a long time. Yeah, I heard that District B is much more prosperous than District C. We'll have to rent a big house by then. I really don't want to sleep in this bunk bed anymore. Alright, since we're not going on a mission tomorrow, why don't we just get drunk today? Let's do it. Several people were in high spirits today and drank until the middle of the night, when they all went to bed. Li Xingyue was the last to get into bed, and he lifted everyone into bed and tucked them in before getting under the covers. Thinking that tomorrow he would be able to break through to the 3rd rank, and maybe even to the 4th rank, and by then his strength would be able to grow by a large margin, his heart was unconsciously excited. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't sleep, to the point where he finally sat up again and picked up the cigarettes on the table and lit one. Couldn't help but think that just a few weeks ago, he was on the other side of the world, running around every day trying to survive his job, and had thought he'd be living this life for the rest of his life. But then suddenly he was told that he was about to die. The news had not been fully digested yet, and he had traveled back to the post-apocalyptic world, and actually became friends with the zombies, which he would not have dared to think about in the past. Forget it, don't think about this pointlessness, go to sleep. Li Xingyue smoked 2 or 3 cigarettes, but also a little too much to eat, and again into the nest, this time, but soon fell into a deep sleep. It was only after 11 o'clock the next morning that a few people woke up one after another and started to dress and wash, and Li Xingyue was the last one to get up. Only after he finished cleaning up did a few people head out the door toward the cafeteria. Lu Er walked on the road and kept yawning. "Hi yawn, alas, sleepy me. Yellow Teeth had a look of contempt. Who made you have to drink until so late, causing me to not have any food in the morning or evening today?" Louis pulled out a cigarette case and handed it to the crowd, one before dinner. Li Xingyue took the cigarette and lit it, beautifully smoked a mouthful. "Oh, exempt, really powerful." Soon a few people walked to the cafeteria. At this time there are very many people eating. A few people hit the meal came to the corner before seeing a few positions. Since they were all thinking of breaking through the 3rd rank, several people didn't ink their meals and left the cafeteria to go to the corpse hunting branch after quickly picking into their stomachs. After entering the hall, he looked for a staff member and told him the situation, and the staff member took out 5 third-order evolution potions from the storehouse, spending a total of 12,500 points. Li Xingyue picked up the potion and a few people and returned to the dormitory. "You guys go ahead and inject, I'll watch you and I'll start when you're done." After Li Xingyue finished speaking, several people didn't dawdle any longer and injected the potion into their bodies one after another. Soon they felt intense pain and began to struggle and wriggle continuously, losing consciousness in less than 10 minutes. Li Xingyue pinched her watch. After about 4 hours or so, several people woke up. "I didn't expect the 4 of them to have good potential. All of them had successfully evolved to the 3rd stage." "Captain, just inject it. I'll keep an eye on it for you." Li Xingyue nodded and stabbed the needle of the potion into his arm, and soon he felt a clear stream flowing through his body. But just a few seconds later, bursts of intense pain started coming from every part of his body, especially his head, as if it was going to crack, and in the next second, he was unconscious. Louis's eyebrows furrowed, feeling that something was wrong. Why is Xingyue's reaction so strong? Yellow Teeth's face was also filled with question marks. But what? This only lasted for a few seconds before he fainted. It's really worthy of being a fast man. When Li Xingyue woke up again, the sky was full of stars again, and when he looked around, he found that Yellow Tooth and Lu San were both drowsy. Only Louis was sitting on a chair smoking a cigarette and called up the crowd when he realized he was awake. Lu San wiped the saliva at the corner of his mouth and came over with a curious face. "What's up, Captain? Don't you feel all powerful now?" Without waiting for him to speak, Yellow Tooth instead clenched his hands into fists. "Definitely, after my breakthrough this afternoon, I feel like I can crush a zombie's head with one hand." Several people waited for Li Xingyue to speak, but Li Xingyue lowered her head and said nothing. "Captain, what's wrong with you? Are you hungry? I'll fix you some food to go?" Li Xingyue shook her head, her voice a little bitter. "I seem to have failed in my evolution." Chapter 43, Intending to Train Potential, People Separate. The faces of the Yellow Teeth several people at this time were not very good. Originally thought that all 5 people would successfully break through the 3rd rank and could enter the B area together, but the captain had failed to break through. Several people did not speak, smoking one cigarette after another, and soon a pile of cigarette butts was scattered on the ground. Li Xingyue slowed down for a while before accepting the result. Looking up and seeing that the 4 were all very listless, she hurriedly replaced them with a smile. "Harm how much? Don't act like a pussy. I'm not dead, so you guys go to be first. I'll think of something, don't worry, I'll find you guys there soon." Yellow Tooth sulked. "What else can I do? I don't want to go to Area B without you around." Louis' 3 people also nodded. After this period of time, a few people have been treated as brothers, and now they are going to be separated. Their hearts are all very uncomfortable. "Old Juan, don't get all gooey about it, man up, forget what you said in the preliminary exam before. Besides, I don't believe that all people above the 2nd order have high potential. Don't worry, there must be a way. you guys go ahead and settle down in Area B and wait for me there. Lu San originally still lowered his head and did not know what he was thinking about, when he suddenly had a flash of light and raised his head full of excitement. Right, I remembered something. When Huang Qian took us to purchase weapons before, she said that there were various training programs there, so there's no way to stimulate potential. Lu Yi slapped his thigh. Right, I remembered that I heard someone mention it before. There is indeed training that can stimulate potential there, so let's go and take a look. Okay, let's go now. Several people couldn't wait to pull up Li Xingyue and head straight to the corpse hunter branch. Soon arriving at the hall, Lu San scanned the circle and found an acquaintance, the boy who had counted the mission supplies for them before. They later realized that this person's name was Wang Hai. Wang Hai, is there a training potential program here? Wang Hai was sitting behind the front desk and dozing off when he suddenly heard someone talking, looked up and realized that it was actually Li Xingyue's few people, and hurriedly walked out to shake hands with a few people. So it's you guys, long time no see. There's no rush to catch up. Is this a place to train potential? Wang Hai pushed his glasses. Oh, stimulating potential, there is indeed. What, is it that one of you failed to break through? Li Xingyue stepped forward and spoke out awkwardly. Yeah, I failed to break through. Wang Hai nodded. In this case, you first come with me for a checkup. Wang Hai then entered into a room and made him lie down on a bed covered with instruments. After fixing the instrument, Wang Hai operated it on the computer next to him, and the instrument started to run, and after a few minutes, it stopped working. Wang Hai looked at the screen with a stunned face, twisted his head and carefully sized up Li Xingyue, and uttered in confusion, you actually have two genes in your body, and they're not even quite the same as normal human genes. Wang Hai thought hard for half a day but couldn't figure it out and walked over to Li Xingyue. Through the data you can see that your potential was originally very good, but it was wrapped up in another unfamiliar gene in your body, which led to the failure of the breakthrough. Li Xingyue realized that the other gene Wang Hai was talking about was the zombies because he had been bitten by an 8th order corpse king before. So what's the solution now? Is it to stimulate potential? Wang Hai shook his head. This is not easy to say at the moment, and I don't think you know much about the matter of stimulating potential. It can be said that each of us has layers of shackles inside us, and these locks hold most of our abilities in place, while stimulating potential is what can unlock the shackles. When it's opened, whether it's strength, speed, or reflexes, etc., it will be enhanced quite a bit, and the evolution potion is the equivalent of the key to unlocking the shackles. Generally, everyone's innate potential is about the same, and most of it is increased through the afterbirth, which is divided into two types. One is to continuously hone the physical body, and the other is to have the potential shackles open when faced with extreme dangers, but this is very rare. For example, just like Einstein, his IQ is innate. This kind of millions of people are also difficult to come up with that, and like those special forces or athletes, are through the latter day to constantly strive to train to break through the various limits of the human body. Although the evolution potion is a key, your current body simply can't support it to open the shackles, which is why many people who fail to evolve train like crazy and then inject it again. However, this method is only applicable to 6th rank and below, as higher ranks require more mental power, which is an outburst in the face of danger, to loosen the shackles. Wang Hai glanced at Li Xingyue after telling this, and your body is not quite the same as a normal person, so it's not too easy to say, but you can try it out first. After all, nothing is completely absolute. Li Xingyue nodded after hearing this. I see. So what do we need to do to stimulate potential here? Wang Hai picked up an A4 paper from the table. Take a look at this, it's all there. Li Xingyue took it and looked at it carefully, realizing that it was a price list. There are different packages on it. The price for ascending to the 3rd level ranges from 100 to 2000 points, and the price difference mainly lies in the level of the training room, and the different training cycles. How many people are in this general training room? Regular training room practices start at a minimum of 50 people, which is cheap, but there's often a line. What about the advanced training room? Advanced up to 10 people, basically no lines. Okay, so the most expensive VIP? VIP is a single room with a minimum cycle of half a month. Li Xingyue immediately decided to want this VIP training room, looked at the price, it costs 2000 points, it's already the same price as a 3rd order potion, it's really expensive. Walking out of the examination room, Li Xingyue spoke to the 4 about the situation. How about this, I'll train here, and you guys settle down in Area B. You can do small quests or train over there, and I'll come find you when I successfully break through the 3rd rank, how about that? After hearing this, Lu Yi and a few others thought that this would be feasible, and then a few of them returned to the dormitory and started packing their belongings, as none of them would be staying here anymore. The 4 of them, Yellow Teeth, were going to Area B today, and when they did, they would definitely live in the dormitory there, or rent a room outside themselves. As for Li Xingyue, she would stay in the VIP training room and wouldn't come back here. Several people packed up their things and walked out of the dormitory building. At this time, just after noon, is constantly people in and out. Li Xingyue looked back at the third floor of the dormitory, still a little reluctant to give up. Well, old Li, don't look, the dorms in Area B will definitely be better. Let's get settled in and wait for you to come over. Yes, Captain, you train at ease these days and make sure to grab us after your breakthrough. Louis took out a cigarette and lit it for Li Xingyue, patted him on the shoulder and said only 2 words, wait for you. Li Xingyue didn't say anything more and planned to give everyone a share of the 100,000 plus points in her bracelet, but several people were quick to refuse. Captain, we each have several thousand points now, that's enough to spend, just take the rest for now. Yes, Captain, this is enough for us to eat, we'll ask you for more if it's not enough. Yellow Teeth bared teeth full of smiles, yes, but you kid do not spend money, gambling and drugs do not matter, do not touch Yellow. Chapter 44, The Devil's Training Begins. Li Xingyue was still a bit hurt, but as soon as she heard Yellow Tooth's words, she immediately lost her feelings and kicked out. Reward yourself a few less times, and talk about me. Alright, Captain, we'll go over there first, we'll contact each other on the comms when we get there. Okay, you guys be careful over there, don't make trouble, after all, we're not familiar with the area in B, there are quite a few 4 or 5 orders over there. Li Xingyue said goodbye to a few people under the dormitory building, and then walked directly towards the corpse hunting substation. Soon came to the hall again. Wang Hai at this time was standing at the door smoking a cigarette, after seeing Li Xingyue put out the cigarette then led into the small iron door before. You're planning to go to the VIP training room, aren't you, Luna? Yes, VIP. Wang Hai led him all the way inside and soon entered a room at the top of the fast. After entering the room, Li Xingyue realized that this place was really not small, it was 300 square feet, and there were quite a few instruments inside. That's too big. Li Xingyue saw the empty training room, in which there was a gurgling echo when he spoke. Wang Hai smiled, after all, it's the most expensive VIP, it's definitely bigger, and it will also assign you a personal trainer, as well as 3 meals per day. The only drawback is that it's expensive, it costs 2,000 points for half a month. Well, that's pretty good, that's it then, thanks bro. Wang Hai waved his hand, you're welcome brother you, then you put your stuff down first and follow me to pay the money, the coach will come over later. Li Xingyue put down his long axe and combat bag then followed Wang Hai to the hall and handed in his 2,000 points. Back in the training room again, couldn't help but start fiddling with the various types of equipment. At first glance, this place looks similar to the usual gym, but upon closer inspection, the equipment inside is all different. Was pacing in boredom, the door of the training room was suddenly pushed open, and in walked a middle-aged man around 40 years old, wearing a military uniform, looking very sturdy, and his eyes were shining. The middle-aged man walked up to Li Xingyue and extended his right hand expressionlessly. My name is Wang Li, I am your instructor. Li Xingyue raised an eyebrow, this was too high and cold, but did the same by extending her right hand to shake his. Hello, my name is Star Moon Li, it's a pleasure. Wang Li didn't wait for him to finish before he directly interrupted with a voice, don't talk nonsense, just train. Li Xingyue simply shut up and didn't say another word. Let's start with 200 push-ups, and the clock will start. Huh? Li Xingyue was dumbfounded, and before she could react, she was kicked to the ground. Don't make me say it twice, 200 push-ups to start. Li Xingyue hurriedly climbed up and began to do push-ups one by one. While doing so, he was still shocked. He didn't react at all to this kick. It seems that this Wang Li should be several ranks above him. After doing 80 or 90 consecutively, Li Xingyue was a little unable to do it. Her muscles hurt so much that she forced herself to finish another one, and then she just plopped down on the ground, never able to get up again. No. I can't, instructor, I just can't do it anymore. Wang Li looked at him like this and shook his head. You still want to break through the 3rd stage with this much ability? Oh, give up, trash. Wang Li put down a sentence and was about to head out. Li Xingyue was a bit ashamed by what was said and her face changed several times, then she clenched her teeth and climbed up again to do push-ups. Wang Li stopped in his tracks when he was about to walk out of the training room and looked back at Li Xingyue. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but he quickly collected himself and walked back into the room. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it was already dark, but the VIP training room was still bright. Li Xingyue was lying on the ground, constantly panting heavily, her body had long been drenched in sweat. Wang Li raised his hand and looked at the time. That's it for today, training starts at 5 o'clock tomorrow. After saying that, he left. Li Xingyue at this moment had a look of hopelessness on his face, his features were all twisted together. It was really because today's training was too torturous. He basically didn't stop much, he had been doing all kinds of physical training, and there wasn't a single place on his body that didn't hurt right now. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door to the training room and a man opened it with a dinner plate in his hand. Hello, your dinner has arrived, shall I put it on the door for you? The staff delivering the food was really taken aback to see Li Xingyu, because he was now like a dead fish on the shore, motionless and covered in sweat. Hearing the voice, Li Xingyu braced her neck and twisted her head, trying to speak, but she simply didn't have the strength. The delivery man understood when he saw this, and immediately trotted over and placed the food beside him, then left the training room. Li Xingyu has long been hungry, but now there is no strength, helpless and in lying over half an hour, which only had the strength to sit up, unwrapped the bag, began to eat up in large mouthfuls. The food here is not bad, although it is not a big fish and meat, but with a very nutritious. Li Xingyu ate a clean meal in a while, and even drank 2 bottles of water, which made her feel full. Standing up and walking over to the crib in the corner, he picked up his communicator and found several messages sent to him by several of the yellow teeth, replying to each one, explaining the situation. Li Xingyu originally wanted to go straight to bed. After all, today is really too tired, more tired than the previous work part-time job, but there is no way that a bunch of sweat on the body, sticky. No way, and went to the training room and a separate bathroom to take a shower. After the shower, looked at the time, found that it was already 8:30, directly lying on the bed and fell asleep, and soon snored. Bang, bang, bang. Wake up, get up and train. Li Xingyu woke up with a start, feeling that she had just closed her eyes and slept for a few minutes. How come it was morning? Turning his head to look, there is no one. It turned out to be a nightmare. Closed his eyes and began to sleep again. Bang, bang, bang. Start training. Li Xingyu's body was jerked a few times and she sat up instantly, twisting her head to see that Wang Li was standing beside her. Holy, how can I just dream this night? Wang Li took out his belt and gave him a blow. What are you dreaming about? Grab your clothes. It hurts so much. Turns out it wasn't a dream. Chapter 45, Devil's Training 2. Li Xingyu nimbly jumped out of bed intending to put on his clothes, but unexpectedly his body was sore, causing him to fall directly onto the floor. But right after that he gritted his teeth and stood up again, scrambling to put his clothes back on. There was no way he was going to get belted again. Then today's devilish training kicked off again. The morning was all physical training again, and after wolfing down a meal at noon and resting for just an hour, it was back to, well, afternoon training. Soon, around 8 p.m., the day's training was over. Li Xingyu lay on the ground and kept panting, not a single ounce of strength in her body from another inhuman training today. The delivery man pushed his way in not a moment later, not as surprised to see him as he had been yesterday, and put the meal next to him and left. After about half an hour, Li Xingyu sat up and began to wolf down his food, and after eating and drinking enough to come to the bedside, he picked up his communicator and saw that the yellow teeth several people had sent another message. The message said that a few people were planning to hang out in B before planning to train a bit. After replying one by one, Li Xingyu went to take a shower, and when she was done, she laid down on the bed and went straight to sleep. It couldn't be helped, the daily training was too intense, and it was fortunate that he had evolved to the second stage now, and his body strength was better than that of an ordinary person, or else he would have to be practiced to death. Soon, it was the next morning again. This had been going on for half a month, and Wang Li had made Li Xingyu work out her physical fitness every day, all the time breaking through her body's limits. At this point, he could easily do 200 push-ups in a row without blushing or jumping. Wang Li nodded. Physical fitness is keeping up now. Double the amount from tomorrow. Okay, that's it for today. Get up an hour earlier tomorrow. Wang Li left the training room after saying that. Li Xingyu was drenched in sweat, but today there was no such thing as having to lie on the floor like the other days. After moving her sore body, Li Xingyu went to take a shower and waited for the food to be delivered. Soon the delivery boy pushed the door in and found Li Xingyu sitting on the apparatus watching him. Yo, you can do it, bro. Now you finally don't have to lay on the ground. Li Xingyu smiled helplessly. There's no way, my body is too weak. It's only been just a little bit over the past 2 days. Thank you, I didn't have the strength to talk to you for the first 2 days. After a couple of words, the food delivery man left, and Li Xingyu wolfed down another meal. He came to the bedside and picked up his communicator, realizing that he still hadn't received any messages today. Several people hadn't contacted him since about 10 days ago, and Li Xingyu guessed that they were training just like himself, so they didn't care. Hey, I didn't expect these guys are quite progressive, or good, more practice, this will help with the late breakthroughs, and also provide an extra bit of security. Li Xingyu came to the bathroom and looked in the mirror, and realized that her body was quite a bit stronger compared to half a month ago, and although her muscles didn't look extremely developed, they were very well proportioned and shapely. Not only that, but the face is healthier, and the whole demeanor of the person has changed a lot. Tisk, it's worthy of being nicknamed Little Pang Yuyen, now it's really living up to its name. After posing a few poses in front of the mirror, Li Xingyue went back to bed to rest. In a flash it came to 3:50, this time he deliberately set the alarm clock instantly popped up from the bed, sharply dressed and washed up. Wang Li pushed the door and saw that he was ready to train. Not bad, now it's a bit of a looker, physical training will be doubled again starting today. Li Xingyue reached out her hand and interrupted Wang Li, "Instructor, I would like to ask, how much longer do I have to train before I can break through the third rank?" Wang Li's face, which was still calm, became a bit cold at this time. "So, your goal is just the third rank? Then you can graduate now." Seeing Wang Li turn around and try to leave again, Li Xingyue hurriedly pulled him back. No, I definitely want to break through to a higher rank. Who doesn't want to break through to the 8th order, 9th order, or even the 10th order? Mainly this potential of mine is not very good, I'll burn high incense if I can get to the 5th or 6th order. On another note, a couple of my brothers are still waiting for me outside, so that's why I wanted to ask how long it would take. Wang Li stopped moving, turned back, and stared at Li Xingyu for several minutes, during which neither of them spoke, while Li Xingyu was a little hairy from the look. "After this half a month, I can feel that you are different from us, and I do think that you have a very great potential. The 10th rank, which no one has reached even until now, may not be impossible for you, though I don't know why I feel that way. Well, there's no point in talking more. In short, if you believe me, then train in peace for the rest of the day, at least for a short period of time. You won't be thinking about going out, and of course, you won't regret it when it's time to graduate." Well, the instructor had said so Li Xingyue couldn't say anything else. A day passed by in a flash. To those who enjoyed themselves, it seemed like it passed in the blink of an eye, but to Li Xingyue, it was days like years, and countless times she wanted to simply die. He was on the ground, motionless and sweaty, which was back to where he was a few days ago. Delivery boy came in and found him instantly happy out. "No, why are you like this again? Other training rooms have not seen you like this. It seems that you are indeed a bit weak, eat more to make up for it, huh?" Li Xingyu wanted to dislike her after hearing this, but now she didn't even have the strength to open her mouth. Another half-hour's reprieve, and only then did we begin to eat. After taking a shower and coming to the bed, thinking of the words Wang Li said today, he felt that he had to talk to the yellow teeth several people. After all, this training time is far more than what was expected before. But how could he not contact a few people? These days he sent some messages, a few people did not reply to one. Holy, what's going on here? Is something wrong, or is the training obsessed? Li Xingyue knew a few people, none of them were the kind of character that loved to cause trouble, but she was still a little worried, and picked up her clothes with the intention of going to find them to take a look. Unexpectedly, he was stopped at the exit. "Why don't you let me out?" The gatekeeper had a cold face. "You can't go out until the training is over, so please return." "Then how can they get out?" Li Xingyue pointed to the people next to her who were also training here, and they were all moving in and out at will without hindrance. "We've been given orders that you are not to step foot outside of here until you graduate, so please cooperate with us." Li Xingyue wanted to break through, but just as he took a step forward, 2 lances were aimed at him. Well, you guys win." There was no way out. Li Xingyu could only return to his training room. It seemed that he could only wait for Wang Li to come tomorrow and ask what the situation was. Li Xingyue lay on the bed and ruminated, and in a short while she fell into a deep sleep. Soon there were loud grunts coming from the training room. Chapter 46, End of Training, Off the Grid. 3:50 a.m. Li Xingyue yawned and sat up, stretched, and then began to get up and wash. The fact that this training room was so big and there wasn't a lot of stuff led to echoes when he snored last night, waking himself up a couple times, and the whole thing didn't make him sleep at all. Wang Li Debu also strides into the training room at this time, intending to start training straight away. "Instructor, why won't they let me out? I can't reach my brother now and I want to go out." "Don't you think the most important thing right now is your own training?" Li Xingyue immediately retorted, "But those brothers of mine." "Stop. Put more thought into your training. Just you didn't make a breakthrough and worry about others. Take a step back. Even if something happens to them, what can you do if you're a second rank out there?" Wang Li patted his shoulder. "Raise your strength first, that's the first guideline in the end times." Li Xingyu was silent for a moment and nodded her head. Wang Li was exactly right, he was a second rank, and he was simply useless as when it came to things. "I can reveal to you that in the next few days, in addition to physical training, I will also teach you killing moves, but of course how much of these two you can absorb and how much you can achieve is up to you. If everything goes well, you'll be able to get out in half a year at the earliest, but if you don't fight for yourself, ha!" Li Xingyu didn't open her mouth after hearing this time, she just raised her head and looked at Wang Li with incomparably determined eyes. End Times 10-year calendar, October 3rd, VIP training room. Wang Li revealed a rare smile and looked at Li Xingyue with a pleased expression. Congratulations, you have successfully broken through to the 6th rank. Li Xingyue's face was a color of excitement that she couldn't hide, and she bowed deeply towards Wang Li. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Without you, it would have been impossible for me to reach the 6th rank so quickly. Wang Li shook his head. Enough of these polite words. Your current body strength is already very high. Even if you inject the 7th rank now, you can still successfully break through, but I still suggest that you stabilize for a period of time first. Li Xingyue nodded. Understood, Uncle Wang. I will keep up the training. Well, you graduated and I'm outta here. Li Xingyue was a bit puzzled. You're leaving too? Where to? Arc City, that's where I came from and now I'm planning to go back. Li Xingyue was surprised. I was thinking that you are a local of Freedom City. I didn't realize that you were still from the capital, so how did you come to this Thai place? Wang Li stared at him for a while before he slowly opened his mouth, but only said a few words. Take care of yourself and live well. Seeing that Wang Li was about to walk out of the training room, Li Xingyue hesitated for a moment, but decided to ask, Uncle Wang, can you tell me what rank you are? Wang Li stopped and didn't turn around. He just said 2 words and left straight away. After a minute, the delivery guy came too, and the voice came first before the man arrived. Brother you, I heard you're leaving later, so I've come to have this last meal with you. The guy who delivered the food entered the training room and instantly spotted Li Xingyue standing not far away, but found that he was frozen in place and not moving, his face full of astonishment. The food delivery boy waved his hand at him. Hey, no way brother you, I'm just accompanying you for a meal, you're not going to be like this, are you? Li Xingyue then came back to her senses and spotted him. Oh, it's the takeout brother. Just put the stuff here, you go about your business. In these 6 months, Li Xingyue and the food delivery guy met 3 times a day, and had gotten acquainted. Li Xingyue called him Brother Delivery, and Brother Delivery called him Brother Moon. The takeaway brother was speechless. Big brother, are you listening to me? I'm here to dine with you. Look, I even brought a few bottles of good wine. Sorry bro, just got carried away, let's eat then. Li Xingyue was indeed overly shocked just now, mainly because Wang Li's reply before he left was too powerful. Li Xingyue was now at the 6th rank, but she still felt that Wang Li was unfathomable when she faced him, and she never had the power to fight back when sparring, which was why she asked that question. The 2 words that Wang Li said at that time were 9th order. Li Xingyue completely didn't expect that he had actually spent half a year with a human 9th ranked powerhouse, and had even personally instructed him in his training, which I'm afraid no one would believe if he said it. After all, in everyone's perceptions, 9th rank powerhouses represented the strongest peak battle power of humans. It was said that this kind of super powerhouse was sitting on one side of the main city or eating, drinking, and enjoying himself in the center area, but he was good and came to this most chaotic Freedom City to be a coach. Forget it, the thoughts of the powerful are definitely beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The next meal lasted over 2 hours with the takeout brother, who was very talkative, and Li Xingyue mostly listened. The takeaway brother put down his chopsticks, burped, and picked up his beer bottle again and looked at Li Xingyue. Brother you, it's so fun to drink with you, I don't know when I'll see you again once I say goodbye today, take care of yourself. Good. Li Xingyue also picked up the bottle and clinked it with him, you too. After finishing his meal, the takeout brother left, and Li Xingyue packed up her things, looked back at the training room once again, and then left directly. Coming to the front desk and paying the final payment, a total of 60,000 points had been spent in a little more than half a year, mainly on the renewal of the lease of the training room and evolutionary potions. The meal money was the least in comparison. After saying hello to Wang Hai, Li Xingyue left the corpse hunter branch. At this time, the sun was shining outside. Li Xingyue just came out and in turn was a little uncomfortable. After all, in the training room could not see outside, and the only thing he faced every day was the light. Phew, finally out. Unable to help but sigh a little, Li Xingyue headed in the direction of Area B, intending to enter it directly to find Yellow Tooth and the others. It's been so long since they've seen each other, they must be surprised when they suddenly show up. Just as he was guessing, so many people beside him suddenly began to run, each with a slight look of panic and fear on their faces. It's over and done with. They're coming again. What's going on again? Holy, does this even let anyone live? We'll starve to death if we can't do the quest. Let's go, let's see if we can get some low-ranked ones to kill like last time. Seeing that these people's behavior was filled with doubt, Li Xingyue hurriedly pulled a fleeing person. Dude, question, what's going on here and why are you all so panicked? The man who was grabbed was startled and turned his head to see Li Xingyue, which was a relief. That scared the out of me. You just got born, huh? It's been months since the zombies attacked the city and you're asking me what happened, you suck. Chapter 47 Zombies attacked the city. Freedom City is bustling with activity. Zombies attacked the city? Why are they attacking the city? Li Xingyue's heart was filled with doubts. Before Tyrant they didn't mention the idea of attacking the city to him. Could it be that half a year hadn't come out and they were already planning to start a war with the humans? The man who was pulled back was speechless. Big brother, I'm just a second rank. Are you asking me if this is over the top? That makes sense. So when did the zombies start attacking the city? The man looked down and thought for a moment. Come to think of it, from about 5 months ago. At first there were just a few scattered zombies outside the city, but as time went on, the number grew, to the point that now every few days there's a large wave of zombies coming to attack the city. Harm, low-level zombies have what to fear, we so many evolved people, directly out to kill, this is not all points right brother. Li Xingyue patted the man's shoulder with a relaxed expression. The man couldn't be happier. Don't mention it, we did all think so in the beginning, and all of us lower-ranked ones go out and make a lot of money. But slowly there were more and more zombies, and higher-order zombies started to appear, so we couldn't do it. Then the higher-order revolvers from Area B and Area A also came out, but it was still a struggle to deal with them. It's mainly because our high-ranking numbers are too low and our combat power is not good. We almost lost our defense last month. Then Arc City and the other 4 cities sent a lot of high-level powerhouses. Mumble, these are all. Haven't noticed that our city has been quite lively lately. Li Xingyue looked in the direction the man indicated and found that there were indeed many more people walking in the plaza and on the streets than half a year ago, and there were quite a few of them wearing combat uniforms of different colors. The man looked at him with amazement and began to explain it to him. Gold is Arc City. Silver is the Steel City. White is the City of Light. Green is Aurora City. After the introduction, the man looked at him with a serious face. Brothers, don't mess with these color-bearing ones of theirs. The lowest of this group is of the 4th order, and I've heard that there are also 8th order powerhouses. There were fools who weren't afraid of death before, who just verbally molested their female team members, and they were directly chopped off their arms and legs, with their tongues gone. TSK, how can that fool be a 6th rank and say he's wasted? Even a few of his teammates around him were severely beaten up. For that matter, the top brass of Freedom City didn't dare to fart. Well, without further ado, the hordes are out, and I've got to go see if I can get some favors along the way. After the man finished speaking, he ran towards the outside of the city, and at the same time, there were large numbers of people also running out, each with a weapon in their hands. Hurry up, you won't be able to grab it again if you're late. Captain, slow down. Slow ascend bow, the day before yesterday, a zombie did not rob, and cannot earn points all have to drink the northwest wind, then you directly sell the skin swallow to go. I was wrong Captain, let's run. Li Xingyue had originally planned to go to Area B. It just so happened that the zombies came to attack the city at this time, but it aroused his curiosity, and he also followed the crowd and ran outward. Soon, it was out of the city, and found that in front of it was an uncountable number of people. A rough estimate was afraid that there were 10 or 20,000 people. At this time, they were all gathered not far away from the entrance of the city. There were also many people who drove their cars out. Li Xingyue directly climbed onto the roof of the car to look into the distance, and found that there was a small piece of white, gold and green at the forefront of the crowd, and it seemed that those who came to provide support had rushed to the front. Behind them there was a steady stream of people pouring out of the city gates. There's nothing to see here, and it's going to be packed. Li Xingyue, intending to walk forward, jumped out of the car and knocked on the driver's window, which lowered down to a young man in his 20s with an impatient look on his face. What the? I'll take you up on that car for 500 points. I'll you up, being rich is great. 1,000 points. Grandpa, still wanna hit me with money? 1,500 points. I've got a new car that's just been modified. 3,000 points, no sale, I'm leaving. Sell, father, this is our house key, you keep it. The boy got out of the car happily. Li Xingyue got into the driver's seat, started the vehicle and then intended to drive towards the front, when several other doors were suddenly pulled open. Up sat 4 muscular men who at first glance looked like fitness trainers from a previous life. The man in the co-pilot's hand was playing with a dagger, his tone was icy. Don't be afraid kid, we are just rubbing the car, don't worry we will get off when we get to the front line, you drive obediently, we won't move you. The man said it politely, but it was really a naked threat. Li Xingyue glanced at it without saying anything, and after dropping his head he drove around the crowd towards the front line. He didn't put these 4 people in his eyes. If it were half a year ago, he would indeed be nervous, but after half a year of inhuman training, he had now managed to reach the 6th rank. Although these guys looked muscular and bluffing on the surface, he could feel that the aura emanating from a few of them was much weaker than his, and that was even less to worry about. Li Xingyue found that the car's power is very sufficient. After stepping on the gas pedal, response is very fast. It is really modified. The speed is indeed much faster than the average car. Soon, it drove to the very front of the crowd, and it was then that he realized that a large number of zombies were gathering at the opposite side of the crowd, 300 to 400 meters away. From left to right there was no end in sight. All the zombies were staring straight at the humans in front of them, hissing continuously. And in the front center of the zombie group, there was a lesser group of zombies that were much cleaner and tidier in their attire. Yo, looks like the walkers have evolved quite a bit again. As he looked more closely, he spotted Ghost Knight, who was surrounded by everyone, and whom Li Xingyue was able to recognize at a glance solely because of what he was wearing. It was exactly the same as it was 6 months ago, and there were a couple of humans next to him. Humans? How can there be humans? No, could it be that these are also zombies that have also broken through to the 7th or 8th stage and look exactly like humans? Well, it should be. Li Xingyue loosened his seatbelt and pulled out his cigarette case to light one for himself, intending to see what was going on first. Brother Bear, when are we going to do it? One of the men in the backseat said as he looked at the co-pilot. The co-pilot, Bear, glanced at the zombie horde in front of him and then at the group from Ark City in the middle of the humans to his left. There's no rush. After they do it, we'll find a chance to kill some lower ranked ones. Remember not to spread out, and directly stay away from the fully clothed zombies when we encounter them. They're all high ranked, we can't cope with them. Just pick up a few small bargains, but don't put our own lives on the line. It seems that the low-level evolutions of humanity are running to pick up the pieces. And at this point neither the humans nor the zombies made a move. At that moment a man in a golden combat suit walked out with a loudspeaker in his hand. Corpse King on the other side, why do you come to provoke Freedom City 3 times? Let me tell you, don't do it because we're afraid of you. Ark City has several 9th-ranked powerhouses. Taking you guys down was easy as pie. The man lowered the horn in his hand after he finished speaking and waited quietly for the walker to reply. The crowd, which had been as noisy as a food market, had consciously closed their mouths when he spoke, and were now waiting to hear the walker's side of the story as well. After half a minute, the walker and gave a response. You mom. Chapter 48. Stop, you guys should stop fighting. The originally quiet crowd erupted into a steady stream of shouted curses when they heard this greeting. They are so arrogant. That's right, do you really think we humans can't handle them? And in the middle of the crowd of golden combat uniforms, the man who had just shouted his words was blue in the face, his heart angry to the extreme. And the people from the white, green, and silver ones of the city next to the golden crowd burst out laughing. Ha, Ark City, this can lose adults. Ha, no one has ever given him so little face, he's going to have to explode with anger now. And there were quite a few people in the group with the golden combat uniforms who covered their mouths and forced themselves not to laugh out loud. Li Xingyue sat in the car and laughed until her stomach hurt. Just now that sound he heard out as the voice of the Ghost Knight. Did not expect half a year. Do not see this kid grew up, all know how to be polite, learn to greet people. And the 4 muscular men in the car couldn't stop laughing with their stomachs covered. Ha, Brother Xiong, this Corpse King is also too amusing, the scolding is so relieving. That's right, the people from Ark City and the other 3 cities haven't spent much time hoovering up our free city these days. It's not good, they just take off their pants when they see a good-looking woman, and they don't even pay for their meals. Alas, it can't be helped, who made them strong, just this free city still has to send them quite a few points every day. And give them points for it, so they keep grabbing other people's bracelets? Nonsense, would you mind having too many points? Didn't you see the announcement sent out by the higher-ups of Freedom City, saying that it was to thank them? I think it's just bah humbug. Yo, I didn't expect to hear some gossip by letting a few of them on the bus, not a bad way, Val. A few people were chatting when the golden combat suit gave the order to start the fight, and then the people from the several cities that had come to support them rushed forward. The crowd behind them moved when they saw it, waving their weapons and shouting as they ran forward. At this time, the zombie army also made a move, and all the zombies ran wildly this way, their eyes full of desire for food. Li Xingyue also grabbed his backpack and long axe and got out of the car. He definitely couldn't drive any further. He planned to kill as he approached Ghost Knight and asked what was going on. Several of Bear's men got out of the car at this point, gripping their weapons and scanning the battlefield. Brother Xiong walked in front of Li Xingyue with a sardonic smile. Kid, we'll take this car, I advise you not to be illiterate. Okay, here's the key. Ha! Brother Xiong froze for a moment. He hadn't even finished his harsh words when Li Xingyue directly pulled out the key and handed it to him. Hiss! Why was he so obedient? Shouldn't he have just refused and then fought to the death so that his own people could just take him down? This is completely out of character. You boys are trying to pull a scam, aren't you? Yeah, that must be it, huh, I'm telling you. Stop. Don't talk crap, I'm busy right now, I'm leaving. Li Xingyue put down a sentence and directly ran away in the direction of the zombies. Bear, he said he was busy. I heard you. 4. You drive after us, we'll kill a wave and leave, don't get involved. A few people are speechless after hearing this, but also cut off the war, we don't wanna fight at all. But these words only dared to be thought in their hearts, they didn't dare to say them out loud. By now the two waves had fought. The center of the battlefield was a field of broken rocks and bones, as well as black and red blood. Li Xingyue quickly arrived at the front line. At this time, he was in front of all the low-level zombies, and Ghost Knight was still a distance away from him. It seems the only way to do that is to kill the walkers in front of you first. Li Xingyue raised his long axe and swung it forward, easily cutting off the zombie's brain. The zombie fell straight to the ground, a bright color showing in its brain. It's a crystal core from a zombie's brain, and judging by the color, it's a second-order zombie. Li Xingyue didn't bother picking up the crystal cores and kept swinging forward, while the people who were originally fighting with the zombies beside him saw that he didn't pick up the crystal cores and started snatching them up. The crystal core is mine, no one can rob it. It was your father I saw first. Stop, you guys, stop. Stop fighting. At this moment, a holy mother beside them was opening her mouth and begging bitterly. She really couldn't watch the scene of her kind killing each other. Where did come from? Look at the knife. Put. Put. With 2 cuts, the Madonna slowly fell to the ground, quickly losing her breath. Good job, brother, here's a piece of crystal core for you. Harm, it's okay brother, the Holy Mother just deserves to be killed, but you have to die too. Look at the knife. Put. Put. 2 knives went down, and the man on the opposite side had just taken out a crystal core when his heart was stabbed twice, and he was directly karmic. The crystal core isn't all mine if you die. Air. Puff. He too fell to the ground, and behind him stood a man with a bloody knife in his hand. That's right, the crystal core is mine if you die. Ha 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 ha. The battlefield at this time was chaotic and incomparable, and the ugliness of human nature was manifested to the fullest. Some of the humans were fighting the walkers. Some humans were fighting humans. Some humans were fighting with their teammates. Only the zombies, looking very united, did not forget their original intention and always fought with humans. Li Xingyue was very close to Ghost Knight at this point, but he was fighting 2 people from other cities. It was said to be a fight, but Li Xingyue felt as if he was just teasing the 2 of them and did not use his full strength. Seeing that there were no other humans nearby, Li Xingyue put her heart down. Older brother. Hello? Li Xingyue yelled at the direction of Ghost Knight at the top of her voice. Ghost Knight's originally cold face visibly froze for a moment after hearing the voice and quickly turned his head this way. After seeing Li Xingyue, the pupils instantly dilated and were filled with a look of surprise, forming a strong contrast with the coldness just now. Brother! Ghost Knight cried out in delight, then hurriedly told the surrounding circle of zombies to stop. Li Xingyue ran straight over, and before he could stand still, Ghost Knight jumped straight over and gave him a big hug. Brother, where have you been all this time? I haven't been able to find you. Li Xingyue patted Ghost Knight's shoulder. It's a long story. Ghost Knight listened in thought, then looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. Oh, well, keep it short then brother. Chapter 49. I'm super tempted to kill someone right now. Li Xingyue choked on Ghost Knight's words. And the 2 Arc City players next to them were confused to the core at this point. What did this necromancer just call him? Like, brother? Why? How the do I know why? So what now? Fight or run? Bull. We're both at the 7th rank, we can't beat him at the 8th rank, hurry and run away. Tell the captain about this. The 2 men flew into a quick conversation, turned around, and headed for a breakneck run. Ghost Knight looked at Li Xingyue with a gentle tone. Brother, since you're fine, we'll return to Star Ocean City later. As soon as the words fell, Ghost Knight's originally gentle eyes instantly turned cold, and then his figure disappeared in front of Li Xingyue's eyes. In the next second, the 2 people from Arc City instantly exploded in place, and 2 blood mists directly spread out in all directions. Since this was the zone where the Corpse King was located, no other human dared to approach for several hundred meters around. And Li Xingyue could only see remnants of shadows passing before her eyes just now. Whoosh! Another wind blew, and Ghost Knight was back in place at this point. Holy! Li Xingyue was a bit depressed when she saw that Ghost Knight had easily exterminated 2 7th ranks. He originally thought that he should be considered a sub-top tier powerhouse by now at the 6th rank, but he didn't realize that he was nothing compared to the 8th rank. It's done, let's go back, brother. Li Xingyue nodded, and then planned to go with Ghost Knight. But just then, he suddenly heard some strange sounds. Di-wang, Di-wang. Ghost Knight, did you hear any strange noises? Ghost Knight pricked up his ears and listened. No, brother. Okay, let's go. Game over. Nope. There's definitely a sound, and it's a very familiar sound. Didn't you hear the game over sound? Ghost Knight froze for a moment after hearing this, then pointed to the lower left. Brother, are you talking about her? Li Xingyu looked in the direction of Ghost Knight's finger and realized that there was actually a girl sitting on the ground. Mainly because her attention had been on Ghost Knight and those 2 Arc City team members just now, she hadn't seen her. The girl was very fair-skinned and wore a pink dress, with her super long hair parted in 2 and tied on the right and left sides of her head. At the moment she was sitting cross-legged on the floor with a game console in her hand. Since she had her head down looking at the game console, Li Xingyue couldn't see her face, but she could see that a cigarette was being smoked in her mouth. As she was watching, the girl moved at that moment, raising the game console in her hand and breaking it right in half. It's a pain in the ass. It didn't go over again. The girl stood up and spat out the cigarette in her mouth with a mouthful of hostility. I am now super level. Wants to kill people. Holy, you're going to kill someone if you lose a game? The girl scanned around and saw Li Xingyue standing next to Ghost Knight, and a crazy smile immediately surfaced on her face. Li Xingyue was uncomfortable by the thief she was looking at. Originally seeing the girl's pretty and cute face, she thought that it was some kind of loli that had been abducted by a Ghost Knight. I didn't expect it to be a crazy batch. Just now, the girl's eyes looked at him with a tyrannical murderous aura, causing his legs to shiver uncontrollably straight at all. Hey, kid, prepare to die. Just after saying that, the girl disappeared in place, while Li Xingyu felt an extremely terrifying pressure sweeping over her. Her scalp went numb, but her body couldn't move at all. Bang! A loud bang was issued. Li Xingyue opened her eyes and realized that Ghost Knight was standing in front of her, blocking that heavy blow from the girl just now. Ghost Knight looked at the girl with a bitter smile. Sweets, he's brother you almost got into big trouble. The girl was originally still a bit upset and puzzled by Ghost Knight stopping her attack. When she heard his words, she instantly withdrew her hand. Wide-eyed, he moved his small footsteps to the right and stared straight at Li Xingyue, not to mention how curious he looked. So he's Li Xingyue. Gee, it's not much to look at. This girl is so rude. Don't make me yuao. Li Xingyue gave a tirade in her heart, but she still piled up a kind smile on her face and extended her right hand forward. Hello crazy batch, I know, sweet. Nice to meet you. My humble self is Li Xingyue, who is nicknamed Little Peng Yuyan. Sugar bristled, disgust written all over her face, and had no intention of shaking his hand. Li Xingyue stood in place awkwardly, then withdrew his hand and took out a cigarette and lit it, which eased his inner embarrassment a bit. Seeing this, Ghost Knight also felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly came out to round up the situation. Alright, since Brother Yu is back, there's no need for us to kill anymore. Go back, Tyrant and the others are still waiting. Li Xingyue was a bit surprised to hear him say that. Holy, when did they come back? Aren't they all in the other 4 cities? Brother, they also just came back not long ago, and would have stayed for a while longer, but when they heard that you had disappeared for half a year, they came back earlier. Yo, the whole thing I kinda touched. I was just in the city and wondered how suddenly the zombies began to attack the city. I did not think it was actually because of me. Okay, Aang, it's really not a waste of time to associate with you guys. You guys are really on when it comes to something. Let's go back and buy you guys a drink. I've suffered these past 6 months, I haven't smoked or drank much at all. Okay brother, let's go home. After saying that, Ghost Knight came to the back and got into an SUV. Li Xingyue originally intended to sit in the passenger side, but was snatched by Sweetie and sat in, crossing her legs and lighting a cigarette to smoke. There was no other way, Li Xingyue could only sit in the back seat. At this time, all the zombies in front of the car tacitly moved to the sides, leaving a space 4 or 5 meters wide in the middle for the car to walk. Ghost Knight did not know when he learned to drive. Li Xingyue just wanted to praise him a few words, but unexpectedly the car instantly crooked, directly ran over several zombies. Older brother, you just seemed. Ahem, accident, pure accident, don't worry brother, I'm a good driver. But why don't you release the handbrake? Ahem, accident, pure and simple. What are you doing with your windshield wipers on a sunny day? Brother, that's a long story. Get on the side. You can't drive a dir here. Li Xingyue directly asked Ghost Knight to stop the car, and the two of them switched places. Li Xingyue skillfully operated the car and began to speed towards Star Ocean City. The army of zombies behind them followed the slow withdrawal. Those who were still fighting at this point realized that the zombies suddenly began to withdraw, and they were all puzzled. A. Hey, why is this all withdrawn? B. I don't know, it's not supposed to be this early? C. Does that mean it was scared off by my killing aura? Put. C. Slowly fell to the ground and died. D. He too. A. Chapter 50. Brother is not the kind of person you think he is. The zombie army began to continuously withdraw towards Star Ocean City, quickly moving away from the battlefield. The human side didn't know what the reason was, but they all knew that now was the best time to clean up the battlefield. After all, there were still quite a few zombies and humans killed in this battle, and there were still quite a few crystals, weapons, and vehicles scattered on the battlefield. I saw this corpse weapon first. If you see it, it's yours, so if I see your daughter-in-law, do I get to go in there for a bit too? Get down, it's our car. Bull, I can see it clearly, the original owner is gone. Yo, looks like you want to practice with us? Practice is practice, our team still has 7 people now, are we still afraid of 5 of you? Brother's car is yours, farewell. The high ranks of Ark City and the remaining 3 cities were all gathered at this time. Why are the walkers evacuating so early today? What's the difference between you asking us and asking the toilet? How could we possibly know? Watch your mouth, and watch out for me if you talk to my captain like that again. Yo, the pups are starting to protect their master, so knowledgeable. The 2 waves of people from Radiant City and Steel City quarreled, and the atmosphere was instantly tense with swords. Enough! The leader of Ark City directly spoke to stop the 2 parties, his face very gloomy. Both of their Ark City's 7th-ranked team members hadn't returned, which was no small loss. Originally, he was angry at being greeted by the Corpse King about his family before, and now that the 2 7th-ranked team members were gone, he was now on fire through the sky. Well, all of you go back to your homes and we'll discuss it tomorrow. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and led the people from Ark City to the car. The other few teams looked at each other and all grunted coldly as they also got into their own cars and headed to the city. Ark City's leader got into the car before turning his head to look at the team members beside him. I'm on very high fire today. No dinner later, go straight to my room and get 5, no, 10, remember to be tender. The team member beside him gulped and panicked, nodding his head in agreement. He was now afraid that the captain would take himself out if he was not happy, while he was just on fire. So, Saint, is 13 or 14 young enough? Shang was originally planning to light a cigarette. After hearing this, he instantly shone a blow to his head. You are so small are not spared. The player was too scared to reach out and rub it when he was hit, so he can only smile and say yes. Didn't change places, did you? It's almost 5 minutes away. Li Xingyue looked at the familiar Star Ocean City and estimated the time. Ghost Knight nodded. It hasn't moved for the time being, it's just a new villa, the previous one was too small. Okay. Li Xingyue accelerated some speed and drove straight towards the villa area in front of him, soon entering the neighborhood. It's the one in the middle, brother. I looked around before and it's the biggest with the most rooms. Li Xingyue drove the car to the entrance of the villa and found that it was indeed much larger than the previous one, a total of 3 floors, French-style detached. You can see the inside patio through the fence and there is a superb pool in the center. The 3 of them got out of the car and entered the garden, where Li Xingyue found a few people from Tyrant basking in the sun on the lounge chairs by the pool. Tyrant cackled as he swiped the video with his cell phone in one hand and a bottle clutched in the other. Shura was playing a game with a cigarette in his mouth and a tablet in his hand, cursing as he did so. The nun was holding a small bottle in her hand and was continuously applying it to her body, which Li Xingyue estimated to be sunscreen or something like that. Blood Moon, is huffing and puffing, with a steady stream of drool dripping from the corners of his mouth. Oh ho! Brothers, I'm back! Surprised? Happy or not? Li Xingyue was very excited after seeing a few people and shouted out, but no one responded to him. Damn, this is too embarrassing. Behind him, Ghost Knight covered her mouth and forced a laugh as she took his bags inside, while Sweetness walked over to Shura and snatched the tablet. Bring it on you! Shura was in the middle of a fight when the tablet was suddenly taken away, and when he saw that it was Sweetness, he was furious. What are you doing, dead girl? I'm about to pass. You're still passing the level when you're a rookie, go play connect the dots you. Shura's eyes were about to spit fire as he stood still, looking around, wondering if he was trying to find a weapon, when he suddenly saw Li Xingyu standing in the doorway. Yo, it's not our young master returning. Shura was full of cheap smiles and couldn't help but flirt. Li Xingyu instantly lost her smile when she saw him like this. Don't force me to yuao at happy hour. Okay, I'm just kidding, come on, we're all here today, let's have a drink at lunch. Shura took a handful of his shoulders, but quickly let go. Ha, what's that smell on you? Why do you smell so bad? Grab a shower. Ha? Does it stink? Li Xingyu sniffed towards herself and realized that there was a real stench. It just occurred to me that it was because he hadn't washed his clothes much since he was often exhausted from the half-year's training, resulting in the current smell. Okay, I'll take a shower, later. After saying that he entered the villa, once he went in, he froze, realizing that the place was really big and thievingly luxurious, whether it was hard or soft furnishings. Li Xingyu before crossing over did a period of time of real estate agents, that time also often can contact some villas, if the soft sister currency to calculate, this villa in the capital or the magic city, afraid to be more than 1 billion it. The living room in front of you is estimated to be 100 square feet, and there is a lot of clutter. The living room is also scattered with a lot of clothing and electronic equipment. Looking at the living atmosphere is very strong. Li Xingyu searched around the first floor before finding the bathroom, took off her clothes and then took a careful shower, but just after she finished, she found a problem. He has no new clothes to wear. Forgot about that. Came to the door, pulled open a little slit slightly, and shouted out, Ghost Knight, help me find 2 pieces of clothing to wear. After waiting for half a day, Ghost Knight did not respond to him. Was it too low for him to hear? Ghost Knight, find me clothes to wear. Li Xingyu shouted through his throat this time, but still no one responded to him, and was about to shout again, when the sound of snapping footsteps came from outside. What are you yelling for? You just heard me. Li Xingyu grumbled for a moment, her hand reaching out from the doorway, ready to take the clothes. Unexpectedly, just then, his hand was stroked. Older brother, what are you doing? Brother is not the kind of person you think. Ow. Chapter 51, Corpse King? She's not just an internet addict. Li Xingyu's body was jolted by the touch, and she hurriedly tried to pull her hand back, but the door was pushed open from the outside. He subconsciously looked up and realized that it wasn't Ghost Knight standing outside the door. Instead, it was a strange woman in a white shirt and nightgown, with a pair of slender white legs completely exposed. He couldn't help but take a look around from bottom to top, and holy, that body is so gluttonous. Such a nice face too, wow, she's still smiling at me, she's so cute when she smiles and her eyes are. Li Xingyu realized that the woman's eyes were actually constantly flashing with love when she saw the eyes. He instantly looked dumbfounded, feeling that this woman was so beautiful, and there was only one thought in his head, which was to possess her immediately. Unconsciously, his feet stepped forward. Brother, did you just call me? Li Xingyu instantly woke up when she heard Ghost Knight's voice coming from her ears, and a cold sweat broke out. I seem to have fallen for this woman just now. Not daring to look at the woman again, he looked down, then realized he was still naked and hastily covered his body. Hey! Sister Phantom, why are you here? The woman didn't turn around when she heard Ghost Knight talking behind her, she just looked at Li Xingyu with a smile. It's fine, I just plan to come take a shower after swimming. Ghost Knight so quietly continued to walk forward before spotting Li Xingyu, who was covering a huge object. Brother, what's your look, cosplay? I cos you. Don't go get me my clothes yet. Li Xingyu yelled and directly closed the door with his foot, then quickly unlocked it. He didn't want to be stared at by a woman like she was looking at meat anymore. Ding dong. Little brother, what are you doing closing the door? It's not like sis is going to do anything to you. Open the door, sis wants to go in. The woman knocked on the door a few times outside, her voice particularly gentle and seductive. If it were any other occasion, I can't say that the flag would have been raised already. But now he didn't have the slightest desire, since this woman was able to appear in the villa, coupled with Ghost Knight's title for her just now. The woman's identity was already calling out, another necromancer. After what happened just now, Li Xingyu could already sense that this was another master who was not to be messed with, and was actually controlled just by staring at her eyes for a moment. Ding dong. Knock yourself out. Little brother, my sister still has to take a shower, how can I do it if you don't open the door? This time after the woman finished speaking, Li Xingyu clearly felt that her brain was starting to be out of control again, as if the voice had magic powers. I'm losing control of myself. Brother, open the door, clothes for you. As soon as Ghost Knight's voice sounded, Li Xingyue instantly came to her senses, and only then did she react to the fact that she had drifted again. Opened the doorway to reach out and grab the clothes quickly put on the clothes. Li Xingyue opened the door directly to the garden scurry. When I came outside, I found the large round table in the garden already filled with food and all kinds of wine. Tyrant and Shura, 5 people, were already sitting on the chairs and chatting, and there were still 3 empty seats in the center of Tyrant and Lolita Sugar. Li Xingyue directly ran over to sit on the right side of the Tyrant, opened a can of beer and gulped it down, and soon a can was finished, which slowed it down quite a bit. Shura put down his cell phone, looking at him like this with a surprised face. What's wrong, young master? We are not all here yet and you started drinking. It seems that you haven't practiced much in the past 6 months. Li Xingyue wiped the beer from his mouth with a palpitating face. Don't mention it, I almost died in the house just now. Blood Moon was originally brushing the video and instantly laughed when she heard him say it. You're dreaming, little moon student? There are 4 Ninth Order and 3 Eighth Order in this courtyard, and you're saying that you almost died? Li Xingyue was just about to retort when she suddenly reacted to Blood Moon's words with a shocked expression. Holy, all 4 of you are at the 9th rank? Tyrant nodded. Well, you've reached the 6th rank, isn't it normal for us to reach the 9th rank? Holy, is that comparable? Li Xingyue chatted and almost forgot about the business, took a look towards the house and came to Tyrant's ear. What's the origin of that woman called Phantom? Oh, you mean her? She evolved to the 8th rank a few months ago, a little earlier than Sweetie, right Sweetie? Tyrant finished looking at Sugar, but Sugar didn't pay any attention to him and kept juggling the game console in her hand. This little loli is actually an 8th Order Corpse King. It's hilarious, it's not a internet-addicted girl. Li Xingyue couldn't help but spit out a sentence, not expecting to feel a thick murderous aura coming from her right side in the next second. Stop. Wrong. No, it's wrong. Dense killing aura gradually dissipates. Shura burst into laughter after watching the whole thing from the side. Ha 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 ha. What do you think you're messing with her for? Li Xingyue no longer wanted to talk at this time, depressed, lit a cigarette, and then placed the cigarette case on the table for a few people to share and smoke. After a few minutes, Ghost Knight walked out of the villa and sat directly next to Sugar. Immediately after that, the woman called Phantom also walked out. She would have changed into a black love, huh? It was actually an erotic-style short skirt. Between the bosoms was a large cutout, and the area around the waist was also devoid of fabric, with a small dark red tattoo just below the belly button. However, Li Xingyue didn't see what kind of pattern it was, mainly because the lower part was in his skirt and he couldn't see it. The chimera twisted her waist and slowly walked towards the table where Li Xingyue was, directly sitting in the last empty seat, the one next to Li Xingyue. Yahoo! Shura gave a strange cry at this time and stood up. Today is a good day out, our young master missing for half a year finally came back, must drink happy. There were a total of 8 people present, except for Li Xingyue. The other 7 were opening the beer in front of them and drinking it. Li Xingyue, on the other hand, unwrapped the food on the table and ate it. He felt a little hungry while he was in the shower, so he planned to fill his stomach first. Tyrant looked at him after taking a sip of his beer. This villa of ours has a total of 3 floors. The first floor is 4 rooms, the second floor is also 4, and the third floor is 2. The 4 of us guys will take the first floor, and the girls will take the second. Li Xingyue nodded. It didn't matter where he lived, there was a bed anyway. Game over. Click. A game sound effect rang out, accompanied by the sound of the console shattering. Ah! Broken game. Sugar dropped the game console that was laid in half in her hand, copped a beer and drank it. Li Xingyue was sighing at how strong the little girl's hands were, when Shura stood up again at this time and hurriedly slid to the ground on his knees, holding up the game console and wailing continuously. It's my new console. It's the only one I've got. You don't ever play mine again. Sugar threw away the bottle of wine she had drunk and looked impatient. Annoying. Games are just as bad as men. Humph. Chapter 52, Taking a Family Portrait with 7 Corpse Kings. Li Xingyue couldn't help but tease Shura when she saw him happy like that. Yo, let's see whose little daughter-in-law is so aggrieved, ooh. So it's Lord Shura, the 9th Order Corpse King. Shura sat back in his chair at this point, picked up the cigarettes on the table and lit 3 for himself, puffing away. Li Xingyue walked over and patted him on the shoulder with a serious look on her face. It's just a game console, a man should have a pattern. Besides, Sweetie is just a child, why are you so angry with a child? Just do me a favor and turn this over. Unexpectedly, Shura is directly slapped off his hand, a face of anger. I went to your mother a small Jerry, pattern of a fart. This thing over. No. Go. It's over. Can't be persuaded. Can't be persuaded at all. Well, I'll go to Freedom City tomorrow and steal you a taller match and that'll be the end of it, cheapskate, humph. Sugar opened up at this point, promising to get Shura a new one tomorrow, which brought a smile to Shura's face. Harm, what's high or not, a man must have a pattern, don't you think so, Star Moon? Li Xingyu, however, didn't pay any attention to him and twisted her head around with the intention of talking to Ghost Knight, but there was still the woman phantom demon in between the two of them. Li Xingyu wanted to get down to the table to talk, but realized that she was blocked from view by two meatballs, and had no choice but to just recline against the chair and talk. Ghost Knight, did you finish those comic books you brought back last time? Ghost Knight also twisted his head over when he heard the voice. Harm, I finished reading it a long time ago, brother, it's been half a year, I've gone to Freedom City to buy new books several times. Okay, it's good to read more books, don't play games all day like them. Alright, brother. Li Xingyue was about to clink another glass with Ghost Knight and just reached forward, but unexpectedly the chimera laid back and leaned in at that moment, causing his hand to directly touch something soft. So soft. Li Xingyue blurted it out directly without thinking, but she reacted in the next second and immediately withdrew her hand, thinking that no one should notice. A twist of his head revealed that everyone at the table was staring at him with wide eyes. Holy, that's ING's social death. The chimera looked at him with spring in her eyes. That was comfortable just now, wasn't it? Li Xingyue unconsciously nodded her head, but the next second she hastily shook her head again, followed by a serious face. I don't understand what you're talking about at all. The nun's face was very unsightly at this time, and she slapped the table fiercely. Put away your Thai energy, don't blame me for cleaning you up if you treat him like that again. Blood Moon was originally still swiping his cell phone, but at this time, he did not look at it, picked up his beer and put it to his mouth. His face did not move, but his eyes were looking back and forth at the nuns, Li Xingyue and Phantom Demon Trio. Tyrant and Shura, on the other hand, pretended not to see it and continued chatting. Sugar, on the other hand, was even more exaggerated, half of her body lying directly on the table to look this way. Ghost Knight, on the other hand, had a slightly tense expression and kept stuffing peanuts into his mouth with his head down. The chimera wasn't intimidated by the nun and let out a light laugh. What's wrong with you today, Sister Sama? You're usually very gentle. The nun's face, originally covered in frost, was eased at this time, and she resumed her seat, lifting the wine cup. It's nothing, come on, let's drink one. After saying this, he tilted his head and directly drank all the wine in the cup. The chimera saw this and smiled, also raised his cup and drank it all in one go. The two were drinking red wine, but instead of just pouring a little bit and sipping it slowly like they normally would, they just poured their goblets full, and then they both just went straight for it. After a short while of drinking, there were 7 or 8 empty bottles on the floor. The two men sparring stirred the tyrant's interest and pulled Shura to follow suit, and the two of them drank bottle after bottle. Blood Moon was equally interested and pulled Sweetie right into a cocktail, drinking cocktails mainly because Sweetie didn't want to drink white wine and didn't like beer. Seeing that several people were starting to spar, Ghost Knight also raised his right hand and looked at Li Xingyue. Brother, let's stop. I don't have your drinking capacity, let's drink slowly. Li Xingyue and Ghost Knight then drank as well, but after drinking too much he couldn't help but talk to Ghost Knight about the old days. Hiccup, older brother. Old brother. You know. Ghost Knight looked at Li Xingyue with a blank expression. Brother, I don't know. Nonsense, of course you don't know, because I haven't said it yet, ha ha ha. Ghost Knight. Brother told you, brother before, but people send nicknames Small Pine Yuyen. That time our village many people have chased me. Ghost Knight scratched his head. So many people chasing after you? Then you won't be beaten to death by them, brother? You got a bubble in your head? Burp, those are women. Women, do you understand? I don't think you understand either, you're still a kid, right? Ghost Knight didn't understand. Brother, what do you mean by fledgling? Li Xingyue shook her head, her body leaning on Ghost Knight to strongly support herself from falling. No, can't say, said the book will have to be sealed, hiccup. Okay, so what does little Penelope mean? Does it describe someone who was ugly? Ghost Knight stared at Li Xingyue's face and inquired with an innocent face. Am I ugly, old man? Anyway, just, drink brother, drink. The garden was bustling with activity at this point, and Tyrant and Ghost Knight had gotten completely high and started dancing. Blood Moon and Lori Sugar are standing on the top chair paddling. The nun and the chimera were still sitting in their chairs drinking one glass after another, but at a much slower pace now compared to before. and both of their cheeks were already a bit flushed. Li Xingyue crouched down next to the pool and washed her face, which sobered her up a bit before she ran over to Tyrant and Shura to dance together, jumping around for a bit and then paddling over to Blood Moon. After paddling, he sat down at the table again, and as soon as he had twisted the nun's body, his hand went right over her arm for a drink of the cross. Oh ho! Cheers, sister! The nun froze for a moment, but smiled and drank the wine in her hand. Li Xingyue jumped up after drinking it and went back to the very first seat, resting her face in her hands and looking at the chimera curiously. Little Mimi, what's that tattoo below your belly button, can you show me? Don't worry, I don't look in vain, I'll show you below my belly button later too. The chimera snorted out a laugh, you're drunk, little brother. Li Xingyue shook her head and was about to say that she didn't drink too much, but Ghost Knight clapped her hands. How about we take a family photo? Yes. Well, yes. Shura and Tyrant were the first to stand, and Blood Moon and Sugar, hand in hand, walked over and stood to the side as well. The remaining few people also entered the group, while Li Xingyue came to the far corner and stood next to Shura. Shura looked at him and frowned, blurting out, "Who told you to stand here?" Li Xingyue was a bit embarrassed and moved her feet with the intention of leaving, but she was yanked over by Shura and placed in the very center of the group. Shura laughed out loud, "That's right, our young master should be in the C position." Chapter 53, Sister 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 Sister, Offended. Ghost Knight tuned his cell phone, then ran back moments later. 3, 2, 1. Cigar. Ghost Knight took back his cell phone and looked at it, his face all happy, the shot is especially good. Li Xingyue took the phone and looked at it, and realized that it was really good, and the photo captured all 8 people in their entirety. From left to right. Shura, Tyrant, Sister, Lee Star Moon, Phantom, Sweet, Blood Moon, Ghost Knight. Everyone was wearing a smile, and all of them had face values that broke through the sky, but of course, this everyone definitely didn't include Li Xingyue. The few remaining people also took turns picking up their cell phones and looking at them, and they all thought it was a great shot. Let's take a picture of the two of us alone. Ghost Knight looked at him with a hopeful expression. Oig, he said, taking Ghost Knight by the shoulders. Li Xingyue was of course overjoyed, although he hadn't spent much time with Ghost Knight, he was still very fond of this well-behaved brother. Stargazer Li stretched his arm forward to focus on the two with his front camera. Cigar. Well, how about a look? Yo, that's nice, I have to say, old brother, your face value can even compete with me at my peak. Ghost Knight didn't say anything, only an awkward smile pulled at the corner of his mouth. Young master, I don't understand, you're obviously so ordinary, but why are you so confident? Shura walked over with a cigarette in his mouth ode to Den. In a fit of rage, Li Xingyue grabbed him by the collar and stared into his eyes with a fierce expression. Kid, what are you barking at? Do you realize that you've touched my bottom line? Very well, I, Li Xingyue, officially announce that I'm going to be, resolved, cut off from you. The few people watching the show from the sidelines thought he would be holding back a big one, but they didn't realize it was a big pile of. Shura put an arm around him. Oops, rebel young master, come and laugh, 123, brain. Li Xingyue instantly raised her smile, then immediately collected it with a speechless face. Big brother, that's called an eggplant. Just finished, the shoulder was again embraced, turned his head and found that it was Tyrant, wearing a suit pants and white shirt, at first glance with the same as the boss, a closer look with the grouchy talker no difference. Come on Star Moon, shoot with that all the time, then I have to join in the fun, 321, sheesh. After the shot, Tyrant and Shura began to spar again. Ghost Knight, on the other hand, sat down on a lounge chair by the pool and read a comic book, taking it seriously and having fun while doing so. This image is really extremely contrasting. In the morning he was commanding thousands of zombies to attack the city, and now he's there behaving himself and looking at failure. It's kind of like when a gangster goes home after a long day of gang business and cuddles up with his pink Barbie doll for beauty sleep. Was wondering if I should go catch up on my sleep. I did drink too much today and my head has been spinning. Just as he was about to enter the villa, he was pulled back again and turned around to find Blood Moon looking at him with a smile on her face. What's going on, Tsukiko? Oh, I pooped today. Blood Moon froze directly. Are you sick? I'm asking what you're going to do. Yes, you can also call me by my nickname, Pang Yuyan. Li Xingyue main fight is a read mess back. After all, he is aware of the character of the Blood Moon, cranky batch, come to him quasi no good. Blood Moon was originally still smiling, but at this moment, the smile on his face began to slowly disappear, replaced by a cold and ferocious color. Do you believe I could beat you into the wall and gouge you out? Fine, go ahead, what is it? Oh, actually, there's nothing, just looking at today's weather is good, birds and flowers, refreshing. Say something. Say something. Say something. Sugar and I want to play landlord, 2 for 1. Harm, it's just about this, you should have said so earlier, I still can't say no? Blood Moon instantly changed into a smile, hey, let's go then. No go. Huh? You just said you'd say yes. Li Xingyue looked helpless. It's not that I don't agree, the main thing is that you guys keep stealing my cards. The last time there were 4 of you, just 1 minute into the game I was stolen with only 3 cards left. I'm still playing a draw. You tell me how to play 2 3s and a 4? I'm still the ING landlord. Well, look at you, no stealing this time. Blood Moon had good advice, which pulled Li Xingyue back to the table. At this time Sweet has shuffled the cards, is sitting there resting on the cheeks of the days. And the nun and the chimera were still sparring, only both were already drunk, their eyes were misty and their cheeks were tinged with scarlet. I say you two don't stop, look how drunk they are. Sweet face arrogant, they are because of what spelling alcohol you do not have a point in your heart ah? If you push, I'm going to rip your head off. Li Xingyue could not cry anymore, she really could not fight and scold. Knocking on the table, I say, almost done, any more drinking and you two will be wasted, sister put the glass down. With a drunken look on her face, the nun looked at Li Xingyue, why should I be allowed to release it first, I'll release it when she does. There was no other way, Li Xingyue looked at the chimera again, but he didn't dare to look at her eyes again, after all, he had the previous experience, so his eyes were staring straight at the meatball. Good white. A cough, so what phantom sister, don't drink it, if you keep drinking it you won't be able to go back to the house later. Unexpectedly, the phantom demon directly held his hand with a shy face, good brother, since you are the one who has begged sister, then sister will not drink. Phew, it's finally over. Li Xingyue had just been a bit thankful, but unexpectedly the nun directly slapped the table with an angry face, slut. Where are you putting your hands? The nun directly stood up and walked to Li Xingyue, ripping them both apart and looking at his right hand, her face all heartbroken, it's over your hand is dirty. But it's okay, we don't want this hand anymore, sis will help you cut it. When the nun finished, she looked around as if looking for tools. Sis, you're really drunk, is this kind of talk even possible? How can you reward yourself later if you're going to cut me? Blood Moon. Tyrant. Shura. Stop her ing now. But there was no one around to respond to him. Twisting her head to look at the nun who was still searching earnestly for her tools, it looked like she really wanted to cut. This is not good. Li Xingyue's brain was running extremely fast, then he put his heart across and directly wrapped his right hand around the nun's waist, and his left hand directly lifted her legs up in a princess hug. Offended sister, you need to go back to bed now. Li Xingyue picked it up and rushed straight into the villa, running wildly towards the 2nd floor. Yo, this kid is fierce. It's not bad, after all, you're the young master. Tyrant and Shura looked at the backs of the 2 men, exchanged glances, and clinked their glasses together, to young master. Brother 54 after all, it's a nun, so you might as well put it on. Li Xingyue quickly ran to the 2nd floor, but she didn't know which room the nun's room actually was, and was about to ask the nun, but realized that she had already fallen asleep. He had no choice but to kick open doors one by one to see what was going on, and when he kicked open the nearest door, it was an oversized bedroom with lots of dolls, and the whole room was basically pink. It seems that this house is where Sweetie lives, just her little Lolita preference for pink and dolls. Li Xingyue kicked open the door to the 2nd room again and looked inside to find a number of sexy stockings and lingerie scattered on the bed. It goes without saying that this is the Chimera's room, and she's the sexiest in the whole hospital. Exit and kicked open the door of the next room, found that the house is full of dresses. Li Xingyue immediately retreated again, these several women on the Blood Moon love to wear it the most. Li Xingyue directly came to the last room, kicked open the door and found that this room was particularly cozy and warmly decorated. That's right, this was the nun's room. He walked over to the bed and gently placed the nun on the bed and covered her with another thin quilt before he breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't linger much longer before walking straight out, taking the door with him. Click. The room closed and the nun's eyes, which were still closed, opened instantly, a smile appearing on her face before she closed them again. Li Xingyue went out of the nun's room and came to the 2nd floor living room landing window and looked downwards. Several people were still all in the same place as just now. Blood Moon and Sugar were chatting. Just as well, take this opportunity to not go down there and go straight back to bed. Li Xingyue quietly came to the 1st floor and began to push open the doors of the rooms in turn as she had done just now, pushing open the 3rd bedroom and realizing that there were no other clothes or extra items in here. It seemed that this was his room. Li Xingyue stepped inside and turned around with the intention of closing the door to his room, when he looked up and saw a smiling blood moon and sweetness. Hey you two, what a coincidence. Sugar had a sneer on her face. Oh, cozy your mom. Blood Moon's face was grim. Cut the crap and just beat it. Li Xingyue now finally understood the two men's personalities clearly. It may seem like they're both pretty crazy critics, but in actuality Sugar is just a seriously rebellious little Lolita with an overall appearance that kinda resembles Hatsune Miku, especially with her long hair that reaches her thighs. Blood Moon was more like a big plump loli if compared to the nuns in Chimera, both in terms of body and looks, but she was the real storm loli. Of the 7 corpse kings, Blood Moon should be the most violent. Don't, I just came, just want to change into cooler clothes. You guys got it wrong. I'm sure I'll play the promised landlord. One more trick and I'll get 10,000 walkers to take turns biting you, hurry up. Blood Moon and Sugar married off, racked out, Li Xingyu left and right. Shura poked his head out of the pool and was about to finish changing his breath and continue swimming when he saw Li Xingyue, who was being racked, and burst out in joy. Yo young master, why did you come out so quickly? Do you mean you can't? Ha 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 ha. But I have to say, it's a nun after all, so bring it on. Damn, what a rebellious son. Li Xingyue was furious. Directly as Red not to return, Cold Snort turned around and wrapped his arm around the waist of the Blood Moon and Sweet and left. Snap. Snap. Li Xingyue was slapped on both her right and left cheeks. At 6 o'clock in the evening it was getting dark. Li Xingyue clutched her cards in her hands, her face plastered with long strips of toilet paper, and dozed constantly. 4, I'm down to my last one. Don't sleep, play your cards right now. Li Xingyue was suddenly tapped awake, looked down at the deck, and drew an ace from her hand and threw it on the table. 1B, yeah, I'm out of finish. Where's the B? Li Xingyue stared at Sugar with wide eyes and a look of incredulity. Another look at the pile reveals an 8. Big sister, this is 8. Who taught you to pronounce B? You stay out of this. Life lesson learned, never fight a walker in a fight. No more games, I'm going to bed. At this time there was no one left in the yard except for the 3 of them, who had all gone into the villa. Okay, let's both go inside too. The 3 of them came to the house together, and Li Xingyue entered the living room to find Ghost Knight, Tyrant, Shura, and Phantom Demon all sitting on the sofa. Phantom was clutching the TV remote control and watching the romance vintage seriously. Ghost Knight is still reading comics and having fun reading them. Tyrant was swiping his cell phone. And Shura was leaning on the couch huffing and puffing. Li Xingyue didn't look any further and went straight into her house, closing the door and jumping straight onto the bed, quickly snoring. And Sugar quietly walked up to Shura after entering the living room and carefully pulled his cell phone out of his pocket before bouncing off. Blood Moon, on the other hand, returned to her own room on the 2nd floor, took off the dresses on her body, and began to try on the dozens of Newick dresses she had gotten one by one. Li Xingyu slept directly until 3 or 4 o'clock in the middle of the night, and if she hadn't been suffocated and woken up, she would have slept directly until dawn. Climbed up and went straight out of the room, intending to go to the living room bathroom for some release. As soon as he came out, he saw that Phantom was the only one sitting there in the living room, watching TV. Li Xingyue snorted and ran to the bathroom, and hollered and quickly finished solving it. Just as he opened the bathroom door, he was startled as Phantom stood in the doorway at some point. Little brother, by the sound of that, were you in that? Sister Phantom, it's not quite appropriate for you to eavesdrop like this, is it? And is it necessary to keep grabbing the restroom with me? Besides, which one is that one? Being a second boy, I can't even understand what you're saying. The Chimera let out a giggle. I was just going to say that there's no one else right now and ask if you want to see your sister's tattoos. The Chimera pointed below her navel, and when she finished, she turned and bowed slightly, lifting the black tool of her upper body. Look, there's more behind my sister. Li Xingyu followed her snow-white smooth back all the way down, and realized that a small dark red tattoo was also revealed on top of the Chimera's short black skirt. How about it, brother, want to see it? Li Xingyue's brain was a bit confused, shaking her head frantically. No, I for one am not interested in tattoos, please don't do this again. The Chimera laughed softly at that. So why did you get a nosebleed, brother? Embarrassed after being poked and prodded, Li Xingyu didn't dare to put her eyes on the Chimera anymore. Covering her body and sidestepping her body, she directly flew into the room. The living room echoed only with the soft laughter of the Phantom's heart-stirring. Chapter 55 Group Name, Loving Family. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning when Li Xingyue woke up. After getting dressed, he opened the door to his room and walked to the living room to find all 7 sitting in the living room. Good morning, Lords of the Corpse. Blood Moon, morning Dish Dog. Ghost Knight, good morning brother. Shura, good morning young master. Tyrant, good morning Star Moon. Phantom, morning little brother. Sister, good morning little Luna. Sugar, morning. Saying hello to the crowd, he went into the bathroom and started washing up. After washing his face, he came to the living room and found an empty seat, and found that Shura and Sugar were manually handing a game console to fight frantically. Ooh. Getting a new one so soon. Tyrant put down his phone and looked up at Ghost Knight. You can post all the pictures we took yesterday to the group. Ghost Knight obliged, pulling out his cell phone and manipulating it a few times. Tyrant looked at Li Xingyue again. Do you still have that cell phone that Xingyue gave you earlier? After thinking for a moment, Li Xingyue turned around and went back to her room to rummage through her backpack, quickly finding a cell phone. It's still there, only it's never been used. He handed the phone to Tyrant, who opened it and operated it for a moment before handing it back to him. Okay, this is our new group, everyone is in here, so if there's something you want to talk about directly in the group. Li Xingyue took over her cell phone and looked at it, and found that there was indeed an extra group, and the name of the group was named. I can't believe it's called, Love One Another Family. Li Xingyue really couldn't hold back her voice. IGO. Who came up with this group name? What a talent. Shura was playing the game and suddenly raised his head, Tyrant chanting, had to come up with this crappy name. What's with the broken name? It's one I've been thinking about for a long time. Sugar also voiced out at this time, look, what am I saying, the garbage name you came up with is garbage even for garbage to hear, right? I told you it still sounds better, Pink Barbie. Shura shook his head, or, Smoking Exchange Group, is more appropriate. After pondering for a while, Li Xingyue's mind suddenly flashed with excitement. How about calling it, Young Master and His Servants? Blood Moon looked disgusted, Young Master Adur. It's not as interesting as, 8 Bonds in the Peach Garden. Then a few people began to discuss heatedly for a long time on the matter of what exactly to call the name of the group, but in the end it still followed the previous, Love Each Other family. After Li Xingyu clicked into the group, she found that all 7 of them had their own photos as their avatars. So he got Ghost Knight to take a random picture for him, intending to use it as an avatar. Brother, the shot is done, do I need to give you a beauty shot? Li Xingyu's eyes glared, hey, what kind of nonsense is your kid talking about? I'm naturally beautiful, do I need to use beauty? After uploading her avatar, Li Xingyu found some snacks and started eating them, looking at Tyrant as she did so. Old Storm, how is the progress of you 4 going to the other main cities before? I see you guys are getting more and more like normal people now, hugging your cell phones all day long. Tyrant put down his cell phone after hearing this and looked at him as well. All in all, it's okay. Oh, so when are you guys going back again? Tyrant thought about it for a moment. Just these 2 days. At that time, Ghost Knight will still be guarding Star Ocean City. What about Sugar and Phantom? You'll have to ask the 2 of them that. Sugar put down his video game and lit a cigarette. I'm definitely going to Freedom City. I went around this morning and found quite a bit of fun, so I'm going to give Freedom City a good spin next. The Chimera looked at him and guffawed. I'm not sure which city I'm going to yet, but I do have a plan for now. I'll tell you about it later, little brother. Well, it looked like soon everyone would be going their separate ways again, but the good thing was that by the sound of it, neither Sugar nor Ghost Knight were far from him. Sweetie is commanding not move, Ghost Knight, or can, of course, will not always go to the mouth to trouble him. After all, if you want to continue to enhance the strength of the future can only rely on their own. Alright, having a group will make it easier to contact in the future, so you guys stay, I'm going back to Freedom City. Shura was a bit surprised. So anxious to do what? You have nothing to do, stay here to play, what, still really take the previous mission seriously? That's right, you'll always get bullied back there too, it's not like anyone dares to touch you here. These words were said by Blood Moon, but it didn't make him think that she would actually be able to say such kind words. It was really completely inconsistent with her character. Li Xingyu sighed, there's no way, staying here won't improve my strength, besides I still have a few team members that I haven't been able to contact, I need to go back and look for them. That's fine, sometimes you come to us in a direct group. Li Xingyu nodded and went to his room to start packing, but he didn't have much to pack, just a backpack and a long axe. Ghost Knight closed the comic book and gave him a hug with a strong look in his eyes. Brother, you're all leaving soon, I won't even have anyone to talk to from now on. Li Xingyu laughed a little, how about this, I'll stay, but you have to throw away the comic, how about that? Ghost Knight was originally still holding Li Xingyu and not letting go of his hand, but after hearing these words, he immediately let go of him and pointed outward. "Brother, the door is over there, so I won't see you off." "You kid. Well, don't we have a group? I'll add you as a friend later. When you miss me, we'll open the video." Li Xingyue greeted a few people and directly left the villa and drove into the Ghost Knight's car. Ghost Knight had gotten a number of cars to put on the outskirts of the villa, so taking this one away would have no effect on them. Li Xingyue drove in the process and found that this place is much cleaner and tidier than before. The things that used to block the road are all cleared away. It is estimated that they are all made by the Ghost Knight. After driving for about an hour, one could already see the outer walls of Freedom City, and there were still quite a few people coming in and out at this time. After flashing his identity, he was let in, and Li Xingyue drove into the city through the large square on the outskirts, and when he looked to his left, he found the uncle of the Baozi store that had pitted him before. At this moment, the uncle was talking to a ragged teenager, and then handed the teenager a bun with a very warm smile. "Little brother, hungry? Come and have a bun." Chapter 56, What do you want? For your life. After hearing this, the teenager's face was full of gratitude, and he took the buns and devoured them for a while. It really did look like he hadn't eaten in days. The old boy's doing it again. He was the one who got himself into the necropolis in the first place, and if he hadn't been immune to the zombie virus, he would have been killed off long ago. Before it was the lack of strength, unable to take revenge. Now that he was at the 6th rank, if he didn't do it, then it would be too much of a loser. Li Xingyue parked the car, then wiped 2 handfuls of ash from the tires and the bottom of the car on her face and headed straight for the Baozi stand. When the uncle saw that the teenager had finished eating the bun, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he was about to continue with his words when he spotted Li Xingyue standing in front of the stall. "What are you doing? Get out of here if you've got nothing to do." Li Xingyue cursed in her heart, but her face didn't show the slightest difference, covering her stomach and pretending to be very weak. "Uncle, do me a favor, I haven't eaten in 2 hours, or no. I haven't eaten for 2 days, can you give me something to eat?" The older man raised an eyebrow and carefully looked him up and down. "I see you're quite strong here, and you don't look like you haven't eaten for a few days, huh?" The old boy has quite an eye. "Uncle, you don't know, I originally wanted to join the corpse hunting squad, but I failed the test and didn't get in, so I don't have money to eat now." A glimmer of joy flashed in the uncle's eyes as he listened. "Little brother, you mean you haven't evolved successfully and can't join the corpse hunting squad?" Li Xingyue nodded heavily, constantly wiping her tears with her hands. The older man had been spoken to by now, and was about to repeat his trick, but suddenly looked at his face and uttered a puzzled voice. "Don't I know you from somewhere?" It turned out to be that Li Xingyue had just wiped away a lot of ash from her face by wiping her tears. "Alas, uncle, I'm sure I'm mistaken. There should still be quite a few people as handsome as me in Freedom City." "Stop." The uncle didn't want to listen to any more of his nonsense and just threw him a bun. Li Xingyue hurriedly said thank you and wolfed down the same amount of food. When he had finished eating, another smile appeared on the older man's face, and then he hurried over to the adjudicator by the side of the street and said something else, again without knowing what it was. Soon 3 adjudicators approached. "Eat the bully, huh? Take them both away." The teenager next to him panicked when he heard this and shook his head in a hurry. "It was uncle who took the initiative to give it to me. I didn't eat the bully food. I have money, I still have 7 points, isn't the bun 5 points, I'll pay." The uncle had a sneer on his face. "Who told you 5 points, now it's gone up, 8 points apiece. Lord Ruler, these 2 are so bad, you must take them away and educate them properly." The adjudicator nodded and directly waved his big hand. Both Li Xingyue and the teenager were hit hard by the butt of the gun on the top of their heads, and both of them fainted. The adjudicator turned to look at the older man with a playful face. "You've been getting us fewer and fewer people lately, could it be that someone else has approached you for cooperation?" Uncle's face was terrified after hearing this, and he quickly explained, No, I wouldn't dare, it's just that Star Ocean City has always been coming to attack the city lately, and that's what's causing the people to be fewer, Your Honor, you must believe me." The adjudicator nodded without saying anything else and took 2 of his men and escorted the 2 Li Xingyue into an alleyway. Waiting until the invisible figure, the uncle straightened up, a cold smile. "Really, I must be whoever gives more money to cooperate with who clucked." After that, the uncle returned to the stall with his hands behind his back and whistling. Standing up in front of the booth and looking around, he just moved the contents of the booth into the store and pulled down the roll-up door. "Uncle, we meet again. Who is it?" The uncle had planned to go back to the house for a nap, but just as he closed the door, he heard a sound coming from behind him and turned his head to find Li Xingyue. You! Didn't you just get?" Li Xingyue smiled, picked up a bun from the steamer and ate it. Yeah, I was supposed to be taken to the necropolis by the ruler to fight zombies to the death, but why am I standing here again? The older man nodded subconsciously, not understanding why he was still standing. How exactly did you escape from the rulers? They're all second ranked, and the one in the lead is still third ranked. I'd be happy to answer that question, but first I have to show you who I am. Li Xingyue picked up a bottle of water on the table and poured out some to clean her face a few times. Recognize it now? The uncle stared wide-eyed and carefully recognized, always felt particularly familiar, he must have seen it somewhere. I remember. It's actually you. But you should have long ago. The older man finally remembered, with an incredulous face and a voice that revealed a strong sense of disbelief. It is said that as long as they are captured to the fighting field are not likely to come out alive, but why this kid? Yeah, I should have died at the hands of the zombies long ago, but I didn't. Instead I was bitten and didn't mutate, instead I escaped, and I even became a sixth-order evolver. Uncle, do you think this world is marvelous? Uncle had already turned white when he heard this, his legs were shivering uncontrollably, and he flopped down on his knees and kept kowtowing. I was wrong, little brother, no, father. Kissing dad. I shouldn't have harmed you before, no, I didn't want to harm you, the ruler made me do it. I beg you to spare me, so that I can give you all my points. I don't want this store anymore. I'll give it all to you. Puff. Uncle slumped to the ground, blood pouring out of his neck. I know you love to talk, send you to talk to Hades. Li Xingyue wiped the blood on her hands, pulled the roll-up door open again, and walked to the entrance of the alley, where at this time there was a teenager lying in addition to a few puddles of blood. Li Xingyu lifted the teenager and brought him to the Baozi store, received a basin of water and splashed it on the teenager's face, and the teenager woke up directly. Don't, I really didn't eat the bully. Hey! Says you. Keep your mouth shut and listen to me now. The teenager looked up and saw Li Xingyue and froze for a moment, but didn't dare to speak. His eyes glanced at the dead uncle to his right and his face swished white. Ah! Snap! Li Xingyue slapped the teenager in the face. I said shut your mouth and listen to me. The teenager nodded with forced fear. This boss is dead, and I don't care what you have to do to get rid of him. Also, the store is yours now, but it's up to you to keep it open. After saying this, Li Xingyu directly left the Baozi store, drove the car and left, leaving behind a stupefied teenager. Li Xingyue didn't go straight to Area C, but directly parked her car at the entrance of the outer city's corpse hunting substation. A glance inside revealed that the young man who had received him earlier was still inside, currently smoking a cigarette and chatting with someone. Instead of entering the body hunting precinct after getting out of the car, he got into the narrow alley across the street from the body hunting precinct. Followed the alley to its end, then reversed direction and continued left down the street. Soon they came to a steamed bun stand, behind which sat a heavily made-up mature woman in a short skirt. The mature woman trimmed her nails and didn't look up. What can I get you? Oh, your life. Chapter 57, Where's your your mom? Huh? What did you just say? The mature woman froze, thinking she'd misheard. Li Xingyue evoked a smile. I said I want steamed buns, help me pick 2 big ones. The mature girl covered her mouth and smiled delicately. Harm, the original is to be steamed buns. I just don't know how to give listen to the life. He. Li Xingyue stretched out her hand and flung it at the woman's face. Old you where's your mom? This one slapped the mature woman straight to the ground. The mature woman was confused by the slap, but then she reacted and realized that she was here to pick a fight. She was so angry that she twisted her head and yelled out at the house. Hanger! Where the hell have you been? I've been bullied and you still don't come out, don't ever think of touching me again. As soon as the words fell, a burly figure immediately rushed out of the house, and it was clearly the burly man who had followed Li Xingyue at the mouth of the alley. The burly man's hands were covered in white flour, and his face was bewildered as to what had happened. However, soon after seeing the woman lying on the ground and the slap marks on her face instantly grimaced and she took out a kitchen knife from behind her waist and walked towards Li Xingyu. Dare to bully Sister Yun, you can die. Li Xingyue hastily raised her hands. Brother Hang, unjustly accused. I just wanted to buy buns, but she had to ask me to play. After hearing this, Hang was obviously somewhat convinced, looking at Sister Yun who was still on the ground with a questioning look on her face. Sister Yun was on the verge of vomiting blood from anger at this point, and not caring about her lower body that was still exposed in the air, she stood up and directly slapped Hang. You believe everything he says? Do you have any brains at all? Cut the crap. Kill him now. Ah Hang was scolded and realized that Li Xingyu was cackling beside him, then he realized that he had been tricked. A thick murderous aura flashed in his eyes once again, and this time, without any further hesitation, he raised the kitchen knife and slashed down at Li Xingyue's head. Call Dad. Dad. Hey, good son. Li Xingyue held up her gun and looked at Hang with a smile on her face. Just when he was about to be cut, Li Xingyue directly stretched out the pistol from his pocket and pressed it against Ah Hang's chest in one go. Ah Hang instantly didn't dare to make any movements, and next to him, Sister Yun also had fear in her eyes at this time. Still recognize me? Think carefully. The two Yun sisters were a bit confused by the question, looking at his face as they kept thinking back. Sister Yun's mind was not impressed at all. How could she remember every single one of them when she saw so many people every day? It's hard to believe that. It's because he didn't serve this man well before, so he's here to pick a fight? Thinking of this, Sister Yun immediately changed her face into a flirtatious one and swayed her waist before walking to Li Xingyu. Little brother, is it that you didn't get it right last time? Sister will definitely try harder this time, okay? Li Xingyu snorted. Obviously she hadn't thought of herself yet. More than half a year ago, I bought a few steamed buns and a bottle of water from you, and you asked me for 300 points, remember? Sister Yun heard this and realized that it was really a revenge seeker, but at this time, she did not panic too much. Little brother, we were wrong before. The points are returned to you. In addition to giving you an extra 1,000, this can always be done. 1,000 points is quite a lot, and on top of that, whoever we open a store in Freedom City doesn't have a backer. The people behind me are very powerful. We're kind of not fighting, so Sister Yun can send you another service as a way to express my apology. How about that? Sister Yun, just now this talk sounds like a soft and hard, good words to say. Not only this, but also to send a service. How to see how cost effective. Sister Yun, you are truly a woman of honor. In that case I can't be unreasonable. In that case, let's go inside and discuss the service in detail. A trace of disdain and coldness flashed under Sister Yun's eyes, but her face was still filled with a smile as she led the way into the steamed bun store. Hang followed him into the store. Bang! Bang! Sister Yun and Ah Hang fell to the ground, and a bloody hole appeared on their heads. Originally, he had wanted to directly resolve the two just now, but because it was a bit too noticeable on the street, he had waited until now to make his move. Luckily, the number of people in this street is not too large, and the scene just now was only seen by 3 people. After settling it, Li Xingyue carried and put all 5 people into the innermost part of the steamed bun store, and then closed the store door and left. A few minutes later, Li Xingyue was back at the entrance of the corpse hunting substation, originally planning to drive her car straight to Area B. But after exiting the entrance of the alley, he realized that his car parked in front of the door was shaking at that moment. What? Li Xingyue walked up and saw that there was no one in the driver's seat or passenger side, so she directly reached out and pulled open the door to the back seat. Who opened the door? As soon as Li Xingyue opened the door, she saw Chang Wei was hitting Fu again. The man had an angry look on his face and glared at Li Xingyue before closing the car door straight and quickly. Li Xingyue was in a daze at this time. He didn't expect that he had only left for a short while before his car became a battlefield. And having thought that the man had closed the door to get dressed and come out, I didn't realize that he had actually renewed it. The more she thought about it, the angrier Li Xingyue became, and again she pulled open the car door. You'd better now. Immediately. Immediately. Get down for me, or you won't get down. The man couldn't be bothered to close the car door this time, and he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Li Xingyue. Chapter 58, Brother, this is your sister-in-law. It wasn't until the battle was completely over that the man twisted his head to look at the grim-faced Li Xingyue. Cursing, he started to put on his clothes, and once he got out of the car, he lit a cigarette for himself, followed by a mouthful of smoke that he spat in Li Xingyue's face. It's because of you boys that I got distracted. I'm telling you, this isn't over. And the buxom woman from earlier got dressed at that moment, straightened her hair at the car window, and then walked somewhat shyly into the house of the body hunting precinct. Li Xingyue twisted her head to look at the back seat, already sickened inside. I haven't settled the score with you yet. I don't want this car, you just pay for it. The man listened with an arrogant face. Do you know who I am? Dare to talk to me like this? You are the acting lord of Freedom City? No. So you're the head of the body hunting division? Not really. So you're the head of the rulers? That's not it either. You are nothing with me here to pretend what calf. Don't bull grab the money. I don't want much, just get me 5,000. The man was also laughed at this moment. A broken car, you want me to 5,000, looking for trouble, right? Good. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the corpse hunting substation, and soon came out with the young man who had received Li Xingyue before. Wang Feng, this kid is picking on me, directly removed both of his legs. Li Xingyue glanced at the young man, only now realizing that his name was Wang Feng. Wang Feng had a sleepy face and yawned several times in a row, rubbing his face several times before he woke up quite a bit. It's Lu Xiao. Kid, you're really not long for the world, you've actually messed with Xiao Lu. Li Xingyue's impression of Wang Feng had always been particularly bad, and at this time, she didn't want to listen to his nonsense. Fighting is fighting, forcing so many words. You two fast shooters are really the same. Wang Feng and Lu Xiao were both stunned by the remark, but they quickly reacted that it was an insinuation that they were not good in that area. Wang Feng, I changed my mind, just get him killed for me. Wang Feng was obedient and took out a military dagger from his body before stabbing directly at Li Xingyue. Lu Xiao was looking forward to the image of the blood constantly and furiously soaring after the dagger was stuck into his body, as well as the image of Li Xingyue constantly begging for mercy. But what actually happened was that Li Xingyue grabbed Wang Feng's neck with one hand and easily lifted his entire body. Wang Feng wanted to break free but found that he could not break free at all. The more he struggled, Li Xingyue pinched him tighter and tighter until his face turned blue and he was about to suffocate before letting go of him. Lu Xiao realized that he had pinched a hard target, but his face didn't look scared at all. To be able to subdue Wang Feng with one hand, you should be at the 3rd or 4th rank, right? Since that's the case, I'll let you off the hook today. Okay, you can go. Li Xingyu thought this Lu Xiao's speech was a bit funny. I'm quite curious as to what rank you are. You even have to ask others to help you in a fight. What, do you still have to have someone push you in the back when you do something? After all, SUVs are stronger, ha. Lu Xiao's face was rather less than pleasant. How many orders do I have to do with you? You're just a 3rd or 4th rank, my big brother is a 7th rank. Getting rid of you is as simple as getting rid of an ant. Believe it or not, I'll call my big brother right now. Li Xingyue's face instantly changed after hearing this, slightly bending down with a fawning face. Aya. So you're the prestigious Lu Xiao of Freedom City. I'm sorry for the offense just now, but don't take it personally, don't be a stranger to me. Lu Xiao was a little surprised. The speed of this change of face was also too fast, but it was quite enjoyable. Although he wasn't an evolutionary, because he had a 7th order brother, there were basically not many people in Freedom City who dared to mess with him. This has led to a lot of people balking at learning this about him, and it seems to be the case today as well. Lu Xiao's face was all smiles at this time, and he patted Li Xingyue's shoulder. Well, we're kind of not fighting anymore. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your generosity. I'll be the host later. How about inviting Mr. Lu and Mr. Wang to have a meal together, as if we were making friends? Let's set the venue at, the Roast Duck Restaurant in District C. Of course, if Xiao Lu and Xiao Wang are not willing to make me a friend, then forget I said anything. The two of them were naturally happy to do so, although the two of them didn't consider Li Xingyue as a friend in their hearts, but now that they agreed to do so, they could at least dabble in a big meal for free. Li Xingyue looked at the two people are showing a I am willing expression, touched color overflowing. Look at that posture, is almost kneeling down to kowtow to worship. Right, brother, we are all friends now. My real name is Lu Shuang. I still don't know what your name is? Li Xingyu had a straight face. Xiao Lu, my real name is Zhang Dezhuang. You can also call me by my nickname, Yellow Teeth. Lu Shuang and Wang Feng both froze when these words came out. Brother, you have a really good name, but I see you don't have yellow teeth, do you? Don't worry about those details. In that case, Xiao Lu, brother Wang, how about we go now? Lu Xiao nodded. Yes, I can, and I did get a little hungry after exercising for half a day just now. Wang Feng looked at Lu Shuang with a puzzled face. Lu Xiao, you just now not with me a piece of nappet, did not see you movement off? However, Lu Xiao didn't explain too much and snorted and passed. Okay, let's go then. Li Xingyue was about to leave when she finished speaking, but Wang Feng called out to her. That yellow teeth, or big strong brother, I want to bring my girlfriend, can I? Wang Feng looked at Li Xingyue in a slightly pleading manner. After all, he was almost strangled to death just now. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit contemptuous now. Ayo, that's nothing, brother Wang, you call your sister-in-law over, it's just a matter of more chopsticks, don't worry, I can afford it. Wang Feng was all smiles after hearing this, and directly leapt into the corpse hunting branch, and soon walked out with a plump woman. Dude, this is your sister-in-law. Shizuku, this is a friend I just made, call someone. Li Xingyue, after seeing the woman's looks clearly, did not hold back directly out loud. This raven. Not the same as Yvette was just in the car. Chapter 59, Sue, sister-in-law's skin is so white. Li Xingyue felt like her brain was a bit underused right now. She kept looking back and forth at Lu Xiao, Wang Feng, and Wen Wen. Wen Wen was also visibly flustered after seeing Li Xingyue, but she quickly calmed down and took a step forward, owing her body slightly. Hello, first time, just call me Wen. Oh, yo, what a first meeting. Li Xingyue looked at the ball that was about to jump out too, and also nodded. It's too rude to call Wen Wen, it's still appropriate to call her sister-in-law. Then he looked over at Lu Xiao, who was at that moment blinking his eyes constantly and hinting frantically. Li Xingyue would smile, understanding everything in an instant. Unable to help himself, he clasped his fist towards Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao, hi. Looking at Wen Wen again, so, sister-in-law. The skin is so white, Brother Wang's vision is too good. Li Xingyue looked at Wang Feng, and in her heart, she really sympathized with him a bit. Brother Wang. Oh. Wanted to say something, but didn't know what else to say, and finally just patted him on the shoulder. I really didn't expect Lu Xiao and Wen Wen to give Wang Feng a light. Hi. Really hi. Get in my car, let's go eat. Li Xingyue took the lead and got into the driver's seat and started the vehicle, while Lu Xiao got into the passenger seat. Wang Feng and Wen Wen naturally sat in the back seat, but Wang Feng just sat up and made a puzzled noise. Dezhang, what's in your car? Li Xingyue didn't know how to answer, and hastily sought help from Lu Xiao with her eyes. Lu Xiao was smart enough to look twice. Oh, it should be water spilled. In this case, Wang Feng, you take the passenger seat, let's switch. Wang Feng is a little embarrassed to hear, nothing Lu Xiao, how can you let you sit here to see area in a while to, I wipe on the line. Lu Xiao didn't hesitate, and directly opened the passenger door and walked out, his face full of good intentions. It's fine, quick, Wang Feng you sit in the front, just so I can sit in the back and rest for a while. Wang Feng is a bit puzzled at this moment. Lu Xiao is usually not so kind. Could it be that he is in a good mood today? But also did not continue to fake politeness, for fear that Lu Xiao suddenly backtracked. After all, just sat behind the really disgusted him bad, he did not want to sit back again. Once the two were seated, Li Xingyue started the car and began to drive down the street towards District C. A few people chatted casually in the car, and slowly the relationship panned out. Just then Shizuku suddenly screamed out. Wang Feng turned his head to look at Wen Wen with a puzzled face. What's wrong, Wen Wen? Raven blushed and shook her head. It's fine, just bumped around a bit earlier. All right. Wang Feng stopped looking at her and turned around to chat with Li Xingyue again. While Lu Xiao, who was next to Wen Wen, stretched out his right hand and put it in front of his nose to take a veiled sniff. An involuntary smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soon the car drove to the front of the roast duck restaurant. Now it is a little afternoon, the street is still quite a lot of people and cars coming and going. A few people got out of the car and walked into the roast duck restaurant, asked about it. Happens to have a small private room upstairs. After ordering, Li Xingyue took the three people to the upstairs private room. When I went in, I realized that it really is called a small booth. It's really small. A few square feet of room held a small table made for 4 or 5 people, and after pulling out the chairs there was no more room. It's only a little bigger than a coffin box, right? Boss, you do know how to utilize space. Li Xingyue sat directly against the door. Wang Feng let Wen Wen sit next to him, and then he attentively helped Lu Xiao move out the stools and sat down next to Lu Xiao. In that case, the seats clockwise would be Li Xingyue, Wen Wen, Wang Feng, and Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao frowned. Wang Feng, it's not appropriate to sit like this. Dazhuang's treating us today, we can't be slow, we have to keep him company, we'll both sit next to him to make a toast later. When Wang Feng heard it, it does make sense, Then stood up and switched seats with Raven. After the change, Li Xingyue had Wang Feng on her left, Lu Xiao on her right, and Wen Wen on the opposite side. That's right, come on brother Dezhuang, let's drink first. Lu Xiao opened a bottle of beer for all 4 of them and began to drink. By the way, big strong old brother, how many ranks are you now? Wang Feng looked at Li Xingyue and was quite curious. Me, I've only just broken through to the 4th rank. Wang Feng nodded. No wonder I can take me a second order single-handedly, so, from now on, we will be good brothers from now on, this matter will not be mentioned in the future. Li Xingyue cursed in her heart and smiled on the surface and toasted. After a few cups of beer, a few people are completely chatting away. Li Xingyue to 2 people each lit a cigarette, swallowing clouds up. Hiss, Brother Dezhuang, I don't know why, I always feel that you look a bit familiar, is it because we have met somewhere before? Li Xingyue looked surprised, is it true Brother Wang? I saw you at first sight as well, it seems this is ape. Come on, let's do another one. After Wang Feng finished all the wine in the cup, he looked at Li Xingyu as if he suddenly remembered something, his eyes glazed over. Remember. Li Xingyue's heart was immediately a little nervous, this kid wouldn't be recognizing me, right? I said, why do you look so familiar, did you also go to elementary school at Liberty City first? The first class of 3 years. We're first class, remember? Liberty City Little. It's ing tense for nothing. Oh my god, so Brother Wang is also on a small one, it's not a coincidence. In that case Brother Wang, I'll toast you again. Wang Feng was all smiles, scratch that, little man, I recognized you at a glance. Since we're acquaintances, we won't mention the fact that you pinched me today in the future, cheers. Damn, you just said you wouldn't mention it, and now you're bringing this up again, LOLU. Li Xingyue had ordered a table of dishes, and now that they had just been served, Wang Feng was already drunk, with a deep red face and a drunken look on his face. I said, Brother Wang, you can't drink then drink less, have to show off, quickly clip the food. Li Xingyue greeted Wang Feng and turned her head with the intention of greeting Wen and Lu Xiao again. Only to find that Shizuku was gone. He was about to ask Lu Xiao about it when he realized that Lu Xiao closed his eyes and kept hissing. Li Xingyue lifted the table curtain to look inside, oh yo, found you. Lu Xiao opened his eyes and looked at Li Xingyue with a smile, how about it big strong brother, do you want to feel it later? Never mind Lu Xiao, next time for sure. Wang Feng had just picked up a piece of roast duck and heard the two talking with a blank face. Feel what? Lu Xiao was all smiles, it's fine Wang Feng, eat more. Wang Feng agreed, but at that moment, he also discovered Wen who had disappeared. Hey! Where did Wen go, wasn't she here just now? With that said, he glanced around and started looking for Shizuku. Lu Xiao hastily raised his glass, Wen is also eating, come on, let's three drink a toast. Chapter 60 to the Green Meadow. Lu Xiao drank the wine in the cup in one go, then looked at Li Xingyu, constantly raising his eyebrows with a lewd smile. Li Xingyu had now really some admiration for Lu Xiao, to say that will play is also in awe. Just now that would come once in the corpse hunting branch, this now again, addiction is really big, but the body is also really hard. Li Xingyue didn't look at him again and smoked as he chucked in his food, he had only eaten a little snack in the morning and after a few hours of digestion, he was now hungry again. Lu Xiao at this time interest soared to the extreme, looking at Wang Feng voice slightly trembling, Wang Feng you really found a good object, I envy dead, hey light. Point. Wang Feng eyes confused, silly laugh, haha harm, Lu Young you this identity, hiccup want what women do not have I have good resources here, the whole city can fly. Lu Xiao shook his head, his smile with deep meaning, I'm not interested in those skinny ones, just like SUVs, BBWs, and all that, hee. Wang Feng was surprised and happy after hearing this, I didn't realize that our interests are exactly the same, come on Lu Xiao, I toast you. Li Xingyue at this moment is really a little bit can't listen to it, he has Jew outsiders, see is clear, this Lu Xiao is really some immoral. However, he wouldn't try to say anything in favor of Wang Feng, after all, Wang Feng wasn't a good bird. That's probably what evil does to you. Li Xingyue poured her own glass full, then touched Wang Feng's glass, come on brother Wang, let's toast the green grassland together. Good. To the green grass, Older brother Dezhuang, why? Geez you just drink it, you won't know anything afterward. Lu Xiao nodded, yes, speed up. Is this the end? As Li Xingyue was speculating, Lu Xiao yelled out. And Raven resumed her seat on the stool. Li Xingyu twisted her head to look at Lu Xiao and realized that his eyes were extremely clear at this time, not mixed with the slightest bit of lechery. It is true that he is as lustful as the devil beforehand, but as holy as Buddha afterward. Wang Feng had just taken a bite of the dish when he noticed Wen beside him, and his wide eyes froze. Hey! When did you get here, Shizuku? Oh no, when did you show up? Why didn't I see you come in? You're starving, eat your food. Wen looked at Lu Xiao with a red face, then at Wang Feng, and finally at Li Xingyu. What? What do you mean you're looking at me? Damn it, there's not a single good bird in this house but himself. Li Xingyu did not look at them again, took chopsticks and took 2 more mouthfuls of food, only at this moment did she eat almost 8 or 9 minutes of fullness, and was thinking of looking for Lu Shuang to inquire about something, when she felt something vibrating in her pants. Pulling out his cell phone, he realized that it came to be a message from WeChat. The chat software is directly set to WeChat, as explained here. After scratching open his cell phone, he saw 7 messages. Ghost Knight requests to add you as a friend. Tyrant requests to add you as a friend. Your dad requested to add you as a friend. Sisters request to add you as a friend. Blood Moon requests to add you as a friend. Phantom requests to add you as a friend. You Milk requests to add you as a friend. Nice guys, all coming to friend me. But it seems like there are 2 retards mixed in. Li Xingyue directly gave the others a nod of approval, while Sweetness and Shura rejected it. Within half a minute, Shura started to at Li Xingyue in the group. I Blanche, what do you boys mean? You'd better get your friend through to your aunt, or I'll go to Freedom City right now and rip you apart. Look at you. You're still in a hurry. Li Xingyue added 2 more people to the list in passing. Tinkling or jingling sound. Ghost Knight called the video. Li Xingyue tapped the green connect button, and the figure of Ghost Knight instantly appeared on the screen, while the background was the villa's sofa backdrop. What's up, brother? Li Xingyue took her cell phone and photographed the dining table. I'm eating roast duck, and I'm drinking beer, so what's up? It's okay, it's just trying out the video. Just as Ghost Knight finished speaking, the cell phone was grabbed by Shura. Come on, young master, you're eating alone again, and you're drinking. What, didn't I let you drink enough yesterday? Hang up, your cell phone is going to run out of gas. Wait a minute. Wait. You're a ing douchebag, Shura. Blood Moon shouted hastily, snatching the phone as he did so and kicking Shura in the process. So what, you fix me 20 different dresses and bring them back to me tonight, haha. Li Xingyue thought it was because she missed him, but she didn't realize that she was asking him to deliver a courier. What's wrong with you? I just got the out and you're making me bring you something back? Tyrant also spoke up next to him at this time. Yes, Star Moon, bring me a few more cases of wine, nothing with a low degree anon. Shura, yes young master, I heard that new electronic cigarettes have recently been released, help me fix one up. Phantom, then brother bring me a perfume. Sister, I want a diamond ring and bracelet. Sugar, I want a bear pillow. Wang Feng heard the commotion and came over to take a look. Brother Dazhuan, your family has quite a few siblings. Li Xingyue covered her cell phone screen and smiled sarcastically. Harm, it's my little servants, they're having a temper tantrum at home, it's fine, you drink yours. Lu Xiao had just been busy brushing Wen's teeth, and it was only then that he noticed that Li Xingyue was playing a video. Hurriedly, he pulled out his pocket and fumbled around, then took out a cell phone as well. It's just right, brother Dazhuan, let's add a friend, in the future there is something WeChat contact. Hey! Why is this signal so bad? Honk! Li Xingyue hung up the video straight away. Come Lu Xiao, I'll sweep you. Li Xingyue scanned the code and quickly added Lu Xiao. Just after adding, the phone called again video, Li Xingyue directly turned the phone into a silent state and put it into his pants pocket. What for? You let go. Bitch, be honest, go over there and keep my boss company, don't make me slap you. At this moment, 2 voices came from outside the box, and the few people who were in the box room heard them. Lu Xiao shook his head. Tisk, it's no fun, what's the fun in forcing? Several people did not move. Li Xingyue did not intend to go out. After all, this kind of thing is too much in the end times, it is impossible to save, and the current atmosphere is not like before the end times. The good virtues of heroism and bravery have long since disappeared, and now everyone is just being smart. Wait a minute. You guys keep this up and I'm going to report you to the Corpse Hunter branch. That's when another girl's voice appeared. Ha, you go find it, let's see if your Free City's Corpse Hunting Bureau dares to care about us. We're here to aid your Freedom City, if you dare to mess with us, we'll simply withdraw to Steel City. By then, humph, your Free City will have to be trampled down by the zombie army. Aha! Why does this girl's voice sound so familiar? Chapter 61 My dad is Huang Wei. Then you can't bully the people of Freedom City either. The familiar female voice from before sounded again. You have to mind your own business, so come along. Ah! What for? Let go. Li Xingyue now finally recognized the familiar voice and hurriedly stood up and rushed out. When I came out I saw 4 men and 2 women standing outside. Both women were being controlled by the silver-uniformed men, struggling constantly. And one of the women was none other than Huang Qian. Li Xingyue didn't expect that meeting Huang Qian again would be this kind of scene. Huang Qian. Li Xingyue shouted excitedly. At once the 6 people on the opposite side of the room looked over. Huang Qian was originally still struggling non-stop. Hearing someone shouting her name obviously froze for a moment. Turning her head around she saw Li Xingyue standing on the side. Captain Li. Huang Qian screamed happily, but then her face was full of panic. Captain Li, save me. It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here. Li Xingyue hurriedly comforted the panicked Huang Qian. The 4 Steel City people next to the 2 of them were naturally listening to the conversation. One of the burly men looked at Li Xingyue and looked up and down with a sneer, his tone filled with arrogance and disdain. "Heh, you actually expect this skinny monkey to save you? That's hilarious. Do you think I don't know that Area C of Freedom City is all trash below rank 3? I can tell by looking at him like this, he's only a 2nd rank at the end of the day, we're all at the 4th rank at the lowest here. Kid, don't be a hero if you don't have the strength, you can claim this woman when we're done." The burly man no longer cared about Li Xingyue after he finished speaking and continued to drag Huang Qian towards their private room. Huang Qian originally did long for Li Xingyue to save herself, but what the man said just now was indeed correct. The last time she met with Li Xingyue was more than half a year ago, and she had heard about Li Xingyue's failed 3rd stage breakthrough at that time. Even if the breakthrough succeeded later on, this half a year's time would only be able to reach the 4th rank, but what was the use of that? The several people on the opposite side were all at least 4th rank, and Li Xingyue was only alone, unable to deal with them at all. Steel City, Radiant City, Arc City, and Aurora City had sent quite a few of the Corpse Hunting Bureau's evolutionary squads this time. The pretense is to help fend off zombie attacks and maintain peace and stability in Freedom City. It did do so at first, but then it was a constant place to fulfill various desires and release the original sin within. The reason for this was still that Freedom City was too weak, there wasn't even a top-tier powerhouse, and the only 8th rank was the acting city lord, which was still transferred from another city. Several other cities now basically had 9th-ranked powerhouses as city lords, especially Arc City, where the supreme rule was located, had more than one 9th-ranked powerhouse. They didn't go too far at first, and the various executives of Freedom City turned a blind eye. But then it gets more and more excessive, just like today's behavior, which plays out every day and gets worse. But somehow, now none of the top brass has voiced any more opposition, and this has led to these people becoming even more brazen. Wait, my dad is Huang Wei. It's the deputy director of the Liberty City Corpse Hunting Branch. Huang Qian immediately shouted out at this time. I didn't want to reveal my identity, but if I didn't say anything else I was going to be abused. She did breathe a sigh of relief after saying that, no matter what, she was finally saved. At these words, the few people from Steel City obviously slowed down the movements in their hands, looked at each other, and began to exchange whispers. Brother, her father is the deputy director, we can't move. Yeah, we're all 4th order, his dad is probably 6th or 7th. Just let her go, brother, after all we didn't want her in the first place, we wanted the other woman. The burly men also knew this was a kick in the teeth, they were bad but not stupid. Area B of Freedom City was usually filled with 3rd to 5th order evolvers, and anyone who had evolved to the 3rd order would be the first to enter Area B. It was precisely because they knew that Area C was 2nd order at best that they often hung out here, and although the quality of the women in Area C was quite a bit worse than Area B, at least there was nothing dangerous about playing. I never thought that I would actually meet the daughter of the deputy director in this Thai place in Area C today, which is also a bit unlucky. Okay, you can go now. The burly man signaled his companion to let go of Huang Qian, and then proceeded to drag the other pretty woman towards the private room. Wait a minute. You'll have to let her go too, or I'll tell my dad straight away. This. Hearing Huang Qian say that, the few people from Steel City didn't dare to move again. They would all unconsciously have a sense of superiority after coming to Freedom City, thinking that they could walk sideways here, and that was indeed the case. Although a few of them were only at the 4th rank, there were many higher ranks than them in Freedom City. However, because they wore the silver uniforms of Iron City, this led to many people of a higher rank than them not daring to have contempt, all fearing that they would be retaliated against. However, this is only effective for ordinary people. For Huang Qian, who has a background, it is useless. The burly man's face shifted several times before he finally walked into the private room, where 2 people were sitting and chatting. A man in a silver uniform is toasting another man in a gold uniform. Captain Wu, thank you again for coming to support me, I'll do it, feel free. The silver uniform finished his drink in one gulp and looked at the gold uniform with a smile on his face. Instead, the golden uniform was little more than a smile, merely taking a sip from his glass and meaning it. Captain Wu, do you think that my transfer to the Arc City squad? I say, Captain Hu, is this how we talk about things? Captain Hu instantly understood what it meant when he heard this. Hey, sorry Captain Wu, the men have already gone to look for it, by all accounts it should have to come back, this way I'll go out and take a look. After saying that, he got up to go out. Just at that moment, the door of the private room was pulled open, and the burly man from earlier walked in. First, he hailed and fawned and greeted Captain Wu, then he quickly came to Captain Hu's side and came to his ear to whisper in a low voice. Team Hu, we've encountered a tough opponent, it's the daughter of the deputy director of the Corpse Hunting Bureau, the one we were looking for just now is her friend, and now we're not allowed to bring her here. Team Hu also frowned after hearing that, his face was unpleasant. So troublesome, you guys are really wasteful, Captain Wu can't wait any longer, in this case, the two of them will be left alone, you guys hurry up and re-find them. Wait. Captain Wu listened to the conversation between the two and spoke out to stop the burly man who was about to leave. I've never really tried the daughter of a deputy. That one, whoever it is, go bring it here, and we'll give you a live show today. Chapter 62, Why don't you smile anymore? You don't like to laugh? The burly man didn't act directly after listening to Captain Wu's order, but looked at Captain Hu first. Although this Ark City's Captain Wu had some background, the one outside was, after all, the daughter of the deputy director of the corpse hunting branch, and he couldn't afford to offend either of these two heads. If something goes wrong, you'll still have to take the blame. Captain Hu knew what the burly man was thinking. He also had some scruples. If he were an ordinary person, he would still be able to pull out the banner of Steel City to fox the tiger. But now this situation is different, so he directly looked at Captain Wu. Captain Wu, this, after all, it is the deputy director of the corpse hunting branch, should we not? Did he wimp out by saying that? Yes, indeed, it's wimpy. His main purpose of inviting this Captain Wu of Ark City for a drink today was to ask him to help transfer himself into Ark City's corpse hunting team. After all, both personal treatment and other benefits are better there than in several other cities. But after drinking for an hour, this Captain Wu was not spitting at all, and didn't show the slightest intention to help, so he didn't want to take himself inside because of this. Captain Wu was instantly displeased after hearing this and looked at him cross-eyed. What? Do you think I'll be afraid of a small deputy director like him? Look at you wimps, it looks like Steel City isn't much better than Freedom City. I'll break the news to you today, my brother-in-law just broke through the 8th rank yesterday. Now he's also been promoted to become the deputy director of the corpse hunting branch. So which do you think is more platitudinous, Liberty City's deputy or Ark City's? Captain Wu said it with a bullish look on his face, and without knowing it, he thought that he had reached the 8th rank. However, as soon as these words came out, Captain Hu's eyes instantly lit up, and he hurriedly looked at the burly man. Quickly, what are you still waiting for? Grab that deputy director and bring him here. Oh, good Captain, huh? Captain Hu, due to too much excitement or said fork split, himself also reacted, fanned his mouth. This broken mouth is to bring the deputy director's daughter over. He had been a bit skeptical of this Captain Wu's ability just now, guessing that he hadn't been spitting probably because he simply couldn't do it. But now he knows that it's not that it can't be done, it's that it's too done. After all, that wasn't some cat or dog, it was the deputy director of Ark City's corpse hunting directorate. This gold content is much higher than the deputy director of several other cities. Just transferring a person, it is simply not too simple for people. At this moment, when he looked at Captain Wu again, it was like looking at his own father, and the smile on his face was as wide as a chrysanthemum. Come Captain Wu, I'll toast you again. May your golden spear be invincible, invulnerable, refined, majestic and invincible. Captain Wu raised his glass and drank a lot this time, not knowing if it was because these words spoke to his heart. And the burly man had walked out of the private room by now. Brother, what did Captain Hu say, are they all released? The burly guy looked to a couple of his teammates. Put? Release my ass, take both women into the private room. You guys are in for a treat today, that master inside is going to give a live broadcast. Ha 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 ha. Huang Qian heard instantly froze. She did not expect to be the deputy director of the father moved out. The people in the private room actually dare to do so. Slow down. In broad daylight, with a clear sky, you guys dare to make such a mess in Freedom City. Do you really think our Freedom City is easy to bully? These words were said by Lu Xiao, who hid inside the door to eavesdrop just now when he saw that Li Xingyue was delayed in coming back, and after learning that Huang Qian was the daughter of Deputy Director Huang Wei, he instantly had an idea. That is to step in and free her. Of course, he also knew that he was not strong enough, so he was smart enough to contact his own brother, who was a 7th Order Revolver, so that he could hook up with the Deputy Director and have another strong network. Aren't you guys just the 4th rank? Let me tell you, my brother is the 7th rank. let the person go and I can pretend nothing happened. We can be considered as not fighting and not knowing each other. Lu Xiao said some words to the ground, powerful, feel that his words should be set in place, the opposite side of a few people will certainly eat this set. The burly man looked at Lu Xiao, who suddenly popped out and froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. Are you great at the 7th rank? Come on, I'll stand right here, and if your brother dares to come I'll just show him an eye cannon and make him. The burly man stopped screaming before he could finish his sentence, because he could no longer speak at that moment, and was being grabbed by a tall man by the throat, and his whole body left the ground. Brother! You're here! Lu Xiao shouted in delight and looked at the few people in Steel City with a sneer. Laugh, why don't you laugh? Is it not love to laugh? After saying that, he directly took a few steps forward and slapped a few people one by one. However, the few people from Steel City didn't dare to make the slightest movement, as they all felt the tall man's terrifying pressure. Huang Qian recognized the tall man who suddenly appeared at this time. You're Lu Feng? Lu Feng turned his head to look at Huang Qian when he heard the voice, revealing a smile. Miss Huang, goodbye, don't worry, no one would dare to touch you today with me here. I'll waste this man for you. After saying that, Lu Feng raised his left hand, intending to blast at the burly man. My friend outside, I'm Chen Fei from Ark City, I advise you to leave him alone, come in and let's talk. A voice from the private room came out, directly interrupting Lu Feng's movements. Chen Fei? Lu Feng let go of the burly man in his hand. He didn't know any Chen Fei, but the 3 words Ark City made him a bit scared. This led to him not quite daring to act rashly now. If the people inside had little background it was fine, if the background was more powerful, he would have to weigh it up. After thinking clearly, Lu Feng directly walked towards the private room, pushed the door in and then closed it. Now that the hall outside the private room was quiet again, the few people from Steel City were done being scared just now, and no longer dared to make any moves. Huang Qian, on the other hand, was comforting her companion while dialing her own old man's number. Li Xingyue, on the other hand, had been standing on the side and had long since lost her presence. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk, but this wave of people didn't even give him a chance to speak. However, Lu Xiao's performance just now had surprised him a bit. He didn't expect that this kid would actually dare to stand up and speak for Huang Qian, even though he might have his own little mind. He had already broken Li Xingyue's original impression of him. Young Lu, your performance just now was really out of my league, eh? Where is everyone? Li Xingyue was about to praise Lu Xiao for a few words when she realized that she couldn't see him in the hall. Did he go into the private room? Thinking so, Li Xingyue pushed open the door of the private room and looked inside. Chapter 63 Lu Xiao brushes Wen Wen's teeth. At this time, in the private room, Wang Feng was already drunk and was lying on the table huffing and puffing. And off to the side, Wen was brushing her teeth. Holy! This! Oh! Awesome! 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 To quote Shocker, can you stand this? Lu Xiao also saw Li Xingyue at this time and grinned. Brother De Zhuang, you're back. Li Xingyue covered her forehead with a speechless face. I say Lu Xiao, you're 2-6. Wen looked at Li Xingyue with a shy face. Brother Big Strong, can I? Stop. Stop. Big deal. Li Xingyue didn't want to stay any longer as the house smelled. Vomit. What's the matter, Brother Big Strong? Lu Xiao looked at Li Xingyue with a concerned expression. It's okay, I've had too much to drink, so carry on, I'll go out and have a look around. After saying this, Li Xingyue held her breath and hurriedly left the private room before she began to inhale heavily. Captain Li, thank you for today, go now, it's too dangerous here. Huang Qian herself wasn't out of danger yet, but she was still worried about Li Xingyue's safety. Li Xingyue's heart cannot help but more touched, just started, and Huang Qian know when she did not know her, just feel that this girl is cheerful and lively character. Later, because he handed over a few missions, he found that this girl's heart is still relatively kind, and he previously after his observation found that Lu San seems to have a liking for Huang Qian. Only Lu San was hiding it so deeply that it was probably only Li Xingyue who could see it. Originally, he was still thinking of finding a chance to set them up, but he didn't expect that he would then go into closed-door training, while Yellow Tooth and Lu San and the others also lost contact. You don't have to worry about me, we're friends at least, what's wrong with me leaving now? Huang Qian forced a smile, but there was still a lingering sadness on her face. She had originally just come out for a dinner and get together with her friends today, but she didn't expect to run into this kind of thing. Of course, why the location was chosen at the roast duck restaurant in District C might be unknown to herself, she just strolled around and came here. This wasn't the first time she'd done this. Ever since she lost contact with the Lu San Yellow Teeth guys a few months ago, she would always unconsciously come here to sit and have a bite to eat. By the way, Captain Lee, why didn't Lu, the Yellow Tooth and the few of them come to the Corpse Hunter branch to turn in their mission? And you haven't shown up in over half a year, is something wrong? Or have they gone to a few other cities? Lu-san and the others are pretty good now, right? Huang Qian asked several questions in a row. Li Xingyue, however, couldn't answer at all. The Yellow Teeth guys aren't in touch with you either? How long has it been? Huang Qian was astonished. How come you're not clear about it either? The last time we contacted each other was probably more than 5 months ago. Holy. Things are getting a little rough. Originally thought that after they went to the B area should be better than in the C area, and will also in the B area of Huangqian often contact, but now. Actually, I'm not sure, and I've been out of contact with them for a long time, and I was planning to look for you today to ask about the situation. After saying this, both of them had realized the seriousness of the problem and were about to discuss what to do when Lu Feng came out of the private room. At this moment, Lu Feng did not have the arrogance he had just had, but instead, with some nervousness and excitement, he looked towards both Li Xingyue and Huang Qian. However, he quickly withdrew his gaze and headed directly towards Li Xingyue's private room. Pulling the door open, he yelled directly inside, "Xiao Shuang, stop playing, let's go." Lu Xiao, who was originally in the middle of his excitement, instantly sobered up at the sound of his own brother's voice, directly pushed Wen away, lifted his pants, and obediently followed his ass. Lu Feng! What the hell? Why did you leave? Lu Feng had already walked down the steps to the lower floor, and when he heard Huang Qian speak, he hesitated for a moment, but still turned his head back. Miss Huang, I'm sorry, all I can say is that I can't afford to mess with the people in the private room, and I'm afraid your father. Lu Feng didn't continue and directly took Lu Xiao and left. As soon as those words were said, everyone in the hall's face changed. The few people from Steel City were naturally rejoicing, as if they had been reborn, with a smug look on their faces. Huang Qian's face, on the other hand, became even more ugly, and after freezing for a few seconds, she hurriedly picked up her cell phone again and dialed the number. Almost instantly the opposite side picked up. Dad! Dad! Where did you come from? You come quickly. If you don't come I'll... Woo-woo. Huang Qian couldn't help but cry as she spoke. A middle-aged man's voice also came out on the other end of the phone at this time, sounding very urgent. How are you doing, daughter? Daddy will be there soon. Don't worry, no one dares to touch my Huangwei's daughter. As soon as the words fell, there was a loud noise downstairs, like the sound of breaking glass, and immediately afterward, a middle-aged man came scurrying up the stairway. The man was sweating profusely, and after coming up, he looked left and right, and immediately rushed over after seeing Huang Qian, and hugged her. It's okay, girl, Daddy's here, don't be afraid. The man does not comfort comfort Huang Qian instantly, like opening the floodgates, tears cannot stop flowing, began to bawl. Huang Wei kept gently caressing Huang Qian's back, his face filled with heartache, followed by rushing anger. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Li Xingyue next to Huang Qian, let go of Huang Qian and directly choked Li Xingyue's neck. Dare to bully my daughter, you die for me. Li Xingyue was still thinking about what to do next, when she felt a black shadow flashing in front of her eyes, followed by her neck being viciously pinched, and then her feet detached from the ground. Uncle, I don't. Li Xingyue wanted to explain, but she simply couldn't say complete words, and could only keep breaking Huang Wei's fingers in an attempt to escape from it. Huang Qian was crying with pearly blossoms when she heard Li Xingyue's voice, turned her head and immediately stopped crying, and hurriedly tugged on Huang Wei's arm. Dad! Just let go! You're pinching the wrong person, this is my friend. After hearing this, Huang Wei immediately let go of his hand and looked at Li Xingyue, who was sitting on the ground and constantly coughing with a slightly apologetic voice. Sorry lad, uncle was in a hurry just now. Li Xingyue slowed down a few times, which was a lot better. Just now Huang Qian, if he was a few seconds later, he was afraid to directly karma. The suffocation, it was really horrible. Uncle, they're in that private room, they're from Ark City, their background shouldn't be simple. Humph, even people from Ark City can't bully my Huangwei's daughter. Huang Wei snorted coldly and directly strided towards the room that Li Xingyue had pointed out. With one kick, he kicked open the door to the private room. Bang! Bam! I'd like to see just who dares to bully my Huangwei's daughter. Captain Wu and Captain Hu were chatting happily when the door was suddenly kicked open, directly startling the two. Captain Hu hurriedly lowered his head after seeing Huang Wei, as if he was already drunk. And without showing the slightest bit of fear, Captain Wu narrowed his eyes slightly to survey Huang Wei. You're Huang Wei? Exactly. Oh, what, did you come here to see it live too? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 64, Today I, Li Xingyue, will guarantee you. Captain Wu spoke dirty words with impunity. But Huang Wei, which can stand this anger, directly rushed forward and grabbed Captain Wu's collar and yanked it out, now angry to the edge of losing control. Gnashing his teeth, he looked at him. What else do you want to say before you die? Captain Wu smiled. Even though Huang Wei's murderous aura and intimidating pressure was almost crushing him, he remained calm and collected. I'm a member of Ark City's Corpse Hunting Directorate. How dare you touch me with you? So what if you're from Ark City? I'm the Deputy Director of Freedom City and I'm still your superior by rank. Even if I waste you with your behavior today, your captain who came here this time won't say anything. Captain Wu sneered. Then what if my brother-in-law is Chen Fei? At this remark Huang Wei was a little puzzled. Ha, you Free City didn't get the news? My brother-in-law, Chen Fei, just broke through to the 8th rank yesterday and has been promoted to Deputy Director of Ark City. Aren't you just a 7th rank? So what if you're a Deputy Director? I'm afraid you won't even be able to sit down as a Deputy Director with a word from my brother-in-law. Ha 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 ha. Captain Wu's words caused Huang Wei to unconsciously loosen his grip. His originally still murderous aura was now completely collected, and some cold sweat was seeping out of his forehead. Because he had now remembered who Captain Wu said Chen Fei was. Liberty City and the other 3 cities all received the news of this promotion at the same time last night. That night, quite a few people from Freedom City, Steel City, Radiant City, and Aurora City rushed to Ark City in order to quickly make friends with this newly promoted Deputy Director. Although there was more than one Deputy Director in Ark City, they all paid special attention to this Chen Fei. The reason for this was that the main director of Ark City was of the 9th order, that one they normally would definitely not be able to come into close contact with, and they generally didn't show their faces. The ones that people could usually get in touch with were the several deputy directors under him, and this Chen Fei was the youngest of the several. Everyone also thinks that he will definitely ascend to the 9th order, even. In that case, surely the sooner you make friends, the better. Yesterday, there were quite a few people inquiring about this Chen Fei's preferences, and today there were also quite a few people who were still continuing to rush to Ark City just to meet Chen Fei. It would be good to mix things up. However, Huang Wei himself wasn't the type of person who was good at slipping up and didn't care to do such things, so he just brushed it off to the back of his mind after receiving the news. I just remembered after this Captain Wu mentioned it just now. This was troublesome. With Chen Fei's current momentum, everyone wanted to befriend him. If this matter was to spread out, I'm afraid that without Chen Fei's hand, others would do the same to themselves in order to flatter him. Captain Wu looked at Huang Wei's ugly face with a burst of relief and resumed his seat. Deputy Director Huang, sit down, we're all here. It's inappropriate not to have a drink, right? How could Huang Wei even think about drinking at this time? His mind was constantly thinking of solutions. He himself was from Freedom City, so he should be well liked. But he was the kind of person who couldn't stand the sand in his eyes, which led to not having any friends that he could talk to. If it were before the end of the world, it would be fine, but after the end of the world, everyone is releasing the ugliness in their hearts. He is not used to seeing it at all, and those people who were originally on good terms with him are slowly distancing themselves from him. Just like before, when several main cities sent people to assist in defending the city against the zombies, he was very happy, and even said to other colleagues, see, even if the end of the world is here, people's hearts aren't cooled down. But slowly more and more people reported them. Huang Wei received a large number of reported messages every day, immediately questioned and opposed. However, it was of little use. The other top brass in Freedom City didn't dare offend them. He was a deputy director by all accounts, but in reality, he had no real power at all. You drink when I tell you to. If you can't drink sitting down, drink on your knees. Captain Wu was instantly enraged when he saw that Huang Wei didn't listen to his words to sit down obediently. That's right, don't toast it out. Captain Hu will also follow this to help. After the observation just now, he found that Huang Wei wimped out, and immediately realized that this house is still Captain Wu as the boss, and instantly raised his head. Acting as Captain Wu's little follower. Huang Wei immediately sat down, not only sat down but also helped Captain Wu and Captain Hu's wine glasses were filled, and then poured himself another glass of wine. It's as if you're all through with the human condition at once. A few people's conversation outside the people heard everything. Huang Qin at this time also do not cry, but in exchange for a more desperate look. She had lost all hope at this point. Even her own dad, who was the deputy director, came and it didn't work. There was no one left in this free city who could save her. Li Xingyue couldn't help but shake her head when she saw her like this. Looks like it's time to find them after all. Li Xingyue walked into the original private room and closed the door. Taking his cell phone out of his pocket, he didn't bother with the screen full of missed calls and countless messages, and just dialed a number. Where the have you been? Haven't been answering your phone or returning messages. Do you want to die? I think he just owes it to me. Don't come back, or I'll break your legs. What's the point, just jerk him off. Too deep, right? You guys say so he still dare to come back, first trick him back and then clean up, really brainless. I need help now, can one of you come? The phone was originally full of curses, but at this time it was suddenly silent. Reporting points. Roast Duck Restaurant, Center Street, Liberty City C. Toot toot toot. The call was instantly disconnected. Li Xingyue put away his cell phone and left the private room, lit a cigarette for himself, then took out another one and handed it to Huang Qian. Smoking. Huang Qian, originally out of focus eyes, this time a little focus, handed cigarettes, did not go to pick up, just began to cry silently again. Li Xingyue laughed softly, but her voice carried an unprecedented confidence. Smoke it, I'll bail you out today. Chapter 65, Honest and Open Communication. Huang Qian pursed her lips and finally took the cigarette. Captain Li, thank you for being able to comfort me, but I've now resigned myself to my fate, so you better go. Huang Qian mechanically smoked a cigarette, her eyes staring straight out at the wall in front of her. And in the private room, Captain Wu looked at Huang Wei, who poured him a drink, his eyes unabashedly full of contempt, a sneer. Yo, how dare you let the deputy director of the titular corpse hunting branch pour a drink for a little person like me? I should be the one pouring it for you. Huang Wei at this time has long lost the usual deputy director of the majesty of the face is full of sardonic smile, forehead cold sweat has been non-stop emergence. Captain Wu, you're joking, it's our honor to have you visit Freedom City this time, so tomorrow I'll arrange a better meal for you in Area A to welcome you. In addition, if you have any requests, please feel free to mention them, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do my best. But you see, it is indeed a bit late today, I'll go back first, you and Captain who drink well, and I'll definitely arrange for you tomorrow. Huang Wei racked his brain to come up with these words of flattery, and it was really hard for him, but his words had been said in a more understandable way. It's to take Wang's sin away. Captain Wu naturally heard his meaning, and with a mocking face, I can understand Deputy Director Huang not being able to stay up at his old age, so go away. Huang Wei did not expect Captain Wu to actually agree so painfully, a face of joy promised to go outside. But, your daughter has to stay, after all, we're all young people, and we have something in common. Ha 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 ha. Huang Wei then realized that he had been tricked, his face instantly grimaced, and the hands hidden in his sleeves had clenched somewhat uncontrollably. However, after thinking of his brother-in-law Chen Fei, he was again powerless to let go. There was no way around it, Chen Fei's momentum was too strong right now, having broken through to the 8th rank at only 30 years old, this potential could definitely be described as terrifying as hell. Whether or not there were no ancients after him was unknown, but there had only been one divine person before him, 2 years earlier than Chen Fei, who had broken through to the 8th rank at the age of 28. In short, this Chen Fei is 10 himself plus a piece cannot afford to mess with, not to mention the strength and cannot be compared, his life is basically the 7th order to the end. When I thought of this, I couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears in my eyes, I am really useless, I can't even protect my daughter. In fact, just now there were a few moments when he wanted to directly kill all of these people, but today this matter is afraid that it has already spread out. If he really do it, Chen Fei will definitely check to his head, even if he kills and escapes immediately, it will be difficult to escape. Captain Wu, do you think you need me to get someone to remove all the chairs? Captain Wu now began to find ways to flatter Captain Wu, after all, as the old saying goes, one man gets a government. This Captain Wu was now following suit, and many of those who didn't have the means to get close enough to flatter Chen Fei would surely flatter those close to Chen Fei. And this Captain Wu will definitely be one of them. Now that he had served him well, there would definitely be only benefits and no harm, and he had even planned to stop being a captain and exclusively follow Captain Wu as a follower in the future. Captain Wu sneered after hearing this and looked at Huang Wei, no need, how uncomfortable that thing is now, it's also oil-stained and numb. I'm going to have a frank and honest conversation with Deputy Director Huang's daughter today and have a good in-depth exchange, ha ha ha. Huang Wei was now on the verge of crunching his teeth, his body trembling unceasingly, his hands constantly clenching and unclenching his fists. At this moment, looking towards Huang Qian who had already sat on the table and cried herself to sleep at some point, he couldn't help but have a thought rise up in his heart, and then his gaze became resolute. Daughter, it's Daddy who is useless and can't protect you, but Daddy will never allow anyone to touch you. No one can. In the afterlife. Daddy will love you again. Without the slightest hesitation, Huang Wei pulled out a dagger from his clothes and headed towards Huang Qian. Each step was a million times heavier. Huang Wei walked to Huang Qian, the hand holding the knife trembled continuously, and the tears could not stop flowing. Good girl. Sorry. Without any further hesitation, the dagger in his hand stabbed directly towards Huang Qian's chest. Li Xingyue was looking at his cell phone. Almost 10 minutes had passed since he had just called. It was estimated that with Ghost Knight's strength of this 8th rank of his, he should be arriving soon as well. I had just put a new cigarette in my mouth with the intention of lighting it when I realized that Huang Wei had walked over, with a knife in his hand. Just when he wanted to talk to him, he realized that he directly raised the knife to stab Huang Qian, so scared that he dropped his cigarette and grabbed his hand to reach out to block. Uncle! Don't be impulsive. Why are you so strong? Stop it, I have a way to save Huang Qian. Li Xingyue desperately held Huang Wei's hand and kept whispering to him. Huang Wei immediately stopped when he heard Li Xingyue's last words. You really have an idea? But after asking, he involuntarily shook his head. Impossible. What can you do, young man? Go away, don't get you involved. Xian and I are about to be reunited with her mom. Seeing that he still hadn't listened, Li Xingyu directly reached out and snatched the dagger, rushing towards the burly men next to him. Before they could react, they had already collapsed on the ground, and blood continued to gush out from their necks. After doing away with a few people, Li Xingyue re-entered in front of Huang Wei, looking at him solemnly and seriously. I killed the person, now you directly take Huang Qian away, just pretend nothing happened. If you still don't feel at ease, then it's okay to escape with Huang Qian. Anyway, get out of here right now, I've got the rest. Huang Wei was confused by Li Xingyue's series of actions and was still in a daze at this point. Li Xingyue was so angry that she directly punched him in the shoulder. You tiger, grab and go. Huang Wei then came to his senses and gave a grateful look. You're a benefactor to our family. See you later. Huang Wei no longer hesitated, picked up Huang Qian and jumped out of the window next to the back alley, quickly disappearing into the alley. The pretty girl who came with Huang Qian had already fainted from fear a long time ago, and the diners on the second floor had long since fled due to the previous clash between several people. Now only Captain Wu, Captain Hu, and Wang Feng, who was still huffing and puffing in the private room, were left. Phew, finally gone. But why hasn't Ghost Knight come yet? The main reason why Li Xingyue called Ghost Knight was to deal with Captain Wu in the private room. Because Captain Wu was also at the 6th rank, just like him, he was afraid that there was no way to directly finish off Captain Wu and Captain Hu. In case they were allowed to run away, it would definitely be troublesome at a later stage. Not only can he not run away, but Huang Wei and Huang Qian will also suffer. Brother, I'm coming. I thought you were already karma, all that running for nothing. Where's the man? Tell him to get his ass out here. Don't dilly-dally, directly waste him below the 9th rank. Li Xingyue was just about to enter Captain Wu's private room when she heard several voices ringing out. It didn't matter if he didn't turn around. Once he did, his jaw directly dropped in shock. Attention! High energy ahead. Family, no point of attention in the upper right corner. I count 3, 3, 2, 1, get in the car. I'm sure these don't count in the body word count, so don't say I'm watered down. Omega. Chapter 66, The 7 Corpse Kings Gathered in Freedom City. 7. 7 Reichbergs? At this moment, 7 frog doll suits were standing in front of Li Xingyue, each of them bloated. You guys? If they hadn't heard their familiar voices just now, it would have been designated as unrecognizable. What's this whole thing about? And why are you all here? One of the doll suits reached up and removed the hood, revealing a handsome face. Brother! What's up, handsome? This person was Ghost Knight, who was looking at Li Xingyu with an expectant face, just waiting to be praised. By this time the other 6 doll suits had all removed their hoods one after the other. Why are you guys dressed like that? Whose idea was it? Li Xingyu's face only had 2 words of speechlessness. Who is a good person to dress like this? Shura lit himself a cigarette with a smug look on his face. Of course it's me, I'm afraid of being exposed, so I found this. You're a ing douche, aren't you? It's easier to expose. And at least is the 8th order of the 9th order of the Necromancer dressed in this kind of pussy genuinely do not feel ashamed of it? Li Xingyue was already powerless to spit. It's not a big deal, just let Ghost Knight do it himself. Are you guys that idle? Sweetness was immediately reluctant after hearing this. What, you're still not happy about us coming? I tell you, I wouldn't have come if Ghost Knight hadn't begged me, huh? Ghost Knight had a puzzled look on her face. It wasn't you who had to argue, woo. Before Ghost Knight could finish his words, his mouth was covered by Sweetness. Sweetness waved her small fist in front of Ghost Knight's eyes, her voice extremely sweet. I'll you to death if you push me any further. Never mind, you can't just kick people out when you're here. Do you have any more cigarettes there? I forgot to take them in my hurry to get out just now. Shura's addiction to cigarettes is back and he starts to ask Li Xingyue for cigarettes. Touching his pocket, he saw that there were 12 or 13 left in the cigarette case, and threw them directly to Shura. These were probably enough for him to smoke for a few minutes. What's all the noise outside? Huang Wei, hiccup, grab your daughter and bring her here. Captain Wu's voice came out from the private room. Why don't you guys sit down for a while and I'll come over and talk. After saying this, Li Xingyu walked into the private room, and after entering, she found that Captain Wu and Captain Hu had already drunk too much. Both of them were full of drunkenness and their faces were red. You, who are you? Get that little yellow over here. Captain Wu slurred his orders to Li Xingyue. Yes, you, go. Captain Hu drank more and was on the verge of getting drunk. Li Xingyue sneered and sat directly across from Captain Wu. Your name is Wu Tian, right? Do you know who I am? Wu Tian froze for a moment after hearing this, then stared at Li Xingyue carefully. You? Who the are you? Snap. Li Xingyue slapped Wu Tian across the face, directly sending him to the ground. This time, Li Xingyue had used her strength, and the sound was huge and crunchy and loud. Straight away, Captain Hu, who kept kowtowing, woke up wholeheartedly and raised his head with a blank look on his face. Ha! What's that noise? Snap. Another slap to Captain Hu's face sobered him right up. Don't you dare hit me. Captain Hu smoothly copied the wine bottle on the table and was about to smash it on Li Xingyue's head, but he was only at the 5th rank. Li Xingyue's speed was quite a bit faster than his, and directly kicked him in the chest. Captain Hu's back slammed hard against the wall, directly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wu Tian had just stood up with an angry face and was planning to kill Li Xingyu when he saw Captain Hu being kicked to the ground. It looks like you're also at the 6th rank, kid. I don't think you and I know each other. What's the point of picking on me? Li Xingyue shrugged. Nothing meaningful, just looking at you. What's the matter? You have a problem with it? Li Xingyue originally thought that Wu Tian would be instantly annoyed after hearing this and then directly fight him. But Wu Tian didn't lose his mind after hearing this. Instead, he sat back in his chair, lit a cigarette for himself and looked at him with a smile. Hee, do you think you're amazing for being at the 6th rank? What background do you have that you dare to offend me? My brother-in-law is the youngest 8th order now, and it's only a matter of time before he breaks through to the 9th order. Here, you tell me what you've got. Ha! When Wu Tian said this, he really wanted to be more arrogant. This is normal. Change any person to have this kind of powerful background, may behave more horizontal than him. After all, in this world right now, there were still a few 100 million humans left, and there were only a few 8th and 9th order powerhouses combined. An 8th order powerhouse was already at the apex of this world. It was in existence on top of billions of people. Wu Tian used to not have anything too high to pursue, but yesterday his sister contacted him and said that she wanted him to stop being playful and ascend to the 7th rank as soon as possible. Then she could ask her husband Chen Fei to find a way to help her brother become the city lord of Freedom City. In fact, reasonably speaking, to become the city lord of a main city, the minimum standard must also be the 8th order, but Chen Fei stepped forward. Others will certainly sell his face, although it may be out of offend some people it. But that was, after all, a first-class main city, even if Freedom City was the worst of the several cities, but once one became the city lord, everything that had been paid for before came back. Previously, the highest echelons of humanity had intended to use a bounty to elect the Free City's city lord, and whoever killed the corpse king would be able to sit in that seat, but with Chen Fei stepping in, then this could be completely ignored. Kid, you're quite right for my temper. This way, what happened just now will be over. If you follow me in the future, I won't treat you badly. After all, I'm going to be the Lord of Freedom City soon, ha ha ha. The thought that he was about to rise above the water and become a party in power, Wu Tian was thrilled, while at the same time constantly thankful that he had a good sister and a good brother-in-law. TSK, when it comes to this city lord, you definitely won't be able to be one. After all, you can't even kill an 8th order corpse king with this crappy strength, either. Also speaking of background, don't you just have an 8th order brother-in-law? So what if he's the youngest deputy director in Arc City? I guess my background isn't necessarily worse than yours. Chapter 67. What are you doing with your pants down? Comparing backgrounds with me? I don't think I'm any worse than you. Li Xingyue's look and tone when she said this was practically identical to Wu Tian just now, and she even felt even wilder than Wu Tian. These few words backfired and made Wu Tian nervous. Because he had just unreservedly told his background, Li Xingyue would definitely come straight to his knees as long as he wasn't stupid. But Li Xingyue didn't panic at all. Instead he said that his background wasn't bad either. Could it be that there was likewise an 8th rank powerhouse behind him? Thinking of this, Wu Tian unconsciously gulped. If this was really the case, then his best option was to befriend rather than offend. I wonder which one is behind the brother. Li Xingyue didn't answer his question. The son of A is still playing mysterious. Wu Tian thought for a moment, then asked tentatively. Is the Lord of Steel City? Li Xingyue didn't say anything, just shook her head gently. That's the city Lord of Glory City? Li Xingyue still shook her head. The Lord of Aurora City? The other deputy directors of the General Directorate of Corpse Hunting? Wu Tian asked several more names and positions in a row, and the order was according to strength, but Li Xingyue always shook her head. No, there's no one else here. What's he doing? Nope. Wait a minute. Only then did Wu Tian remember that there was another person that he had never mentioned from the beginning. No. It can't be. It wouldn't be the one behind you, would it? Wu Tian unconsciously used honorifics and looked at Li Xingyue with an apprehensive expression. This time, Li Xingyue didn't respond to him directly, but just stared at Wu Tian with an air of calmness. But the more Li Xingyue did this, the more nervous and fearful Wu Tian became. Every second was like sitting on pins and needles. Wu Tian directly stood up, his knees slowly bending down, intending to directly kneel down for Li Xingyue, when he saw Li Xingyue slowly shaking her head. Not that one either. As soon as these words came out, Wu Tian's knees, which were on the verge of touching the ground, instantly straightened out, and the whole person stood up again, his eyes still constantly scanning around. So the chopsticks are on the table. Wu Tian felt a little ashamed of his behavior of wanting to kneel just now, and hastily found an excuse to defuse the situation for himself. After resuming his seat, Wu Tian directly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it wasn't, or else he would have offended a big shot. The previous coyness instantly disappeared, replaced by a face of anger and ridicule. Scared the out of me. What background are you counting a chicken? Look, how is this still anxious? Don't be anxious, Ao Boss Wu. Today I'll let you properly open your eyes. Snap. Li Xingyue clapped her hands. Older brother, come in. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ghost Knight walked in and stood next to him. What's wrong, brother? It's fine, just letting you chat with Boss Wu to get acquainted. Ghost Knight obediently sat next to Li Xingyue. Boss Wu, this is my oldest brother, Ghost Knight, a particularly honest child who loves to study very much. Wu Tian looked at the Ghost Knight that suddenly walked and didn't understand what Li Xingyue meant. He didn't recognize Ghost Knight at all. Even though he had participated a few times in previous sieges, Ghost Knight had always worn a hat and mask, so it was impossible for him to recognize him. What's more, he hadn't made much of an effort to kill the zombies before, staying at the back of the human hordes to take advantage of the chaos and mooch off of them, or to pick up the loot. Who the is this pussy? Pretty good looking, little white boy, right you are. This sentence of little white boy gave Li Xingyue a whole laugh, and just when she wanted to speak, Shura walked in. Finished your cigarettes? Is there any left in this house? Shura kept searching on the table but didn't find a cigarette case, then looked at Wu Tian who was sitting at the very end. Hey, that kid, you got a cigarette? Wu Tian was slightly mesmerized as he looked at Xiu Luo, a feeling of familiarity instantly surging through his mind. Well, I asked you if you had a cigarette, why are you so dumb? Huh? Oh, I have a little more here. Wu Tian came back to his senses and subconsciously pulled out the cigarette case from his pocket. Xiu Luo went forward and snatched the cigarette case, and his mouth kept cursing. Wipe, this IQ is really a match with his mom Li Xingyue. Get thee out of here. How could Li Xingyue stand this anger and immediately disliked her back? After waiting for Shura to go out, Wu Tian looked directly at Li Xingyue. Why does that person just now look so familiar to me? Li Xingyue smiled faintly, then think carefully and recall your memories. Why can't I remember? Where have I seen it before? Wu Tian racked his brain, desperately mobilizing his memory. I remember. He looked so much like that 8th rank corpse king Shura from the reward list. Tisk, it's too much of a coincidence that there would be two people so alike in this world. Wu Tian gave a hard thought, and after thinking about it, he was still a bit happy and couldn't help but sigh. Hey, it can be said, but sometimes there's more than one coincidence. Oh, Boss Wu, please move with me. Li Xingyue stood up and made a gesture of invitation. Wu Tian's curiosity was aroused by what he said, so he stood up and followed him outside. Hey, you guys, try it. I didn't realize this roast duck was quite tasty. Hey, sugar. What am I supposed to eat when you clip away? You eat a chicken. Go smoke your cigarettes. Sister Phantom, why don't you eat? Hey. Where are the people? What are you doing? Quickly put your clothes on. Before Li Xingyue and Wu Tian could come out, they heard the constant sounds of talking coming from outside. Li Xingyue originally wanted to formally introduce a few people to Wu Tian, but after waiting to see the scene outside, she instantly closed her mouth and covered her face at the same time. Nothing else, it's just embarrassing. Wu Tian saw a few of Steel City's men collapsed in a pool of blood as soon as he stepped out, and with a second look up he spotted a few men in frog suits. What kind of demons and devils are these? Wu Tian looked at the tyrant's few people with a shocked expression, but his gaze soon locked onto the faces of Phantom, Sweetness, Sister and Blood Moon. I can't believe how beautiful each one is. Li Xingyu looked at Blood Moon with a black line on her face. I say, can you guys take that off? Don't you mind being ashamed? Blood Moon looked impatient. I'd love to take it off, but I washed all those skirts today, and now I'm not wearing any underneath. All the more reason for you to take it off. What did you kid just say? Then you can't take it off. Feeling Blood Moon's eyes filled with a murderous aura, Li Xingyue instantly changed her words. Sooner or later, I'll take it off for you. If you don't take it off, then you don't take it off. Li Xingyue doesn't force it. Come, Boss Wu, let me introduce you to. What are you doing with your pants off? Chapter 68. The seven of them are my Li Xingyue's background. Wu Tian's eyes looked straight at the chimera, and his face was full of happiness. No coloring. Snap. Li Xingyue directly slapped Wu Tian in the face. But the slap didn't wake Wu Tian up, he only had the chimera in his eyes now and kept rubbing his hands together. Then with open hands he charged towards the chimera. So obsessed? Li Xingyue knew it was time to show his true strength. Only to see his legs powering up and jumping directly up 3 centimeters high, he first did a Tarzan move. It's followed by a Raven on a plane move, and note that it doesn't end here. Black Tiger pulls out heart, 2 dragons playing balls, stupid donkey kicks, hamster on wheel, jackal catches rabbit, super planet burning, tiger fighting style, elephant fist, elephant kicks, kangaroo jumps, earthquake fist, hungry wolves advance, 2 dragons playing balls, flying crane catches shrimp, flying dragon in the sky, flying borderland, flying elephant stomps on mouse, angry octopus, phoenix runs to the moon, flamenco dance steps, black tiger preys on trapped sheep, black tiger sweeps over vultures, black tiger hollowing out, booming thunder fist, monkey climbing tree, tiger falling on eagle's back, tiger paw eating pudding, volcano burning farm, whale swinging tail, giant axe chopping down tree, hurricane kick, mouse stealing cheese, mouse walking labyrinth, eagle spreading wings. A whole set of consecutive moves were struck out in a flowing manner, and only then did Li Xingyue return to his original position and let out a long breath. Oomph, now you know what I'm capable of. No one responded to him, though, and at this point a few people next to him looked stunned. Only after a long time did Sugar open her mouth with a shocked face. How on earth did you do that? Actually, didn't hit a single move? But if you miss a little you hit it too. Shura also looked at him with a grave expression. It's truly terrifying as hell. The nun couldn't look away, scratch that energy and recycle it a bit. The chimera smiled flirtatiously as the love in her eyes disappeared, and Wu Tian came to his senses at that moment. Hey! Why did my pants fall off? Wu Tian felt his lower body cool after he came to his senses and hurriedly pulled it up to put it on. Boss Wu, these are my family members. The ghost knight just now has already introduced you. This one with the bottle is my big brother Riot. This smoker you've just seen, Mr. Hugh. This meat loli is Ms. Blood. This little loli with the fondue pot showing off in her mouth is named Sugar. This one who looks gentle and virtuous is Ms. Su. This last, this beauty is called Phantom. Wu Tian followed Li Xingyue's instructions short to look at the crowd and realized that every single face value was sky high. And at the sight of that gentle and virtuous, and that meat loli and the 3 with the bottles of wine were instantly the same again as they were a moment ago. There's always a sense of familiarity, like I've seen it somewhere. So weird, the three of them feel familiar to me too, but what are you telling me this for? Do what? Ha! Li Xingyue let out a laugh. Didn't you say you wanted to compare backgrounds with me? Mumble. 7 of them are my Li Xingyue's background. Li Xingyu directly amused Wu Tian after saying this. Ah ha ha ha, that's it, what else do they have besides good looks? You tell me what else there is what? Looking at them like this, I'm afraid they don't even have a second rank, or they're simply trash that can't evolve, ah ha ha ha. Wu Tian laughed out loud, but as he laughed, he realized the problem. With the looks of these people, any person would have thoughts when they looked at them, and it was guaranteed that these people were relying on their colorful looks to hook up with any big shot. But that's not right, such people are supposedly kept as canaries in their homes, so how could those big shots let them all out? And to a tight place like Liberty City? Scratch that, I was still overthinking it myself, these guys look like they don't have much of a background. No no no. Li Xingyue gently wiggled her fingers from side to side a few times. Now on the second floor, except for the bakery and a cuckold who was second ranked, we are the 2 with the lowest rank. All 7 of them are at the 8th rank. All 8th rank? Ha 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 ha. You're out of your mind. No wonder a few other cities always say Freedom City is trash, it's so true. Boss Wu, I was joking with you just now. Wu Tian was on the verge of bursting into laughter. Your joke is really kind of funny, ha ha ha. Li Xingyue smiled faintly. Yes, Boss Wu, I was joking with you just now. In fact, only 3 of the 7 of them are at the 8th rank, the remaining 4 are all at the 9th rank. Once he said this, Wu Tian instead stopped laughing and looked disgusted, but also the more he said, the more he came. Do you really think I haven't seen those top human powerhouses of the 8th and 9th ranks? It's true that I didn't have the chance to see the 9th rank, but I did see the 8th rank, and there was no such thing as them. Besides, how can there be a 9th rank that young? You really can't even lie. Li Xingyue stuck out her thumb. What Boss Wu said is true. But I don't think I told you they were human from the beginning, did I? At this point, Wu Tian no longer understood what kind of baby Li Xingyue's gourd was selling. Not human? You're a douche, a live person here isn't human, so is it hard to be a zombie? Or a dog? Oh, it's true that it's not human, but, hey. Sugar, you put the table down. Li Xingyue hurriedly calmed the furious sweetie. Okay, no more pretending, I'll show my cards. They're zombies, and they're all zombies. Pohahaha, zombie? A zombie king? You're being funny with me. Right? Without laughing twice, Wu Tian froze, then hurriedly turned his head to look at Shura, and after looking at Shura, he looked at Tyrant, followed by Sister and Blood Moon. No, it can't be, can it? How? Yeah, absolutely not. It must just be a look-alike. How could the Corpse King be hanging out with this one human? Wu Tian directly yanked on Li Xingyue's shoulders and shook them desperately, his face all crazy as he yelled out, You quickly tell me that this is not true. You quickly say it. Aya, look what you are doing, calm down, it's just the Corpse King, why are you still afraid of the Corpse King? Wow, you're too much of a wimp. If you learn from me, I'm not afraid at all. It's just the 8th and 9th rank, it's only a little bit better than me. Captain Wu had long since remembered the photo of the Corpse King on the bounty list, and at that moment, he only felt like falling into an ice cave, as if he had already seen the god of death beckoning to him. His legs were so weak that he just sat down on the floor. Look, Boss Wu, what about my background, can I take it? Wu Tian nodded slowly with a crying face. Snap. Who told you to cry? Smile for me. Aya, sweetie, what are you doing hitting him? It's not like people. Snap. How did you even hit me? Chapter 69, Awesome, I wouldn't dare mess with 7 at once. Shura couldn't hold back his laughter. Why do you think you have to mess with her? Okay, sweetie, give me a break on this. Sugar looked at the approaching Shura and jumped straight up. Snap. Wu Tian. Li Xingyue. Shura. Wu Tian was really as helpless as he could be right now, and regretted as much as he could. This morning Captain Hu came to him and offered to ask for his help in transferring to the corpse hunting team in Ark City. Originally he didn't want to help, but not Captain Hu gave too much. Then at noon he asked him to come to this roast duck restaurant in District C to treat him to dinner. But eat, his own addiction again, had to let Captain Hu to find people, if not this, he certainly would not have encountered this scene now. If he hadn't encountered it, with this momentum of his own brother-in-law, he would inevitably get better and better, and would soon be sitting in the position of the Free City Lord. When the time comes, what points, what women, that's really as much as you want. But he was really unlucky to run into such a thing, and actually managed to have such a good relationship with the Corpse King. Even the 8th Order Necromancer King called him brother. This who dares to think. Alas, this background is so heavenly, compared to him I am nothing. How is it that I don't have the life to be recognized by the Corpse King? Wait. This kid looked mediocre and could be recognized by the Corpse King. It seemed like he didn't have no chance. It would be awesome to get involved with them myself. Thinking of this, Wu Tian hurriedly knelt down and looked at Tyrant and the others. Lords of the Corpse King, I was really blind not to recognize you just now. I'll make amends to your lordships first. After saying that, Bam Bam started to kowtow. The sound was so loud. I had an instant connection with all the lords as soon as I saw them today, and I've been a particular fan of walkers since I was a kid. I still have a few at home right now. No, entertaining a few. I hope I can become one of your lordship's men, and if you speak, I promise to do it with my liver and my brain. And my brother-in-law is of the 8th rank, and is now the deputy director of Arc City, so it's convenient to do anything, so he's definitely better than this kid. I'm definitely going to be utilized more than him. Wu Tian said a series of words that went against the unity of humanity. He didn't care about anything else right now, he just wanted to be able to gain the Corpse King's trust. Li Xingyue didn't understand what Wu Tian was up to at first, but now she finally realized that this kid was trying to get to the top. Good for you, Wu Tian, you really have a knack out. A few others were happy to hear it. Blood Moon nodded. This kid has quite a point. Shura, indeed, he also has a brother-in-law who is a deputy commissioner. Tyrant, Li Xingyue really is nothing at all. Sugar, can you buy me the latest video games and dolls? Of course. It's so easy. You're better than Li Xingyue, I'll vote for you. Hey, Sugar you. Ghost Knight asked tentatively, so I want comic books? Buy all the books in town for you. Holy, Ghost Knight, why are you too? Wu Tian was already happy in his heart at this point after listening to everyone's requests. I didn't realize that all these necromancers had such strange demands, what with game consoles, groups, comic books, cigarettes, alcohol, perfume, jewelry, all of these are very cheap things. These requirements cannot be said to be difficult for him, only very easy to do. To actually gain the Corpse King's trust so easily, one had really picked up a great bargain. At the same time, he glanced up at Li Xingyue with a mocking and smug look on his face. Little man, what are you going to fight me with? Cut. You're a real ING smoker, who's a nice guy smoking 6 at a time. Li Xingyue pulled a cigarette from Shura's mouth and smoked it, looking at Wu Tian with disdain in his eyes. What, do you boys think you've won and think you're going to get to the top? How do you think I survived to this day? By relying on my handsome face. Scratch that. Young man, don't take things so lightly. Alright, you guys nag him, I'm hungry, I need to eat something. Ghost Knight, go downstairs to the kitchen and fix me some more food up here. After Li Xingyue finished speaking, she sat down next to Tyrant and opened a bottle of beer for herself and drank it with Tyrant. Ghost Knight, on the other hand, went downstairs on his ass. This? Wu Tian had always wondered why Li Xingyue could chat and get along with the Corpse King so calmly. These few Corpse Kings actually didn't get angry at all and looked all peaceful. Did the necromancer just love this? Right, that should be it, or there's no other reason that makes sense. Thinking of this, Wu Tian directly stood up, and the cowardice on his face instantly disappeared, followed by replacing it with a smile that was exactly the same as Li Xingyue's. Coming next to Shura, he followed Li Xingyue's earlier action and also pulled a cigarette from his mouth, then put it into his own mouth. Shura, you kid can smoke pretty well. Tyrant, you boy can drink. Blood Moon, you're so filial, taking care of Grandma white and fat. Phantom, you're wearing a little too much clothing. Sugar, you need to develop again. Sister, you have a nice body, I like it. Shura? Tyrant? Sugar? Sister? Blood Moon? Phantom? Li Xingyue? When Ghost Knight came up from the stairs with a few plates, he saw everyone staring at Wu Tian in a daze and was very puzzled. What's wrong with all of you? Wu Tian turned back to Ghost Knight and grinned. Yo, the little white boy is back. Ghost Knight? Pohahahahaha, you're awesome. You are awesome. I wouldn't even dare mess with 7 at once. Li Xingyue was about to stop laughing. Wu Tian did not understand why Li Xingyue said that, but he now suddenly felt very cold and chilly in the room. You've had enough fun, haven't you? Play enough and I'll kill. That's what Blood Moon said. Enough fun, but he can't die. If he does, my friends and I will be in trouble. Just think of a way to make him mad. Then I'll stay out of the way and let Shura do it. Shura bristled. Just know how to boss me around, I won't do it. Sweetness instantly raised her hand after hearing this. Wu Tian's smile slowly disappeared from his face as he listened to the conversation of several people, replaced by a strong sense of disbelief and panic. Looking closer to him, Sugar couldn't help but start shaking. Don't. I still have use, you can't kill me, I can. Before he could finish his sentence, his throat had been caught by Sugar. You go in the private room and keep your voice down so it doesn't interfere with my dinner. Li Xingyue waved her hand at her. Remember, don't it up, just make him mad. Bam! The door to one of the private rooms was closed sweetly. TSK, this kid actually wants to make a diversionary tactic. He doesn't look at what kind of relationship we have, it's hilarious. That's right, talk like we're close to you. What? Chapter 70, I'll isolate all 7 of you by myself. Hey. It's not quite appropriate for you to talk like that, is it, Blood Moon? Blood Moon hummed, even ik dresses don't get me, we'll break up later ang. That's right, I'll buy you even if I tell you to bring an e-cigarette and hang up the video. Li Xingyue was furious, humph, a bunch of cheapskates, just break it, whoever regrets it is a brainless zombie. Ghost Knight, our brothers won't play with the 6 of them anymore, isolate them. Ghost Knight nodded very obediently and also looked at the Blood Moon few people with a strong aura, but in the next second, he went soft. Removing Li Xingyue's hand on his shoulder, he then lowered his head and picked his fingers silently. You're a real wimp. Humph, I'll isolate the 7 of you by myself, I'll see if it's hard for you. Don't push it, drink, we'll go back when Sugar is done. Li Xingyue pouted, so early to go back, I really can't bear to part with you guys alas, sweet, quickly open the multiplier. After about half an hour or so, Sugar covered her nose and walked out of the private room. Done. That fast? Are you reliable? Li Xingyue asked with some skepticism. UING. Stop. Don't go on, I'll go in and see for myself. Li Xingyue stood up and pulled open the door to the private room, and just as she entered, she retreated in a panic. What's that stench? I thought you said you were going to drive him crazy. So what, Blood Moon, give me the hood, I'll use it as a mask. Fine. I don't want it. Li Xingyue hurriedly returned to the private room and closed the door. Hey, Quinn. Li Xingyue heard Wu Tian's voice but didn't see his person. Lifting the tablecloth revealed Wu Tian curled up under the table. Wu Tian also saw him at this time. At this time, he completely lost his previous arrogance and had a silly smile on his face. Hey, I want Big Quinn. Who are you? Oh, you're Big Quinn, hey. Sweet Kawa, really make him whole. Wu Tian kept chanting with a demented smile on his lips, reaching out his hand to grab Li Xingyue. I'll you up. He directly kicked at Wu Tian, directly laying him down. Oh, I want Quinn, oh. Okay, that's good. At least we don't have to worry about him going back and suing his sister and brother-in-law. That's what he's going to do in this life, even if he's cured he's going to have to drool. Li Xingyue stopped looking at him and left the private room. Sugar, I have to say, you're a real piece of work, huh? Where is everyone? After leaving the private room, Li Xingyue realized that the second floor hall was already devoid of several people. Go without a word, really. But it was time to leave himself, this place was no longer fit to stay. Li Xingyue came to the window where Huang Wei had left earlier and looked out, realizing that there was no one there, then she jumped down as well and quickly disappeared into the alley. A few minutes later, Li Xingyue retraced her steps from another alleyway back to the main street and headed for the roast duck restaurant. When he was almost there, he saw his car still parked in front of the door, but there were still a few people around the door. It's the owner of the duck store and a couple of adjudicators. My lord, the second floor of my store has been occupied by people arguing and causing trouble since a few hours ago, and I don't dare to go up there. So why are you just contacting us now? Harm, I'm not scared, it's happened before, so I didn't care. But I always feel different today, so I want you to come up with me and take a look. Okay, we'll go up with you and take a look. A few people exchanged a few words, and then they walked into the roast duck restaurant together. It wasn't long before a car came speeding in the direction of Area B. Crunch! The car's brakes were slammed hard when it reached the front of the duck restaurant, and then down came a couple of men dressed in gold who rushed straight into the store. Soon they carried down the crazy Wu Tian with a panicked face and put him into the car, turning the car around and driving straight back to the B district. Ugh, why bother if you have to compare backgrounds? Li Xingyue shook his head and bought a pack of cigarettes across the street from the roast duck restaurant and smoked them as he skipped in the direction of Area B. The mind began to think of various things over and over again. He himself was finally about to step into the B area of Freedom City, and after entering, his primary goal was to look for Yellow Tooth and the four of them. Although they had been out of touch for several months, Li Xingyue had always felt that nothing serious should have happened to them. After all, the few of them were not trouble-making personalities. And at that time, it was also said that they should go to the corpse hunting branch to train for a period of time first, so that it would help in the later stages of the breakthrough, and at the same time, it would also reduce the dangers encountered while doing the mission. Li Xingyue guessed that they were most likely undergoing some kind of devil training or something like he did before, so they were just unable to contact the outside world. Thinking about it, he walked to the wall of Area B, only to realize that this outer wall of Area B was even stronger than the one in Area C. I don't know what it's made of, but it's just awesome to look at. Stop and show your identity. Li Xingyue pulled out her identity card and showed it to the adjudicator, and was directly released. After passing through the thick walls, a bustling scene instantly appeared before them. There are more people here than in Area C, and they're all dressed so clean and neat that at first glance you can't tell that this is post-apocalyptic in the slightest. It was also a large square, at the end of which buildings began to appear, and these were like the town centers of third-tier cities. I didn't realize it was so much better than C. The number of stores is obviously much higher than that of Area C, and the variety is likewise greater, even clothing stores, stationery stores, hardware stores, and all these. And on one side of the square, Li Xingyue had already seen the sign of the corpse hunting substation. Bro, I see you're a bit of a stranger, you're new to District B, right? I can introduce you to a few better listings, or if you want a scoop I have the resources to do so. Definitely 100 times better than the women in District C. But I see that you seem to be a bit weak. This way, I still have the magic medicine here, to ensure that you eat the golden spear shiny, and show your virility again. Chapter 71, What Price Mature and Plump? Which one of your eyes saw that I was weak? I'm fine with 7p 7 times a night. Roll. Not far from Li Xingyue, two men were talking, but it looked like they weren't getting anywhere. The man who was scolded wasn't angry at all, turning his head and continuing to look around, scouting for his next target. As the small eyes looked on, they spotted Li Xingyue, who was walking towards the corpse hunting branch, and hurriedly trotted over. Bro, I see you're very new to the area. Is this the first time you've been to Area B? Brother here has a lot of good resources, I'll introduce you to them. Do you want a rental, a new team, or a woman? I want you to stop talking. Oh, this one too. Haha, little brother is so funny, haha. Li Xingyue lazily ignored him and directly walked into the corpse hunter branch. Walking behind the counter and knocking on the desk, hello, I'd like to check on someone. Check on whoever it is, the corpse hunter branch doesn't have that kind of business, get out of here. So is it okay if I want to check my team's information? That's fine, report the number. The staff member tapped away at the keyboard and soon the computer page came up with the team information. Mumble, that's your team's information. Li Xingyue moved over to the computer to look at the screen. How come there are only 2 people left on my team? Li Xingyue looked at the number of people in the column of squad members on the screen showed 2, with only 2 people in the member information. Captain, Li Xingyue. Team member, Zhang Daqiang. What's left of the yellow teeth? Where's Lu Da, Lu Er, and Lu San? Che, that must be jumping ship. It's so normal, many people choose to break away from their old team after entering the B district. There are also big teams that come in and pick people and basically follow them when they're picked. The staff member finished surveying Li Xingyue, then continued, I advise you better be like the others, get out of your current team before it's too late. I see that captain of yours is still in the 2nd rank now, who knows when he will be able to rise to the 3rd rank. Into a good team with strong strength and large numbers you will have better development in the future. Zhuang. Trust my brother, I've been in the body hunting division for years, I've seen too much. Thank you big brother, but I have a message for you. Don't kid yourself. After saying that, Li Xingyue directly walked out of the corpse hunter branch. The staff looked at his back and froze for a moment, then couldn't help but sigh. Tsk, this Tiger Leng's character, really worthy of being called Zhang Dashuang. Now don't disengage later, sooner or later you'll have your regrets. Li Xingyue didn't continue on after he exited the corpse hunter branch because he didn't know where he was going right now. He had no idea how to get to the four of them by himself. Touching his pocket, he took a cigarette out of the cigarette case intending to smoke it while thinking, but the lighter was a bit weak, and it wouldn't fire even after several hits. Snap! A fire rose up next to him and slowly moved in front of Li Xingyue. Turning his head to see that it was the same man who had just made the sales pitch. Li Xingyue instantly lived speechless. Big brother, can you stop pestering me? I really don't need anything right now. A smile floated up on the face of the slim man across from him. No, you need fire now, come on, get on it. When he said this, Li Xingyue was speechless, and directly stretched his head forward to light the cigarette. Thanks, big brother. The slim man shook his head, indicating that he was welcome. Brothers, we've gotten to know each other, let's formally introduce ourselves. My humble self, Zheng Huichuan. Zheng the Righteous, Why the Unsuspecting, and Chun the Springtime. Good name. Little brother Li Xingyue. The Li who eats and eats, the star who rises and falls, and the moon who is dark. Li Xingyue felt that this Zheng Huichun was very interesting. Looking at his age estimate was just in his early 30s, he was about the same size as him, but his body was a little slimmer than him. Brother Zheng, have one. Li Xingyue took out a cigarette from the cigarette case and handed it to Zheng Huichuan. Zheng Huichuan very quickly took it, very sharp, and then lit it for himself, and the two of them began to smoke at the door of the corpse hunting branch. Dude, this is what happened, let me guess, the crew is all gone? Zheng Huichuan couldn't help but ask when he saw that Li Xingyue had been smoking with her head down. Yo, brother Zheng is quite good at reading people, there are indeed a few missing. Li Xingyue's voice revealed a bit of sadness. Zheng patted his shoulder. It's okay, this kind of thing is too common in Area B, don't worry about it, just look for a new one, there's a shortage of everything in the end times, just not people. If you want to join a new team, I've got a couple good ones here I can introduce you to. By the way, you just came to Area B today and still don't have a place to live, right? I can introduce you to the listings. Want to have a big bunk or a luxurious small single room? Or if you want to let off some steam first, I've got the whole town to fly here too, down to 18 and up to 58. Does a brother prefer young or mature? Plump or bony? Brother this. Stop. Zheng, I'm thinking about something here, you wait a bit before selling, okay? By the way, what's the price for mature and plump? Don't get me wrong, I'm asking for a friend of mine. Li Xingyue sat on the steps in front of the corpse hunting branch and smoked several cigarettes, thinking for half a day and couldn't come up with a solution. Just now, while reading the team's information, he noticed that the four had paid to enter the training room half a year ago, just like him, but only stayed for less than 2 days before not coming back. He didn't know anything about this B area and had no idea where to start his investigation. As he was pondering, he twisted his head to look at Zheng Huichuan, and then he remembered that since he had so many resources, he should know Area B very well. Brother Zheng, I've been out of touch with my team members for quite a while, I'd like to look for them, do you have any ideas? Zheng Huichuan thought for a moment after hearing this. Well, I do have an idea, but... Li Xingyue looked at Zheng Huichuan and kept rubbing his hands, which realized that it was poor in Yuanzi, and immediately gave a transfer of 100 points over. Zheng Huichuan received the money and immediately smiled brightly. The way is simple, post a missing person notice. I use you. Well, blame me for not making it clear, I admit it, there is another way to do it other than finding people? Zheng Huichuan rubbed his hands together again. Li Xingyue gritted her teeth and directly transferred another 100 points over. Zheng Huichuan smiled more and more bright. Ha, Xingyue brother is really polite, generous enough. I Zheng Huichuan really did not make a mistake, you this friend, in fact, I've long seen out that you are by no means a fool in the things that will be able to achieve some things great career. Don't worry what I'm going to say next, this method is definitely stronger than a manhunt, and it's very ingenious, guaranteed that you'll be able to find your team member very soon after you use it, and then you'll be reunited together. Okay, I'm done listening, you can die. Pust. 72, Freedom Society. Zheng Huichuan stared at Li Xingyue with wide eyes and a look of horror, the cold sweat on his forehead kept pouring out. At this point he still had a dagger in his left armpit. Brother, what do you mean by that? This is at the entrance of the corpse hunter branch, there are so many people here, you be reasonable. Zheng Huichuan stammered out the words while his body slowly retreated, which disengaged the dagger. Li Xingyue looked at him with a cold face. Your words are too much. If you say that again, it won't be an armpit next time, okay? Zheng Huichuan hurriedly nodded his head. Understand, don't worry, I definitely won't say those have-nots again, I'll get straight to the point this time. Ein yet. Zheng Huichuan was as if he hadn't spoken to anyone for 800 years, and when his mouth opened, he couldn't stop talking. Ah. I say. The way to do that is to get the Freedom Society. Seeing that Li Xingyue is going to do it again, Zheng Huichuan hurriedly said the point. The Freedom Society? What the hell is this? Hush. Brother, don't talk nonsense, this will make the people of the Freedom Club hear you will be ruined. Zheng Huichuan hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand to prevent him from continuing to speak down, his face was all tense, and he quietly searched left and right. Wobbler. Hey, what's that scratchy smell on your hand? Vom you. Li Xingyu smelled an extremely disgusting and pungent odor right after her mouth and nose were covered, and she couldn't help but dry heave at once. Zheng Huichuan froze for a moment with a puzzled look on his face, then he put his hand to his nose and smelled it, and immediately came to a realization. With an embarrassed face, she looked at Li Xingyue. Harm, it's not, forget it or don't say it. Brother, this Freedom Society is a very large organization in Freedom City, established a few years ago. The members inside are basically all evolvers, and the minimum threshold for membership is the third order, but the third order is no longer good for entry now. The strongest of their organization is a seventh order powerhouse. It was the first time that Li Xingyue had heard of this so Freedom Society, and she couldn't help but be a bit curious. So what is the nature of this Freedom Society and what does it usually do? Hearing this, Zheng Huichuan couldn't help but take a few glances at Li Xingyue, and then looked around, and then as soon as he tugged on his hand, he came to a corner. Lowering his voice, he looked at Li Xingyue. This Freedom Society is actually just about the same as a Yakuza organization, doing nothing good. Not to mention the 3 items of pornography, gambling and drugs, but also protection fees, smuggling and loan sharking. That does sound pretty gangsterish when I hear you say it, but what does my searching for someone have to do with them? Zheng Huichuan looked smug. Brothers, this you do not understand it, although they are gangsters, but very energetic, members all over the B area, to find a few people that is not a piece of cake. Only the points piece would have to be. So I urge you to think carefully. After all, it's just a few teammates on a temporary team, just find them again, why spend that money? And looking at your stance just now, you should be at the 4th rank, right? With that kind of strength you can totally join the senior team, even being a supernumerary member is not bad. You figure it out for yourself. The reason Zheng Huichuan thought that Li Xingyue was a 4th rank was because he himself was a 3rd rank. And although the speed displayed by Li Xingyue just now was faster than him, it wasn't much faster, nearly killing him. Brother Zhang has good eyesight, I did just ascend to the 4th rank. Also what you said about this works for me, but I don't know how to get in touch with the Freedom Society. Zheng Huichuan grinned after hearing this. Come with me, I'll take you there. With that said, he took the lead and headed toward the main street at the end of the plaza. Brother Zhang, why aren't dormitories provided in Area B anymore? Li Xingyue was just that moment before she realized that Area B didn't continue to provide free accommodation like Area C anymore. No, you're wrong, there are still free dormitories, just that. Only high-level teams or high-level evolvers can enjoy them. Area C will offer free dorms because everyone starts out with no money, so there's no way not to offer them. Area B is actually given regular dormitories as well, only the conditions are quite a bit worse, and they're all multi-roomed. Those who can enter the B district basically have too money, usually go to rent a room outside alone by themselves, that way they have nothing to do at night and still can find a few coin to have a good time, you know. After all, as you know, calling a chicken nowadays costs sometimes less than the cost of a meal, and of course, I'm talking about the kind that's old or of very poor quality. Good quality that is still as expensive as ever, but then again, it's all the same place anyway, turn off the lights is still the same, hey you say right brother? So that's how it was, no wonder he saw quite a few people holding up signs promoting rentals and other businesses as soon as he entered Area B just now. The scene looked like a black cab driver at the exit of a train station. But calling Gon actually cheaper than a meal, that made one of his friends a little curious. Li Xingyue couldn't help but speculate whether this kind would be like the kind of mobile trolley by the construction site. Just as they were thinking about it, the two of them had entered the main street, which here was about 40 to 50 meters wide, with a motorway in the middle and sidewalks on both sides. There's not much difference between the built-up look of this B-zone and a normal county town anymore. I also don't know what it's like in Area A in the center area, in theory it must be better than this, he is now strong enough to enter Area A. However, there was no intention to enter now. The primary goal was still to find Yellow Tooth and the others first. As he went deeper into the main street, Li Xingyue's ears began to constantly hear all sorts of shouting and selling sounds. Baked sweet potatoes. Freshly baked sweet potatoes. Bowl chicken, a bowl ya bowl chicken. $1 a string of bowl chicken. Spinach. Bastard. Spinach. Hey, 4 points a point for wow. Good lord, it's pretty busy here. It's even more crowded than the C block. Li Xingyue kept looking at the stores on both sides, and the more she looked, the more surprised she became. Freedom Real Estate, Ace Hang Wellness, Midnight Foot Spa, Phantom Sound KTV, Rice Cell Phone Store, Laughing Hair Salon, Tomorrow's Rehabilitation Pharmacy, Honey Snow Ice City, Maiden Billiard Hall, Paradise Bar, Queen's Nightclub. Holy, this store is really a lot more than C is not to mention other entertainment venues like these. But even if there is, that go to the people will not be more. After all, the C area are all first order, second order, weak, can only do low-level tasks, earn points will be enough to eat everyday expenses. As he walked, Zheng Huaichuan turned into an alley, and Li Xingyue followed. But as soon as he came in, he realized there were 3 other people in the alley. Higher, yes that's it. Chapter 73. So you're a dog licker. Hold on tight, I've got errands to run later. As soon as Li Xingyue came in, she saw that 3 men were hugging each other. This image cannot help but make him think of Yellow Teeth. Teeth, are you okay? At this time those 2 men standing on either side also discovered the 2 Li Xingyue. Yo, if it isn't old Zhang. Boss said he wouldn't recruit third order, why did you bring another one? The 2 looked like they knew Zheng Huaichuan and just met and talked. Zheng Huaichuan hastily floated a smile. Yo, so it's Wen and Wu, he's not joining the club, he's just here to post tasks in the club. The 2 elder brothers continue, I'll take him to the meeting first. Zheng Huaichuan gave the 2 a bow, then his eyes signaled Li Xingyue to hurry up. Li Xingyue ignored the 2 men's eyes and followed Zheng Huaichuan before continuing on. Slow down. The one called Wu took a half step back and put on his pants to examine Li Xingyue. What's your name? Li Xingyue didn't understand what he was going to do. Li Xing. Okay, that's not important, what mission are you posting? Li Xingyue was interrupted just as she opened her mouth. Looking at Wu's arrogant appearance was really a bit irritating. Looking for someone. Brother Wu laughed after hearing this, so it's to find someone, then you don't need to go to the club, we brothers can find it for you, come and pay for it, 500 points. After saying that, the man took out his cell phone and signaled Li Xingyue to transfer the money. What? No, who the are you that I'm paying you? The moment these words came out, Wu instantly became furious, his original smile disappearing without a trace. And man, who was busy next to him, didn't move. Kid's got a bad mouth, then don't ask for it, man, do it. After saying that, both of them took out a dagger from their pockets and walked towards Li Xingyue. Hey 2 big brothers, calm down. Zheng Huaichuan rushed over at this time and bowed repeatedly to make amends. This kid just came to Area B today, he doesn't know the rules and has some brain problems, 2 big brothers mustn't get on his bad side. In that case you go on, or it's time to dry off later. Zheng Huaichuan brain is quite active, a blowing up bull, this only to when Wu brothers talk about it. So it's a brainwashed, okay, I'll give you old Zheng face today. Arwen, go on, finish up as soon as possible, go collect the protection money and go back to turn in your mission. Old Zhang was finally relieved at this time, turning his head to look at Li Xingyue with a helpless face, and hurriedly pulled him out of the alley. Bro, you must keep a low profile, and a low profile again in District B. There are tigers and hidden dragons here, your 4th rank can still eat well in District C, but you're no here. Not to mention, a lot of evolvers from the other 4 cities have come in recent months, and those are even more not to be messed with. Even the president of the Freedom Society has to wait carefully when he meets those big leaders of theirs. Zheng Huaichuan looked like he hated it. Li Xingyue didn't expect him to be so kind as to help herself, and stared at him non-stop. Zheng Huaichuan quickly realized what he meant when he saw his eyes and smiled in embarrassment. Harm, I was also drumming in my heart just now, although those 2 brothers are only at the 4th rank of strength, they have a good relationship with one of the higher-ups in the club, so they are usually more arrogant. If you don't persuade them, you're going to have bad luck today, and they're not going to do anything if they want your money. I'll lead you to the guild to post a quest so the guild can still give me a commission, haha. So that's what happened. It's true that everything is driven by profit. In fact, if it wasn't for Zheng Huaichuan stopping them just now, Li Xingyue would have definitely killed them directly, only that would have been troublesome again. Well, there's no need to thank me, no matter what, you're my client, I'll definitely help if I can. Li Xingyue nodded, but from what I heard just now, you're also from the Freedom Society? Zheng Huichuan also nodded, yes, I joined early, in fact, I originally opened a store, but then it was taken away. I was joining the Freedom Society because I wanted them to help me take back my revenge. So it worked then. Zheng Huichuan stopped walking when he heard this and slowly shook his head, his voice carrying a slight bitterness. Not really, I realized later that the guy who took my store was the vice president's brother-in-law. Then since you can't get revenge, then you should just leave the Freedom Society, it's not like they're any good. Lao Zhang didn't say anything and was silent for a while. If I don't join, I'll be easily bullied, and I'll be able to turn in less money each week after I join, and most of all, I have a sister to take care of. Otherwise I would have fought them a long time ago. Forget about it, it's quickly ahead, let's go. Li Xingyue began to re-examine Lao Zhang at this time, not realizing that he was also a man with a story. The two kept weaving in and out of buildings, and soon after passing through a stretch of buildings they reached their destination, a very large estate. At this time the entrance to the manor is constantly people and vehicles in and out, basically the majority of men, there are also a lot of side followed by one or two women, alone women are still relatively few. Directly in front of you as you enter the property is a 20-meter wide straight road, and to the left and right is a large green lawn, although it has now become a parking lot. At the end of the pavement was a Chinese building that covered a very large area, though it wasn't very tall and looked like it was only 3 or 4 stories. This is the Freedom Society, these people next to us are basically from the Freedom Society, and of course there are people who come here to post missions. I'm going to have to bark a few words at you now, so make sure you listen up. Number 1, less talking and no looking. Secondly, less talking and no looking. Thirdly, it's better to keep your mouth shut and not look away. Li Xingyu was speechless for a while. Brother Zhang, do I look that much like a troublemaker? Old Zhang had a look of no good, you're still not in trouble, well remember what I said, just now outside it's also forget about it. If you get into trouble in here there's no one to bail you out. After saying that, old Zhang led him onward. Hey, it's old Zhang. Why is old Zhang here so early? There are a lot of people passing by. The two people recognized the old Zhang, all in greeted. Yo, brother Crow, it's you, haven't seen you in a while. Hey, I said just now playing far away to see how that person in the distance so heroic and extraordinary, it turns out to be brother Mighty Tiger. Egu, this isn't my airplane brother, why did you go to Queen's nightclub so early today? Okay, I'll see you later, I'll buy you a drink when I have the chance. Alright old Zhang, then we'll go too why don't we just do it tonight, bring that sister of yours, okay, when there's a chance, I'll definitely treat you guys. Lao Zhang greeted them one by one with ease, and at first glance it really looked as if they were friends with a particularly good relationship. However, after a few people walked away, old Zhang's smile instantly disappeared. Yo, old Zhang, your face is becoming quite fast Li Xingyue didn't hold back her direct joy. No way, one by one I can't afford to mess with, I can only lick, I can't kill people, but I still have a knack for licking people. Li Xingyue was shocked. So you're a lickspill? Lao Zhang? Chapter 74 Brother Star Moon, please respect yourself. Brother Star Moon, please behave yourself. Zheng Huichuan unconsciously put his hands behind his back and placed them on his buttocks while slowly backing up, shoulder to shoulder with Li Xingyue. Li Xingyu looked speechless. Big brother, do I look like a fag? Just kidding you, really. Lao Zhang looked at him twice and muttered in a low voice, knowing people is not knowing. Soon the two of them reached the end of the building, when the doors were completely open, and standing in the doorway they could clearly hear the clamor rising and falling inside. After entering, there was a very large hall, which was estimated to be able to hold several thousand people, and was almost as big as a soccer field. And the decoration was very luxurious. The layout was similar to that of the Corpse Hunters branch in Area B, but it was much more opulent than the Corpse Hunters branch. Tisk, it's worthy of being the #1 gang in Freedom City, it's really hoity-toity ow. The hall was now packed, not only with people of course, but also with a number of entertainment facilities and other amenities, similar to pool tables, gaming tables, coin pushers, fishing machines, treadmills, and so on. These facilities were placed in a separate area. This belonged to the entertainment and recreation area, exactly the same configuration as the game hall, and at this time there were people playing on almost every machine. The hall was also scattered with a number of large and small booths as well as seats, and almost every seat was occupied by someone, some of whom were talking, while others were playing cards or mahjong. There were also a lot of small single rooms on the side around the hall, single rooms with men and women coming in and out from time to time. It looked like they should be gun rooms. Not only that, but there's a bar of sorts directly across the street on the side of the front desk, as well as a mini-mart with cigarettes, booze and snacks and everything. And Li Xingyue realized that there was also a very large stage at the end of the hall, except that there wasn't much of a show going on right now. Good lord, the Freedom Club is overly nourishing. This is not an organizational stronghold, it is clearly a mega casino. When Li Xingyue saw that there were several bartenders behind the bar who were mixing drinks to show off their skills, she couldn't help but feel a little thirsty and hurriedly pulled down Lao Zhang. Zhang, I'll get a beer, I'll get you one of whatever you're drinking. It's better if I go, you don't have a membership and it's much more expensive to spend money here. After saying that, Zheng Huichuan trotted over to the bar and spoke to the bartender at the bar, then pulled something out of his pocket and flashed it. Soon he walked back with 2 beers. Li Xingyue took the beer without being a bit curious. That membership card you were talking about? Oh, you mean this. Zheng Huichuan pulled out a hard card from his pocket. Li Xingyue took it and found that the left half was printed with Zheng Huichuan's picture while the right side had 3 lines of text. Zheng Huichuan. The Third Order Evolutionary. Lower level membership. Turning the card over, there were only 5 words on the back: Freedom Society member. Yo, I didn't realize Brother Zhang was still a member, disrespectful. Zheng Huichuan retrieved the card inside. Membership is of no use, the 3rd rank is the lowest. And the other levels? As you can see, the 3rd rank is low, the 4th rank is an intermediate member, and the 5th rank is an advanced member. Zheng Huichuan paused and continued, all of the 6th order are leaders, all of whom hold various positions in the society. All purchases in the club will be discounted with the membership card, the higher the level the more discounts. It's 20% off for low-level members like me, 50% off for mid-level members, and 20% off for high-level members. Like those 6th order leaders in the society are spending all free. Li Xingyue nodded, sounds pretty good, you're saving a ton of money on expenses. Zheng Huichuan sighed, don't mention it, more and more people have risen to the 3rd rank in the past year or two, now the club is no longer recruiting 3rd rank newcomers, and I've heard that they're also planning to change the 20% discount for low-level members to 10% recently. There are even some who have heard that they are going to just eliminate the 3rd order discount. Alright, get on with business. Zheng Huichuan brought Li Xingyue to a vacant front desk and looked at the receptionist who was sitting inside playing with her cell phone. Dude, I'm trying to post a quest to find someone here. The receptionist put down her cell phone and glanced at Li Xingyue, and then looked at Zheng Huichuan with a smile on her face. Yo, this is not old Zhang, how to trick another one. Zheng Huichuan had a sarcastic smile on his face. Brother is joking, he's here to post a normal task, so you can register him. Alright, I think it's your first time posting a quest, right? Let me give you the rates. Let's say you're looking for someone, how many are you looking for? 4. Costing a total of 500 points per day until found. Of course, if you don't want to find it, you can come here and cancel the bounty quest, then you won't be charged again. Also, it depends on whether you're in a hurry or not. If you or we can send more people, only the price will go up, so think about it first. Li Xingyue fell into deep thought after hearing the receptionist's words and looked at the receptionist after thinking for a while. By what means or channels are you looking? The receptionist listened with some impatience. You don't need to know any of this. All you need to know is that we have members all over Freedom City, and if you can't even find us, then there's even less of a chance of you finding us anywhere else you go. Okay, then let's do the one you just said. Let's look for 5 days first, 2,500 points, right? The receptionist shook her head, it's 3,000 points, you need to pay a deposit of 500, which will be returned to you when the mission is completed or cancelled. Of course, if you don't come back after 5 days to renew, the deposit is non-refundable. Li Xingyue didn't say anything else and directly paid 3,000 points, then walked to the side. He planned to visit this free society. Wait a minute. This is leaving? Didn't you tell him the rules, Zhang? What a ing rash. Li Xingyue was stopped just as he left, and the receptionist looked at him and Lao Zhang with a displeased face. Old Zhang hurriedly came to his ear. I forgot to tell you, they all want tips for these people, you go give some meaning. Damn, a little receptionist is so cross and wants a tip? You want a chicken bar. Chapter 75, Knowing People Without Knowing Their Hearts. Li Xingyue did not intend to give it. Old Zhang saw him like this and hurriedly stopped it, lowering his voice. Brother, what did I tell you before I came in? Don't make any trouble, or we both won't get out of this door. Old Zhang had a tense look on his face and pointed smoothly at the gate behind him. Li Xingyue thought about it for a while, and it was really something like that. Even though he was just a small receptionist, he was working for the Freedom Society no matter what. Punching him in the face was the same as punching the Freedom Society, giving old Zhang a reassuring look. then going back and transferring 50 points to the receptionist. It's true to the old saying that the king of hell is easy to see, but the devil is hard to deal with. Seeing that it was finally over, old Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Come on, old man, go back and wait for the letter. Old Zhang led Li Xingyue out of the hall and towards the outside of the manor. By the way, you don't have a place to stay yet, do you, so I'll find it for you? No, I'll just go straight to the dormitory and stay there. Old Zhang shook his head. It's best not to go to the dormitory, although it's cheap there. There are quite a few people watching right now. As soon as a newcomer goes there, they will basically be robbed. Of course, if you have a background and strong backing behind you, that doesn't matter. Even if you're fourth order strength, you'll definitely be robbed out of your pants if you go. Then according to what you said, Brother Zhang, this adjudicator in charge of law and order is just a pose? Old Zhang sneered. Had the adjudicators? They're getting more and more inactive now, and those people down there are in cahoots with them. If that's the case, I don't think the human hierarchy will allow it. They'll have to go to the head of the rulers and ask for a pardon, won't they? Old Zhang glanced around, then lowered his voice. I heard that it's the head of the Freedom City adjudicators who has a relationship with a ninth order powerhouse from a few other cities. That's why it's safe and sound now, but of course I've only heard about it. What the hell are those big shots thinking? Let's not guess at the bottom. You might as well think about that as you do about where you're going to stay tonight. Li Xingyue thought for a moment. I don't really care, just have a bed. Old Zhang was slightly surprised and looked at him. You really don't pick, if so? Then you come with me. Where to? Old Zhang patted him on the shoulder. Don't ask, just follow me. It's just after 4, so if you're not in a hurry I can lead you around Main Street and then find a place for dinner tonight. This time, it was Li Xingyue who was a bit surprised. What, old Zhang, you're not going to the city gates to make money anymore? Actually have the kung fu to hang out with me? Harm, it's not that I'm afraid you'll get lost, besides it's not like it's going to be 2 hours, let's go. Old Zhang led Li Xingyue out of the manor, running back the way he came, and soon came to the alley that turned directly in. You didn't eat? Damn, it's useless. At this moment, there were 2 people hugging each other on one side of the alley. Not only that, Li Xingyue realized that they were actually acquaintances. In front of him was Vin, and behind him was the skinny, clean-cut boy in the middle from before. This inverts the Big Dipper? Can this even be changed at will? Old Zhang also saw the 2 at this time and recognized that it was Brother Wu, hurriedly stopping his steps and waving his hand frantically towards Li Xingyue, signaling the 2 to go another way. Li Xingyue's reaction is also fast, followed by back, but just out of the mouth of the alley, on the face of another man came over. It is Wu. Yo, Lao Zhang, hello again. Wu greeted old Zhang and at the same time saw Li Xingyue next to him. Hey, if it isn't Brother Brainwashed, what's the matter, finished with the mission? The price should be the same as the one I quoted, you see early to me not finished, but also save you a trip, really brain dead, he too. Wu spat out in one mouthful, and I don't know if it was intentional or not, but it happened to spit on Li Xingyue's pants leg. Alright old Zhang, I'm not talking to you, I still have to work. Old Zhang fawned and sent Wu away, then hurriedly looked at Li Xingyue, fearing that he would rush out in a fit of rage. However, it was only then that he realized that Li Xingyue did not have the slightest bit of anger on her face, but instead, she still had a faint and unintelligible smile. Dude, are you okay? Don't be angry, we don't have the strength or background to encounter these things as normal, just get used to it. Lao Zhang looked at him not like he wanted to find Wu and their things, but still subconsciously comfort out. Li Xingyue grinned at him. Old Zhang, you don't understand me, I'm very wimpy, besides I'm a 4th order, how can I beat 2 4th orders? Come on, I want to go to the bathroom, help me find a floor. Lao Zhang then put his heart down. Harm, you can just pee here directly, no one is watching. Li Xingyue didn't say anything, just quietly looked at Lao Zhang, then muttered in a low voice, knowing people is not knowing. The 2 are very close, the old Zhang is obviously able to hear, even if you cannot hear the lips still can read. Immediately a burst of face black. He then led Li Xingyue around an alley to a public restroom. Old Zhang, I'm going to pull a big one, you might have to wait a while. Old Zhang waved his hand, grab it and go, don't ink, remember not to look at your cell phone while pulling, or you won't be able to get out for 2 hours. Li Xingyue walked into the men's restroom, and when she entered, she saw a 50 to 60 centimeter long and wide window on the wall at the end of the men's restroom. Directly opened and drilled out, soon the figure disappeared in the alley. The 3 of them, were having so much fun that they didn't notice that there was someone staring at them not far behind them. Li Xingyue really didn't want to take another look, and directly rushed out towards the 3. A hand rose and stabbed several people in the heart with a dagger. 3 sounds of falling to the ground followed. Chapter 76, This Honey Snow Ice City, is run by me. Li Xingyue used Wu's clothes to wipe the blood off the dagger, then quickly left the alley. At this time outside the public toilet, Lao Zhang pulled out his pocket and took out a particularly old cell phone, pressed the on button, intending to check the time. It had been a while since Li Xingyue had gone in, but after pressing several times in a row, the screen just wouldn't light up. This Thai cell phone, it's nothing. Lao Zhang tapped his cell phone a few times to see that it still didn't work, and put it back in his pocket with the intention of going directly into the toilet to find him. Just as he was about to go in, Li Xingyue came out with his pants belted. Phew, that's so cozy, Zhang. Alright, get a grip, grind it out. It just so happens that so much time has passed, Wu and the others should be done, let's go back and take a look, it's too much of a detour to go the other way. You're going to go, that's not exposure. Li Xingyue put her arm around Lao Zhang's shoulder. Lao Zhang, what did you say before about the whoring chicken? Tell me in detail, we are not in a hurry, just go around the far side. Lao Zhang looked at him with a serious face after hearing this. What do you mean by whoring chickens? The words are so unpleasant, people are just sex workers. Sex workers? Okay, sex worker, expand on that with me. Okay, this is still mainly depends on the price, high and low. The price is low, you give a few buns that can also come once, of course, that what quality you know. In the B area, generally speaking, 50 points is the going rate, and if it's a night out it's 150. Like the Freedom Society keeps a bunch of them just for the society's use. Of course, those are basically played out after a long time. After all, there are a lot of people in the Free Society, so the business is actually a youthful business. There are also some specialized stores that do this, so they can let the customers pick the type they like, such as tall, short, fat, thin, age and size, and even voice and skin color and all that. This kind is usually just a bit more expensive, but it's worth it, so if you're interested you can go to the store and find out about it then and get a membership. There's another kind of. Never mind, this kind of still says it all. Li Xingyue rolled her eyes. Big brother, you either don't say it, what's the point of saying half, what's wrong with pulling out half of it and sucking it back in? Old Zhang was a bit embarrassed by what was said. The main thing is that this is not very good, it's to go to the Freedom Society to issue a mission. Just like there are people who are on the street or where they like someone and move on to an idea, but can't get it or don't feel comfortable doing it, they can go to the Freedom Society and post a quest. The Freedom Society will then send someone to bring it back for you, and the price for this kind is much higher. Li Xingyue was puzzled, there's this kind? Of course, just like some people are colorful or the one he's attracted to has a husband and a big brother or something, they basically don't dare to resist once the Freedom Society steps in. But the Freedom Society isn't stupid, they will usually investigate briefly to see if the order is worth the price, and in case they come across a tricky one they definitely won't take it. Just like before when a person posted a quest, the Freedom Society didn't investigate beforehand, and it was only when they arrested the person that they realized it was a relative of one of the higher-ups in Freedom City. It took a lot of effort for Freedom to set this right that time, and of course you know what happened to the one who issued the mission, and they've since learned their lesson. The two of them chatted and walked to the main street. By now the time had reached more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the street was getting more and more crowded, quite a bit more lively than just a few moments ago. The two of them just skipped down the street, with old Zhang constantly introducing the stores on both sides to Li Xingyue. Queen's Nightclub, property of the Freedom Society. Maid's Billiard Hall, property of the Liberty Club. Paradise Bar, property of the Liberty Club. Midnight Pedicure, Phantom KTV, it's all from the Liberty Club. Good lord, the Freedom Society is pretty awesome. Li Xingyue could not help but feel some surprise in her heart. It seemed that this Freedom Society was indeed a very large organization in Freedom City. There are quite a few members of the Freedom Society coming in and out of these stores every day, and like when other cities come with valuable guests, the president as well as the vice president, they are all entertained here. Of course it must all go to the private room, elegant room. So it is. Li Xingyue nodded, and with a glance of her eyes, she saw a signboard with white letters on a red background in front of her right. This store is also owned by the Liberty Club, right? Zheng Huichuan looked at the store that Li Xingyue pointed at and froze for a moment, then his eyes became despondent. This Honey Snow Ice City is owned by me. So this is the same store you were robbed of before. Old Zheng nodded and looked at Honey Snow Ice City with a slight bitterness in his eyes. Li Xingyue looked at old Zheng for a few moments, then walked straight towards Honey Snow Ice City. Upon walking in, I found only 2 people in the store, a man and a woman. The woman was working at the workbench while the man was lying on the couch in the house with his legs crossed, smoking a cigarette and swiping through videos. And this woman is wearing a short sleeve to the waist on the upper part. There is also an apron hanging in front of her. The lower part of her body is wearing a short skirt. Her face is painted with light makeup. The appearance is quite good looking. Only her personality and temperament was average. She also saw Li Xingyu and looked at him without a single smile. To what? Let me see, get 2 pearl milk teas. The pearls are gone. 2 passion fruit then. The passion fruit is gone too. Then there's always lemonade. Ran out of lemons. No, why don't you have anything here? The woman was a bit impatient. Cut the crap, do you want it or not? Don't want to go. Then serve me whatever you have right now and get 2 glasses. The woman listened and began to maneuver around the workbench, handing Li Xingyu 2 paper cups in less than half a minute. That's a total of 40 points. Li Xingyu looked at the paper cup that was handed over and then looked at the woman. Her heart was really angry. Sister, are you kidding me? 2 cups of tap water and you call it milk tea? And I need 40 points? I wouldn't say anything if you even put a couple of ice cubes on me. Damn, it really makes me laugh. The woman stared at Li Xingyu with a gloomy face, then her face shifted and she looked towards the house, her voice becoming petulant. Old Gong, there are people here causing trouble, they don't want to pay for what they bought. The man in the inner room heard the woman's cries, but didn't get up, instead continuing to stare at his cell phone. Wait a minute, I'm busy here. The woman frowned at that, wanting to say something more but not saying it, so she planned to wait until the man was done. But as soon as she looked up, she saw Li Xingyu with a sneering smile on her face, and this directly pissed her off. Directly reaching out, she faded her short skirt to her knees and directly rushed inside and exclaimed, "Ah! Hubby, he pickpocketed my skirt, he bullied me." This operation worked like a thief. The man in the inner room jumped up directly from the sofa and saw the woman's short skirt that was dragged up to her knees, and a look of anger appeared on his face. Even dared to touch my woman, you die for me. Between words the man had already rushed towards Li Xingyu, his right hand was raised to clench his fist to hit. He saw that his fist was about to hit his face, but the next second it was held by Li Xingyu's hand. You're a douchebag, what she says is what she says, how can I touch us when we're so far away? The man heard this and then reacted to the fact that it was the woman who had lied, but instead of taking it out on the woman, he became even more arrogant. So what, even if you didn't take it off, you've seen her body, you're in big trouble, boy. Li Xingyu shook her head with an innocent expression. What white tiger? I didn't see anything, don't slander me. Chapter 77 Hissing. Sure enough, there are a few things. The woman immediately screamed out after hearing this, hubby listen, she even knows about the white tiger, I must have been. You shut up. The man shouted angrily at the woman, then looked at Li Xingyu for a moment of scrutiny. Where are you from? Don't you know this is my Xiaochang store? Li Xingyu shook her head. Then you should know about the Freedom Society. For your information, my brother-in-law is the vice president. I just want to buy a cup of drink. Do you have to move your brother-in-law out of it? 2 cups of water want me 40 points. Robbery is not so cruel, right? Xiao Chang realized the ins and outs at this time, so it was just a little thing. Okay, no business today, get the hell out of here. Then he turned his head to the woman, hurry up and get dressed and clean up and go out with me to a bureau. The woman was still a bit reluctant, he bullied you without even. Xiao Chang became even more impatient after hearing this and loudly scolded, shut up. There's a big shot coming to Steel City today, brother-in-law just asked me to attend the reception banquet as well. If this is delayed, we'll both be in trouble. The woman stopped grunting at that and immediately started taking off her apron to fix her makeup. By the way, did some big shot tell you that? How the hell should I know, but from what my brother-in-law said, the one who's coming must be at least an 8th ranked one, because even the normally invisible chairman has come out. Xiao Chang went to the inner room to get his jacket, and once he came out, he realized that Li Xingyu was still standing still. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me when I tell you to off? Li Xingyu glanced at Xiao Chang, didn't say anything, and directly left the store. After leaving Honey Snow Ice City, he saw old Zhang smoking a cigarette continuously on the side of the road. Let's go, old Zhang, it's almost time, let's eat. Zhang Huichuan saw Li Xingyu come out and casually extinguished his cigarette and stood up. You should have seen Xiao Chang and Zhao Jing, right? There is indeed a man inside called Xiao Chang, so the other woman is called Zhang Zhaojing. Old Zhang, you can know everything. Lao Zhang bitterly laughed, I cannot know it, Xiao Chang is robbing my store, that Zhao Jing. Forget about it. Come on, get some food and eat at my house. Lao Zhang took Li Xingyu to a noodle shop, asked for 3 bowls of knife-shaved noodles to pack away, and when paying, he also instructed the boss to put the meat of one of the bowls of noodles in another bowl. Soon the boss made the noodles. Li Xingyue followed old Zhang into a hutong, and then walked around for about half an hour, which led to a 6-story-old residential building. From the main street all the way up here just now, the further you go the dirtier and worse the environment gets. Like this residential building, the siding has long since fallen off, and the window guards are rusted as if they would shatter at the slightest touch. Old Zhang, you're not living here very well. Old Zhang laughed lightly. The environment is a bit dirty and messy, but it's a good thing it's a home, and it's good enough to have a home of one's own in this post-apocalyptic world. Come on in, my house is on the 6th floor. Li Xingyue followed Lao Zhang upwards, surveying the surroundings as she walked, and found that the building was even more chaotic, with garbage almost covering the floor, and there was a lot of pungent stench mixed in the air. Even on the 3rd floor a number of dried bloodstains were found on the walls. The two came to the 6th floor, and Zhang Huaichuan first knocked gently on the door 3 times, and then knocked twice after an interval of a few seconds. After about half a minute, there were light footsteps in the house, and the door was then opened a crack. A girl appeared behind the door all of a sudden, probably 24 or 25 years old, with a pretty clean and cute appearance, and looking a bit similar to Zhang Huaichuan. "Brother, you're back!" The girl shouted in surprise when she saw Lao Zhang outside the door, and immediately afterward, she noticed Li Xingyue beside Lao Zhang, and a tense color immediately appeared on her face. Who are you?" The girl had a guarded look on her face, while her hand was on the doorknob as if she would close the door at any moment. Old Zhang couldn't help but laugh when he saw the girl's appearance, and was about to introduce her to Li Xingyue, but unexpectedly Li Xingyue spoke first, looking at the girl with a lewd face. Hiya, your old Zhang sister hissing, sure enough, you've got some good looks. Bang! Before Li Xingyue could finish her sentence the door was instantly slammed shut, while a girl's terrified voice came from inside. "Brother, he's not a good person, you get rid of him." Old Zhang looked at Li Xingyue's gloating look with a speechless face. "You've got nothing better to do than tease her." "Okay, this is brother's friend, not a bad guy, he was just joking with you." Perhaps Li Xingyue's lewdness was too real just now. Xiaoya did not open the door when she heard Lao Zhang's words. Old Zhang glared fiercely at Li Xingyue, and then coaxed Xiaoya with a good deal of persuasion. Squeak! The door was opened from the inside, but Xiaoya was looking at Li Xingyue with an exasperated face before entering a room with a petulant grunt. Li Xingyue entered and found that it was a north-south 2-bedroom. Xiaoya had just entered the large south-facing bedroom, while the door of the small north-facing bedroom was wide open, and he could see men's underwear scattered on the bed. Li Xingyue was surveying the living room, and as he looked, he realized that Zhang Huaichuan was staring straight at him, and that look made him a little hairy. "Hey, what are you looking at me like that for?" Lao Zhang didn't answer and stared at his face for several minutes. "You don't really have any thoughts about my sister, do you? I'm telling you, you two are absolutely impossible." Li Xingyue, when it was something, it turned out to be afraid of him thinking of Xiaoya, immediately white old Zhang a glance. "Big brother, you're thinking too much, your sister is nice, but I'm not some cheap little cabbage either. Besides, there are several women around me who are better looking than your sister, and much better looking. Just keep your stomach at ease." However, after finishing, Lao Zhang did not alleviate his worries, instead the suspicion in his eyes seemed to have increased. "How can you have good-looking women around you when you're also average-looking? Look down on me, right, you wait." Old Zhang questioned his character, he admitted, questioned his charm, this he could not accept. Pulling out his cell phone, he opened the album and after a few swipes, 8 figures appeared on the screen. Li Xingyue's cell phone screen rushed to Lao Zhang. "Here, open your eyes and see if it's the 4 of them or your sister that's pretty." Lao Zhang suspiciously came to the screen to look at it, and waited until he saw the photo on the screen clearly and then instantly opened his eyes wide. How do they all look so good? Hey, why do a few of these people look so familiar? It seems like I've seen them somewhere before. Li Xingyue turned off her cell phone directly after hearing this. "I see you are like an ex-girlfriend when you see a beautiful woman, okay, now you know, there is no lack of women around, brother, especially stunning women. Here, you tell me now, is your sister pretty or are they pretty?" Without hesitation, Lao Zhang blurted out, "Then it must be that the 4 of them are prettier, I've never seen such beautiful women before. My sister is nothing compared to them, I believe you, bro." Squeak! The door to the south bedroom was pulled open. "Brother, I didn't hear what you just said, do you want to say it again?" Chapter 78. I want to build a beautiful new world. Xiaoya pulled open the door of the room, looking at Lao Zhang with a smile on her face. At first glance it was really like a spring breeze, except that her eyes were full of coldness. Only then did Lao Zhang realize that the old house was not soundproof, and what he had just said was all heard. His face was all tense, and he looked at Xiaoya with a sarcastic smile. Xiaoya, brother was just talking for fun, in my heart you are the most flow. Old Zhang, why are you dishonest? You just clearly said that your sister is not as good looking as my friend, have you forgotten? Yeah, I can make friends with your brother because of his honesty as a person, which is very valuable. Lao Zhang had almost finished explaining. Li Xingyue directly fell down the well and said a bunch of things. At this time, she looked at Xiaoya, her face was very gloomy. You boy. The old Zhang gas are almost spitting blood. This kid is really arch fire. Do not know that the woman angry up at all bad coaxing? What are you so proud of? When I can't see that you're arching fire? Come on, you show me the pictures, I want to see how good they can look. Li Xingyue was also a bit embarrassed at being poked and shook her head at Xiaoya. I advise you not to look, it's easy to hurt your self-esteem. Xiaoya's face was full of frost, and she looked at him word for word. I advise you that it's best not to persuade me. Grab it and take it out. Having no choice, Li Xingyu had to pull out her cell phone again and flip to the family photo one. Mumble, take a look. Xiaoya came forward to stare at the screen. Her reaction was practically exactly the same as old Zhang's just now. Both of her eyes were wide open, and her mouth unconsciously opened quite a bit in surprise. Is this really a real person? How is it possible to have such a beautiful woman? And these three men next to me, wow. They're really handsome. Xiaoya's face was involuntarily red as she looked at Tyrant Shura and Ghost Knight. You're looking at it wrong, there are 4 men in here. Li Xingyue stretched out her fingers and gave her a count. Go on, get your filthy hands off my boys. Well. Li Xingyue directly took his cell phone back into his pocket. It didn't matter if he did, Xiaoya was in a hurry. What are you putting it away for? I haven't seen enough. What are you looking at? Eat. No matter how much Xiaoya begged him, Li Xingyue wouldn't listen, and Xiaoya, who was furious, directly sat on the sofa and sulked. Lao Zhang opened the plastic lid in the punching bag and placed the noodles with double meat in front of Xiaoya. Well, eat up, if you don't eat the pasta it'll be lumpy. After saying that, he put the portion without meat in front of himself. No wonder, the original is for his sister, this Xiang Huaichu and other not to say, at least to his sister that is very good. Lao Zhang picked up his chopsticks and was just about to eat when Li Xingyu directly reached out and snatched his bowl and handed him his own. I've been eating too much grease lately, you can have this one. It's, how much better can you live, change back. Li Xingyue directly ate a mouthful of noodles and looked at old Zhang with a smile. You may not believe me when I say it, as long as I want to, I can live this life without worrying about food or drink. Lao Zhang sighed, knowing that he was speaking in jest. Xiaoya snorted coldly after hearing that. Che, just know how to brag, villain. Eat your food, or give it to me. After saying that, Li Xingyu made a gesture to take it. Xiaoya directly reached out to protect it. Who said I won't eat it? After saying that, he started to take a big bite. It was past 9 in the evening. Xiaoya had long since entered her own room, and only Li Xingyu and Zhang Huaichan remained in the living room. How do I sleep? We'll both sleep in the north bedroom. Okay. Li Xingyue simply agreed and went straight to the side of the bed. This has confused Lao Zhang. This does not bring hesitation, But he didn't make a fuss, he was a big man after all, and quickly turned off the light and lay down on the bed as well. The only window in the bedroom was right on top of the bed, and Li Xingyue couldn't help but get a little lost in thought as she looked out the window at the dots of stars. Old Zhen. What is your dream? You drink? What the are you drinking? I'm asking you what your dreams are. I don't have any dreams, I just want to bring Xiaoya to live well in this post-apocalyptic world, and I hope she'll be happy every day. The two of us grew up together, and it was always me as her brother who took care of her. It was fine before the end of the world, but after the end of the world it was a struggle to take care of her, especially after my store was taken away from me. The financial resources become particularly unstable, but after all, it's a girl, not like us men, and I have to work very hard every day to make sure that Xiaoya can eat and wear warm clothes. I don't know if that counts as a dream, by the way. I said, what's your dream? He ho ho he ho ho. Old Zheng's mouth was like a machine gun. He kept talking for a long time before stopping. He was curious about what Li Xingyue's dream was, but he didn't receive a response, and when he turned his head, he realized that Li Xingyue had fallen asleep at some point. Snap! Li Xingyue sat up directly from the bed, reaching out to stroke her cheeks in a daze. What the is wrong with you? What are you hitting me for? Old Zhang face of displeasure. I talk to you nagging at you good directly sleep. To you, your dream is what say to hear. I fell asleep and can't finish the conversation tomorrow. Had to have this one. What? You're borrowing your life to pay it back tomorrow? How presumptuous. Cut the crap and talk about dreams. Li Xingyue reclined back on the bed, contemplated for a moment, and twisted her head to look at old Zhang. I don't know, well, go to sleep. Lao Zhang grabbed Li Xingyue's collar and looked at him with an angry face. You play me, you ask out you don't know? Say, must give me say. Boops, well I say, my dream well. Dream. My dream is to be the king of this world. Po ha 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 ha. You're too funny, ha 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 ha. Old Zhang burst out laughing directly after hearing this. You really dare to say anything, is this a dream? This is a dream. Ha 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 ha. Li Xingyu didn't get angry when she saw old Zhang like this, she just smiled slightly. Whether or not it'll work out is up in the air, but it's always okay to at least think about it. If it's possible, I want to build a new world. A beautiful new world. Chapter 79. Those people are the real kings of this world. Li Xingyue was looking out the window when he said this, and Lao Zhen couldn't see his face, but listening to his voice there was an indescribable feeling. Old Zhang stopped his smile. I have to say you're quite daring, the dream is quite good, but unfortunately this path doesn't work at all. It's not that I'm intentionally hitting you, you're just a 4th rank now, not to say that there are as many 4th ranks as dogs, but it's not much better than a dog. Far from it, Freedom City is the weakest of these 5 cities. Just how many 4th ranks are there in this city? And further up there are 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 ranks. Right now, the peak of our human race is the 9th order. The zombie side should be at the 8th rank, right? What strength do you think you have to be the king of this world? Brother, in fact, if you want to be able to reach the 6th rank in your lifetime, this would be quite good, not to mention walking sideways in Freedom City, at least you can already live a relatively nourishing life. Even if you can't break through to the 8th rank, there's still another way, and that's to find a 6th rank 7th ranked backer, so that you won't be easily bullied at least. Li Xingyue didn't say anything and kept listening to old Zhang in silence. What about your backer, brother Zhang? Me? Zheng Huaichuan sighed, I don't have a backer, and no one has been willing to get very close to me since the feud with Xiao Chang. Is that so? Alright, since this is the case from now on your backer will be me, Li Xingyue. Zheng Huaichuan let out a laugh. You, a 4th rank being my 3rd rank backer? Ha ha ha, that's not a problem. Li Xingyue also laughed out loud. You can rest assured more than not, in my lifetime I'm sure I can break through to the 6th rank, don't ask why, asking is fanatical confidence. In addition, I'll think of a way to find a few 8th and 9th order backers, so by then all 3 of us will be able to live without worrying about food and clothing. Look, here we go again, you're good at everything, old brother, but you just have to change this problem of blowing your mind. That 8th and 9th order top powerhouse, not to mention flattering, it's not even possible for a lowly little person like us to meet them. Those people, they are the real kings of this world. Li Xingyue nodded, indeed, I can only call over 7 in one call. Called 7 what? 7 dogs, huh? It's nothing, go to sleep Zhang, we'll nag again tomorrow. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, just after dawn. Li Xingyue opened her eyes and realized that old Zhan was already putting on his shoes. Morning Zhang. Wake up early enough let's go buy some breakfast to eat. Li Xingyu got dressed and then went downstairs with old Zhang. By the way, what does Ye do every day now? She hasn't done anything, she's at home now. Why don't you get a job? Old Zhang shook his head, it's not that I haven't looked for her, but basically she would be bullied if she went, so I just let her stay at home and not go anywhere. It doesn't matter if I'm tired, as long as she's not bullied. The two chatted their way to the nearest breakfast stand and ordered the amount for 3 people before heading back. By the way, don't you have to do something as well? Otherwise the points you earned before will be spent sooner or later. Doing what? Let's see. Li Xingyue pondered for a while and realized that there didn't seem to be anything he needed to do urgently. When he had parted ways with a few people in the Star Ocean City Villa, Blood Moon had said that he was completely free to stay in Star Ocean City. Only he is more worried about the Yellow Teeth 4 people which came out, now in addition to find Yellow Teeth seems to really do not know what else to do. Your main thing right now is to improve your strength as well as make money. No, I'll recommend a few squads with strong overall strength for you to follow and do missions. Or ask at the adjudicator to see if they're still hiring. If you can't, you can join the Freedom Society so you can still get a discount on the money you pay for posting quests, except that the Freedom Society isn't very good to get into these days either. And the nature of their work in general isn't very good, so think about it. Li Xingyue pondered after listening to old Zhang's suggestion. He was alone now, and he really didn't want to go out and do the quest alone, it would be too lonely, and he didn't even have anyone to talk to. The adjudicator's job belongs to the category of earning less but leisure, just stand guard on the street every day, the salary is fixed, but that's no different from security guards. So it seems like joining the Freedom Society is not a bad idea. Old Zhang, I'm going to join the Freedom Society. Old Zhang nodded, okay, after breakfast I'll take you to register for the examination. The two of them returned to their residence. Xiaoya had not yet gotten up. Lao Zhang instructed Xiaoya through the door of the room to eat her breakfast when she got up, and not to go out without anything, and then left the house with Li Xingyu. Are there any more tests for this free session? Yes, it can't really be said to be an examination, right? It's mainly to register and enter your information, then test your equilibrium, and finally hand in some points. Understood. The two walked for more than half an hour before they arrived at yesterday's estate. It was now about 7 in the morning and there were people walking around the estate, but not many. After all, the Freedom Club is actually a Yakuza organization, and all the members inside are all gangsters and street skaters of one kind or another, and it is simply impossible to have the habit of waking up early, and they are basically all masters of the night and the day. Most of these you can see now are probably just after a night of not sleeping and just having fun. After walking into the lobby, there was no one at the front desk. They have to wait until after 8 to get to work, so sit by for a while. Li Xingyue and Lao Zhang walked to the card seat in front of the oversized floor-to-ceiling window to the left of the front door and sat down. One of them lit a cigarette and smoked it. You'll be here from now on, so I'll tell you a few things first. First and foremost, keep a low profile. You're not familiar with the people and things here, so keep a low profile in the early stages and recognize those boss-level characters. When the time comes, you will be assigned to a group, in which you will get along well with the group members and never create conflicts. And don't mess with the ones above the 4th rank, because you can't afford to. And of course don't mess with those below the 4th rank, because you don't know what backers he has behind him. That's about it. Lay low in the early stages and then talk about it when you get mixed up. There are quite a few people within the organization who are very sexual, but of course there are also quite a few who have bad intentions, so screen yourself. Okay, that's basically it. I guess one more cigarette and they should be at work. Li Xingyue looked at her watch and realized that it was indeed almost 8 o'clock. Another cigarette was pulled out of the cigarette case and handed it to Lao Zhang. Just then, 2 men walked in at the front door. Sainer, get me a cigarette, I'm out here. Saint, I'm done smoking here too, haha. We're both really good too. Chapter 80. You didn't eat this morning? Li Xingyu turned her head to follow the voice to find 2 men in their 30s walking in the front door. The man at the head, who was called Brother Saint, looked quite handsome, with a sharp short hair, his face with a little bit of arrogance and unruly, and a pair of eyes that were very godly. The little brother beside him was slightly more ordinary in appearance, but his body was full of hostility. Shang looked up at the small supermarket. It was too early in the morning and the supermarket was not open. Looking around, he spotted Li Xingyue and Lao Zhang, who were the closest to the two of them. Saint saw that they were both holding cigarettes and walked straight over. Dude, have a cigarette, I'm out of cigarettes here. Seeing that he asked for cigarettes, Li Xingyue pulled out the cigarette case and glanced at it, casually handing it to Saint. There happened to be 2 left, take them both. Saint took the cigarette case and picked up 1 cigarette, handing the other to Sainer behind him. I was about to light a cigarette, but I felt in my pocket but couldn't find a lighter. Snap! A small flame appeared in front of Saint's eyes, and Saint raised his eyes to find that it was Li Xingyue's outstretched hand. Hurry up and get on. Saint nodded and leaned forward to light the cigarette, then lightly nudged Li Xingyue's hand twice with his right hand to show his appreciation. After lighting it, he took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke with a contented look on his face. Li Xingyue again lit the cigarette for Sainer as well. Shang looked at Li Xingyue for a few moments, then reached out and patted his shoulder with a smile on his face. Thanks brother, Shang, have no other hobbies, just a strong addiction to cigarettes, thanks to you today, otherwise I'd have a hard time for half a day, huh? Li Xingyue nodded without saying anything else and turned around with the intention of returning to her seat, when she saw that old Zhang had stood up at some point and was looking at Shang with a respectful face. Saint boss, good morning to you. Old Zhang bowed directly to Saint after he finished speaking. You are? Saint stared at old Zhang and didn't recognize him, not a single impression inside his head. Old Zheng hurriedly said, "Sacred boss, my name is Zheng Huichuan, I'm affiliated with Group 9. You spoke to me once a year ago, saying that you wanted me to do a good job, and I've always kept that in mind." "Oh, you're from Team 9, what are you doing in the club so early?" Sheng obviously still didn't recognize Zheng Huichuan. "Oh, this is my friend, he was planning to join the club, so I brought him here." Saint nodded and looked at Li Xingyue a few more times. "So that's how it is, okay, you guys take your time, let's go Saner." After Saint finished speaking, he entered the office area at the back of the hall with Saner behind him. Lao Zheng's excitement has not yet passed, and he does not even know that the cigarette has been extinguished, but he still keeps sucking it into his mouth. "Hey old Zheng, why are you so excited? He's not a woman. Suck harder, any more and the sponge will be in your ing mouth." Lao Zheng realized that the cigarette went out, threw away the cigarette and sat back on the card seat, but his face still had some excitement. "No, you don't understand, you have no idea who he is." "So tell me who he is?" "His real name is unknown, he just keeps calling himself Shang, but of course all of us members call him Brother Shang or Boss Shang or Team Leader Shang. Because not only is he strong, outside of the 7th rank, he's also the leader of the 2nd group of the Freedom Society." Li Xingyue listened to a face of surprise. "Good guy, how many groups this? Just now you also said you are 9 groups. There are a total of 9 groups in the Freedom Society, 1 group has the strongest overall strength, and our 9 groups can be said to be the most crotch-pulling. And our group of 9 is all 3rd ranked, doing the most tiring and lowly work tasks, and earning the least. So that's how it is, then this Saint is quite a powerful position." "That's natural. Did you see that San next to Brother Saint, we all call him San, he's a 6th order revolver, he's the deputy leader, he's usually the one who takes care of the 2nd group most of the time." The two of them hadn't chatted for more than a few moments when they saw the receptionist coming to the front desk, so they went straight over. At this point the receptionist was so sleepy that she sat down at the table and went straight to bed intending to sleep. "Hello, I'd like to." "It'll come later, can't you see I'm stuck? Really no eyesight." The receptionist glared at Li Xingyue with an annoyed look on her face. "Oh." Li Xingyue was just about to start cursing when old Zhen covered her mouth. "Shoo. Pay attention to the qualities. This is the Freedom Society." Lao Zhang came to his ear and kept whispering to dissuade him. Li Xingyue nodded her head, indicating that she had understood, before old Zhang let go of her hand. "Hello Vice President." Li Xingyue directly shouted at the side. This sound directly woke up the receptionist, standing up with a prancing sound and directly bowing low. "Good day, Vice President." After saying that, his eyes couldn't help but look ahead, realizing that there was no one else in sight. "Where's the Vice President?" "Oh, I misread that, thought it was the Vice President. That scared the out of me." The receptionist grumbled and cursed, intending to go back to sleep, but she was directly stopped by Li Xingyue. "Brother, I'm here to join the Freedom Society, in the future we'll all be brothers, so please do me a favor and do it first." The receptionist only realized after hearing this that she was not here to release the mission, which is why she didn't say anything else, and directly took out a piece of paper from the drawer. "Fill out the information on this, and when you're done I'll take you to the test." Li Xingyue took a look and found that there was not much to fill in, mainly name, gender, age, rank, current organization and contact information. It was quickly filled out and submitted to the receptionist. The receptionist looked at nothing wrong. "You are 25 years old, 4th order right, okay, follow me to the testing room." Li Xingyue then followed behind the receptionist all the way to the back of the hall and soon turned into a corridor and stopped in front of one of the rooms. I saw a sign on the door that said Equalization Test Room. The receptionist directly pulled open the door of the room. There is not much space inside, only a similar casino kind of punch to show how much power value of the apparatus. The receptionist stepped forward and flicked the switch, and the screen of the instrument lit up momentarily. "This is a machine for testing strength. With your 4th order strength you should be able to hit a value of 4,000 5,000, as long as it's higher than 4,000 it's considered qualified. Here we go, a direct swinging attack." Li Xingyue's current strength was at the 6th rank, and he definitely couldn't be exposed, but it was also the first time he had seen this thing, and he didn't know exactly how much strength was appropriate to use. "Why don't we start with a little less effort?" Li Xingyue thought of a countermeasure inside her head, but she was still slightly nervous on the surface, and then she directly swung out a fist as if she had exploded into full strength. Ding! Numerical results of. In numerical calculations, 3165. An intelligent voice in the machine sounded and reported the value. The receptionist froze when she saw the value displayed. You You didn't eat this morning? Chapter 81. Are you starting to be interested in men? Or are you actually third order? We wouldn't be recruiting right now if you were a third order, huh? No, I'm really fourth order. Maybe I was too nervous just now, so I'll do it again. Li Xingyue explained, knowing the approximate strength, and raised her fist again with slightly more force. Bang! Numerical results of. In numerical calculations, 4267. The receptionist nodded when she saw the values. The test passed. Come with me to pay your membership dues. The receptionist led Li Xingyue back to the front desk. Dues 200 points. That's not particularly expensive. Li Xingyue paid 200 directly. The receptionist laughed a bit. This dues are different. The third order has to pay 300, the fifth order is 100, and the sixth order or above is free. Come on, I'll take your picture, enter it into the system, and your membership card will be out by the end of the night. The staff just pulled out a cell phone and simply took a mugshot of him. So it's done now, right? Yeah, it's done. You'll be assigned a group today or tomorrow. You're a fourth order. Odds are you'll be picked for group 6 or 7. Once you're in the group, you'll be taught the rules and what to do on a daily basis. After that, the receptionist went back to huffing and puffing. Old Zhang looked at Li Xingyu with a smile on his face. It would be great if you could enter group 6, group 7 is also great, as long as it's not group 8 or 9 it's pretty good. What's this grouping by? Li Xingyu was a bit curious. This depends on the level first, the third rank is usually thrown in the 8 group of 9. For the fourth order, it's 6 groups of 7. But it's not absolute. If you have someone in the Freedom Society or if you excel, then you will also be chosen to be in the group that is close to the front. Another thing I didn't tell you, one group is the strongest group in terms of battle power, although the number of people is the smallest, the lowest in their group is at the 5th rank. Group 2, Saints Group, is specialized in intelligence and assassination. I won't tell you the rest, you'll find out later. Li Xingyue nodded, so what do we do now to go? Lao Zhang patted him on the shoulder, you don't have anything to do anyway, just wait here, I have to go to work, otherwise the family won't be able to uncover the pot. Alas, what I earn now is barely enough to eat and pay my piety. After saying that, old Zhang went out of the hall alone and walked towards the outside of the manor. Li Xingyue thought for a moment that there really wasn't much going on right now, and it just so happened that the bar and the supermarket were open. He went to the supermarket and bought a pack of cigarettes and ordered 2 more bottles of wine at the bar, taking the bottles and this time sitting in one of the far corners, leaning against the glass floor-to-ceiling windows. It's just the right place to get a full view of the entire lobby. At this time the time to 9 o'clock, the hall walking around is still pathetic, Li Xingyue dry drinking feel uninteresting, and later went to buy a few bags of peanut rice. It's kinda cozy to watch while eating and drinking. As he was watching, he noticed 2 figures walking out from the innermost part of the hall, none other than Saint and Sanner. The 2 saints didn't sleep a wink last night, mainly because a big shot came to Steel City yesterday, and he was called to the welcome party. In fact, he originally did not want to go, but the big man by name wanted him to be there, so he had no choice but to go, and just straight up high all night. Ha-oh. Sanner, get me another cigarette, I have to go back to bed after this, damn these guys are really good at playing, they actually play all night. The third child rushed to pull out his pocket, but once pulled out only to find that he has long been no cigarettes, embarrassed sardonic smile, brother, you forget that we both have no cigarettes. Shang brother then remembered, a slap on the head, wipe, just busy with the meeting have forgotten, go, let's go buy a packet. Saint and Sainer walked toward the supermarket, casually scanning the halls as they went. There were basically not many people sitting in the lobby right now, causing him to catch a glimpse of Li Xingyue, who was sitting at the card table beautifully drinking and smoking. Seeing him, Saint's eyes instantly lit up and he directly walked towards Li Xingyue. Yo, drinking bro, you're pretty funny here, opening up in the morning. Saint sat on his but on the sofa opposite Li Xingyue, directly reached out and pulled out a cigarette from the cigarette case on the table, lit it with a lighter and took another deep drag. Only then did Li Xingyu realize that it was Brother Saint on the opposite side of the room, with a slightly speechless smile on her face. I say Brother Saint, you're really just available to glean at me alone. Come on San, you have one too, drink or not, open it yourself if you want. Li Xingyue was generous, after all, these things didn't cost a few dollars, and there was no need for him to be stingy. Sanner sat directly on the chair in front of the table after hearing this, and directly lit one for himself. Brother is quick enough. However, all 3 of them were silent after the sentence, and Li Xingyue kept twisting her head to look at the large lawn outside the window. This was slightly surprising to Shang and Sanner, normally the others were very formal and nervous and excited to see them both. Each one of them was constantly flattering and fawning, and they could not wait to offer up their wives or lovers, just so that they could get on good terms with them and be their backer. But Li Xingyue was always exceptionally calm, and was simply a different person from those people. That piqued the curiosity of both men. "Bro, I just heard you were going to join the club, how's it going to be done?" "It's done, it went pretty well." Li Xingyue returned Saint's words and got up to open another bottle of wine and took a couple sips. "Did it say how many groups it put you in?" Li Xingyue looked at Sanner. The receptionist just now said it might be group 6 or 7, who knows? "Brother Saint, I see you two seem to have stayed up all night, aren't you going to take a nap?" "Haha, I was just about to go to bed, but I just happened to see you again." "Okay, enough with you, we both need to go back to bed." Shang and Sanner said goodbye to Li Xingyue and got up to leave. Li Xingyue looked at it and didn't say anything, but quickly remembered that Lao Zhang had said that the second group was in charge of the intelligence piece. Since it's intelligence, wouldn't it be good for the finding people piece? Wait. Li Xingyue directly called out to the two. The two Saint brothers turned around wondering what Li Xingyue was going to do. "Brother Saint, I have a few members of the corpse hunting team that I can't get in touch with, and they posted a mission here with us yesterday, so can you see if you can take the trouble?" "Oh, that's it, no problem." Shang originally thought that Li Xingyue had been pretending to be calm just now, but in actuality, she was still trying to find an opportunity to flatter herself, but she didn't expect that she had guessed wrong again. "Alright, thank you, Brother Saint." After Li Xingyue finished speaking, she sat back down and drank her wine again. The corners of Shang's mouth unconsciously rose as he looked at Sana next to him. "This kid is a bit interesting, very much in my temper, I like it." After hearing this, Sana crossed her arms and covered her chest, while taking 2 steps back with a horrified look on her face. "Brother Saint, are you starting to be interested in men?" Chapter 82. You're so great today. I call that appreciation. Saint cursed with a laugh. He's a man who looks like he's worth making friends with, so when it's later you look for his assignment and help him make it work. Sainer agreed, followed Saint out of the hall, got in a limo at the door and left. Li Xingyu stayed in her seat like this for the whole morning, and now that the time was more than 12 o'clock at noon, there were obviously more people in the hall. There was a small cafeteria off to the side of the lobby where a number of people were ordering food. He went to look around and found the food to be pretty good and reasonably priced, ordered a meal and returned to his spot to eat. As he was eating, a man and a woman came walking in the distance. "June, how is the matter of my husband and my brother being transferred to the 6th unit going? It's been a few days and you haven't replied." The man known as June had a lewd look on his face. What's your hurry? I've already mentioned it to the deputy team leader, it's surely not going to be a bad thing, don't worry about it. It's actually going to take one person. Well, your husband and your brother are coming, and that's going to take some maneuvering. Well, let's not talk about anything else today, let's just have a good heart-to-heart, hey. The two flirted while walking into a conference room next to Li Xingyue. After a rustling sound, a woman's voice came from the house. "You're in a different state than usual today, June." That's for sure, this is a new product I just got yesterday. TSK, that genius scientist in this Arc City is really a genius, he can research everything, this thing is too good. But it's good everywhere, the only downside is that it's too expensive. It's too much in the middle of the day. Who can stand up to this? Li Xingyue was distracted by what she heard and quickly finished the meal on her plate and left her seat directly. His butt was still a little sore from sitting all morning, so after putting the tray back, he went out into the hall and walked to the side and started to smoke a cigarette. Just now, I heard the one called June mention the genius scientist in Arc City. This man had heard of him once when he first crossed over, and he was the one who had developed the evolution potion, which had reduced the human casualty rate. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is a hero of the human race. Li Xingyue couldn't help but be a little curious, what kind of person was such an overwhelming genius? Is it an old man with gray hair? Or an older man in his prime, or a young man about his age? If it was about his age, it would be horrible. Just as he was thinking, a call came on his cell phone, and when he answered it, the opposite party told him that the documents had been made and asked him to come to the lobby to pick them up. Li Xingyue extinguished his cigarette fart and returned to the hall, and sure enough, there were a few IDs sitting on the counter, one of which was him. The left side of the ID is his picture, though the right side is slightly different from Lao Zhang's. Name, Li Xingyue. Rank, 4th. Level, Intermediate. Groups, 6. It looks like it should be the latest version of the ID with some added information. And just like the receptionist had said in the first place, it was either Group 6 or Group 7, and he was now a member of Group 6. You go around here and go all the way back. You can see a couple of villas after you exit the hall. The closest one on the left is for Group 6. They'll naturally set you up when you go. Li Xingyue nodded, collected her documents and walked towards the depths of the hall as the receptionist said. Soon enough, he was out of the hall, and all of a sudden the view began to open up again, and right in front of him was an equally wide pavement, with a total of 9 villas situated on either side of it. The 4 foremost villas are smaller, on either side of the road. A few hundred meters away from the end of the road, a very large European-style villa could be seen, looking as if it was 4 stories high. Li Xingyue walked towards the villa in front of him on the left, and could already see the 6 groups sign labeled outside the villa. At this time the yard of the villa was being filled with people, some swimming, some playing cards, some sunbathing, some smoking drugs, and some snogging. Li Xingyue walked straight into the villa, but there was no one to take care of him. Knock knock. Li Xingyue knocked on the villa's door a few times, which caused a number of people to look back at him. Knock, what for you are? Damn, the old man is waking up. Many people's faces were looking at him in an unfavorable manner, and each of them looked fierce. I just joined the club and I'm here to report to Group 6. Li Xingyue pulled out his ID and showed it to the nearest person. Oh, so it's a newcomer, okay, you find a place to sit. The man turned to leave when he finished speaking. Hey big brother, wait a minute, didn't you say someone would come and teach me the rules and arrange for me to do things? Oh, you mean this, that who, Xiao Chang, come here. At this moment a man who was sweeping the floor trotted over in the distance. The man was not tall and had an average appearance, quite frustrating to be honest. Chang, this is a newcomer, give him the rules. With that said the man proceeded to start the card game. Xiao Chang looked Li Xingyue up and down and extended his right hand. I'm Xiao Chang. Li Xingyue similarly extended her right hand to shake his, Li Xingyue. Let me tell you briefly then, our Group 6 is mainly responsible for policing the entertainment stores within the club. To put it bluntly, it's just watching the field. The work is very easy, divided into day shift and night shift. You are new to the time will be arranged for the night shift. You don't really have to do anything, you just need to stay in the store. Usually no one would dare to make a scene, but once someone makes a scene someone else goes on, you follow suit. There are many squads in our group, dozens of people in a team. I happen to be the captain. Since I met you, come to my team. At 7 o'clock tonight, you'll report directly to the daily bar. After saying that, Xiao Chang added his friend and pulled him into the general group of 6 groups as well as their squad's team group. Li Xingyu didn't stay any longer, since she was going to be busy in the evening. She definitely had to sleep now, otherwise she would definitely be sleepy by then. Returning to the hall and realizing that the place he had been sitting before was already taken, he casually found a seat against the corner and began to doze off with his head down. That sleep lasted until 6 o'clock. Opening his eyes again, the hall was already a bit overcrowded, and he was basically surrounded by people. There was a lot of noise and clamor, and he was actually woken up by it, or he might not have woken up for a while. Hey, I'm telling you, that girl I found yesterday was especially hot, and that bear was huge. Haha, how much bigger can it get? Besides, does it still feel as good as your date's hand? That has to be, huh? My date? Chapter 83. I'll eat gone upside down straight away. You actually talked to my daughter-in-law. I'll get you killed today. The man who was green swung his fist at the opposite man, and the opposite one was not to be outdone, dodging a blow before swinging a fist as well. She seduced me first. Then the two began to wrestle together, and around them both, so none of them were persuaded to fight, they were all looking on. Li Xingyue shook her head, not wanting to see anymore. She directly got up and left her seat, not expecting to be punched in the back just as she was about to leave. This one was a pure misfire, and the people next to him laughed out loud when they saw it. The two people who were twisting and fighting also realized this, but they didn't care. But Li Xingyue's face was quite unsightly. With a grim look on his face, he turned to look at the two men. Look again to stab your eyes blind. After the two separated, the one who was green saw Li Xingyu looking at him full of anger and directly took it out on him. This took a beating and is still a bit unconvinced. It's not great, but I think he's probably a third order like this, fourth order at best, so he definitely can't do anything about that greenhorn across the street. That goes without saying. This kid looks like a wimp. If he dares to make a move, I'll eat Cohen upside down. Puff. A few people next to him were chatting when they heard a loud thud, and upon closer inspection, they realized that the cuckold had slumped to the ground, with blood coming out of the corner of his mouth. This brother is fierce. Damn, looking away, this kid is at least 5th rank. By the way, what did you just say about eating gone upside down? Huh? Oh, I mean upside down eating Kuan eggs, yes, eating Kuan eggs. Li Xingyue had just smashed the greenhorn in the face with a direct swing of his fist, directly knocking him to the ground and fainting. Seeing that all around him were pointing at him, he left the hall directly without stopping too much. After lighting a cigarette, he sent a message to Lao Zhang, telling him about his trip to Paradise Bar. Walking back the way we came, we passed through a few alleys before arriving at the main street, which was again bustling with activity. Passing by Honey Snow Ice City, he saw Zhao Jing, who was currently slumped over her workbench entertaining customers, but not with milk tea, but with herself. Isn't this woman the one called Xiao Chang? How dare she be like this with others? Are you sure you're not afraid of Xiao Chang? Just as he was thinking, coincidentally, he saw Xiao Chang, who was walking from a distance smoking a cigarette. Holy, this is brilliant! Li Xingyue looked at the time. It was only 6:30. There was still half an hour before the work started. It was just time to see the theater. Xiao Chang, who was smoking and checking his cell phone, soon arrived at the entrance of the store, and as soon as he looked up, he noticed the two people who were hugging each other. Ah! You actually betrayed me, and you lecherous husband actually dare to touch my woman. I will kill you all. Li Xingyue guessed that Xiao Chang would definitely shout out those words just now with incomparable anger, but the actual situation was just the opposite. Xiao Chang first froze for a moment after seeing the two, then the chill in his eyes flickered, followed by a bright smile on his face. Brother-in-law, you're here. Holy, so this guy is his brother-in-law who is the vice president. Did this stuff all smell the best to those around them? Li Xingyue was very confused. Oh, it's Kang, sit down for a while, I'll be ready in a minute. After about a minute or so, the man straightened his attire and walked over to Xiao Chang and sat down. Ah Chang, the one from the Steel City yesterday is going to stay in Freedom City for a few more days. I'll try to get an appointment to meet him alone in the next 2 days between the hour 2, and you'll find a few good quality women then. Remember, it mustn't be the ones that play badly, preferably the ones that have never been played before. If I can hug this thigh, my position in the free society will rise, ha ha ha. The man couldn't help but laugh out loud as he spoke, and Xiao Chang nodded along with him. Okay, brother-in-law, I'll look for it again today, it's just going to take a while. After all, as you know, there are quite a few with good body looks, and you can find them without passing them at once, but it's a bit of a pain in the ass to fulfill both conditions. Well, you just work hard to catch them, they need to be tender, at least more tender than Zhao Jing. Seeing this, Li Xingyu knew that there was no longer any need to stay, and bought 2 pancakes at the pancake stand by the road and ate them while walking towards the Paradise Bar. This bar should be doing very well, it's just getting started and people keep coming in. After walking into the bar, Li Xingyue's eyes constantly flashed with surprise. He was a bit puzzled before. This small bar is only a few hundred square feet, how could he need so many people to watch the scene, and he came in to realize that it was really necessary. Because inside the thief big, Li Xingyue and the door are a little bit cannot see the edge, it feels like there must be a neighborhood so big, to accommodate a few thousand people is completely more than enough. Such a big bar, even if you come to 100 watchmen put in it is probably not enough to see. At this time the bar was already seated with nearly 1,000 people, of which 200 to 300 were colleagues from the 6 groups watching the scene, and the rest were guests who came to drink. Nearly 20 minutes had passed since Li Xingyu had taken a complete stroll inside, and a stage had been set up in the very center of this bar for performance use. At the far end of the bar were a number of private rooms, with several bar stools for ordering drinks scattered around this large area of the entrance. Li Xingyu probably took a look and asked for a bottle of wine and found a corner with not many people to sit down. It's not very crowded at the moment, and I don't expect the hordes of drunks to come through until after 8 or so. Li Xingyu drank and smoked while checking his cell phone every now and then. But there wasn't much to look at on his cell phone, and after tapping on WeChat and looking at it, there were only a handful of contacts in his phone right now. They also hadn't been in contact since they parted ways with the tyrant guys yesterday. But they do talk constantly and that group love one another family. Li Xingyu read the group message and realized that Tyrant, Shura, Sister and Blood Moon had directly left Star Ocean City yesterday to go to the other 4 cities. The Chimera disappeared with him, not knowing where he had gone. Only Ghost Knight and Sugar were left in Star Ocean City. From time to time, Blood Moon posts pictures of the group in the group, asking people which one looks better. For his part, Thorough kept on touting his new assortment of e-cigarettes in the group. Ghost Knight belongs to the comic Little Master, has been constantly praised one by one. Tyrant hadn't been talking in the group, so Li Xingyu took a shot directly at the bottle and sent it to the group. Ace Blower applies to fight. Not half a minute after posting it, Tyrant did make a move, but instead of a message in the group, it was a direct video to him. Li Xingyue tapped the green connect button. The gangly face of the Tyrant appeared on the screen at once. Send the location, be right there. Chapter 84 Farewell, Corpse Emperor Tyrant. 2. You're in Arc City and you're still arriving right away, Netbull. You say this, even if I drive a car to go there is not just an hour or two thing. Okay, send location, I'll go over. With that, Tyrant hung up. Li Xingyue cannot help but dumbfounded. This good's really addicted to alcohol a little bit, after sending the location and put away the phone. Business was booming today, and after about another half hour, the bar was more than half full, while the clamor reached its peak. Dude, we want to sit in this seat, you're alone, just give it up. Okay, you guys sit down. Li Xingyue's but was a bit numb after sitting for half a day, so she just took the opportunity to move outside the bar and get some fresh air. The bar reeked of all kinds of smells inside, and the whole thing was kinda too much for him. Came outside the bar and sat on the steps next to the front door, lit a cigarette. Li Xingyue then leaned his back against the wall behind him and began to rest his eyes. Lu Xiao, this inside consumption should be very expensive, right? I'm here. Old Wang, you worry about money. Why? I did not say that today. I treat well. You two later want to drink whatever you want to order, open to drink. Then thank you, Xiaolu. When later we'll both toast Xiaolu first. Don't be polite, we're all on our own, let's go. This familiar voice and name. Li Xingyue was almost asleep when a conversation came out of her ears. It felt very familiar. After thinking about it for a while, this is when she remembered who it was. He opened his eyes and turned his head directly to the door of the bar, but there was no sign of them. They had obviously already gone in. Li Xingyue stood up and walked into the bar again, but as soon as she entered, she realized that it was crowded and the lights weren't that bright, so she couldn't see them at all. There is no way, can only be a serpentine walk from table to see. This look does not matter, really do what all have. Extremely degrading. And it was unobtrusive, with a number of people watching and screaming from the sidelines. Li Xingyue wasn't really interested in any of this, and only looked at it for 10 minutes or so before leaving. Picking his way through the wrapped layers of the crowd, he continued onward in his search. Jingle bell on him. Li Xingyue's cell phone rang again, and she pulled it out to find that it was a video call from Tyrant. Hey, what, you're here? Wait here, I'll go out and pick you up. No, I've met an acquaintance here, I'm going to nag him for a while, it might take some time, I'm just telling you, remember to wait for me. The Tyrant still had a smile on his face as he spoke to him, occasionally glancing directly ahead. It only seemed to carry an indefinable feeling in his eyes as he looked straight ahead. That feeling is like killing intent? I see your eyes seem a bit wrong. What kind of friend is that? It's not your love rival, is it? Oh, don't guess, it's just acquaintances catching up. Well, hang up first. Knock. The video hangs up. What the hell? Somehow. Li Xingyue muttered in a low voice and continued to walk forward. And at that moment, 30 kilometers west of Arc City, there were 2 cars parked on the side of the road. There were 2 other men next to the car. One was dressed in a black suit with an ugly face and stood in a casual manner. The other was about 40 years old, dressed in a military uniform and filled with an aura of solemnity. Both were looking at each other at this point. My friend, what's the reason for stopping my car all of a sudden? I don't think we know each other, do we? With a puzzled look on his face, the ugly man was the first to ask. The middle-aged man's face was expressionless, just staring at the ugly man, then slowly uttered a sentence. Farewell, Corpse Tyrant. Oh no, it should be called Corpse Emperor now. After Tyrant heard the man's words, his original tense look instantly disappeared, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the corner of his mouth curved out. Director Huang Quan really has good eyesight, we really haven't seen each other for a few days. Why, what are you doing here looking for me if you're not going to run your corpse hunting bureau? Does it mean that your duties in the body hunting bureau have now changed to accompanying people in their nagging? The middle-aged man on the opposite side, known as Yellow Spring, was always looking at Tyrant with a cold face. The corpse hunting branch has one mission from start to finish, and that's to hunt corpses. Oh, so you're here to hunt me today? I advise you to think clearly, the 2 of us are of the same 9th rank, if you want to finish me off, I'm afraid, Tyrant didn't continue. Yellow Springs didn't make any moves, just stared at Tyrant for a long time. Do you think you have a way back today? Tyrant shrugged with a disinterested look on his face. If you think you and that guy in the car are enough to take me out, then you can try. Boo! As soon as Tyrant's words fell, the car behind Huang Quan, from the passenger side, stepped down a young man around 30 years old. The young man closed the car door and walked towards the two men, and when he came to Huang Quan, he first looked at Tyrant with a nervous and guarded expression, and then looked at Huang Quan with a respectful expression on his face. Chief, No need, Shen Fei, you just stand to the side. Huang Quan shook his head, interrupting the young man. Okay, cut the crap and make it quick, I'm waiting to go drink with my brother. Tyrant similarly interrupted Yellow Springs, and in the next second he disappeared into thin air. The Yellow Spring likewise disappeared in an instant, and at the same time, the sound of air breaking and roaring began to continuously come from the surrounding area. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Click, click, click. The fight between the two was accompanied by the constant cracking of the earth. Li Xingyue shuttled back and forth between the card seats, and by now had already turned around the entire bar, but never saw the familiar figure. Does that mean it's in a private room? Li Xingyue felt that it should be, and then walked towards the private room area, intending to look at them one by one. Squeak! Li Xingyue pulled open the door of the first private room. Taste it, Boss Dragon, this batch is especially, Who are you? Sorry, wrong place. Clunk! Boss Dragon, what's the situation with that guy just now? Damn, can't you tell? There's a mole. Terminate the deal. Squeak! He pulled open the door to another private room. Clunk! Just as he pulled it open, he closed it, as a martial arts scene was being filmed inside, with one person filming and 3 acting. Chapter 85. I swear. I'm a person who doesn't swear easily. Li Xingyue looked at 7 or 8 private rooms in a row and didn't see them. Thinking about tweeting him? Thinking of this, Li Xingyue took out her cell phone, flipped to the page of contacts, and tapped on Lu Xiao's WeChat. Mr. Lu, do you have time today? I'd like to invite you to Paradise Bar for a drink. Not a minute after he had just sent it, Lu Xiao sent a message saying that he was in the bar and asked Li Xingyue to come to room 117 when she arrived. Li Xingyue looked up and saw that she was in front of room 109, so she lifted her leg and walked towards 117. Arriving at the door of 117, Li Xingyue directly pushed open the door of the room and saw 4 people. Lu Feng, Lu Xiao, Wang Feng as well as Wen. Lu Feng was Lu Xiao's own brother, a 7th order revolver, and at this moment, he was sitting at the main seat in the innermost part of the room. Wang Feng and Lu Xiao were seated on his right and left hand seats. Wen was sitting at the very outside, favoring Wang Feng's side. The door to the private room opened, and all 4 of them looked at it in unison. Yo, brother Dajiang, how come you're here so soon? Come sit down. Lu Xiao was pleasantly surprised after seeing Li Xingyue and hurriedly pulled away the stool to his left. Li Xingyue walked over and greeted a few people. Wang Feng and Wen were also pleasantly surprised and both nodded with him with smiles on their faces. After sitting on the chair, Lu Xiao put his arm around his shoulder and pointed at Lu Feng. Brother, this is my big brother, you've already met him last time. Brother, this is brother Dajiang, a friend of mine. Lu Xiao introduced the two to each other. Li Xingyu stood up and extended her right hand slightly humbly, looking at Lu Feng with a smile on her face. Brother Lu, good, that day you came quickly left in a hurry, and I was not able to talk to you. You see, you long ago do not remember me, huh? Lu Feng had been staring at Li Xingyue since he entered just now and saw his outstretched hand gently shaking it before his eyes narrowed slightly. There was quite a bit of scrutiny in his eyes. I remember you, you were still there that day after Sha Shuang and I left, and not long after that, young Master Wu Tian was killed, and after that day Huang Wei and Huang Chen disappeared with him. Can you tell me what really happened later that day? Was it Huang Wei who made the move? Or is it someone else? Lu Feng began to continuously emit a pressure all over his body as he spoke, directly pressing down on Li Xingyu. Although his tone sounded calm, this intimidating pressure was felt even by the 3 people next to him. Wang Feng and Wen's faces turned pale and they didn't dare to make a sound at all. Lu Xiao saw that this face was a bit tense and anxious, and directly opened his mouth to look at Lu Feng. Brother, what are you doing? Have a good talk, big strong brother know what must tell you. Li Xingyue was very uncomfortable by this pressure, but fortunately, he was only 1 rank lower than Lu Feng, so it wasn't enough to cause any damage. But the surface work still had to be done. He was just pale at this moment, trembling non-stop, and beads of sweat seeping out of his forehead. Zhang opened his mouth and said in a broken voice, right. Lu, brother Lu, I'll definitely tell you whatever I know. It was only after Lu Shuang and Li Xingyue's 2 words that Lu Feng withdrew his mighty pressure. Okay, then tell what really happened that day. Li Xingyue gasped for air, a slight look of nervousness and fear still lingering on her face. Looking at this, it was as if Lu Feng had caused him no small amount of damage just now. In fact, he was constantly thinking about what to answer Lu Feng. Actually, I didn't stay the whole time that day. At that time, Deputy Director Huang Wei did come after you in sharp left, but he didn't make a move. Chatting with young Master Wu Tian in the private room for a long time, it seems like they made some kind of deal. I guess, I didn't really hear it, and then Huang Wei left with Huang Qian. At that point I saw that it was over and I was going to leave, but I think a couple more people came to the duck restaurant while I was gone. I wonder if it's them. Li Xingyue didn't continue. The other 4 people in the room didn't say anything as they listened. Lu Feng looked towards Li Xingyue as he kept thinking about something inside his head. Brother, you pry into this why, and there is no use, besides that Wu Tian is not already crazy, we cannot make friends. Alas, originally thought that he had hugged a big tree and would soon be able to go to Arc City in style, who knew that this kid had actually been wasted. TSK, this life of his is really not good. The reason why Lu Shuang said this was because Wu Tian and Lu Feng had said that he could transfer him to Arc City in the future by hanging out with himself. Lu Feng was naturally happy not only because the welfare of Arc City was better, but he also had a big backer. Unfortunately, just as Lu Shuang said, when Wu Tian went crazy, both of their good dreams were directly dashed. Lu Feng was shaking his head after hearing this. Sharp, you don't understand. Do you know how enraged Deputy Director Chen Feichen was after Wu Tian was scrapped? He has already put out the word that if anyone can catch the person who wasted his brother, he will directly reward him heavily. Think about it, if we can find that person, won't we be able to hook up with Deputy Director Chen directly? Of course, the chances of that are too slim. After the accident that day, Deputy Chen sent many people to investigate, only nothing came out of it. Lu Shuang nodded. Harm anyway, no matter what, it definitely has nothing to do with my Dezhuang brother, he's just a 4th rank. Li Xingyue nodded obediently in agreement. Lu Feng looked at Li Xingyue, with a playful look in his eyes. Is there a relationship? It's hard to say now, don't you think? Li Xingyue? Aha! Li Xingyue's pupils shrunk slightly when she heard him call out her name. She didn't expect that this Lu Feng had already investigated that she wasn't called Zhang Dezhuang. Hey! What are you talking about, brother? His name is Zhang Duqiang. Lu Feng shook his head. I checked, your friend's real name is Li Xingyu, Zhang Dezhuang is the name of his team member. This team member disappeared a long time ago. The rest of the 3 were shocked at Lu Feng's words and looked at Li Xingyu in unison. Li Xingyu felt the gazes of the 4 and knew that he had to give them a reasonable explanation now. Then he looked at the 4 in turn, his eyes full of apologies and sincerity. I'm really sorry, Brother Feng, Brother Shuang, Brother Wang and sister-in-law, I didn't mean to hide my identity, please forgive me. My real name is indeed Li Xingyue, Dazhang is the name of my teammates, because I was scared by the pit before, so I was forced to. But everything else I've said is true, and the murder of young Master Wu Tian definitely had nothing to do with me. Really? Because I really don't know any high-ranked powerhouses, and the only one I know above the 6th rank is you, Brother Feng. This I can personally swear to. I for one do not swear easily. When this came out except for Lu Feng, the other 3 did believe it, only Lu Feng still held a skeptical look, but it was understandable, as long as he was present that day, he would be skeptical. Ha 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 ha. Lu Shuang instantly burst out in joy, patting Li Xingyue's shoulder and squeezing his eyebrows. Brother Star Moon, I understand you, isn't there a saying? It's called going out with your identity all by yourself. Chapter 86, Humanity's Higher-Ups Plotting Top-Secret Programs? Li Xingyu gave Lu Shuang a grateful look before picking up the cup and pouring herself a full glass of wine. I'll do it first, as an apology to everyone. Gobble, 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 and in seconds a glass of wine went down. Okay, eat something and let's drink slowly. By the way, Brother Star Moon, when did you come to Area B? If you didn't say drink I wouldn't have known you were here. Li Xingyue laughed a little. I just got here too, in fact, I'm still working hours. After saying that, Li Xingyue pulled out her credentials. Mumble, I'm affiliated with the Freedom Society now. Working as an errand boy in Unit 6. A few people passed around the papers and looked at them. Lu Shuang looked at the end of the smiling, show brothers, this is not a coincidence, to you to see what this is? Lu Shuang said and also took out a document. Li Xingyu took a look and realized that he was actually also a member of the Freedom Society, only in the 5th group. Li Xingyu couldn't help but be a little shocked because he knew that Lu Xuan was just an ordinary person who hadn't evolved, and that the minimum conditions for the free society to join required at least the third rank to be able to do so. Does that mean it's because of his brother? It should be. After all, his brother was a 7th rank, already considered a top powerhouse in Freedom City. There must be nothing wrong with getting him into the Freedom Society. Lu Shuang also sought his surprise. You should have guessed that I got in by relying on my brother, so guess what my brother's status is? Li Xingyue looked at Lu Shuang's mysterious face and casually guessed, can it be that Brother Feng is the leader of the Sub-Unit 5? Wrong. Big mistake. So, is the leader of the other group? Wrong. Big mistake. That can't be the vice president, can it? Big mistake, yes, this time you're right. Haha, your kid is too smart, you guessed my brother's identity in one go. Hey, it's true that my brother is still too good to hide. Ha ha ha. Li Xingyue really didn't expect Lu Feng to be the vice president of the Freedom Society, which surprised him a bit. I didn't realize that Brother Feng is actually the vice president. Just now forgive me for being blind. Come on, let me toast you. Li Xingyue said as she stood up and picked up another glass of wine and drank it all. Lu Feng also had a few smiles appear on his face at this time. It's fine, since they're Shuang's friends, they'll be their own people from now on. By the way, Brother Star Moon, why don't you come to Group 5? Let me tell you, Group 5 is the most enjoyable of these 9 groups. Lu Shuang had a lewd smile on his face. In case you don't know, Group 5 is in charge of the sex business, so anything that ties in with this goes to Group 5. I've had a blast in Group 5, every day without fail, ha ha ha. Li Xingyue let out an awkward laugh after hearing this. By the way, I'll take you to see the 2A stores of the Freedom Society someday. Think of your liquids and shake for June. Think of your fluids. I'm the assistant store manager. When the time comes you can pick any you want, I'll put 20 or 30 on you straight away. Thanks Sharp, some other day some other day I'll definitely go. Li Xingyue was still embarrassed as she returned. Okay, tomorrow then, say yes ha. This guy thinks about it all the time. Sharp brother, I still have to watch the scene. You guys drink, let's talk back ha. Li Xingyu intended to leave after saying that, but she was pulled back by Lu Shuang. Aya, look at a fart field, the vice president is here. What are you afraid of? Can anyone still talk about you? Well, let's drink then. Then a few people drank and nagged. After about a few minutes, Lu Feng's cell phone rang, picked up the phone and listened. Are you sure it was room 121? They never came out, did they? Good, I know. You guys go ahead and drink, I'm going out to run some errands. After saying this, Lu Feng directly left the private room. After he left, Wang Feng and Wenwen visibly breathed a sigh of relief. It was really because Lu Feng had given them too much pressure. Lu Shuang looked at the two of them like this, cannot help but laugh and scolded. You two, as far as it is, my brother, and do not eat people. You learn from the brothers of the Star and Moon. How come? Li Xingyue shook her head. Don't say it, I was scared to pee just now. By the way, Sharp, what's Peek up to? Lu Shuang visibly hesitated when he heard Li Xingyue's question, constantly agonizing over whether or not to say it. Li Xingyu did have some curiosity. Just now Lu Feng's appearance was clearly as if something was wrong. Forget it Sharp, it's inconvenient. Harm, it's not a big deal, it's just that Steel City had a big shot yesterday, and it wasn't entertained all night last night. My brother was going to ask that Big Shot out alone today to see if he could hook up, but another vice president beat him to it. My brother found out they were meeting at the Paradise Bar, so that's why he came. Li Xingyue nodded. So that's how it is. Then what kind of big shot is it that they attach so much importance to? Lu Shuang immediately looked towards the door of the room after hearing this, and then waved to a few people, signaling to come closer. Waiting for a few people to get close before whispering out, it's the Lord of Steel City. Wang Feng and Wenwen were both filled with shock. My goodness! The City Lord of Steel City has actually come to our free city. Yeah, even though Steel City's City Lord is only at the 8th rank, he won't come to Freedom City easily. Lu Shuang didn't say anything, just had a mysterious smile on his face. Li Xingyue and Wang Fengwenwen were all three piqued with curiosity. Sharp, what's going on? Tell us, don't be so secretive. Lu Shuang took a sip of wine and then waved again. Originally, this time, the Steel City Lord just came to have a meeting with our acting City Lord as usual. But I did hear a big secret yesterday. I've heard, and I've only heard I've heard that the top brass are plotting a top secret new program. Remember the zombie removal program issued by the top brass 2 years ago? Wang Feng nodded. Of course I know about this removal program, and everyone knows about it, only now it doesn't look like it worked. Right, and this plan I heard yesterday is definitely no less weighty than the previous one. I'm not sure exactly what it was, they were talking extraordinarily quietly, but I did hear one word. What's the word? At this moment, Li Xingyue, Wang Feng and Wenwen were all staring at him closely, waiting for him to speak. Lu Shuang's face was serious as he slowly spoke out of his mouth. Recovery. Chapter 87. Let's have a baby. Revive? What does that mean? A few people didn't understand. Lu Shuang also frowned. I don't know if you guys ask me, how can we possibly know what the higher-ups are thinking? But don't worry, I expect it won't be long before it's announced. A few people nodded, but they didn't say anything else. Wang Feng didn't have much idea about this because he was only a third rank, and the third rank was still just broken through up in the past 2 days. So he knew especially well in his heart that all these so-called top-secret plans had nothing much to do with him. All he wanted was to live each day peacefully, have a good life with Wenwen, and then let her give him a child when it was appropriate, which was fine. With that, he looked at Raven with a touch of tenderness in his eyes. Wang Feng really liked Wenwen, although he had played a lot before, but until he met Wenwen, he had tightened up a lot. Wenwen felt Wang Feng's gaze also looked at him with a smile in her eyes, then unconsciously glanced at Lu Xiao again. However, Lu Xiao didn't look at him, but kept talking to Li Xingyue. Seeing this, Wenwen pursed her lips, lowered her head and didn't know what she was thinking about. A moment later her small hand gently held Wang Feng's hand. At the same time, her body leaned over, her head leaned on Wang Feng's shoulder, and her eyes were full of tenderness. Let's have a child. As soon as her words fell, Wang Feng instantly froze, followed by a look of surprise on his face, and directly swept Wenwen into his arms as the two of them spoke in whispers. Li Xingyue and Lu Shuang naturally saw the two of them being mushy, only neither of them bothered. Brother Sharp, the Iron City City Lord, was asked out by another vice president. Would it not be too good for Brother Peak to go in and disturb him like this? Lu Shuang shook his head with a disinterested expression. Don't worry, it's fine, my brother had a very pleasant chat with that city lord above the party yesterday. Besides, although my brother can't compare to the president, he's still one of the best among the several vice presidents. 121 That vice president can't compare to my brother. As long as my brother can get this connection of his through, the two of us will be able to move on to Steel City. Damn long time ago I didn't want to stay in this hole of a place called Liberty City. And my brother has long wanted to move up a step, but unfortunately there is just no hard backer. This time it should be a sure thing. Li Xingyu nodded, listening to the meaning of Lu Shuang's words. It seemed that Lu Feng still had a lot of energy in the free association. However, human desire is endless. Lu Feng still wants to continue to climb further up the ladder, which is human nature. It is estimated that all the men in this world phantom wish to become the existence of one man and one woman. Li Xingyue was certainly no exception, except that his strength could not support his dream. In fact, his connections were considered to be relatively top-notch, and the world itself had only two camps. One is human. The other is a walker. These two camps are divided, and no one can do anything about it. And Li Xingyue could be considered in existence under the 7 and above the 10,000 in the zombie camp from a certain point of view. But he was always a human, and the strongest battle force he had come into contact with on the human camp side was probably his 9th-ranked trainer, Wang Li. But Li Xingyue couldn't contact the person at all, and didn't even know what he actually did. Apart from Wang Li, the highest rank that he knew were all at the 7th rank, including Huang Wei, Shang and Lu Feng, a total of just 3 people. Li Xingyue also thought clearly, it's okay that his strength is not good, but he must find a big backer to do so. This way he wouldn't have to move to call Tyrant and the others after something happened. After all, they were all far away and distant water couldn't quench their thirst. But after thinking about it, he didn't seem to have any methods or channels to make friends with these top powerhouses. Thinking about it, he thought of Lu Feng. If Lu Feng could successfully climb the tree of the Steel City Lord, then with his relationship with Lu Shuang, he would be considered to have a not-so-small backer. Jingle bell on him. Li Xingyue was thinking about it when another call came in on her cell phone. Hey, you're here aren't you? I'm going out to get it now. What? What's the situation? Old Zhang, slow down. Li Xingyue had thought it was Tyrant arriving and was about to go out to welcome him when old Zhang's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Ya. Xiao Ya she's been taken. Who caught it and when? What the hell is going on? Lao Zhang's voice was trembling with some crying. Just now. I got home late today because I was called to a meeting with my group, and you got a little worried about me then ran downstairs. I had just gotten to the end of the alley and was about to take her home when a couple of Freedom Society guys saw us right next to us and grabbed you right after. Seems like it says they're going to the Paradise Bar. Bro, good bro, I'm calling you just to ask if you know anyone who can get ya out. Yeah, she can't be. Oh. It's all my fault, I'm too weak, I can't protect Xiaoya. Snap. Snap. Lao Zhang said unconsciously cried, to later directly into a bawling voice indescribable hard and desperate. Towards the back Li Xingyu even heard the sound of slaps, needless to say it was old Jing beating himself up. Okay. Don't cry. I'll think of something. Li Xingyu roared out, directly stopping old Zhang's crying. Don't worry, your sister is my sister, I will do my best to save her, so wait for my call. Li Xingyu hung up the phone and planned to head outside the bar. If according to Lao Zhang, Xiaoya was just taken, then they must not have entered the bar yet. What's the situation, brother? Do you need my help? Lu Shuang inquired with concern on his face. In his heart he had now taken Li Xingyu as a good friend. Not for now, I'll see what's going on and I'll tweet you if I need to. After saying that, Li Xingyu had directly grabbed the door and walked out. 2 minutes later a figure directly rushed out of the Paradise Bar. This figure was naturally Li Xingyu, but at this time there were quite a few places on his body that were soaked. The main reason was that he had just run too fast, and the bar was crowded, so he belonged to the category of forcing the crowd to break through before coming out. When he came out, he looked around for a moment, and then he noticed a few cars lined up not far to his left, driving towards the bar. Li Xingyu's sharp eyes had already noticed something wrong with the cars. The cars were basically shaking non-stop, and even the screams of women came out from some of the cars. Looks like it's them. Soon several cars pulled up to the large open space in front of the bar, and 2 or 3 men in exclusive Freedom Society uniforms got out of each car. Li Xingyu looked at the total of 5 vehicles, and on top of each vehicle were 1 or 2 women with their hands tied, and their mouths were all stuffed with a piece of cloth. Li Xingyu scanned the circle and saw Xiaoya's figure, directly lifting her leg forward. But as soon as he stepped away his body was yanked. The son of a spilled all our booze and still wants to run. Damn, this kid looks like he's here to cause trouble, brothers waste him. Loose. I'll let you loose. Li Xingyu was quite annoyed after being yanked by her collar and was about to curse out angrily. But when he turned his head he realized that there were more than 100 people standing behind him. Chapter 88, is that your friend foaming at the mouth? Don't you want to save him? All of the 100 or so people were looking at him aggressively. What's with all this? Li Xingyu originally thought that at most just 3 or 5, who had thought that actually. Damn, I blame myself for being in such a hurry just now. Sorry, I was a little loud just now. So what, I did have an emergency just now, so, how much I'll pay for it later, okay? Now I'm kind of in the middle of something, later. Can you pay for it? Can you afford it? Do you know how much these drinks cost? Damn, this is the first time I've encountered someone who dares to pick a fight with the Freedom Society. Our corpse hunting team is not something to be messed with either. Do you really think we rulers have no one? One wave had yet to subside and another wave had arisen, causing Li Xingyu to have a big headache right now. He seemed to have glimpsed Xiaoya's figure just now, but now that he was surrounded by the group there was no way to break out. Seeing that the best time was about to be missed, Li Xingyu directly pulled out a document from her pocket and held it high. Brothers don't fight, one of our own. I'm from Unit 6. Most of these people around were people from the Free Association or the Corpse Hunting Bureau, and also contained a small number of adjudicators, who all unconsciously stopped their movements at this time after hearing Li Xingyu's words. He's one of our own? Seems like, the papers can't be wrong. Who are you with? It seems to be working. Li Xingyu looked at the man just now. I'm with Xiao Chang, brother Chang's, brothers are all in the same club, give me face. Xiao Chang? Never even heard of it, where's the trash? Screw it, it's useless to have one of your own. I've spent 200 points on wine today to get a girl, and I can't stand it. Poor bastard. You only spent 200, my old man's bottle of wine was 600. Isn't he just an ordinary member, not even a captain, him? Saying that the people around them were planning to make a direct move, Li Xingyu had originally planned to talk nicely and stabilize them first and then save Xiaoya, but now it was obvious that it wouldn't work. After all, these people are all murderous masters, usually temperament is not good, today by Li Xingyu so stirred up even more cannot stand. Okay, you're gonna make me do this the hard way, aren't you? Seeing that there was no room for maneuver, Li Xingyu directly swung his fist and smashed it on the face of this person opposite him, directly smashing him into unconsciousness, his body directly tilting backwards. Damn, this son of a actually made the first move, brothers on. Everyone was furious and all surrounded. Li Xingyue knew that it would not be possible to not beat them into submission today. It was good that these people were basically of the 3rd and 4th rank, there were only a few of the 5th rank, and none of the 6th rank. Garbage men, prepare for judgment. Bang! 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 Li Xingyue's punches and kicks had not stopped since just now, constantly attacking the people who rushed up, and all of those people without exception were all sent flying backwards. At first, everyone thought that Li Xingyue was just strong and knew some punching and kicking kung fu, but slowly they sensed that something was wrong. Isn't this kid a 4th-ranked fighter? How come a 5th-ranked went up and was knocked away? This doesn't make sense, right? That was when they realized that Li Xingyue was hiding her strength. He shouldn't be at the 6th rank, right? 6th order? I don't think 7th rank is out of the question. But if it's a 6th order, we'd all be familiar with him. He'd have to be a deputy team leader at the very least, right? Why don't we remember anything about him? Oops, you still want that? Grab and withdraw and be done with it. What's the matter? You haven't been convinced by him yet. I haven't been on it. Li Xingyue kicked one person's chest, that person directly flew backwards, then turned around. There was no one standing around him for 10 meters. The rest of them were all looking straight at him from 10 meters away, all with a slight fear in their eyes. Together with those who were attracted to watch the fun, the surrounding area had reached several hundred people by now. Li Xingyue took a step forward, and the person on the opposite side instantly took 3 steps back. Do you still want the money for the drinks? No. No more, really. The group of people who heard this just now all shook their heads desperately, all saying no. Then get out of the way. Li Xingyue bellowed, and the bunch of people blocking the entrance to the bar all scattered to the sides, leaving a path of a full 3 meters. Li Xingyue directly took a big step inside, and when she passed the crowd, the person next to her even involuntarily trembled a little. It's really because the picture just now was so shocking. That wasn't 3 or 5 people, that was 30 or 50. They were all sent flying. This is a tough guy. It wasn't until 2 minutes later that all of them came back to their senses, and many of them had their backs soaked, especially those who had just kept yelling. It looks like we've got another fierce man in the Freedom Society. Ugh, it's a shame about my bottle of 82 La Fight. You're still thinking about wine. Is that your friend lying on the ground foaming? Aren't you going to save him? Ha! Quick, 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 someone get me a car. Li Xingyue walked into the bar, long before the gang could not be seen, is worried about how to do. It is difficult to have to go from room to find. Just then, it suddenly occurred to me what I had overheard at the entrance to Honey Snow Ice City in the afternoon. Xiao Chang's brother-in-law, one of the vice presidents of the Freedom Society, instructed Xiao Chang at that time, saying that he should go and find a group of clean women, saying that he wanted to entertain the city lord of Iron City. Right, in that case, then you must have been taken to room 121. Thinking of this, Li Xingyue once again began to sprint towards the innermost private room area of the bar. Bing! Bang! Wow! The sound of something hitting the ground or breaking began to resonate continuously in the bar. It's happening again. That guy's here again. Damn, why didn't those guys out there just beat him to death? Brothers, cop out, we must finish him off this time. Stop, don't blame me for not reminding you guys, since that guy just now still managed to come in, he's definitely not an ordinary person, so don't you guys? Nigga, I think you're just a wimp. Li Xingyue quickly rushed to the 121 door. The door of this private room was quite a bit larger than the other private rooms. It was obviously a deluxe room. Li Xingyue directly kicked open the door of the private room, and the scene inside was immediately reflected in her eyes. Chapter 89. Don't be afraid, brother, you will take you home. This private room is indeed more luxurious, and much bigger than the one in Lu Shuang. There were more than a dozen people in the private room at this point. In addition to the women who had just been captured and returned, there were 3 men. 2 of them Li Xingyue recognized, one was Lu Feng and the other was Xiao Chang's brother-in-law. And in the middle of the 2 of them was sitting a 34 or 35-year-old man, who was smoking a cigarette and looking at him with a calm face. This man was gorgeously dressed, with short hair, a clean face, and had gold-rimmed eyeglasses on the bridge of his nose. If he looked at his face alone, he looked like a literate scholar, but his eyes revealed a hint of shady and ruthlessness. Looks like this is that legendary Steel City Lord. Li Xingyue didn't look at him anymore and directly looked at the few women who were squatting in the corner of the private room, and soon saw Xiaoya. Xiaoya also discovered Li Xingyue and subconsciously wanted to get up and run over, but she was unable to move at all due to the fact that both of her legs and feet were tied up. His face had long been streaked with tears, and with a white cloth in his mouth, he tried to say something, but all that came out was a whimper. "Who the let you in here, and how dare you kick in the door?" Xiao Chang's brother-in-law Zhou Hao was the first to react. His face was full of anger, pointing at Li Xingyue and cursing directly, getting up with the intention of killing Li Xingyue. He had gone to great lengths to invite the Iron City Hair City Lord over, and originally wanted to flatter him in the hopes of following the City Lord, but who would have thought that just as he was about to mention it, Lu Feng pushed the door in. This pissed him off. He just wanted to get Lu Feng out of the way, but this City Lord left him behind, which made Zhou Hao's originally prepared speech directly swallow back into his stomach. Lu Feng came in even if, whoever thought this another one came in, and still kicked the door in. This nature can be different. The City Lord can agree to come today, but he begged his grandpa and grandma, took a lot of effort to invite over, but 3 times someone to stir up. What will the Lord think of him? Surely he'll think he's not doing his job well, which makes it even more unlikely that he'll want him. So he's really pissed off right now and his teeth hurt. Lu Feng and him are evenly matched, he can't do anything about it. But it was still no problem to get this kid in front of him who didn't know where he came from. Li Xingyue? Lu Feng looked towards Li Xingyu, who rushed in and subconsciously opened his mouth. What, you guys know each other? The City Lord of Iron City spoke up, still looking at Lu Feng with the same calm face as earlier. Not familiar either, this guy knows my brother. Lu Feng turned to look at the City Lord with a respectful expression. Oh. The Steel City Lord just said oh and stopped speaking. Zhou Hao's eyes lit up at this moment, directly reaching out and pointing at Lu Feng. Could you, Lu Feng? So he's your man. It's not easy for Lord City Lord to come to our free city once. Is this how you welcome him? Zhou Hao directly gave Lu Feng a big hat. Lu Feng's face turned green after being slandered, and he was about to open his mouth to retort, but he was stopped by the City Lord with a wave of his hand. The City Lord looked at Li Xingyue. You came in, what are you trying to do? Li Xingyue stared at the City Lord. Although he was just sitting on the sofa without making any movements, Li Xingyue felt the powerful aura emanating from him. This kind of aura was not deliberately emanated. On the one hand, it originated from his long time in a high position. On the other hand, it originated from his strength of the 8th rank. Li Xingyue forced herself against the pressure. My sister was captured here. I hope Lord City Lord can be lenient and spare my sister. Oh? Which one is your sister? The City Lord signaled Li Xingyue to find out. Li Xingyue walked straight towards Xiaoya and took down the white cloth stuffed in her mouth. Oh, Brother Star Moon, I'm scared. I want to go home. Will you take me home to my brother? I really don't want to be here anymore. I'll never talk back to you again, Brother Star Moon, woohoo. Xiaoya kept sobbing, her speech was broken, and her body kept trembling. It couldn't be helped, she really hadn't experienced anything like this before. When he was suddenly brought here today, he had already guessed what would happen to him next, and his heart immediately went cold, filled with despair and fear. But the moment Li Xingyue appeared, her world that had become dark instantly lit in a flash of light. Li Xingyue untied the binding ropes and slowly soothed her, softly comforting her. "Yeah, don't be afraid, brother, you will take you home." Li Xingyue picked up Xiaoya and walked to her previous position. City Lord, this is my sister. It's her. It looks rather average. The City Lord had just finished speaking in general when Zhou Hao's face instantly turned white. I'm a person who usually doesn't do well with women, so you can rest assured. Li Xingyue didn't expect the Steel City Lord to actually be so nice, and she was heartily surprised, but her face was still respectful and she directly bowed. Thank you, City Lord, then I will leave you alone. After saying that, Li Xingyu took Xiaoya and headed out. I don't think. I said you were allowed to leave, did I? You just kicked the door right in, don't you have to give me a reasonable explanation? Damn, it's really not that simple. Li Xingyue turned back with a respectful and apologetic face. Lord City Lord is really sorry, I was indeed too hasty just now, I'll make amends to you. After saying that, Li Xingyu directly bowed 90 degrees towards him 3 times. You see? If just anyone kicks in my door and bows 3 times and that's the end of it, then what face do I have as a City Lord? The Iron City Lord asked Li Xingyu with a smile on his face. If one didn't listen to the voice and only looked at the face, one would really think that this City Lord was a very nice person to talk to. But only Li Xingyue knew that a hint of killing intent had just flashed through his eyes. Of course, I'm after all a party of city masters, rather I won't get on the wrong side of you people, and I also have a good relationship with your acting city master, it wouldn't be good for me to go too far. But you certainly can't make amends like you just did, so here's an idea for you. See these cups, how about you eat them all and I'll pretend nothing happened today. Li Xingyue looked in the direction of his finger and saw 3 glasses placed on the table. At this time, he had completely realized that this city lord had no intention of letting himself go from the beginning to the end. If he really ate these cups down like he said, then he wouldn't live long enough to terrorize himself. You'll die if you eat it. Xiaoya's eyes were all worried after hearing this. What she said was exactly right, and why wouldn't Li Xingyu know that, but looking at the current situation he seemed to be forced to do so. After all, these 3 in front of him were all stronger than himself, 2 7th order and 1 8th order. I'm afraid that he didn't even have a chance to escape from this door. Lu Feng can feel after Li Xingyue's close contact, although it is not a great person, but at least it is not bad, and it is also a more protective character. But there are times and occasions and people to be protective of. In front of this city lord, I'm afraid it's only when his own brother Lu Shuang commits a crime that he might beg for mercy. And Li Xingyue? It's the right thing to clear the air with him in time, and to help him? Then you have to take a ride yourself. And Zhou Hao on the side had already jumped into action, waiting for Li Xingyue to resist so that he could just take it down and come to claim credit from the city lord. I got the guy, but I got myself killed. Li Xingyue's brain was running extremely fast, constantly thinking of ways to crack it. Suddenly a thought came to his mind. Tyrant. Chapter 90. I wonder if you've ever heard of a name? Just now the tyrant said he would come to find himself a drink, counting the time according to should also be here, how not to call himself. This kid isn't playing the surprise game, is he? I don't contact you first, then I creep up behind you and scare you? This kind of thing is something Shura can do, but Tyrant is definitely not this kind of character. Lord Citadel, can I make a phone call first to have someone found to take my sister back first? Oh? So you agree with this idea I'm talking about, okay, fight. The Iron City Lord spoke with disinterest. Zhou Hao listened to the end of the desire to speak and then stop. Adults, this kid do not want to organize what muff. Meh. The city lord came out happy after hearing this. What, you think he's going to get someone? Then tell me who he can get? Who dares to take them away in front of me? The face of the city lord as he said it carried a strong sense of confidence and arrogance. Xiao Zhou, your strength is okay, but your brain, it's really not as good as Lu Feng. The city lord cupped and stepped on one another, causing the 2 people next to him to change their faces. Lu Feng was naturally overjoyed. On the contrary, Zhou Hao's face was very ugly and he couldn't stop nodding his head in agreement. Li Xingyue directly dialed the tyrant's phone, but did not connect, and hit another after half a day or did not get through. What's going on here? Why aren't you answering your phone? Li Xingyue was again 2 in a row, still did not get through. No way. Li Xingyue directly dialed the old Zheng's phone. Dude, how's my sister? Is she okay? Is she okay? It's okay. You listen to me. You come to room 121 as fast as you can now. Yeah, is fine now, come and take her away. Fine, I'm right in front of the bar, I'll be there now. After hanging up the phone, the room fell silent. After a few minutes, a sharp stomping sound began to come from the hallway. It was old Zhang, who rushed over without stopping when he hung up the phone. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Li Xingyue and Xiaoya. Ya! Brother! Woohoo! Lao Zhang took Xiaoya in his arms and kept soothing his back. It's okay. Old Zhang's heart that had been hanging in the air finally fell to the ground at this moment, and just as he was about to open his mouth to thank Li Xingyue, he noticed the 3 people sitting on the sofa. He didn't recognize the one in the middle, but he was all too familiar with the ones on the left and right. I can't believe. 2 vice presidents are here? Lao Zhang subconsciously wanted to bow to the 2 men, suddenly thought of what happened to his sister. Could it be that it was these 2 vice presidents who arrested Xiaoya? Done. Old Zhang's heart sank to the bottom. Li Xingyue realized that Lao Zhang actually still froze and did not go, directly whispered softly, "What are you doing? Hurry up and go. If you don't leave again, you won't be able to leave." But they're the vice president, Brother, just now that city lord said that he would let you eat those 3 cups before letting him go. What? This. Aya, don't mind me, take Xiaoya and hurry home, I have my own way here, quick. Old Zhang and Xiaoya's faces were full of hesitation and worry, and Li Xingyu directly pushed the 2 out of the corridor with a whisk and a boom. Just as he was about to return to the private room, he saw a large group of people rushing over from the direction of the bar's card table, all of them full of anger. It's those 2, isn't it? Yes, it can't be wrong, It's also really evil. I actually ran into it 3 times in one night. We definitely can't let them escape this time, just cut them to pieces. The group of people quickly rushed to the front of the private room door, surrounded the doorway, and a few people directly walked up and took out their knives to do it. What the are you guys doing? Zhou Hao directly rushed out and shouted angrily. For the 3rd time. It's the 3rd time. Why is it so hard to talk to the city lord? Lu Feng, Li Xingyue, it didn't take a while for so many more people to come. You're all dead if you don't leave. Zhou Hao yelled at the crowd. Those people surrounding the doorway had basically recognized Zhou Hao. All of them were scared and had already planned to run back, but the people behind them didn't know what was going on and kept squeezing. Damn, who talks so arrogantly? All get out of the way, we Freedom Society Black and White twins will meet him. Che, and Double Fury, our Freedom Club's 5 tiger generals haven't even spoken yet. Stop pussyfooting around, the 7 diamonds of the Freedom Society are here, the one who spoke just now come over and suffer death. Zhou Hao felt that he had already lost face in the city lords he had not been disregarded like today for a long time. His heart was really furious, and at the same time, he memorized the names Black and White Twin Fury, 5 tiger generals and 7 diamonds in his heart. Ready to wait until tomorrow to get them killed. I'm the vice president of the Freedom Society, Zhou Hao, if you don't leave I'll kill all of you. Zhou Hao opened his mouth again, that is, the city lord is here, he is not good to make it too bloody, or else all these people would have died through just now. The people at the back finally reacted after hearing the vice president and Zhou Hao, and all began to hastily retreat, and soon, the corridor was empty again. Li Xingyu also let old Zheng take advantage of the chaos and leave with Xiaoya. At this time the only one left standing in the room was Li Xingyu. The phone call got to you too, now can we eat? The Lord of Steel City looked at him playfully, as if he were looking at an animal or plaything. It was naturally impossible for Li Xingyue to obediently go and eat glass, but Tyrant couldn't be contacted, and Shura, Sister, and Blood Moon were all in several other cities, far away from each other. The Chimera had also gone off somewhere, and was now only in WeChat contact with a few people. Ghost Knight and Sweet should be both in Star Ocean City, it is difficult to call them both, or mention that name? City Lord, I wonder if you've heard of a name? The Steel City Lord didn't know what he was going to say, but a hint of curiosity rose in his heart. Apparently this young man didn't want to die and was going to sign up for a number. He also wanted to see what the young man in front of him could actually say. Tell me, what's the name? If it's really an acquaintance I know, I can let you off the hook. Li Xingyue gulped, then slowly uttered a name. Wang Li. Chapter 91 Saint. Smoking. The Steel City Lord pondered for a while, but was not impressed. Originally, he thought that this kid would name other 8th Order powerhouses, but he didn't expect to say one he didn't know. Obviously, this what's his name Wang Li must be a nobody, holding out for a 7th rank, not enough to be feared at all. The City Lord shook his head, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. Li Xingyu was a bit lost. Uncle Wang, oh no, it was the coach, he didn't tell his real name. Don't you presume that anyone can save you now, there are only 2 paths before you. Either eat, or you can leave afterward. Either you don't eat, then you'll die now. The City Lord finished waiting for Li Xingyue's choice. Zhou Hao stood up and pulled out a dagger from his back, eyeing Li Xingyu intently. The meaning was clear, as long as Li Xingyu chose the 2nd path, then he would immediately make his move. Li Xingyu's face showed a touch of bitterness, it was too late to shake the human child, he had to eat today no matter what. Okay, I'll eat. Li Xingyue walked up and was ready to pick up the 3 extra thick glasses, but a hand picked them up first. The City Lord picked up 3 cups and then slammed them onto the carpet behind Li Xingyue, and the cups immediately turned into large and small pieces that covered the entire carpet. Kneel down and eat. The Lord of the City clapped his hands together and lit another cigarette, ready to enjoy the rest of the show. Li Xingyue turned to look at the shards of glass on the ground, gritted her teeth, and crouched down to pick up one the size of a fingernail cap. While he was hesitating, his back was suddenly subjected to a huge force, directly causing his entire body to slump to the ground. In an instant, his face and hands all came into contact with the glass slag and shards on the ground, and in the next second, his skin was pierced, and there were several wounds on his face alone, which were continuously flowing with traces of blood. Not only that, but this kick in the back also made his internal organs start to hurt, and he almost spewed out a mouthful of blood just now. Little bastard, Lord City Master told you to eat on your knees, who told you to squat? This kick was kicked by Zhou Hao, and after kicking him, he grabbed Li Xingyue's hair and yanked his head up hard from the ground, staring at him tyrannically. You bastard better do what the Lord of the City wants or I'll make your life worse than death. After saying that, he directly pressed Li Xingyue's head violently towards the ground. Ah! Li Xingyue just touched the broken glass on the ground only due to inertia, although it broke the skin but not seriously, but this time it was really solid. There were a few small pieces of standing shards directly inserted into his cheeks. The sudden, intense pain made him unconsciously scream. "You, how dare you scream out? I'll let you scream, I'll let you scream." Zhou Hao kept kicking at Li Xingyu's body with his feet. He was using this opportunity to take out all the anger he received today on Li Xingyu. The city lord had not uttered a word to stop Zhou Hao this time, watching the performance with interest. Originally, he did not want to come to see Zhou Hao today. From the first sight of Zhou Hao, he knew that this person could not become a great man, and it was just a waste of time to say more. However, Zhou Hao was willing to pay blood money. Then come on, originally intended to sit on the meeting to go, did not expect Lu Feng came. This Lu Feng he has a little bit of appreciation, so just stay a little longer. I didn't expect to see this great show later. Lu Feng was likewise watching from the side with a calm face. He had seen this kind of thing too many times. He used to be treated like this when he was at a lower rank. It was good that he had then kept on breaking through to his current 7th rank, which prevented him from continuing to be bullied, while those who had bullied him before had long since disappeared from this world. There is no reasoning in the world of the weak and the strong. Zhou Hao, this person before the end of the world is mixed gangster, originally is ruthless, vicious master, after the end of the world can mix to today's position is also rely on these. Free City he had long been tired of staying, and had always wanted to go to Steel City, but there was no relationship over there, so that's why he delayed his action, and it just so happened that this time, the Steel City Lord had come. Unexpectedly everything went wrong. He simply did not hope, just want to find someone to take it out. Just like that, one by one, kicking for a full minute, Li Xingyue was a bit overwhelmed even with her 6th order physical fitness. Knowing that he had undergone devil training before, his physical quality was definitely much stronger than the vast majority of people. Yo, I said who's so angry, so it's Brother Hao. Huh, I didn't expect Lord City Lord to be there. A voice rang out from outside the door, forcing Zhou Hao to stop moving. Li Xingyue slowly raised her head, but because her neck was stepped on, she could only see the lower half of her body, and the one who came in was a man with flip-flops on his feet. Shang? What are you doing here? Zhou Hao looked at the visitor with some suspicion. Lu Feng and the city lord naturally saw it as well. It's Shang, come and sit down. The city lord greeted with a smile on his face. Li Xingyu felt slightly familiar just now when she heard the voice. After hearing the name she finally determined that the one who came was the leader of the second group, Brother Saint. Saint shook his head towards the city lord with a smile. Thank you Lord City Lord, I won't sit down. After saying that, he squatted down and looked at Li Xingyue. I say what's the matter with you, elder brother you, why did you provoke Vice President Zhou to get so angry? The other three froze at these words, not realizing that Shang and Li Xingyue actually knew each other. The city lord stared back and forth at the two. What, Shang, is he your friend? If he's your friend forget it today. Saint laughed, I'd like to be friends with him, but I'm afraid he won't like it. Once this was said the remaining three were even more puzzled. How come it sounded as if Shang's hot face was sticking to his cold ass? Zhou Hao withdrew his foot even though he didn't understand what was going on. Facing Lu Feng he could arm wrestle a bit, but this Saint brother he didn't quite dare to offend. It was because it had been rumored in the Free Society that this Saint had a big backer behind him, a big shot from another main city. The reason for the rumor was rooted in an incident 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Shang came to Freedom City and joined the Freedom Association, and it wasn't long before he had friction with 2 7th Steps, who intended to teach him a lesson, but within 2 days, they were honest, and when they saw Shang again, they were all respectful. As soon as the bystanders inquired up those 2 7th Order are shut up, and then this matter fermented, everyone guessed up, and over time it was rumored that the background was mysterious and powerful. Li Xingyue realized at this time that Saint was trying to save himself. He couldn't help but pull a smile from the corner of his mouth, bracing his aching body to stand. Slowly digging into his pocket with his right hand, he took out a pack of cigarettes, pulled one out of the box, and handed it to Saint. There was a strong look of gratitude in his eyes. Brother Saint, you smoke. Chapter 92. Then what if it is a 9th Order Corpse Emperor? When the two first met, Shang was looking for him to ask for cigarettes. At this point he didn't say anything else, he just handed Shang cigarettes, but Shang surely understood what it meant. Saint's smile got even wider, took the cigarette and put it in his mouth. Li Xingyue took the lighter and lit it for him. Saint took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the cloudy smoke. Ah, got it man. There must have been a misunderstanding today, it's good to talk it out, don't you think so Howie? In this case, elder brother you, go and get a few more cups and give a proper toast to the city lord and Brother Hao. Do you think this is okay, City Lord? A few words from Este had implied the idea clearly. Today, Li Xingyue, his Shang bailed out. Of course should give everyone face he also give, led Li Xingyue to make amends, face pass on the line. Zhou Hao naturally wouldn't say anything, only carefully glancing at the City Lord. The City Lord wore a smile on his face. It's fine, since you're Shang's friend, then let's forget about this matter today. However, after saying that, there was a hidden flash of coldness in his eyes as he looked at Shang and Li Xingyue. He was the only one in the entire room who was most aware of Shang's true identity, which was why he was so tolerant, otherwise a mere 7th rank would be impossible for him to place in his eyes. Precisely because he knew that, he offered to have all the 7th ranks of Freedom City come over to participate as soon as he arrived yesterday, in order to meet and talk with Shang. But this action of Shang's today still made him a little unhappy. Li Xingyue brought the glasses and poured them one by one, then drank 3 beers into the bottle herself. Elder brother, you is a good drinker, alright, let's not delay the City Lord and the 2 presidents from talking about their business, let's go. Brother Saint helped Li Xingyue up and turned to the City Lords. City Lord, we will take our leave. After saying that, he directly left the private room without looking back. Seeing this, Zhou Hao directly walked up and closed the private room door. What's wrong with you, old man? Why did you break into that house? Do you know what they all are? It's too easy for them to get you killed. Li Xingyue couldn't help but sigh as she listened to Saint's slightly puzzled and complaining words, and then briefly explained the cause and effect. Shang then realized what was going on and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Brother, what a man! At this time is already more than 11 o'clock in the evening, in exchange for the usual this time is the hottest most people, but when Li Xingyue came to the card seating area but found that basically there are not many people. The whole bar was empty, and it seemed that they were all scared away because of Zhou Hao. Soon the 2 of them walked to the entrance of the bar, and Li Xingyue, who was much better now, turned sideways to face Saint and bowed directly. Brother Saint, thanks to you today, otherwise I really... Harm, come on, we're all friends now, don't say these meaty words, go back by yourself and be fine, I'm going to run some more errands. I'm fine, Saint. Okay, but I still have to instruct you, in the future, it's best not to start a conflict with them, and just slip away when you encounter them. It's just that I happened to be here today, otherwise... Saint didn't continue, patted him on the shoulder, and then left. Li Xingyu watched Saint walk away and looked at the street. At this time, most of the stores had already closed their doors and there were basically not many people walking on the road. Li Xingyu was still in pain all over her body, and she couldn't walk far at all in this state, so she directly came to a small corner on the side of the bar and sat down on her butt. Pulling a cigarette out of his cigarette case, he lit it for himself and smoked it slowly. Give me one. Li Xingyue had just taken 2 puffs when he heard a man's hoarse and low voice coming out from the side, directly startling him. Looking around but seeing no one at all, he was wondering, when a man waddled out of the shadows to his left where there was no light. The man was dressed in a tattered black suit, extremely ugly looking, and not only was he grimy, but he had quite a few bruises and bloodstains on his body. Beggars? Li Xingyue froze for a moment when she saw him, and the first thought in her head was that this man was a beggar. And this beggar looks too ugly, right? The man was also stunned when he came closer and saw the wounds on Li Xingyue's body and face, then his face was chilled with murderous intent in his eyes. What happened to this wound of yours? Who got it? What? Who's not you? Li Xingyue felt that this person was a bit inexplicable, it couldn't be a cutie. Bar. Ask so many why, surely not strong enough to be beaten up. You, this is not the same. Want a smoke, is it? Give. Li Xingyue lit a cigarette then handed it to the man. When the man heard Li Xingyue's words, his original angry look disappeared and he couldn't help but smile. You wouldn't have gotten into this if you hadn't wandered off. Then he sat his butt next to Li Xingyue, side by side with him, and took the cigarette and smoked it. Say what? Inexplicably. Li Xingyue didn't bother him again, finished a cigarette and took out his cell phone from his pocket, again dialed the tyrant's WeChat, but it was still the same as before, it didn't connect. What the, me? Li Xingyue put away her phone in annoyance, intending to go to the bar to get 2 more bottles of wine to drink, which should numb the pain, and just as she stood up, she thought of the man next to her. The man was as scarred as he was, and he was kind of in the same boat. Hey, drinking or not? Get you a bottle? The man stood up. I'll go with you. All right. Li Xingyue and the man entered the bar and made their way to the closest bar, where the bartender was still working even though the customers had all left. A beer please, bro, order yourself what you want to drink, it's on me today. Li Xingyue finished taking the beer and drank it. Have a 6-pack of beer. The man finished and sat down in the seat next to Li Xingyue. Yo, brother can drink, he can drink 6 bottles. Li Xingyue smiled. The bartender inside the bar reached out his hand and waved it in front of Li Xingyue's eyes. Are your ears okay? He said 6 cases. Not 6 bottles. 6 boxes? Are you kidding me? Are you human? Who the can drink that much? Okay, let's start you off with 6 bottles. Li Xingyue looked at the man and couldn't help but shake his head. Brothers, to be down to earth, less pretending and less blowing, this is the real truth, otherwise you have to hang up every day like today. Li Xingyue drank while taking her cell phone and kept dialing Tyrant's WeChat, but she couldn't get through no matter what. You can't get through. What do you know again? Drink your wine, got really. The man was just about to speak when he saw a few people walk out from inside the bar. It was none other than the Iron City Lord and Lu Feng with Zhou Hao. Yo, the little brat actually dares to show up here, why did Ah Shang leave you behind? Ha ha ha. Zhou Hao couldn't help but taunt Li Xingyue when he saw her. Ha? This ugly guy next to you is your friend? Tisk, it's really a dog looking for a dog, it's a perfect match. The city lord and Lu Feng also saw the man. Lu Feng didn't care, but the city lord frowned. He subconsciously tried to avoid his eyes after meeting the man's gaze. The man directly put down the bottle of wine when he heard Zhou Hao's words and stood up to go over, but just as he took a step, he was hurriedly pulled back by Li Xingyue. It was indeed reckless of me today. I hope that the city lord and vice president can forgive me, and I will definitely not appear in front of you again in the future. The city lord unconsciously glanced at the man again, then nodded. Letting you off today is for the sake of Ah Shang, be good. After saying that, he took the lead and left, with Zhou Hao and Lu Feng naturally following closely behind. Zhou Hao even glared viciously at Li Xingyue on his way out. Only after they left did Li Xingyue take a long breath and twisted her head to look at the man beside her with a speechless face. What were you doing? Do you know what rank those 3 were? That's 1 8th rank and 2 7th ranks. Even if you're an 8th ranked kid, you'll have to die here today. I don't know where you got the courage to go up there. Damn, were you drinking? The man stared straight at Li Xingyue with a huge smile on his face, then raked a hand over his face. The next second a human skin mask appeared in his hand. So what if it's a 9th order zombie emperor? Chapter 93. Wouldn't that be the ceiling of human battle power? That 9th order zombie emperor is of course Tyrant. Li Xingyue took a sip of her drink and turned her head to see a human skin mask. Looking further up the page he saw an extremely handsome and unmistakably familiar looking face. Straight away, he was half speechless with shock. You, I always thought it was a beggar, I didn't realize it was you. Why are you dressed like this? And who did you hurt like this? Didn't you say you were meeting an acquaintance? You're at the 9th rank, who else could injure you to this extent? Tyrant had been waiting for Li Xingyue to finish before he spoke. Originally, I did intend to come directly to you, but I ran into an acquaintance halfway, so I nagged for a while. Li Xingyue obviously didn't believe it at all. Bull, nagging can nag all over the body. Aren't many people besieging you? No, one-upmanship. One-on-one? Is it hard to be a 9th order? Tyrant nodded as he downed a bottle of beer. It's the 9th rank, and that person is basically the highest combatant of your human race. I wonder if you've ever heard the name Yellow Springs? Li Xingyue thought for a moment, then shook her head. No impression. Which city lord again? No, he's not the lord of the city, but the director of your corpse hunting bureau. Li Xingyue shook her head. Where would I know this to go? There are so many directors of the corpse hunting bureau, I don't even know how many of those sub-directors and vice-directors of the Freedom City alone. What are they called? Tyrant laughed. You didn't understand me. I'm talking about the director of the corpse hunting bureau, the biggest one inside your Arc City General Bureau. Holy, it's actually that one. Then, wouldn't that be a human battle ceiling? You actually managed to escape from him. Tyrant was a bit speechless. He's a human battle power ceiling. I'm not so bad, okay? I'm a zombie battle power ceiling. Besides, don't look at me like I'm screwed up. I'm telling you, he's no better. Li Xingyue gave a thumbs up. Awesome. I forgive you for not answering my calls. It's just a pity that I didn't see this battle of the century. Alas, you say you have to drink. Do not drink today is not a little thing, really. Tyrant gave him a blank look. If you hadn't sent me a picture in the group I could have come over? Okay, let's not talk about that. I'd like to ask you how you messed with the bookworm. Li Xingyue was at a loss. What scholar? Who is the scholar? Tyrant nudged, mumble, just the Lord of Steel City standing there just now, he's the booker. He's so ruthless that he's called a scribe? Yes, I heard Shura say it before, it seems to be because he was a teacher before the end of the world, and at first glance don't you think he has a bookish face? That's why his code name is Booker. So true it does look quite svelte. Li Xingyue briefly told Tyrant what happened. The Tyrant finally got the context after hearing it. Okay, you drink it, I'll be back later. Tyrant was about to leave after saying that, but Li Xingyue hurriedly pulled back. Brother, what are you doing? Then why ask, make him disappear? Come on, people are gone without a trace, besides you've just finished a battle and you're all bruised and battered, so don't get caught in the gutter again. Drink. Li Xingyue handed Tyrant a cigarette and the two of them smoked it, and as they were doing so, they realized that the bartender next to them was looking at Tyrant from time to time. Li Xingyue always felt that there was something wrong with his eyes. Could it be that he recognizes the Tyrant? Li Xingyue was wondering if she should let the Tyrant wear a mask or just take out the bartender? Before he could think of anything else, he saw the bartender come up to the two, and then looked shyly at the Tyrant. That, handsome, can I add you a WeChat? What? No, what's wrong with you? Are you not straight? Damn, I thought I was recognized, so it's... No wonder. Li Xingyu felt that the bartender was looking at her in a wrong way when she talked to him just now, and now she had goosebumps all over her body when she thought about it. At this point, however, he was gloating a bit, wanting to see how the Tyrant should respond. Tyrant glanced at the bartender who was looking at him imploringly and pointed at Li Xingyue with an expressionless face. Sorry, I'm seeing someone and my wife wouldn't approve. Both the bartender and Li Xingyue's faces instantly changed when these words came out. The bartender, naturally, was disappointed beyond belief and turned his head and ran off to the corner emo. Li Xingyue, on the other hand, was so furious that she could barely speak in anger as she pointed at Tyrant. You! Why did you ruin my innocence when you clearly had a million reasons to turn him down? And on another note, why am I a 0 and you a 1? I've noticed you've learned the hard way by spending time with Shura. I'm telling you, don't play with him anymore, and if he asks you, just say your parents don't approve. Tyrant smiled, so can I have 6 cases now or not? The two drank until almost past 1 o'clock, which ended the fight. After exiting the bar, Li Xingyue waved her hand with Tyrant. If you are like this, I don't think you should go to Arc City, get down to Earth and go back to Star Ocean City first and stay there. Okay, I'm leaving. After greeting, Li Xingyu directly turned around and walked in the direction of old Zheng's house, but as he walked, he heard footsteps behind him, and when he turned his head, he saw Tyrant. What are you following me for? Go back to Star Ocean City. Tyrant shook his head. I won't go back first this late, I'll make do with you tonight. Li Xingyue covered her face with a helpless face. Big brother, I'm now a parasite, living in someone else's house, where else can you sleep? I'm fine with sleeping on the floor, just go, I'm sleepy. Well, the Ninth Order Corps Emperor even said something like sleeping on the floor, so Li Xingyue was speechless. After about half an hour, the two came to the downstairs where old Zheng lived, and after going up to the topmost floor, Li Xingyue knocked on the security door. A few sounds passed but nothing moved. Li Xingyue thought that she had fallen asleep, and then she thought about today's encounter. Old Chang, it's me, your UD. After saying that, this time it was a quick movement, and Lao Zhang opened the security door directly from the inside. He was about to talk to Li Xingyue when he saw Tyrant next to him. Star Moon, what is this? After leaving the bar, Tyrant put his mask back on, so Lao Zhang couldn't even recognize him. Oh, this is my sworn brother, Storm. Stormy, call Zhang. Tyrant nodded towards old Zhang with a smile on his face. Hello, brother Zhang. Chapter 94. This is my sworn brother, Stormy. He has no place to go tonight, he wants to stay here for the night, is it convenient, Zhang? Zheng Huaichuan looked at the Tyrant in a daze and only came to his senses when he heard Li Xingyue's words. Oh, convenient, come on in. He was out of his mind not because of anything else, but because of what the Tyrant looked like at the moment. Truly, he had never seen anyone who could look so ugly. Brother, who's here? At that moment a timid voice came from the inner room. Oh, it's your brother you who's back, don't worry. You guys haven't eaten yet, I'll go make you some food. Old Zhang went to the kitchen after saying that, while Li Xingyue and Tyrant were taking off their coats and shoes at the door. Because the two were almost identical, all covered in color and dirty and torn inside. The difference, though, was that the Tyrant was directly battling the human warp ceiling. And Li Xingyue is being rubbed hard on the ground. Xiaoya, who was in the inner room, finally let go of her hanging heart when she heard that it was Yu's return and rushed straight out. I was going to see if Li Xingyue was okay, but as soon as I came out, I saw the two of them taking off their coats at the door. Li Xingyue he was instantly recognized, clothes she remembered, but did not expect that there was actually another person. At this point the tyrant was with his back to him, having just taken off his outermost suit, and Yo was mesmerized as he looked on. What fascinates her? It's the figure. The tyrant is exceptionally well built, and it's safe to say that several of the necromancers are exceptionally well built and good looking. Tyrant's erect and well-proportioned body directly confused Ya. The body is actually this good. Surely that face can't be much worse? I wonder what her abs look like, would love to see them. Xiaoya looked florid and was expecting the tyrant to turn around. Li Xingyue finished first and turned her head to see Xiaoya, walking towards her with a smile on her face. Have not rested yet, Xiaoya? Don't worry about this today, no. Hey! Li Xingyue directly blocked Xiaoya's line of sight when she did this, and before she could finish, she was pushed to the side. The tyrant was finally turning around at this time, and Xiaoya had little stars in her eyes, her hands constantly rubbing the corners of her clothes. The idea of what her second child's name would be had even crossed her mind, but when she saw the tyrant's face, she instantly froze. How could it be so ugly? Am I mistaken? Still unbelieving, Xiaoya rubbed her eyes and opened them again, realizing that there was no change at all. Tyrant saw Xiaoya as well and smiled. You must be Xiaoya, hello. Xiaoya's body instantly jolted when Tyrant called her name, and her head hurriedly lowered, not daring to look again. You don't call me names. Damn, why is it that this man has the best body, the best voice, but the ugliest face? Ugh, why does a nice person need a long head? A phrase she heard before popped into Ye's mind, it's all the same with the lights off. Li Xingyue stood on the sidelines taking in the scene completely and couldn't help but burst out in joy. Yeah, let me ask you a question, who is more handsome, me or him? Xiaoya looked at Li Xingyue's face, frowned, and muttered in a small voice, you're ugly, he's even uglier. Li Xingyue was clearly able to hear it, and her face was visibly unhappy. Either that or I just don't like talking to you little girls, it's so rude. Xiaoya was also a bit embarrassed knowing that she was overheard, and came over to Li Xingyue's side and asked in a low voice, Brother Yu, who is this person? Oh, this is my sworn brother, Storm. He came here tonight to borrow a room. Xiaoya's eyes widened after hearing this, how can this work, in case he is a bad person and wants to treat me? The corner of Li Xingyue's mouth involuntarily twitched. Xiaoya, Brother Yu admits that you do have some good looks, but you can rest assured that he definitely can't look at you. Besides, this brother of mine is definitely not a bad guy, and he's not so bad, okay? Xiaoya was directly unhappy after hearing this. What are you talking about? Yes, I admit he has a great body and a great ass, but that face is too. What are you guys talking about? Come wash your hands and eat. Old Zhang came out of the kitchen with 4 bowls of clear soup noodles. Hey! You two haven't eaten either? Li Xingyue asked as she rolled up her sleeves and washed her hands. Lao Zhang sighed, harm, which can eat, you this has not come back, today thanks to you. By the way, how did this work out afterward? It looks to me like you've been. Li Xingyue shook the water off her hands and returned to the living room. It's not much, getting a beating is definitely inevitable, but I'm lucky to have met Brother Saint today. Li Xingyue briefly described what happened. I really didn't think that Brother Saint would actually step in, that is after all the city lord of Steel City and the 2 vice presidents, alas, it's definitely not going to be easy for Brother Saint to mix with the society in the future. Li Xingyue picked up the noodles and ate them, who is harm, no matter. Hu Lao Zhang you cook well. Old Chang was a little embarrassed by what was said. Tyrant also picked up his chopsticks and ate, nodding even after taking a bite, not bad. Old Zhang was idle for a moment before he had the time to scrutinize the tyrant, his face puzzled. Xingyue, how come this brother of yours is also covered with injuries, could it be that he was with you just now? Li Xingyue glanced at the tyrant and spoke with disinterest. Oh he fought with a 9th Order at night, so he's a bit injured. The moment these words came out Lao Zhang and Xiaoya both froze, and the next second their faces were marked with obvious disbelief, knowing that Li Xingyue was joking. You're a real person, I told you I was serious and you had to joke. With a puffed up face, Sayaka took a big, hard bite of the noodles. So you don't believe it either, Old Chang? Old Zhang laughed and shook his head, this is something that anyone who hears it definitely won't believe, after all, what kind of existence is the 9th Order? Li Xingyue picked up the bowl and drank a mouthful of noodles. Who got the energy? I'm just saying this because I know you guys don't believe me. Actually, he was jealous of someone else and fought over a widow, but unfortunately, it didn't work out, and the widow was taken away from him. Ahem. Tyrant was a little hard of hearing, and simply coughed dryly. Is your throat dry? If it's dry, drink more soup. Li Xingyue was secretly pleased to see the tyrant's face as if he had eaten a dead fly. You just made up some bull and said I'm your wife. Now the wind and water have changed. Right, you send me that picture I was looking at earlier, okay? Li Xingyue looked puzzled. What do you want the photo for? I'm just a little scared to sleep. If I look at the picture I'll fall asleep. Or you could send me the one you took alone with that black suit. I like him. Xiaodao's face was all shy when she said this. She had seen the pictures in Li Xingyue's photo album before. Li Xingyue? Tyrant. Chapter 95, I'm the kind of person who likes to act like a pussy. Ya had actually had Tyrant floating in her mind from time to time since she had seen those pictures earlier. Even dreamed about it last night. Although Tyrant, Shura, and Ghost Knight were all explosively handsome, she was most in love with Tyrant. The main reason was that she felt that Ghost Knight was too young, Shura had some sense of foppishness, and Tyrant had an innate sense of nobility. Tyrant stuck out a thumb. Good eye, girl. Xiaoya hadn't dared to look above Tyrant's neck since just now, and even if she did, she looked below the neck. At this point nodding in the direction the Tyrant was sitting. Thank you. Tyrant was happy, Li Xingyue was not. What's he got to see? No. A bowl of noodles Li Xingyue quickly resolved clean, took out a cigarette and smoked. Let Xiaoya how to say he just do not give. No need to beg him, I have that picture here too, I'll send it to you. Tyrant tried to reach for his cell phone, but when he dug into his pocket, he pulled out a bunch of broken screens and broken parts straight away. It just occurred to me that the cell phone had been shattered earlier in the battle with Yellow Springs. A look of embarrassment was evident on Tyrant's face. You'd better beg him. Li Xingyue ended up sending that group photo with Tyrant alone to Xiaoya, mainly because she had gotten quite a bit of excitement today. If this photo really worked for her, then give it as well, but Li Xingyue repeatedly instructed that it must not be spread out or shown to others. Xiaoya was overjoyed after receiving the photos, and she hugged her cell phone without letting go of it, and after a short while, she began to operate it constantly. Hey! What are you doing ya? Huh? Oh, I was going to pee off you. Li Xingyue was speechless, no longer bothering with Xiaoya and chatting with old Zhang. After a while, Ye kept sighing. You two are also too close together to pee. I'm especially wondering now, how did you manage to make friends with these handsome and good-looking people? By the way, where is this black suit person now, and do I have a chance to meet him? Li Xingyue couldn't help but glance at Tyrant as she looked at Xiaoya as if she was on the verge of becoming obsessed. He's somewhere else, it's not convenient right now, we'll get a chance later, okay, while you get some sleep. Xiaoya didn't say anything else, but was keeping what Li Xingyue had just said in her mind. Then it's a deal, brother. Later you must take me to see him. Only after Xiaoya returned to her room did old Zhang look at Li Xingyue with an odd expression. Why, that person I look especially like the Corpse King on the bounty list? Lao Zhang felt a little familiar last time. This time when he saw it he finally remembered, although the photo on the reward list was a little blurry, but he was still able to recognize it. Li Xingyue laughed out loud and patted old Zhang's shoulder. Old Zhang, I really let you guess right, the one in the photo is the Corpse King. Alas, now that you've found out, I'll stop pretending and show my cards. I'm a guy, I guess, who just loves to put on a little pussy, so I posed my friend's picture as those necromancers at the time. Old Zhang was originally full of doubts, but after hearing Li Xingyue's explanation he was also relieved and nodded his head in understanding. So that's how it is, I must say you're quite bold. Haha, not good. By the way, this brother of yours, Storm, right? What are you doing now? What rank are you in now? Or if you don't have a good place to go, you can join the Freedom Society. Li Xingyue handed the two another cigarette. He is just an idler, to say that the rank, less than 10 ranks it. Less than 10th order? Ha, Star Moon, you always talk so amusingly. To put it that way, I'm also less than the 10th rank, but exactly how many ranks is it? It's alright, brother Tyrant, there's no shame in having a low rank. Look at me, I'm only a 3rd rank evolver, you can't be lower than me, right? Old Zhang, your question is too pointed, it's really inconvenient to talk about his equilibrium. Why don't we talk about how we're going to sleep tonight? When Li Xingyu said this, old Zhang did not continue to ask. Tell you what, you and your brother Stormy will take the bed, and I'll hit the floor. Tyrant shook his head. No, I'll just sleep on the floor. Lao Zhang naturally disagreed, but he really couldn't argue with the tyrant, so he gave up. More than 10 minutes later, all three of them were lying on old Zhang's bed, filling up the entire bed, with no more room to spare. Li Xingyue. Didn't you say you were going to sleep on the floor? Now what do you mean? Tyrant. Go to sleep. The night was silent and the time came the next morning. After Li Xingyu woke up, he was the only one left on the bed and looked at the time. It was already 7 o'clock in the morning. Putting on his previously torn and tattered clothes, he went outside, where all three were eating breakfast. Wake up and eat. Li Xingyue picked up the donuts and eggs in the bag and quickly ate them. What's Zhang's schedule today? Me? I'm not going out today, I'm staying home with ya. Okay, then Storm and I will go out for a stroll and buy some new clothes on the way. After saying that, Tyrant and Li Xingyue left old Zhang's house. I should have to get a full body here. You should be fine inside here, old Storm. Just get you a pair of jeans with a sweatshirt. Tyrant stopped and looked at him with very determined eyes. I only wear suits. Okay, bye. Just buy it. The two of them strolled to the main street after a short while, and came to a place that specialized in selling clothes. Li Xingyue bought a black jeans plus a gray sweatshirt. With his done, it was Tyrant's turn. There was only one store on this street that specialized in suits, and the two of them entered the store and wandered around. But by the look of the Tyrant, it was clear that these he was not satisfied with. Alright, there's no other specialty store here in Freedom City, so you can make do with what you've got, and if it's not possible, I'll let Sister Shura and the three of them mail you a set from the other main cities at that time. There was no choice but to accept it, and after half a day of picking, Tyrant barely picked a satisfactory one. How much, boss? Oh, this set, I must say you guys have quite the eye. This set is the newest and best one in the store. The original price is 600 points, I see that you guys are quite sincere, so let's give you a 10% discount, just 550 points. Li Xingyue was shocked after hearing this. It's so expensive, why don't you go grab it? The boss was a little upset after hearing this. Little brother, you said this cannot be heard, I can be the market price. Here, feel the material, is it smooth? Tyrant nodded. Can you look at the dress again and see if it's bored? Tyrant nodded. So am I expensive? The Tyrant shook his head. Li Xingyue could not wait to just slap the Tyrant on the ground at this point. I'm so convinced, which end of you is it anyway? Chapter 96, Why take off your pants if you want to help? The boss has a point. The boss heard Tyrant's words and let out a happy voice. Look, it's still this friend who has vision. He's got vision? What's the point of him having an eye? I'm paying for it. It's so expensive, I'm not buying it, let's go. Li Xingyu finished pulling Tyrant up and left. Tyrant was naturally reluctant but saw Li Xingyu keep scowling at him. It wasn't until she was out of the store that Li Xingyue whispered, don't turn around now, let's walk slowly, the boss will definitely chase him out. If you believe me, he will come out on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1, 0.5, 0.4. Li Xingyue waited for half a day until there was no movement behind her, and awkwardly glanced at Tyrant. This old boy is scheming with us, trying to stiff me. I'm not afraid. Let's keep going, he's bound to come after us. Tyrant was a bit speechless, but he didn't say anything and followed Li Xingyue all the way forward slowly. It wasn't until the two were a kilometer out that the Tyrant finally stopped moving forward and turned to look at him. Is this what you call bound to come after? Li Xingyue smiled sarcastically. Harm, he doesn't follow the routine, this is not my fault, go back and bargain with him. The two turned back again and soon came to the front of the store. Li Xingyue saw that the boss was sitting in his seat leisurely smoking a cigarette. Boss, I know what your purchase price is, just buy it cheaper and I'll make a friend. The boss scoffed, you say this, I'm not low, I've already given you a discount of 90%, what else, young man, do not be too greedy. 600 discounted 10% is 550, you're funny. Let's do it this way, I'll say a number, if you want to sell, this business is done, let's make friends, if you don't sell, we'll really leave this time. Never look back. The boss was a bit reluctant after hearing this. I've spent a lot of money on this, I definitely won't sell it if you're too low. Li Xingyue did not want to talk nonsense with him, and his mind kept thinking that if he directly cut it in half, the boss would definitely not agree, and then he would drop a little bit more on top of the 550. Naturally, he won't let up, so you should be able to cut it down to between 4 or 500 and 500 as you go back and forth. Thinking of this, Li Xingyue directly spoke, 300. Tell you what, I'm only offering 300, after all, this dress of yours isn't worth that. Deal. Before Li Xingyue could finish speaking, he heard the boss bellow out, then quickly and sharply wrapped the clothes, while taking out the collection tool. Just sweep here, lad. Ugh, I'm telling you today it's just you, I definitely won't sell it at this price for anyone else. Forget it, let's make friends. In hell. It's still expensive. Li Xingyue's mood at this moment was as difficult as eating fly poop, and she reluctantly paid 300 points. The owner sent the two out of the store with a big smile. Come back often, young man. I'm coming for you, old-timer. Tyrant's expression was the opposite of Li Xingyue's. He was happy. Okay, the clothes are bought, so hurry back. Li Xingyu headed towards the stronghold of the Freedom Society. It had been 2 days, he had to go and ask Yellow Tooth if they had any news or not. By the way, I'd like to thank Saint again. If it wasn't for him yesterday, it's really hard to say what the final outcome of his own life would have been. But after walking for a short while, he spotted a man standing in front of him, wearing a brand new black suit. I said, why haven't you gone back yet, big brother? What's the hurry? It's not like I have anything to do, I just happened to sneak around with you. Li Xingyue nodded. Follow it, it is also a bodyguard, super bodyguard. After 10 minutes or so, Li Xingyue walked to the Freedom Society's manor. But realized that it was very different here today. As usual, there should only be a few people walking around by the time it's after 8 o'clock. But today it was full of people. It's almost full. It's like one of those crowded scenes at the market during a fair. Holy, is today some kind of big day? Li Xingyue walked to the outside of the manor. At this time, there were still quite a few people outside the manor who were going to enter inside. He directly pulled over a person. Dude, what's going on today? Why are there so many people? The man was about to walk inside when he was suddenly yanked by someone, displeasure written all over his face as he glared fiercely at Li Xingyue. What the is wrong with you? Pull again and I'll chop your hand off. Haha, sorry brother, tell me about it. What day is it today? Why are there so many people? That person looked at Li Xingyu's sincere face but did not scold again. You're a new member, aren't you? It's normal that you don't know. Today is Freedom Day, there's going to be a general meeting, and it's only once a year, so it's sure to be crowded. Freedom Day? What kind of day is that? The man looked incredulous. You don't even know about this? This is the day our Freedom Society was founded. It's just like New Year's Eve, it only happens once a year. Should say no, you kid into the club into is really coincidental. Today in addition to the meeting there are a lot of activities, and will continue for several days. Not only will there be benefits, but we'll also be able to meet all sorts of big names. I heard that our president will also be present this time. I've been a member for 2 years and I don't even know what the president looks like, so I can finally open my eyes this time. Okay, I'm not talking to you, I'm going in. After saying that, the man sprinted straight ahead, desperately squeezing through the wall of people one layer in front of him. Li Xingyu looked at Tyrant. Should I say no? It's a coincidence that you kid came. Alright, let's both go in as well. Today's event was held inside the manor, and although the manor was large, there were also a really large number of Freedom Society members, so it was clearly stated that they couldn't drive in today. There would be even less room if they were all parked. Li Xingyue walked forward, only to realize that there were really too many people. It was not even good to squeeze, everyone was almost face to face. Some female members, in particular, were even held and pushed forward. Gee, look at that, everyone is still very united, knowing that the women are skinny and not easy to squeeze, they all come to help. But why take off your pants if you're helping? At this time, the members in the manor and outside the manor added up to tens of thousands of people, if not more. But the manor was limited in the number of people it could hold, after all, so the members who could enter were those with higher ranks, or female members advanced. These people in front of me were not all the members of the Freedom Society, some of them didn't come to participate, all of them had various reasons, just like old Zhang. The scene was constantly crowded. Some people were pushing desperately in the direction of the manor, trying to get in. Some are pushing desperately towards the female members, apparently trying to get in as well. Chapter 97, Who's a Child on My Head? Women make up nearly 30% of the members of the Freedom Society, which is not a large number to say the least. A lot of people who join the Freedom Society for is to seek a protection, but of course when they say protection, usually people from the outside really don't mess with it easily. However, it is difficult to say that the club's own people, unless their own strength is higher in the hierarchy, or have the strength of the strong as a backer, otherwise. At this time, the main gate was already almost bursting, but on both sides of the main gate, several small gates, at this time, were also entering people, but there in the main gate was just the opposite. Not only is it not crowded, but sometimes there is no one there at all, and people who go there just flash their ID and are let in. Hey man, there's no one in the neighborhood, why don't you go over there? You're a douchebag, aren't you? That's all the exclusive ING lanes for the bosses and leaders of the club. Are you really stupid or not? What a ING, hey don't ING squeeze me. The man who had just been tapped on the shoulder and turned back to talk to Li Xingyue was pushed out by the crowd before he could finish. At this time, with an angry face, he directly grabbed Li Xingyue's collar. All because of you, I would have already squeezed in, damn it, I'll beat you to death today. Geez, take it easy bro. Li Xingyue hurriedly clutched his hand that was about to throw a punch. Don't you just want to go in, I'll help you. After saying that, Li Xingyu tugged on his clothes and directly lifted him up, then her chi sank into her dantian, and with a burst of force from her arm, she threw him out in one go. The man flew off in the direction of the estate. Tyrant stood on his tiptoes and looked that way. You're a real sweetheart. Li Xingyue hooked up the corner of her mouth. That goes without saying, the inheritance of the traditional virtues of the Chinese nation should start with me. But that guy seems to be karma. Stop it, really? Oh, just kidding. Damn, that scared the out of me. Well, not dead, just a broken arm. Li Xingyue took a look towards the front. At this time, the manor was on the verge of bursting at the seams. Okay, let's both hurry up too, or we won't be able to get in later. After saying this, Li Xingyue took the lead, directly towards the crowd in front of him and started to squeeze inward, and with his strong strength of the 6th rank, he quickly approached the security check at the main entrance. Stop ING squeezing. Who the is crowding, and who the is going to get in anymore? Stop squeezing, I want to poop, get me out of here. No, it's too late, it's coming out, ah. Get out of the way. Li Xingyue kept advancing through the crowd, and her nose instantly smelled various flavors. Smells like perfume, sweat, feet, and urine as well as fishy odor. Hey, is it raining? One man suddenly felt something fall on his head, reached out to touch it and drew back his hand to see that it was a glob of gooey yogurt, and cursed out angrily. Who the kid zapped me? I'm not going in today, I have to skin you. Damn, this is too confusing. Li Xingyue doesn't want to be hit by a child, and arches forward even more vigorously. He soon saw the security checkpoint not far ahead and was about to continue arching when he suddenly felt a hard tug on his shirt. With a twist of his head he couldn't help but freeze at the sight of the person behind him. The person tugging at him was a buxom woman in her mid-30s, her hair very disheveled at the moment, and disheveled. As soon as she raised her head, she locked eyes with Li Xingyue, with a begging look in her eyes. I'm sorry, I really can't squeeze in, and I saw that you squeezed in quite fast so. Li Xingyue froze not because of his body or his looks, but because this woman he recognized. Or met once. As she was watching, a few extra hands suddenly appeared on the woman's chest, and Li Xingyue looked at the group of men around the woman. Nodding toward the woman, hold on to me. With that, he turned straight back and continued to squeeze hard toward the front, and within a few minutes, he was in front of the security personnel. The woman behind him had been holding onto his shirt tightly, so at this point she had managed to break out of the crowd as well. Thank you, handsome. The woman said gratefully, then quickly straightened and dressed. It's fine. Li Xingyue nodded, then walked up and first went through a security machine, then was made to pay an entrance fee of 50 points. This entrance fee is something that Li Xingyu did not think of. According to this kind of activity should not be free, 50 although not a lot of it, but if you save it is also enough for a few days of meal money. But Li Xingyue didn't say anything, just hand it over, he's not that bad at 30-50. After the payment of money is considered to have officially entered the venue of today's activities, this time the venue is crowded, most people are gathered in 2s and 3s in a piece of chat. The scene was filled with laughter, and almost everyone was smiling, with a look of anticipation in their eyes. It looks like this Freedom Day is a pretty big day. Li Xingyue lit himself a cigarette and casually scanned around the scene and the crowd, slipping back and forth aimlessly. It had indeed been a long time since he had seen such a lively scene. I remember the last time he saw so many people was in Star Ocean City, the day he just crossed over, when the window was also similar to the present. As she was slipping away, her afterglow caught a glimpse of a figure, the voluptuous woman who had just grabbed her clothes. The woman had been following not far behind Li Xingyue since she entered the venue just now. Anything else, big sister? Li Xingyue didn't know what she wanted to do, so she walked over and opened her mouth to ask. The woman shook her head, no, just wanted to thank you again. Oh, that's all small change, you're welcome. After saying that, Li Xingyu was about to leave, but when he realized that the woman wanted to continue following again, he suddenly thought of what had just happened. Li Xingyue finally realized that it was the woman who was afraid of being bullied and molested again like just now, so she followed him. Thinking of this, Li Xingyue turned back. Big sister, how long have you joined the Freedom Society? Me? I'm only a couple months in. Well, what group are you in? I'm in group 9. 9 groups, that is a group with Lao Zhang. Remember Lao Zhang said that 8 groups and 9 groups are all third order strength. Li Xingyue nodded, so you're only at the 3rd rank, right? The woman's complexion darkened for a moment when she heard this, and she looked at Li Xingyue with a bitter smile. It's indeed the 3rd rank. In fact, I feel like I shouldn't have much of a problem breaking through to the 4th rank. It's just that. Just what? It's just that I don't have that much money and can't afford a 4th order evolutionary potion. Li Xingyue stared at the woman for a long time, and after a moment of contemplation, he took out a cigarette and handed it to the woman. I can get you a 4th order potion. But there's no such thing as a free lunch, big sister, you should know what I mean, right? Chapter 98. Okay, I understand. I'll go to your room tonight. The woman looked up at Li Xingyue after hearing this, her eyes dimmed a bit. She also knew that there was no free lunch in the world. When he first came into contact with Li Xingyue, he somehow inexplicably felt that this man was very secure, so he unconsciously moved closer to him. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person, but it was normal to think about it. After all, that was several thousand points. If he were to look for a prostitute, it was enough to keep him from carrying the same thing every day for a month or two. Thinking about it this way, she had kinda earned it. Thinking about this, the woman was somewhat relieved and looked at Li Xingyue once again with a bitter smile on her face. Okay, I understand. Tonight, I'll be in your room then. What? Li Xingyue was a bit confused. What the hell just came to my room? Big sister, you seem to be thinking a little too much, don't you? Li, do things openly and honestly. This life is open and honest. You are afraid that you have some misunderstandings about me. The woman was astonished after hearing this, not understanding why Li Xingyue would say this. Not you said there is no free lunch, so is not that you want to sleep with me? Suddenly, the woman looked at Li Xingyue's righteous look and suddenly understood, so he was pretending to be serious. The surface of the moral appearance, not good for women. In fact, the heart wants to not be able to. The woman is obviously not the kind of character with a deep heart. The thoughts in her heart are all written on her face. Li Xingyue can naturally see it, obviously still thinking that she wants to sleep with him. But it's normal, anyone would think so, if not for something, who would willingly spend thousands of points to a woman who has never met? Unless it's true love. But is there true love in the last days? At least until now Li Xingyue has not seen it, but it seems that Wang Feng is so mean to Wen. Big sister, you do overthink things. I don't think you remember me, do you? The woman was a bit puzzled and stared at Li Xingyue, hesitating for a moment. I don't think we've met before, right? I have no impression of you. Li Xingyue had known this was the case because the first time she met the woman she basically kept her head down the entire time, so she didn't really get a good look at the people around her. FYI, there was a preliminary exam to be taken one morning over 6 months ago, inside the outer city's body hunting precinct. Li Xingyue finished looking at the woman. The woman listened and kept mobilizing her brain's memory, finally remembering, a face of excitement. I remember. So, you were in the body hunter's bureau that day too, preparing for the exam? Yeah, I was there that day. The woman nodded, a smile all over her face. I didn't realize that we had met so long ago. I still remember the day quite well. Haha, right. Li Xingyue smiled awkwardly. He was only thinking of reminding the woman of her memories. He almost forgot that the woman was eating 2 chickens in a row that day. It wasn't another sad reminder for her. The woman didn't think about it that much, though, and only had a happy look on her face. That day was indeed quite memorable. You should remember, there was a man bragging about how he didn't die after being bitten by the Corpse King, and how he slept with the Corpse King and drank and chatted all day long. Haha, I really laughed at that time. Why do you look so ugly, brother? The woman couldn't help but ask when she saw Li Xingyue's face. She couldn't have imagined that the braggart was right in front of her at that time no matter what. But he really didn't brag. It's fine, my cheeks hurt a little, probably from blowing on something. So now to officially get acquainted, my name is Star Moon Li. The Li who eats and eats, the star who rises and falls, and the moon who is dark. The corner of the woman's mouth twitched in disbelief. It was the first time she had ever heard someone introduce themselves that way. Hello Star Moon, my name is Lu Qingqing. You can call me Sister Qing if you don't mind. Lu Qingqing graciously shook hands with Li Xingyue. Sister Qing, what do you do in the club now? When Li Xingyue asked this, she saw that Lu Qingqing's face was obviously a bit unnatural. It's okay to tell you, I'm not in the 8th group, now I mainly follow the other people in the club every day to ask for money and collect protection money. Occasionally in the evening. Occasionally you have to go and support the fifth group. Li Xingyue nodded, but was a bit puzzled when she heard the latter sentence. How come you're still going to support the other groups? I don't seem to have heard of the need for that, and I seem to remember that Group 5 does. Only then did Li Xingyu remember what Group 5 was in charge of, and finally realized why Lu Qingqing's face looked bad. You get added night after a day's work, who the can stand that? But thinking about Lu Qingqing's situation, he understood. It couldn't be helped, her looks weren't the particularly outstanding kind, but they were still a bit better looking than the average woman, not to mention her body was so good. If she was strong on her own or had someone to cover her, that would be fine, but she herself was only at the third rank, so relying on herself obviously wouldn't work. Someone covering? By the looks of her, it's obvious she doesn't either. From more than half a year ago until now, Li Xingyue didn't dare to think about what she had gone through, but people have their own destinies and he couldn't intervene. The fact that he was able to help her out today was entirely because Li Xingyue knew her, and the sympathy in his heart flooded him, and that's why he stepped in. Another one was also that Lu Qingqing gave him a good impression. Although Li Xingyue had not come to this world for a long time and did not know many people, he had also seen a lot of human ugliness. Although she had experienced so much, she was still relatively optimistic, which Li Xingyue appreciated more. Naturally she wanted to help, but she certainly wouldn't help for nothing. Sister Qing, remember what I just said, I can give you a fourth order potion, but not for nothing. Lu Qingqing nodded and subconsciously looked down at her body. I understand, I'll do whatever you want me to do. It's not for you to repay with your body, I haven't figured out what I want you to do yet, I'll talk to you when I do, don't worry, it's definitely something you can do. Seeing Li Xingyu's sincere eyes, Lu Qingqing was finally convinced that Li Xingyu really wasn't trying to make herself repay with her body. The eyes that looked at Li Xingyue couldn't help but change, their eyes filled with gratitude. Li Xingyue actually originally wanted her to protect Xiaoya, although Xiaoya was rescued last time, but it was not guaranteed that Zhou Hao would not send someone again. However, on second thought, even if Lu Qingqing rose to the fourth rank, her strength would actually be just like that. If there were more than fifth order or a few more fourth order, she wouldn't be able to stop them and would just call it quits. The two added WeChat and then casually chatted, and through chatting Li Xingyue gained a little more understanding of the Freedom Society and Freedom Day. It turns out that today is not just about having a general meeting and looking back at the past and looking forward to the future. I have heard that there will be further staff transfers, and the system of the society will be updated and the business will be adjusted. Some even said that they would add a few new presidents and vice presidents, as well as that they would go to other main cities to develop chapters. There's been a lot of talk about everything in the last few days, but of course these are all speculations, most of which are unreliable. Right next to the two were a number of people who were gathered in a group chatting about the day's events. Did you hear? I heard there's going to be a heavyweight guest today. Che, still heavyweight, it's not just the deputy director chief of the corpse hunting branch or our acting city lord. At best, they'll just come over and show themselves, and they'll be gone in a few minutes. Chapter 99, Your wife has a nice body. By the way, what this brother said is true. With their kind of rank and status, they are busy every day, and it's already quite a face saver for them to show up at a Yakuza organization like ours. And daycare, I think it's daycare for women. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't say anything like that, you'll be finished if it reaches the ears of those big shots. Yeah, okay, I'm not just telling you guys, we're all good brothers, can you still sell me out? Ha ha ha. Li Xingyue kept looking around and saw that many people were dressed in fancy clothes and had various tattoos tattooed on their bodies. There are over-shouldered dragons, big flower arms, and full backs, and even open-eyed Guangong and Tang Sanzangs. Brother, life is hard. These people on the field are worthy of being gangsters, and they all carry a sense of hostility, but of course, some things are afraid of comparison. Some of them look like that kind of mob boss level at a glance, not angry and authoritative, the depths of the eyebrows are all ferocious gas. But some people, how do they look like mental boys? The fierceness on the face is completely feigned, just like Dongsher, no matter how to pretend, it's just a clown in a shell. In his previous life, if Li Xingyue had accidentally mixed into this kind of place, the scene would have been the same as a little sheep accidentally getting lost and entering the territory of a wolf pack. But after all that, looking at it again now I can only say that it's just that. As he was looking at it, Li Xingyue suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to be here alone today. Damn, where is Tyrant? Turned his head to look around and found that there was no Tyrant figure at all. Where did this kid go? When he said that he would let him follow him to squeeze, did he not squeeze in? Air seems not to be able to it, the Ninth Order Corpse Emperor if even this cannot handle, that is too much food, forget it regardless. Li Xingyu and Lu Qingqing smoked 2 more cigarettes and chatted for a while, and the time slowly came to around 9:50 a.m. The sound of a loudspeaker came from the manor. Attention all members, approach the podium immediately now. Attention all members, approach the podium immediately now. The convention starts at 10 o'clock sharp. After these several horns sounded, all the scattered and gathered people in the manor all ran quickly and uniformly towards a high platform on the west side of the manor. Brothers charge! Quickly, quickly, we must grab the front row. I must admire the chairman Sama up close today. Hey, what are you running so fast for? Me? The captain just said for me to go and take a good spot for him, not to mention I've got to catch up. Chairman Sama, here I come. Oh ho ho, acting city lord, here I come. Because of the various rumors that had been divinely circulating before, many people believed that the acting city lord and all those big names of theirs would be present today. Many of the people at the scene had never actually been up close and personal with such big shots as the president, the city lord or the director. It had never even been seen before, so it was all unusually curious and excited at this point. Brother, let's go over there too, or we'll only be at the end of the line later. Lu Qingqing was a bit anxious. She actually came over today like most people, in order to see these big shots with her own eyes. But if you don't go, you can only be at the end of the crowd, which is hundreds of meters away from the podium, and it's impossible to see it. Li Xingyu nodded and was about to bring Lu Qingqing forward when she saw a group of people walking in at the gate just now. 2 of them were none other than Brother Saint and Brother Sanner, the deputy leader of Team 2. Not only that, Li Xingyu also saw Vice President Zhou Hao as well as his brother-in-law Xiao Chang. Those people around a few of them, Li Xingyu guessed that they should all be the various leaders in the club, such as the group leader, vice group leader or president or something like that. If it was an ordinary member surely arrived early, only those at the boss level would wait until the last cardinal entry point. When Li Xingyu was looking at them, they all looked at the 2 of them very silently as well. The reason is very simple, the scene of tens of thousands of people are all running to the podium direction, only the 2 stood still. Zhou Hao's face looked bad after he saw Li Xingyu, his eyes glared at him grimly, and with a cold snort, he directly walked towards the podium. Saint looked over at Li Xingyu with a smile on his face and couldn't help but wave at him as he started walking this way. Hello Brother Saint, hello Third Vice Group. Shang smiled and nodded, but on the contrary, Sango was pretending to be angry. What do you mean, you call Shang brother, but you call me deputy group? You say, is it that you don't see me as a brother? Li Xingyu hemmed and hawed, hey, wrong third brother. Sango smiled brightly at this, that's right. Li Xingyu directly pulled out cigarettes and gave one to Shang and San. Shang took a drag on his cigarette and patted Sango's shoulder. See, UD is just good at what he does, knowing that I love to smoke. As soon as I came here, he lit it up for me straight away. Brother Sana nodded his head, that's not so bad. I told you that UD is not a pool animal at first glance, and he will definitely be powerful in the future. Definitely powerful. Sango had wanted to yank some literature, but where was the ink in his stomach? He had just started his freshman year of high school at Liberty City first grade when he got kicked out of school because he got into a fight and injured a few of his classmates, so he was dropped out of school. Speaking of that fight, Sango was 1 person against 5 people, just this also froze and injured 4, the last one directly pissed his pants. Sango really do not want a dirty hands, which let him go. After that time, Sango became famous, so to speak, and joined the Yakuza directly after dropping out of school. Li Xingyu giggled and chatted with the 2 men as they made their way to the podium. Only Lu Qingqing was left alone, frozen in place. She hadn't met Saint, but she knew about the 3rd brother next to her, the deputy leader of the 2nd group, who could be said to be the top group in the club. Looking at the way Shang and Sango were walking just now, it was likely that Shang was above him. She didn't expect that a bigwig of this level in the club would actually talk so hotly with Li Xingyu, and if she didn't know that they weren't related by blood, she would have thought that a few of them were blood brothers. But didn't Li Xingyu say that he was only at the 4th rank? And he was still in the 6th group, how could he strike up a conversation with them? Lu Qingqing really couldn't figure it out. Hey, Sister Ching, hurry up, the conference will start soon. Li Xingyu turned around and realized that Lu Qingqing was still standing in the same place and directly shouted. Only then did Lu Qingqing come back to her senses and hurriedly ran this way. Brother Saint was a bit curious just now, and he finally couldn't help but speak up at this time. Older brother, is that one your wife? Seems to be a few years older than you, right? Brother Sanner looked at the running Lu Qingqing, rubbed his chin and smacked his lips, nodding uncontrollably. Gee, your wife has a good figure. When she runs, the two white rabbits are bouncing. Chapter 100, You're afraid you have some misconceptions about being weak, don't you? Sango's eyes went a little straight as she looked at him, but she quickly withdrew her gaze and turned her head to find Li Xingyue and Shang both staring at him with a strange expression on their faces. Only then reacted to what he just said was too inappropriate, could not help but some red face, hastily explained, Sorry old brother, just now some cannot help it, you do not see the blame huh, really not on purpose. Don't worry I'll never. Li Xingyue smiled and shook his head, She's not my wife, I'm still single, this is one of my sisters, nice person. Lu Qingqing also ran to the side of the several people at this time, panting, but quickly forced herself to calm down, and then stood behind Li Xingyue's backside in a formal manner. She was still a bit nervous in front of Saint and Sango, even though these two were not as high as the president's status level as those, they were still in the society of 10,000. Sango looked at her like this for some reason and liked the timid energy, so she took a step forward and extended her right hand, looking at her with what she thought was a very gentle smile on her face. Hello beautiful, I'm Sainer, what's your name? Lu Qingqing was startled to see third brother smile and cautiously extended her right hand, Hello third vice leader, my name is Lu Qingqing, I'm a member of Team 8. Oh, so it's Qingqing, how old are you? Huh? I 32. We're actually the same age. What a coincidence. Lu Qingqing heard her third brother yell really scared her. Saint, on the other hand, looked puzzled, Sana you're not 29, oh. Before Saint could finish his sentence, Sango hurriedly covered her mouth. Saint you remembered wrong. After saying that, Brother Sanner looked at Lu Qingqing, Qingqing, let's go, the conference will start soon. Lu Qingqing nodded with a complicated face, good, then. Can you let go of your hand now? Sainer looked down and realized he was still holding his hand and hadn't released it, and couldn't help but let out a sarcastic laugh. Sorry, I forgot just now. Sango led Lu Qingqing forward by asking questions. Behind him, Li Xingyue and Saint exchanged glances. What's the situation? I don't know, like he's interested in her? Seriously? It's not for fun, is it? How should I know, it doesn't look like it. The two finished and followed forward, by now the front of the podium was packed with people, everyone wanted to push forward, but unfortunately the line had already formed. You and Lu Qingqing come with us to the front. Li Xingyue nodded her head and smiled brightly, that's exactly what I meant, Brother Saint and I really do have a heart-to-heart. Get out of here, meathead. By the way, you're kind of here today, there's a few big shots coming to this event, you shouldn't even have seen them, just in time to recognize them. Shang brought Li Xingyue all the way forward, the two of them were talking and laughing, this scene was naturally seen clearly by those people beside them, and they couldn't help but all be a little curious. Who's the new face next to Brother Saint? Why haven't I seen him before? I don't know, the bigwigs in the club have basically been seated just now. Then who is this person, and why does he look so close to Saint? Hiss, I think I've seen this guy before, just yesterday in front of Paradise Bar. I remembered when you said that, so he's that ruthless guy from yesterday. What ruthless man? Are you guys talking about that weak kid? Too weak to fight? You're afraid you have some misunderstanding of weak against the wind, right? One person against dozens, and even sent those dozens flying. What do you call this weak against the wind? Agreed. I witnessed that battle with my own eyes, the fight was really dim. You saw it with your own eyes? Wasn't yours the first one up there yesterday? He was knocked out as soon as he got up there, tisk. So what? I want to ask, who is Saint? Shang brother do not know, you still mix a dara. Paradise Bar itself was in a good location on the main street, and there were usually a lot of people coming and going, and yesterday there would have been 100 or 200 people surrounding Li Xingyue. When the fight broke out many people came over to join in the fun, so there were as many as 300 to 400 people who had actually seen Li Xingyue last night. And then after another night of spreading and festering, at least 1,000 people on the scene knew about last night's events. At this time, they all looked at Li Xingyue again with admiration, there was no way most people had the mentality of admiring the strong. Now that I look at it, it's not surprising that he's able to walk with Saint and have a laugh. The two of them walked over to the seats closest to the podium, where a number of people were already seated, all of them the bosses of the club, and Sango had already sat down with Lu Qingqing. The two then sat down next to each other as well. Lu Qingqing was amused by Sango from time to time, it seemed that the two of them were chatting quite well, and whenever she laughed, Sango would look frozen and then giggle along with her. Li Xingyue couldn't help but see the corner of her mouth twitch as she looked to the nearby Shang. How long his third brother had to be sick for? Sang pondered for a moment. It wasn't long. It started after meeting Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing and Sangdo naturally overheard the conversation between the two and both blushed. You two talk a lot, smoke. Handing the two of them a cigarette each and lighting it, Sangdo started talking to Lu Qingqing again. At this time the front of this seating area is almost full of people. After all, the General Assembly will soon begin. Even if it is the leadership of the meeting, it will not be stuck in the point so dead. But the leftmost group of the 10,000 or so people in the rear all looked to the left rear of the group at that moment. For no other reason than the fact that someone was walking over there, a well-built man in a suit. The man was carrying a case of beer in his left hand, and was clutching an open bottle of wine in his right hand and kept sipping it as he slowly walked in the direction of the podium. No, who is this drunkard again? Who knows, this one is really unseen. He's too ugly. Damn. We don't even accept people based on their looks, it's too much of a downgrade. This brother has a good point, but isn't it time for you to look in the mirror? Tyrant ignored the group that was pointing at him and kept walking forward. Look at this look is probably a rash, but also delusion to sit in the big brother area. Wait, we'll have him suffer. The tyrant quickly made his way to the exclusive seating area and smoothly took the last seat, placing the left-handed wine case on the floor and looking forward to slowly sip his wine. He sat so soon someone noticed him, is responsible for the seat of the person. This person is the old man in the meeting of the big and small leaders of the boss. He is clear. That's why he was put in charge of the job, fearing that some of his men would not know the rules or otherwise sit in these positions. The conference was about to start, and he thought he could finally take a break to smoke a cigarette, but he didn't expect a person to come in at the last minute. Damn, another. The man carefully walked around the stool and up to the tyrant, lowering his voice and glaring at him. Don't you know who gets to sit here, you ugly bastard? Get the hell out of here. After saying that, seeing that tyrant didn't move, he directly grabbed his collar and looked at him viciously. Don't you know what's good for you? I can talk to you nicely now. If those bosses up front hear you later, you won't get out alive. Tyrant stared at him and nodded expressionlessly. Got it, can't let the bosses hear. After saying that, he stood up and took a large gulp of wine, the bottle quickly bottoming out, then lifted the bottle and slammed it down hard on the ground. Snap. Chapter 101, City Lord, please remember this name. This was not a small sound, and it directly made the group of high-level bosses sitting in front of them all turn their heads back. At this time the man beside Tyrant was sweating. Just now Tyrant stood up. He thought he was being talked into leaving. He didn't expect to come this way. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. The man was scared and angry at the moment, scared because he was being blamed by his own boss, and angry because of the tyrant's behavior. Shang and Saner both looked at the tyrant, and naturally, Li Xingyue saw it as well, covering her face and not knowing what to say. How can this cause trouble as soon as it arrives? It really does whatever it wants just because it's strong. Seeing that many of the bosses were looking displeased, the man directly swung his fist about to slam into the tyrant, but in the next second, he was kicked away. After that kick, several people not far away rushed this way, apparently trying to get control of the tyrant. Seeing this, Li Xingyue hurriedly voiced out, Stormy, come here. Tyrant looked over when he heard Li Xingyue's voice, then revealed a smile. Saint looked surprised. Why, is this one your friend too? Li Xingyue nodded and smiled awkwardly. Yes, this is my sworn brother, Storm. Shang nodded. This brother of yours has good hands, and his body looks good. It's just this face, and his temper doesn't seem to be very good. The few people who were originally planning to rush over stopped in their tracks and turned around to walk back to their original positions when they saw Tyrant sitting next to Li Xingyue and Saint. It turned out that this man was one of Saint's men, so there was no way for them to make a move. Li Xingyue was introduced to Shang and a few people from San. Brother Saint, third brother, sister Qing, introduce, this is my brother Storm. Stormy, call someone. Tyrant glanced at Li Xingyue, and then looked at several people. Without speaking, he just nodded expressionlessly from one to another, counting it as a greeting. After finishing it was time to crack open another beer and drink it by himself. Shang and Sango looked at each other. Oh, you're a bit quiet for a brother. Li Xingyue let out a laugh. Yes, he's like this, introverted and shy, not good at talking. Don't take offense guys, huh? Shang shook his head. No, but brother Stormy has a good capacity for alcohol. He actually brought a whole case. At the mention of wine, the tyrant's originally unruffled eyes finally flickered for a moment, pulling out 2 bottles of wine and handing them over. The whole point? Ha ha ha, brother Stormy is really temperamental. Okay, just when I'm thirsty, then I'll make a whole bottle. Saint took the beer and drank it. The 5 men then opened up with a bottle of wine in each of their arms.
Silence, everyone. The assembly will now begin.
First of all, let's welcome our president and a few heavyweight guests to the stage, everyone. As soon as the words fell, Li Xingyue heard thunderous applause from behind. Immediately afterward, several people came out of the room behind the podium. Li Xingyue didn't expect that the one at the head of the group was actually the Steel City's city lord, Xu Sheng. The old boy actually hasn't left yet. The scholar looked at the crowd on the stage with a warm smile, then sat down on the centermost seat on the podium. Immediately behind him was a man about his age, burly and with a slight look of arrogance on his face, who sat down next to the scribe. Then after that came 2 middle-aged men who were nearly around 50 years old together. One man was dressed in a tang suit with a visible scar on his face, and although he was smiling, his entire aura was that of a gangster. The other man wore a uniform and had an unruffled, righteous face. This was followed by another middle-aged man around 40 years old. This person had a cunning hidden between his eyebrows, and although he was smiling, how did he look like a smiling tiger? After these 5 people came out a few more, and soon all of them took their seats. The host on the sideline spoke again. Well, I can already hear the excitement in everyone's applause. I'm sure you all don't quite recognize these people beside me, do you? If I don't say it, you guys definitely won't be able to guess. Then it's up to me to introduce you all. First of all, the one who came out at the head is the city lord of our neighboring city, Iron City, Lord Scholar. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard exclamations of shock all over the bottom, followed by countless shouts. Steel City Lord, that's the city lord, my god, actually coming to our Freedom Club. Lord Booker City, look here, my name is Triple X, please remember this name. Lord Shusheng City, look at me, I want to give you children. The arena was directly boiling, and everyone's face was agitated. The scribe was very flattered to see this, and stood straight up and greeted everyone with a smile. Holy, this Steel City Lord is here, so what are the identities of those other ones? At this point everyone was waiting for the host to speak again. Everyone is really enthusiastic. Then I'll continue with the introduction. The second person to come out is the acting city lord of our free city, Lord Longyan. Holy, it's our city lord. There was another commotion in the arena. Everyone had pulled out their cell phones since a while ago and started taking pictures or videos non-stop. Dragonite didn't get up and gave the host a hand signal to take the microphone. Greetings, my free city subjects, I am Longyan, your city lord. Ha 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 ha. Dragonite finished with a big laugh out loud and kept enjoying the blowouts and chants from the stage. Oh, everyone is really enthusiastic, so I'll introduce next, this one in a tang suit, guess who? Alright, I'm not going to sell the story, I'm going to make a grand introduction now. He's the president of our Freedom Society. Ah! This is the president. It's our president. I'm crying, I finally met the chairman today. Oh, I want to cry too, it's been 5 days since I joined the club and finally I get to see the president. Whoops, huh? All you up, you've only been in for 5 days, you're crying my ass off. I've been a member for 2.5 years and I've only just seen it. It seems that the previous rumors were true, the ones who came today are really big shots. This time, the shouts were obviously even higher than the previous 2 city lords, and all of them were flushed and shouting in excitement. The scholar didn't have much of a reaction and was always smiling, but Long Yen did feel a little displeased. The president slowly stood up and took the microphone and looked down, a few tired looks evident on his face, though he still raised a smile. Hello everyone, I'm President Gao Chang. I'm very glad that everyone can come to our general meeting today, and I also thank you for the contributions you've made to the club for a long time. After saying that, Gao Chang sat down, and Long Yen beside him couldn't help but snort coldly. Che, it's just a gang leader, I really don't understand what these people have to be excited about. Chapter 102, My Dad is the Godfather. Gao Chang didn't get angry when he heard Long Yan's words and still wore a smile on his face. What City Lord Long Yan said is true, it's probably just because I don't show my face often. Long Yan snorted coldly, I guess so. Next up is a heavyweight guest as well. The host pointed to the uniformed middle-aged man. This is the Lord Director of our Liberty City's corpse hunting branch. Holy, this is the first time I've seen a big chief in all the time I've been in the corpse hunting squad. I didn't realize the big chief actually looked like this. Li Xingyue narrowed his eyes to look at the sub-commissioner. It was also the first time he had seen it. This person and Uncle Wang's temperament was very similar, both of them were full of righteousness. There were quite a few people on the scene who had joined the corpse hunting squad, and most of them hadn't quit yet, so he was still considered their leader. Hello everyone, I'm Branch Chief Jungkook. Director Jungkook stood up and greeted everyone before sitting down. The next person, who is actually also a big shot in our free city, is the leader of all the adjudicators in our free city, that is, the head adjudicator, Lord Wangdong. Holy, he's the chief ruler? Tisk, looks like he's not a good guy either. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't you want to hang out? That's right, this one has a lot of power too, it's easy to get you killed. Li Xingyue stared at Wang Dong. Indeed, he did not look like a good person, and on the contrary, he was still sitting in the position of ruling chief. The rulers themselves were in charge of the city's security, but Li Xingyue's impression of the rulers was simply bad. It seemed that he, the chief ruler, must be partly to blame for the ruler becoming what it was. If it wasn't for this Wang Dong's hard connections, I'm afraid he would have been pulled off the stage long ago. The few who came out after Wang Dong were all some second in command, and the reaction of the others was not so enthusiastic. All guests have been introduced, our conference will now officially begin. First of all, I'd like to invite our president to say a few words. After a round of applause, Gao Chang stood up and raised the microphone. We, the Free Society, have spent 15 years, from before the end of the world until now. Thank you to the old people for their unfailing support, and welcome the newcomers. I'm going to start off here by giving everyone a heads up that this annual meeting is different. There are a couple of big decisions and some changes in the club. First things first, our Free Society will join a few honorary presidents, the ones you just saw. Gao Chang reached out and signaled the scholar, Long Yan, and Wang Dong beside him. The second thing is that our Freedom Society will be traveling to several other cities to develop chapters this year, and this will be sent out as a detailed notice later. Anyone who wants to go forward to support the development of the chapter can go and sign up on their own when the notice goes out. Let me disclose that there are a few president and vice president and group leader positions that are currently vacant. Everyone was abuzz at these words. They didn't expect this year's annual meeting to be so bombastic. Not only have several big names become their honorary presidents, but they are going to develop 4 more chapters. Many had already jumped up, most of them were not too happy with their current positions, and since there was an opportunity to develop the branch, it was clear that they all had hopes of rising. Who does not want to go out with dozens of little brothers behind him? That seemed not to mention how dignified. As long as they go out, it means they have a chance, even if they are not strong, but they will all definitely be short of people at the beginning of the new division, so their chance will not come. I'm done talking. After Gao Chang sat down, he twisted his head to look at a few people around him, meaning did anyone want to say something? Everyone else shook their heads, except for Dragonite, who took the microphone. There will be a wine banquet later, it's my Long Yan's gift to everyone to meet you, so eat well and drink well. Ha 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 ha. The moment these words came out, the following people were shouting, all of them touting Long Yan. Oh ho, Lord City Lord is mighty. It's still our Lord City Lord. Long Yan looked at the people below with a smile and slightly sidestepped to look at Gao Chang. President Gao, I've invited you to the banquet today, but I don't have much money. What do you think, President Gao? Gao Chang was obviously used to Long Yan's shameless face for a long time and looked at Long Yan with a calm face. Then thank you for your kindness, City Lord Long Yan, your treat today, I'll pay the bill. Ha ha ha, it's still President Gao who knows how to behave. Since you said so, then I won't be polite to you. While the conference was going on, the open space in the distance had already begun to be set up for the reception, which covered a very large area due to the fact that it was going to serve tens of thousands of people. The drinks stretched far and wide next to each other, stacked on top of each other and already piled up into a small mountain, and a constant stream of vehicles entered at the gates of the estate, unloading boxes of food. Once the venue is set up, everyone can get started. Li Xingyue looked back and realized that the reception venue was divided into several areas, one of which only had a large table that could accommodate about 10 people, and it was also the most luxuriously decorated there. There was another area not far from it, an area with several tables that looked like it could hold 40 to 50 people, and it seemed to be for these higher-ups in the exclusive seating area. Next to that were dozens of tables, capable of seating several hundred people, all of which should have been prepared by the mid-levels one level further down. In turn, the back of the setup gets simpler and simpler. By now the time had come to about 12 o'clock, just in time for the main meal, and the venue was completely set up. The ones at the podium went ahead of the others to the large round table and sat down. These executives in the exclusive seating area then got up and headed toward the second venue, where everyone basically sat down at a table with someone they were more connected to. Shang and Li Xingyue, 5 people are directly find an empty table to sit down. The first field and the second field or someone special in the side is responsible for taking the food and drinks. Do not need these big shots and high-ranking people get up to get their own. Li Xingyue gave each of the 4 men a cigarette. Now I'm allergic to the word smoke, I can't stop thinking about it when I see it. Hey, Brother Saint, how come there are suddenly a few more honorary presidents here, and they have to develop branches?
What does the president think about that? Li Xingyue couldn't help but be a little curious. Saint shook his head and bristled. Who knows what that old man thinks, but it's clear that there are some things he doesn't want, but there's nothing he can do about it. Li Xingyue nodded with seeming understanding. It seems that there is a hidden agenda here. But Saint, you call the chairman an old man, don't you? Sheng smiled. I'm used to calling it, of course, I still call it Uncle Gao in front of his old man. Uncle Gao, looks like you're on good terms with the chairman. Saint nodded. It's good, he and my dad are old friends, that's why I call him Uncle Gao. Oh, and your father is? Saint looked at Li Xingyue and contemplated for a moment, then slowly spoke. Forget it, it's okay to tell you, my father is the godfather. Saint Yu, are you serious? Is your father really, is that one Lord Godfather? The words came out of Sango's mouth in direct shock, but luckily he wasn't loud enough for anyone to hear him. Li Xingyue and Lu Qingqing didn't understand why third brother reacted so strongly. Tyrant, on the other hand, couldn't help but look at Saint with a hint of surprise in his eyes as well. Chapter 103 The God in the Hearts of All the Gangsters. Why are you reacting so strongly, Sango? Who is the Godfather? Sango was even more surprised when Li Xingyue said this. You're not, have you even heard of Lord Godfather's name? He's the leader of the biggest gang, the Nine Dragons Society. Not only that, he's also the recognized leader of the underworld. And it's still ninth order strength, in a word, he's a god in the hearts of all the gangsters. I can't believe you don't even know that, so what the hell kind of gangster are you? Sango finished this turn. Li Xingyue and Lu Qingqing began to be shocked. Li Xingyue is completely did not expect Sheng actually is a black second generation. And the best black second generation of all time. Li Xingyue hurriedly lit a cigarette for Brother Saint. Brother Saint, you're hiding deep enough to have such a horrible background. And your father, my grandpa, is actually a ninth order powerhouse. You're here to experience life in the folklore, right? I haven't seen a ninth order yet when I was growing up. Tyrant heard this face of speechless. This guy is really full of words. Have not seen the ninth order? How dare you say it? Li Xingyue gave Saint a thumbs up. I didn't realize you were the real young master. Come young master, I'll drink to you. Sheng brother looked at Li Xingyue and couldn't help but laugh and scold. Net ing bull, let's give me this set of ow. Saint took a sip of the wine that had just been served and couldn't help but look around, and when he turned his head, he saw Tyrant drinking with his face as usual. After he spoke his identity, Li Xingyue's three people were all stunned. On the contrary, this tyrannical Z brothers didn't seem to show any surprise and remained calm. Brother Tyrant, what rank of strength are you? Tyrant took a sip of his wine and looked at Saint. Me? Less than the 10th rank. Ha ha, you're quite humorous for a stormy brother. Sango directly burst out in joy, and Lu Qingqing also revealed a smile. It was the first time they had heard this kind of answer. Brother Saint froze for a moment, then also revealed a smile. It seems Brother Stormy is deeply hidden. Knowing that Tyrant had said this because he didn't want to disclose it, Saint didn't pursue the matter any further. He is also idle nothing some curiosity to find a topic just, in his opinion, although the Tyrant body hand is good, but at the top of the day is also a 6 or 7 orders only. Then what are you doing here if you're not enjoying life at home, Brother Saint? It's easy for you to do whatever you want with your family. Li Xingyue and some curiosity up, so powerful background, that also came out to blindly sneak what, really not Li's sister. Third brother also nodded. Right, Saint brother, what are you trying to do? I know the power of your family, the whole Aurora City is so big your family can be said to only cover the sky. Saint froze for a moment, then shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. It's not as simple as you think, I'm not an only child. I've got a brother and a sister up there, and that old thing my dad's got a lot of righteous sons. You guys listen and think it's quite scenic, but in reality, harm. Anyway, I came here a large part of the compulsion. Okay, not to talk about this, there will be a chance to talk about it later. Drink. Li Xingyue quietly sidled up to Tyrant's side and inquired in a whisper into his ear, have you heard of this godfather? Tyrant's face was as normal, he nodded cryptically and replied in the same low voice, this godfather is a lord. That Santa was right just now, his family really does have only one hand in Aurora City. But his family is indeed more complicated. The several righteous sons that the godfather has taken in are all very good, and the strongest among them is also of the 9th rank, which is the current Aurora City's city lord, codename Uncanny. Li Xingyue was a bit puzzled. Then to put it that way, shouldn't his family be solid as gold, with not many people daring to mess with it? Tyrant shook his head. In the last few years, the godfather's men and these righteous sons have been moving around a lot, and I suspect that someone is trying to get to the top. The godfather letting this saint come over is probably protection in disguise as well. Li Xingyue nodded. Right, which of the two of them, Sister and Blood Moon, are in Aurora City? The blood moon is in Aurora and the sisters are in Radiance. Li Xingyue was a bit surprised, followed by a look of worry. The water in this Aurora city can be quite deep, these two are of the 9th rank, won't she be in danger? Tyrant laughed a little, it's fine, the Godfather has been sitting in his base camp, he doesn't come out easily, even if Blood Moon really takes on Uncanny, even if he can't beat him, he can still run, and… Tyrant paused and continued, you probably still don't understand the strength of Blood Moon and Sister, don't underestimate them just because they're girls, if they really go all out, even Shura and I. Li Xingyue roughly heard it and summarized it by saying that the Blood Moon and the nuns were just a little bit powerful. Since this was the case, he was relieved, and now that he thought about it, it was no wonder that Blood Moon had chosen Aurora City because it was the economic capital before the end of the world. The city itself is a metropolis, with big shopping malls all over the place, with endless numbers of beautiful clothes, shoes, and bags. You can understand Arc City, Glory City, Aurora City, and Steel City as the north, south, and deep kind of thing, while Freedom City is just a small garbage level, 1 or 2 grades lower than all 4 of them. By the way, Brother Saint, then was it because of the background behind you that the previous city lord of Steel City, Bookman, let me off the hook? Shang raised his head to look at Li Xingyue. That must be it, he wanted to find my old man, but the old man can't see anyone easily now, so he found me later. Be careful with that man, he's not such a good bird, he's similar to this acting city lord Longyan of ours. But Longyan City is a poor comparison to the scholar. This Longyan is actually strong enough to be the city lord with his strength of the 8th rank, but he's always wanted to be the lord of Arc City or several other main cities. But the position of the city master is a carrot, he had no way to be transferred over, but just said to be an agent, in order to wait for the opportunity to transfer away. This person is arrogant and haughty, in fact, if he can come to terms with things a little bit, and can lower his stance and speak nicely with the Arc City's top management, it's not impossible to hang out a position over there. Unfortunately, it's ruined by his character. Li Xingyue twisted her head to look at Long Yan and realized that what was said was really not true at all. At this moment, Long Yan was sitting on the table, waiting for President Gao Chang to pour the wine. Eating while still spitting out the food was hard to eat. Talking to a few other deputy directors of bureau, the chief ruler was also not at all polite. On the contrary, the scholar was always smiling, and every now and then he got up and went to the others to toast. That smile was really like a spring breeze. Everyone he drank with was all smiles and well received. Sango took a sip of her drink and looked at the clock. It's about time. What almost? Li Xingyue was a bit puzzled. Sango smiled mysteriously. Naturally, it's battle time, look over there. Li Xingyu looked in the direction of Sango's finger and realized that at the entrance of the manor suddenly poured in hordes and hordes of women. Everyone was basically dressed to cool off and some even actually. Don't go yet, I'll say a few words. Talk to the brothers about the battle crash. First of all, I'll admit that it did fall apart in writing a bit. Li Xingyue half a year to rise to the 6th order, look is a little faster, but also okay, for the plot needs to be well. Then there is the question of the 8th and 9th orders. Since I'm really inexperienced in writing for the first time and I can't write an outline yet, I'm just making it up as I go along every day, so. But this one's okay. Just to let you know, it doesn't matter how it was before, but I'll be writing some 8th and 9th order strength characters out afterward. People don't need to worry about so many strong people of the human race, then won't Tyrant Shura and the others be destroyed very easily? I can responsibly tell you that it won't. After all, not everyone has the fearlessness of the world at heart. Not that there aren't great people out there, but there are still very few people like Uncle Wang in the end times, most of them are preserving their own interests. If the zombies were really exterminated, then the human infighting would surely begin. In addition to say a little more things, temporarily do not consider adding more, after all, the current editor is always easy to card text, now 2 chapters a day can basically afford, of course, if the gift to give too much, that when I did not say, spell death I also out. One last thing. I'm not a good writer I admit, and my brothers should be able to tell that the text I wrote is not quite the same as the usual post-apocalyptic, even though it's the same old zombie elements. The same look at what is interesting to write not the same, but not the same means that there is nothing to learn from things, all their own fumble, you can curse, but do not curse too hard to hear I can go down on the field of the curse ow. If the writing feels okay, I hope you can give a. Chapter 10 for the battle has been fought. Among the group of women, there were a few other cars shuttling around, soon pulling up ahead of them to the first field and the second field where Li Xingyue and the others were. Immediately afterward, a number of staff members came forward carrying tall, thick boards and began to put them together quickly. Soon they were isolated from the president's table, and the partition between their side of the top and the middle side was installed. Then those cars next to one after another down a lot of women, really fat and thin, what type of style body all have. But without exception are very beautiful. Of course these most extreme women have gone to the president's side of the table, a total of about more than 10 it. And Li Xingyu and their piece also came over about 70 to 80. The quality of these was slightly inferior to the president's side, but they were also of a very high quality kind. And the middle and lower levels and regular members also have a share, only the quality gets worse and worse. But what's the point of this thing? After all, it's free, so what's the point of picking? Most people are happy, grabbing to go and pick their favorite, and some will argue or even fight over picking the same one. After all, they are all gangsters, hostile, but basically there is no one to stop. This kind of scene is commonplace to everyone, and now it is just as good as a hilarious to drink. Only at this moment did Li Xingyue understand what Sanner meant when she said that it was time for battle, and what she said was really true, and it was really a battle that had been fought. Snapped. Just now, before these women came, most of the executives went to the president's table one after another to toast, without any other reason. They all wanted to mix their faces in front of these big shots. Only Shang and the few of them did not move, the others were fine, except for acting city lord Long Yan and ruling chief Wang Dong, who looked this way, some dissatisfaction clearly visible in their eyes. But they had been coping with the drinking and hadn't said anything. The top brass toasted the big shots, and these middle brass naturally came to toast them, the top brass. At this time there are still many people are still coming over one after another to toast. Of course, most of them are first to toast the neighboring table of the vice president, and then come to the table of Brother Saint. Sacred team leader, third vice leader, I'm the captain of team 13 of team 7, I'll toast to both of you, I'll drink up as you please. Saint group leader, third vice group, I'm the vice captain of team 1, group 5. You encouraged me to do a good job last summer, and I've remembered it until today, thanks to you. I'm dry. Most of the people who saw Li Xingyue and Tyrant after the toast were hesitant for a moment, wondering if they should toast them as well. However, these two people were really raw in the face. Of course some people were more cautious and made a toast. But Li Xingyue didn't know them at all, and really wasn't in much of a mood to drink, so she just simply coped and finished. After about half an hour or so, the toast of this only ended. Many people are in a hurry to go back, after all, there are still a lot of people waiting behind them to toast them. Older brother, Brother Storm, see which one you like and pick it. Saint pointed to the woman standing in the empty space next to them, waiting to be picked. Li Xingyue took a look, don't say, they are all really quite good, to have a figure, to have a model. The person in charge of this is a real connoisseur, from 18 to 38 years old, slim or plump, it really all comes together. When there was a chance, Li Xingyue really wanted to pay a visit to this godly man. You and Sango pick first, I'm in no hurry. Saint laughed a little, I'm not really interested in that, San, or do you want to? Sango was chatting with Lu Qingqing and froze for a moment after being asked, then righteously refused. Shang, please don't joke about this, I'm not interested in any of this either. Shang and Li Xingyue glanced at each other. It seems that because of Lu Qingqing, Brother Sanner can't liberate his nature. So the Storm brothers pick too? The tyrant shook his head and raised his glass, looking into it with deep eyes. I have it enough. Brother Saint covered his face and couldn't help but laugh out. Come on, there's no one at our table, so it's just as well, we don't have to worry about anything when we chat. The other tables had long since picked out the women of their choice, and a number of them had asked for two straight away. Zhou Hao and Xiao Chang were just like that, sandwiching the two of them on the left and right, and both of them were smiling lewdly, their mouths almost grinning to the back of their heads. However, Li Xingyu realized that Lu Feng, who was also the vice president, he actually didn't ask for any of them and just drank silently. This guy is a bit interesting, but why isn't Lu Shuang by his side? With a level like his, bringing Lu Shuang to sit here is absolutely no problem at all. Brother Sharp, this is all done according to your wishes today, and we have all the liquid ace girls for June shaking and thinking of you on stage. Do you see anything else missing? Not bad, it's the effect I was looking for, hard work, go ahead and pick two to play with, there's nothing else going on right now. Hey! Well, thanks Sharp. Li Xingyue was drinking her wine when she suddenly heard Lu Shuang's voice in her ear, and when she turned her head, she realized that he was talking to someone. After saying that, he walked towards Lu Feng's table, scanning these 7 or 8 tables in the high-rise area as he walked, nodding his head as he looked, but frowned when he saw the last table. Then came over to this side, just to see, and he was right in the face of the Sanner brother, suddenly opened his mouth and smiled. Yo, Sanner brother drinking it, what's going on here, how did you not pick a few, is not there no satisfaction? Tell you what, I'll go find a few more for you and Saint. Sanner looked up and realized it was Lu Shuang. Oh, it's Shuang Zia, so what, I'm not interested in these. The corner of Lu Shuang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Third brother, you're my regular guest for Jun Shuo. Before Lu Shuang could finish speaking, he saw brother Sanner blinking frantically, and then he looked at Lu Qingqing next to him. Oh, harm, it's my fault for remembering, ha, then why didn't brother Saint and these brothers pick a few? Is it because these girls of mine are not to their liking? Saint smiled a bit. There's definitely nothing wrong with your vision, Shuang, it's just that I'm really not interested, and neither are these two brothers of mine. Lu Shuang, this is really doubtful, how this are not interested in women. What are you kidding me, there are men who are not good at this. No, hardly? Thinking of this, Lu Shuang instantly understood, smilingly walked up and patted a person in front of him who was turning his back on him. Brother, I get it, it's okay ha, we also have male pussy here, you tell me what kind you want, I'll go get it for you right away. Li Xingyu felt the force coming from her shoulder, she couldn't help but let out a happy voice, Lu Shuang, this guy is really interesting. Just now, he was wondering who this godly man was, but it turned out to be him. Li Xingyu should have guessed it long ago. But the fact that he actually wanted to go off on a tangent, and wanted to find him a male maiden, made Li Xingyu want to tease him. Thinking of this, Li Xingyu directly raised her hand and stroked Lu Shuang's hand while speaking. But I want you, cool brother. Chapter 105, Old Stormy, are you a virgin? When Li Xingyu said this, everyone except Tyrant was shocked for a moment. Tyrant shook his head, realizing that this guy was going to start screwing up again. People like bigger ones, I wonder if Brother Sharps is bigger? Li Xingyu came back with another blast. Lu Qingqing's original good impression of Li Xingyu had all disappeared at this point. Sheng and Sanner were also looking at him in amazement, and Sheng was next to him, and at that moment, he also unconsciously moved his stool to the side. The most difficult is Lu Shuang, his scalp now a burst of numbness, all over the body goosebumps, want to grab the handbag, but found that the man in front of him is very strong. It was like a vice, so he couldn't even yank it out. The thoughts in Lu Shuang's head had been messed up beyond recognition, he always had a strange feeling, but due to his nervousness and fear, it resulted in this feeling that he couldn't catch at all. Dude, who just called my name? This way brother, I have something now, let's talk next time. Scratch that, look at you, sit down. Li Xingyu turned back and slapped Lu Shuang's stomach. So it's you, I said, the voice sounded familiar. Lu Shuang saw that it was Li Xingyu, then he put his heart down, wiped the sweat on his head and sat down next to him with his butt. Damn, I really thought I'd run into a pervert, it scared the out of me. You're also really, why don't you pick a few to go? Do you think it's unattractive or something? I'll find you 10 or 8 more. The three Shang brothers heard the two talking, which made them realize that Li Xingyu was just fooling around. That won't be necessary, today it's only about drinking, not about the wind and moon. Li Xingyu said with a righteous face. Lu Shuang skimmed his lips, okay, then you guys nag first, I'll go find my brother for a while, I'll come over later, let's have a drink. Li Xingyu nodded, go. Shang gave Li Xingyu a thumbs up, you could be a god with that acting just now. Haha, that's bound to happen. Sanner also nodded in agreement, that Thai energy can really be said to be as good as fake. Sango, you're a real chatterbox. By the way, how do you know Lu Shuang? Li Xingyu recalled and smacked her lips, Aya, that's a long story, things still have to start from. Well, needless to say, drink. The two of us just don't fight, in fact, we don't know each other for a long time, but he's a person who looks okay, except for the moral aspect may be almost interesting. Lu Shuang went straight to Lu Feng's table after leaving from Li Xingyu's table, probably because everyone else knew that he would come, so there was always an empty seat next to Lu Feng. Brother, I'm back. Lu Feng nodded, hungry, eat something first. Lu Shuang sat down directly after the clip up the dishes to eat up. He this morning is also considered to be a half day of planning, even the water is not much to drink, the stomach has long been nothing. By the way brother, I just saw Li Xingyu at Saint's table. Lu Feng glanced over there, I just came and saw it, he and brother Saint should be on good terms now, they're always together. Lu Feng pondered for a moment, this Li Xingyu I have not been able to figure out, aren't you still on good terms with him, you can try to get in touch again. Be careful though, he's a bit of a troublemaker, you don't get on when things don't go right, protect yourself. Got it brother. Lu Shuang kept stuffing food into his mouth. By the way brother, how is it on the side of Lord Shusheng City, can you take us to Steel City? I've long been tired of staying in this free city. Lu Feng looked up into the distance, that's fine, but Iron City doesn't have many vacancies at the moment. The ones with real power are occupied, and it's obviously not cost effective for me to go over there now. Didn't the president say he was going to start a chapter, and I'm thinking about going over there to be the chapter president. Lu Shuang at this time also did not eat, hurriedly wiped his mouth, excitedly whispered, "That's too good, brother, that's the seat of the president. After we went to certainly better than this." Lu Feng shook his head and let out a bitter smile. "Xiao Shuang, you're thinking too simply. First of all, I'm not the only one who wants to be a branch president. In addition, developing a branch isn't that easy. Steel City itself has quite a few big gangs and organizations, unlike Freedom City, where it can be said that the Freedom Society is dominant here, and over there it can be said that it's a cluster. They've already divided up most of the good territory, and they're basically stronger than us." Lu Feng didn't continue, patted Lu Shuang's shoulder, and began to drink alone. "Right." Lu Feng turned his head to Lu Shuang again. "I've entrusted someone to fix a potion for you. Wait for the night when you inject and try it out." "Ugh, brother, I know I can't become an evolved person. I've long since resigned myself to my fate, and I'm fine now, so don't waste your money, it's useless." "No, this is different." Lu Feng looked at him with a straight face. "You know that genius scientist from Arc City, right? This is his latest development. Although it's not as bullish as an evolutionary potion, it can still make ordinary people physically stronger. Don't worry, this has been tested and it does work." Lu Shuang was shocked. "Holy, it's really worthy of being a genius. How many miracles has he created out of these years? Every study is shocking. I'd love to see what he really looks like. Is he a man or a woman? How old is he? I have a feeling it would be a pretty old man." Lu Feng laughed a bit. "Eat up you, who knows, that genius has been at the very core of Arc City. I heard that even those at the top haven't seen much of him. We are definitely hopeless in this life." Lu Shuang nodded. "Brother, I'm done eating. Do you want to go sit with me at Chang's table for a while?" Lu Feng thought about it, then shook his head. "No need, you go." After saying that, he got up his drink again alone, and he didn't know what was on his mind. Lu Shuang pouted his lips. This big brother of his has always been like this, very intelligent, high emotional intelligence, and dealing with people and coping freely, only occasionally like this, silent, thinking about things. It was a little after noon and everyone was having the best time. Li Xingyue could already hear the constant bursts of panting and crackling sounds coming from the side. It looks like the battle is finally on. The few people at Li Xingyue's table didn't have much of a reaction, still nagging and drinking with a calm face. Li Xingyue picked up a peanut rice and chewed it, listening intently to the sound of running water. Without thinking, he craned his head to look at the tyrant, and suddenly a question rose in his mind, so his head came up. "Old Stormy, are you a virgin?" Chapter 106, I have 7 family members. Put. The wine that tyrant had just drank into his mouth all spewed out at once, looking at Li Xingyue with a confused expression. What did you just say?" A few people next to him were also startled by the tyrant's spray. "What's the matter with you two? Why are you still spraying?" Li Xingyue let out a sarcastic smile. It's fine, you guys keep chatting." Turned his head to look at the tyrant. "Big brother, you do what? Not just ask you if it is a place, how so big reaction?" Tyrant face speechless, took the paper and wiped his mouth. "I am really wondering, how can you kid ask anything out?" Li Xingyue was all smiles. We have this relationship, you just tell me. What's this? Does it mean that you are still?" TSK, I didn't expect that the Ninth Order zombie emperor would still be a virgin. Who would dare to believe it? The corner of Tyrant's mouth couldn't help but twitch. "If you wanna push, don't blame me for cleaning you up anon." Li Xingyue skimmed her mouth and gave him a blank look. "This puts you in a position to be patient. If you clean me up, I'll tell a few of them that you bullied me, and at that time, TSK. Tyrant was also infuriated and laughed as he looked at Li Xingyue's robe-like face. "You're good, you're not a virgin, you're not, then why didn't you pick a few just now? Are you not picking because you can't? Oh. I said you came down so quickly on the day of the family photo, so that's what happened." The moment these words came out, Li Xingyue's face went straight to green and she instantly twisted her head to stop looking at him. The two fought to a draw in this round. "Star Moon, I'm coming." Lu Shuang ran over with gusto and sat down next to him on his butt. "Come on, we haven't had a drink in a while, let's have a whole couple." "Brother, we just drank last night, does this count as a long time?" Lu Shuang directly opened a bottle of wine and put it in front of him. "Okay, don't push, open and drink." The two men clinked their bottles and then both took a big swig. "By the way, Wang Feng and Wenwen are planning to get married, I don't think you know yet, right?" Li Xingyue was surprised, then shook her head. "Where can I know this? I don't even have his WeChat." "But have they both really decided?" Lu Shuang nodded. "Yeah, after all, the two of them have always been quite affectionate, not to mention that the two of them have known each other for more than half a year." But the two of them don't intend to make a big deal of it, and the conditions don't allow it, so when the time comes it's just a wedding banquet at a hotel, and they'll just treat the people around them to a drink. Li Xingyu nodded. That's quite good, since they're getting married, you and Wenwen. Lu Shuang knew what he meant by that, and smiled a little. I naturally won't have any more interactions with her, they'll set a date in the next 2 days, let's go together then. Okay, I'll give him a little gift along with it then. The two of them had a chat, time passed quite quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it came to 6 or 7 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sky had begun to gradually become darker. Brother Saint, let's call this annual meeting over today. Brother Saint looked at Li Xingyue and shook his head. The end? You're thinking too simply, this is just the beginning. During the day these can only be considered as warm-ups, at night all these people will go to catch the next one, and then all the bars and nightclubs and KTVs will be full. Today all the properties under the Freedom Society were all open to the members of the society for free, although they would lose a lot of money, but after all, it was an annual meeting that only happened once a year, and it was still the 15th anniversary. It's not really a loss, after all, the remaining 364 days have long since been earned. And at 2 or 3 o'clock, the table of the president, Gao Chang, had all left. Corpse Hunter Branch Chief Zheng Gui was the first to leave. He was a very decent person and was not used to this kind of scene. Immediately followed by a few deputy directors, some of course followed Zheng Gui, while a few others followed the scholar, Long Yan as well as Wang Dong. Obviously either trying to make a connection or close in their own right. Then Brother Saint, my brother and I will withdraw, you guys drink first. Li Xingyue got up to leave, but unexpectedly, Saint pulled her arm. What's your hurry? It's okay to go back. Let's go to my house. You haven't been there yet. Let's all go, it's lively too. Shang looked around at a few people, but everyone was fine with it, and then they followed Shang towards the outside of the manor. Passing by the other reception venues, Li Xingyu realized that many people were still all drinking and blowing awesome, either with the women beside them hold deep communication. Of course there were also many who were already drunk and lying unconscious on the ground. Arriving outside the manor, at this time on the left side of the entrance was parked a brand new Maybach. Li Xingyue remembered that this was the one that Sink drove last time. However, there were only 5 seats, but there were 6 of them plus Lu Shuang now, so they obviously couldn't sit down. Shang brother looked at it, then instructed Sanner, drive and take them there first, just so I can walk with my oldest brother and take a break from the food. Sanner promised and went ahead and sat in the driver's seat, while Lu Qingqing was placed into the passenger seat, and Tyrant and Lu Shuang sat in the back. Tyrant glanced at Li Xingyue, and after judging that there was no problem, he directly sat in the car. Then Sanner made a handsome drift and bang. The front of the car directly hit a utility pole. Shang brother covered his face as simply speechless to the extreme. I say big brother you cannot, to not be able to change someone else to drive. Sanner stepped out of the car and scratched his head in embarrassment, smiling awkwardly. Hey, I did drink a bit too much today. I'll do it. Tyrant stepped out of the back seat and got right into the driver's seat. Seeing this, Li Xingyue hurriedly scurried over. Do you know how to drive? Why don't I know? Don't you give it another bump. The corner of Tyrant's mouth tugged out. Didn't I tell you I was a car god before I turned into a zombie? Tyrant skillfully put on the gear, released the handbrake, and after slamming on the gas, the car instantly rushed out. Shang was beside him, completely looking on. This brother Riot looks like an old driver, not bad. Li Xingyue laughed dryly twice. He had just learned that Tyrant could drive. He had taken a ride in the last Ghost Night attack drive. That time really scared him. Finished. He really is the first time driving skills so garbage. I feel that the dogs in the driving school are better than him to drive. Shang and Li Xingyue went along with him as he walked forward. He had just learned that Shang's residence was in Area A. Area A he had never been inside from start to finish until now, and today was the perfect opportunity to see it. Starmoon, I'm kind of friends with you now, but I don't know you very well until now. Is all your family still around? Saint asked Li Xingyue as he smoked a cigarette. Family? Li Xingyue lowered his head and contemplated. Before crossing over to this post-apocalyptic world, he had lived alone for more than a decade. His parents had long since passed away when he was very young. Then for the past 10 years or so he'd been living with distant relatives, but they hadn't treated him particularly well, so he'd moved out straight away when he could afford it. If we're going to really talk about family now, there's family. And I have 7. Chapter 107, Initial Entry into Area A. Oh. Quite a few. It's quite nice, both parents are still here, you have to take care of them. Li Xingyue laughed a little and shook her head. No, my parents are long gone. I do have 7 siblings now. Stormy, he's one of them. Saint nodded thoughtfully. That's pretty good. It's nice to have a few brothers and sisters who share your liver. I don't know what exactly his strength is, although I don't know what Brother Tyrant is, but he always gives me a feeling of unfathomability. I'm at the 7th rank now, and I still feel this way even looking at him. This brother of yours does have some skills. Ha 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 ha, is chanting. Yeah, actually the strength is still okay, that is, the temperament of this piece is okay. By the way, Brother Saint, your family should be there. After all, your family has been great since before the end of the world. Hearing this, Saint took a deep drag on his cigarette and sighed. Harm, basically all of them are there, I guess. My dad, my sister, my brother, they're all there. It's just that my mom was in the early stages of the end times due to an accident. Sorry Saint, I didn't know. Harm, it's fine, it's been so long. I can only say that my mom's fate is bad. My dad has been fighting for so many years and just got solid and good. She hasn't even started to enjoy it yet, and the end of the world is here. So how is my grandpa as a person? Is he the ruthless type? Shang clearly froze when he heard ruthlessness, and couldn't help but let out a joyful laugh. Oh, you really know how to pick your words, but it's true, my dad is that kind of person. After chatting with Saint for a while longer, Li Xingyue did learn quite a bit about his family. The Nine Dragons Society was created by Saint's his father's godfather, and there were very many members within the gang, spreading throughout all corners of Aurora City. Someone had jokingly said that Aurora City shouldn't be called the City of Economy anymore, it should be changed to the City of Mobsters to be apt. And Brother Saint's brother and he are half-siblings, and are themselves at the 8th rank of strength. Brother Saint is 29 years old, and this brother is 4 years older than him. He is currently the vice president of the Kowloon Club. His sister, on the other hand, was a real sister, 3 years older than him, also at the 8th rank of strength, and likewise the vice president of the Nine Dragons Association. He wasn't particularly close to either of them, though, and from what Saint had said, his dad seemed to think more favorably of his brother and sister, as well as those righteous sons and daughters. So it seems he is the least favored. Li Xingyue patted Brother Saint's shoulder after hearing this. It's alright, Brother Saint, there are brothers here, I will definitely help you take back this kingdom. Hiccup. Saint looked at him in surprise. You drank? Oh yes, you did drink. To be honest, I'm not really interested in power or anything, it's nice to be happy every day like I am now. Li Xingyue gave a thumbs up. You're the one who has to be open-minded. In fact, I'm also thinking about it. Now that I'm having a good time, do I still want to be the king of this world or not? Just as Li Xingyue finished speaking, a hand was attached to her forehead. Hey! This isn't hot, wait, I'll get someone to take you to the hospital. After Saint finished speaking, he picked up his cell phone to dial a number, and Li Xingyue hurriedly stopped it. Look at you, you're not even allowed to blow a great one. The two of them joked around and soon walked to the wall in front of Area A. The people coming in and out of here were not particularly many, obviously much fewer than in Area B and Area C. The two of them were very happy to be here, and they were very happy to be here. But it was normal, after all, those who could enter Area A would need to be at least of the 6th rank in order to do so. After passing through the walls, the road ahead opened up. Li Xingyue direct sentence. He was shocked a little every time he entered the new area, and this time was no exception. True to its name, this is Area A. It is very much like the core area of a 2nd or 3rd tier city in terms of prosperity, and with greenery everywhere, the environment is much cleaner and tidier. And every now and then you could see a kitten or puppy scurry by, and everyone on the street was basically scantily clad, and some were walking their pets. Most surprisingly, Li Xingyue also saw takeout and delivery boys traveling through the streets. But this place looks like it shouldn't be too big. Li Xingyue can almost look at the head at a glance. At the end is a bunch of barbed wire surrounded by high walls. The entrance is vaguely visible, all the people patrolling. It seemed that at the end there was the residence and office area of the city lord, the director, and the chief of adjudication at their level. There are no more particularly high floors here, the highest is a 4-story or so, a little high-end residential kind of feeling. There was also a wide range of stores here, and Li Xingyue also saw cafes, nail stores, watch stores, jewelry stores, and these. And at the very center of Main Street, there is a large shopping mall. These people really know how to enjoy life. Shang led Li Xingyue towards the front and turned into a small villa area, where there were only a dozen villas in total. Li Xingyue followed forward and soon saw a Maybach with a smashed bumper parked right in front of a villa. This is it, I'm staying here with the two of us, Sainer. Saint pushed open the garden gate at the front of the villa and stepped inside. At this moment, the four of them, Tyrant Sanner and Lu Qingqing, were sitting in the garden and chatting. The table was also set up with downers and a bunch of wine and snacks, and a large lamp for illumination had been set up next to the table and aimed at it. Yo, you guys are sharp enough, you're all ready? Li Xingyue let out a laugh and sat directly on the chair. Saint also sat down next to him and opened a bottle of wine and handed it over. Older brother, where do you and brother Storm live now? If you don't mind, you can just move over and live with the two of us. We're spacious here and have several rooms empty. Saner also nodded. Yes, usually it's just the two of us, it's boring, it's just as well that you guys came to have someone to talk to. At that time, we can play Fight the Landlord, play mahjong, or, yes, we can also hack. I'll find someone else to install 2 computers, we'll play together, there's nothing to do anyway, we'll just stay up all night every day. The more Saner talked, the more excited he got. Lu Qingqing couldn't help but slap his hand. You really love to play, but also overnight every day, body don't want it? Saner shut up in a panic, and then let out a playful laugh. Hey, I'm just saying, I don't actually like playing games. It seems that the two of them talk quite well. Lu Qingqing is not as afraid of the 3 children, the two have been like a friend for a long time. Right, Xingyu, you can live here, so that it's convenient for us to meet. My family lives in the building diagonally across the street, and it's just me and my brother. Li Xingyue looked along with Lu Shuang's instructions and realized that it was really quite close. So, all the people living in this villa area are senior members of the Freedom Society? Lu Shuang nodded, but it's not all. There's also the top brass of the ruler in the corpse hunter branch, and those deputy chiefs of the deputy magistrates are in here as well. Area A is not big, there are only a few neighborhoods in total. This villa area is considered to be the best. The people who live there are all high-rise, and those who aren't high-rise won't usually be allowed to move in. It doesn't matter in a few other communities, the middle tier is basically casual, they're all given houses, and as long as there's a new ascension to the 6th rank, they're usually given a place as well. It's not all evolvers in this block, but a lot of them are their family members' families, too. Chapter 108, Sweetie is coming to Area A? The core area you should have seen when you came in, it's all the places where those top tiers of Freedom City stay, ordinary people are easily not allowed to enter. Actually, Area A is pretty good, it's a lot better in there. Li Xingyu nodded, he already knew quite a bit of what Lu Shuang had said when he arrived. And there is one more benefit or advantage of Zone A compared to other places, that is, there are no those thieves, not as chaotic as BC. The atmosphere of life here is very strong, and when I passed by just now, I could still smell the aroma coming from some people's stir-frying. If you look at these alone, it is completely impossible to tell that we are now in the end times and everyone is all smiles. He and Saint also passed by a small park on their way here, where there were still quite a few older women dancing and old men fishing by a small pond. If the outer city is compared to hell, then this place can already be called heaven. He is now in the villa area, the villa here in the Star Ocean City, a few of them compared to that is certainly not at all comparable, whether it is the size or the degree of luxury. But it's definitely considered comfortable as well. Forget it, Brother Saint, I'm now living with old Zhang in District B. He's the one who stood next to me when we first met. He and his sister are dependent on each other, I broke in last time to save her, and I'll still be able to take care of them if I live there. Brother Saner bristled, I thought it was something, it's a good thing, I'll find someone to find them a house in Area A tomorrow, they can just move over directly. Whatever, it must be better than where they live now. Brother Saner, this won't be too much trouble for you. Well, since you kindly invited me, I'll thank you first on behalf of the two of them, it's a deal then, do it tomorrow. Brother Saner froze for a moment, not realizing that Li Xingyue was really crawling up the pole and talking so shamelessly. You kid, okay, thank me, right, don't just head say, we drink A. Li Xingyue disliked Tyrant with her elbow and asked him in a quiet whisper, why don't the two of us stay at his place? Tyrant took a sip of his wine and nodded, I don't care. Oik. Li Xingyue gave him an okay sign. Then Storm and I will be polite with not you two, ha. Shang and San laughed, both of them were quite satisfied with Li Xingyue and Stormy. Sana was a gangster since childhood, his character was especially sexual. And since Shang is from a Yakuza family, he has even learned by ear, and they are especially appreciative whenever they meet someone with the right temperament. That's right, Qingqing, you move over here too. Saner twisted her head to look at Lu Qingqing beside her, her eyes very hopeful. Lu Qingqing smiled and shook her head, it's not appropriate for me to move in when you big men live together. What's so inappropriate about that? Well, how about this, I'll find you an apartment in District A as well, and you can move in then. Lu Qingqing still shook her head and let out a bitter smile, that would be too inconvenient, I have to go to Area B every day to work for the club, living here is really. Lu Qingqing didn't finish his speech before being interrupted by Saint. Saner, go find the leader of Group 8 tomorrow and transfer Sister Qing to our group. Right, there's also that, Lao Zhang? Old Zhang, right, transfer over as well. Saner hurriedly nodded his head and patted his chest to assure, okay, I'll do it tomorrow, oh no, I'll do it now. Seeing that Saner stood up and was about to tease, Lu Qingqing hurriedly pulled him back. What are you in a hurry for? It'll be fine if you go tomorrow. Brother Saint, thank you. Lu Qingqing's eyes were filled with gratitude as she stood up and directly gave Saint a deep bow. Shang couldn't help but smile. Sister Qing, don't be polite, you're a few years older than me, just call me Shang. There's no need to be polite in the future, just be nice and favorable to Saner. Lu Qingqing heard him say good benefits and couldn't help but glance at Saner beside her, who was currently looking at him with a dumbfounded look on her face, which couldn't help but make her blush as she nodded her head and then sat back down. Li Xingyu looked at the two of them. This mushy energy really feel quite wonderful. I did not expect that today is just a kind heart attack. Thinking of pulling Lu Qingqing a hand, did not expect to let him and the third child have a crossroads. What's more, I didn't expect Saner to actually like Lu Qingqing so much. Now Lu Qingqing finally didn't have to be bullied like before. Just wish Saner had real feelings for her instead of just playing around. Does this piece of writing count as sweet? Li Xingyue's few people were drinking wine when they heard the ear-splitting sound of brakes coming from outside the villa. At the sound of the voice, he looked and realized that a Range Rover had appeared in front of the villa on the opposite side of the street, and 5 people had gotten out of the car. Li Xingyue squinted her eyes to see that it was actually Vice President Zhou Hao and Xiao Chang, as well as 3 scantily clad women. Zhou Hao got down from the co-pilot, had just wrapped his arms around the 2 women, and was about to go back to the house when he saw the bright light of the villa across the street. Immediately after that, he came eye to eye with Li Xingyue and froze for a moment, then sneered and turned around to return to the villa. This old calf is really quite capable of holding a grudge, and every time I look at him, I have to stare twice, so big a president is really a little pattern. If you don't say that the scholar can't look at you, you really have to learn from other people's Lu Feng. When Saint saw that Li Xingyue kept looking at the opposite side, he also twisted his body to look. Oh, Zhou Hao lives across the street from us. This person's heart is very small. You should have already experienced it last time. Don't usually mess with him, but don't be afraid, I'll cover you. Li Xingyue nodded her head, feeling a bit pissed and planning to go to the house to solve the problem, when she heard a voice coming from her cell phone. Who would call me at this hour? Li Xingyue walked toward the house while pulling out a cell phone. Do not matter if you do not look, I'll look to him. Froze. The contact shown on the cell phone screen was actually Sugar. And the call was a video call. Li Xingyue answered the video call while draining the water. What are you doing, picking up so slowly? It's breathless. As soon as it was connected, the screen showed Sugar's appearance, but the background was a bit dim, and it looked like she wasn't in the villa. She should be slipping around outside. Don't be a pussy, just get to the point. What do you want with your brother? Brother, a chicken. Where are you now? Why do I still hear clatter? The corner of Li Xingyu's mouth twitched. Of course I'm in Freedom City. Net asked that nonsense. You're a douche, aren't you? I asked for a specific place. It's in Villa A. What? Oh, that's just fine. You get to Main Street and now, I'll be there later. Ha? Li Xingyue was just about to ask what brought her here when the video was hung up. What's that little girl doing here? Who messed with her again? Not realizing what was going on, Li Xingyue walked straight out of the house. Saint, I'm going out. My sister came over to see me. I'll be back later. Lu Xuan looked puzzled. I have not heard that you have a sister, ah? Saner laughed a little. Must be that little Ye he was talking about. Li Xingyue shook her head and laughed. No, it's the other one. Then looking to Tyrant, let's go. Tyrant was a bit puzzled. You can go when Xiaoya comes, it's not like I know her well. Li Xingyue extended her index finger and shook it from side to side. No. This sister I'm talking about is Sugar. So you're really not going to go? Chapter 109, don't tell me this spiritual little sister is sweetness. Sugar? Tyrant's face became even more puzzled. What's this little girl doing here? Did you mess with her again? What do you mean I upset him? I was going to ask if you upset her. Cut the crap and get going, she'll get mad again if she waits. Tyrant nodded, stood up and grabbed 2 bottles of wine before heading out with Li Xingyue. Walking along, Li Xingyu looked at Tyrant. I'm kinda shocked after attending this annual meeting today. I didn't realize that there are actually so many 9th and 8th orders on the human side. I'm getting a little worried about you guys. Tyrant let out a light laugh. Then do you realize that what you know now is still just the tip of the iceberg? Holy? Is there a lot more? Tyrant nodded. It's true that there are quite a few more 9th and 8th ranks on the human side than zombies, but fortunately, although they are numerous, they are not united. Otherwise, to put it badly, if they were to come out all together, we'd probably be wiped out too, but I don't see them being able to unite in this lifetime. Li Xingyue nodded thoughtfully. Sure enough, the various forces on the human side were much more numerous and complex. The two walked down the main street in a few minutes. It was around 8 o'clock in the evening, just as the nightlife was starting, and there was quite a bit of activity in the streets. Area A is small, with only a few neighborhoods, but the neighborhoods themselves are very large in volume, with basically thousands of people in each. The math should have to be tens of thousands of permanent residents in Area A by now. The two came out without seeing Sugar, so they simply walked over to a bench with a large tree at its back and sat down. Li Xingyue handed Tyrant a cigarette and the two of them began to gulp down the smoke. Li Xingyu looked at the time. Now more than 20 minutes had passed, but still did not see the figure of Sweetness, could not help but be a little puzzled. Although Freedom City was huge, but with her 8th rank speed, it shouldn't take that long to come over Ah. Li Xingyue pulled out his cell phone, intending to send a message to Sweet to ask, and just as he was about to do so, Tyrant tapped him. No need to send it, look over there. Li Xingyue looked in the direction and realized that there were quite a few people walking on one side of the small square. And the most conspicuous among them was a girl who was average looking but had exceptionally long hair, wearing a red wanted tight suit and beanies. Holding an oversized fried chicken leg in his left hand and clutching a large bottle of Coke in his right, he walked towards them both while eating. Li Xingyue looked at Tyrant with a confused face. Don't tell me that this spirit little sister is Sweet. Tyrant nodded uncertainly. Just as Li Xingyue finished speaking, she was hit in the face by an object and took it down to find that it was a chicken bone. Don't think I can't hear you, ow. I didn't realize this girl was really sweet. With her mouth full of oil and the crunchy crumbs of fried chicken thighs, Sugar walked over to Li Xingyue and sat down. Li Xingyue's face was filled with black lines. Big sister, do you know there is a word called disgrace? Can't a little girly girl be a little more civilized? And look at what you're wearing. Like. And that mouth of yours? Hiccup. Sugar hiccuped before Li Xingyue could finish her sentence. What's wrong with my mouth? Sweetie touched the corner of her mouth with her hand, only to realize that her mouth was full of oil and crumbs. Then she directly bent down and grabbed Li Xingyue's short sleeve and wiped her mouth. Bullying the honest man, huh? Sugar ignored him and kept wiping her mouth until her hands and mouth were almost clean. By the way, who's this ugly guy next to you? Sugar cocked her head at the Tyrant. Ha 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 ha, ugly, ha 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 ha. Li Xingyue laughed her head off. Sugar was a bit puzzled, then sniffed gently with her little nose before her eyes widened. Holy, Tyrant? Tyrant nodded and looked at her breathlessly. Call me ugly, you don't seem to be much better, do you? The two of them caught up as usual, but Li Xingyue was indeed puzzled. How did you know he was a tyrant, really by smell? You zombies still have that skill? Heaven and earth without limits, tracking for miles? Sugar looked at him like a little cutie. Like looking at him, are you? Tyrant drinks so much wine every day, the smell of wine on his body has fermented into what? Who can't smell it? Li Xingyue sniffed after hearing this. Yes, there was a smell of alcohol, but it didn't seem to be that vicious, did it? Tyrant sniffed himself as well and shrugged. I think it's okay, it doesn't smell like anything. Well, cut the crap, what are you doing here? Sugar pouted her little lips. It's not because the game console is broken again, I'm here to stock up. Not that I'm saying you really need to change your personality, you can't just break the console in half whenever you lose. Even if I gave you 100 consoles like this, they'd all be gone in 2 days. Oops, got it, it's annoying, go, you take me to get another one to go. Sugar is probably still in puberty and has been rebellious. Why should I buy it for you? Why don't you just get it yourself? Tyrant would interject at this point, then go in peace, just as I need to get a new cell phone. Half an hour later, on the first floor of the Long Lake Mall in Liberty City. 2 men and a woman were walking down the hall, and there were quite a few people strolling through the mall at this time. There happened to be a cell phone store not far to the left of a few people, and when they walked in there were rows and rows of display units. Tyrant probably took a look at it and directly picked an ordinary model. He usually didn't take pictures, didn't play games, just watched videos and stuff, so he didn't need too good. Li Xingyue shelled out 1,300 points, and after the staff gave the whole thing, the three of them went out of the cell phone store. Let's go, time to get the console, it's on the 3rd floor, go 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 go. Sugar sat on Li Xingyue's arm and pulled him towards the front elevator. You two go ahead, I'll get a couple bottles of wine first. After saying that, Tyrant went to the supermarket on the basement level alone. Li Xingyue looked at Sugar's all dressed up, it was a bit unbearable to look at. What were you thinking, that you would wear this outfit? How much better that one looked before. Sugar looked down at her clothes with a look of disinterest. It's okay, it's ugly, but it's safe, there won't be any coming over to hit on me. Well, this answer was impeccable. Li Xingyu had originally thought of buying her a few other clothes later, but now that he thought about it, he gave up. After arriving on the third floor, Sweetie led Li Xingyu straight to the area specializing in entertainment electronics. It's a comprehensive area with computers, tablets, and specialized consoles, handhelds, and more. Wow, I can't believe there's a new model. Sweet originally intended to go straight to the original area, but did not expect to find a lot of new products, suddenly stopped in his tracks, one by one to pick up and play. Every one of them is loved, see her play fascinated. Li Xingyue also did not care, alone in the place to sneak up. But read half a day feel also not much fun. The previous life he loved to play these things, in the school when he did not study much, all day long to play handgame, soak the internet cafe. There were also some endgame games that he wanted to play but they all had a fee, and he couldn't afford a well-configured computer in his day, and the same goes for the better handheld consoles. I'm rich now, but I've long since lost the feeling I had before. Chapter 110 I was careless not to flash. Hey, look, that little girl's dress. That one? Oh, I saw that, my god, that's too weird, haha. Her aesthetics really suck and she doesn't have a great body or looks. Harm, at first glance, was a lower-class citizen before, and is certainly no match for our class. I don't know how security works, letting people like that in. Li Xingyue heard the voice and turned back to look, realizing that behind him were two girls about the same age as Sweetie. They were richly dressed, and the decorations and bags they wore were worth a lot of money at first glance. At this moment, the two were pointing at Sugar and judging her, their eyes full of dislike, disdain, and contempt. TSK, Li Xingyue shook her head, this kind of person is really everywhere, their sense of superiority is too strong. And apart from being rich, the two of them are pretty average in terms of body and looks when all is said and done, and that's all that's being said about sweetness. She wouldn't be dressed like this if she wasn't trying to hide her identity. If it was to become the original appearance and dress, Li Xingyu estimated that the two of them would have nothing but envy and jealousy in their eyes. Honestly sweet, this little lowly really every time I look at it feels like it came out of a comic strip. There is just a very unreal feeling, it's just beautiful. If she could change her temper and not be so grumpy, I'm afraid all the geeks would fall for her, right? However, the two of them were not too far away from Sweetness, and with Sweetness' strength, she was definitely able to hear, but Sweetness was not as very angry as Li Xingyue had imagined. This made him wonder a bit, did this girl change her sex? The two women just watched for a while and then left. Li Xingyu walked over to Sugar and saw that she was still playing the game with a mesmerized face. I guess I was so engrossed in playing that I didn't pay attention to it. Win! Oh ho, I got through. Sweetie happily jumped up and directly jumped onto Li Xingyue's body, her hands wrapped around his neck, her eyes full of little stars. Did you see that? I actually got through. Oh, I see, can I come down? Li Xingyue was a little embarrassed, he was still the first time in his life to be hugged by a girl, did not expect this first hug to give Sweet. Sugar let go of him and stood back up. I've decided I want this console. Sweet pulled Li Xingyu right to the cashier. The cashier took the game console and scanned it, then looked at Li Xingyu with a smile on her face. Hello sir, the total is $4,999, do you have a membership? Why is it so expensive? Li Xingyue was shocked, he didn't expect this crap to cost 5,000 points. That was enough for him to eat many meals. The staff didn't belittle him for saying such a thing, and still wore a smile. After all, she was just a hitman with no equal rank. But she knew that all the people who could come to this mall were above the 6th rank or their families, and she couldn't afford to offend them. Sir, this is the latest model that was just released yesterday, and only 2 of them have arrived in the whole of Freedom City, and now this one is the last one. That's too expensive, forget it, I won't buy this one. Li Xingyue shook his head, he didn't want to be an ingrate. Geez, it's not expensive at all, the price is right now, just buy it for me. Sugar took his hand and kept shaking it. Told you, it's no good and on, there's no way I'm buying it for you. Sugar's original pampered and cute face instantly disappeared, replaced by a face of frost, looking at him word for word. Are you sure? I'm sure. Okay, then I know, in that case then I'll just have to go on a killing spree. I'm going to turn everyone in this mall into zombies right now. Sugar was about to leave after that. Holy, this little girl is a rebel to the core. There were thousands of people in this mall right now, and he was completely confident that Sweetie had the ability to do this, but then all of those 8th ranks in the city would surely be out in force. By that time, Sugar and Tyrant would ironically be exposed. Good. I'll buy it. I'll buy it for you. Like a deflated ball, Li Xingyue reluctantly took out her cell phone and paid 4,999 points. Sweet let out a hee-haw and directly picked up the game console's box, and then directly stood on her tiptoes to kiss Li Xingyue while he wasn't paying attention. Mumble, here's your reward. Well, I'm off. Sugar waved goodbye to Li Xingyue and ran away humming a song. Only Li Xingyue was left alone, frozen in place. After a long time had passed, Li Xingyue slowed down and subconsciously touched her face, then unconsciously giggled. He was unable to imagine that one day he would actually be kissed by a stunning loli. It was too marvelous. It was good that this scene was not seen by the tyrant. Cool. Holy. Li Xingyue was startled and hurriedly turned around, realizing that the tyrant had stood behind him at some point and was drinking wine and looking at him. What the is wrong with you? Okay, if it's okay, let's go back. Tyrant shook his head. Don't change the subject, I could see it clearly just now, and the sound was quite loud. BR1. Harm, that's really all it was. This girl gave me this blow while I was off guard. That's because I was careless and didn't flash, otherwise I would have dodged it for sure. The tyrant didn't say anything, he just kept smiling, and that smile expressed clearly, you just got a bargain. Alright, let's go, they'll break up if we don't get back. The two exited the mall towards the villa area, and after a short while they were back at Saint's villa. However, at this moment in the small courtyard, only Shang was left alone, and Sanner and Lu Qingqing were nowhere to be seen. Back. Saint looked up at the sound. Where are the two of them? Li Xingyue was a bit puzzled. Oh, it's a bit late today, so Sister Chang went back, and Sanner went to see him off. Li Xingyue nodded. It's really quite late today as well, so in that case, you should go to bed first, and we'll both go back today as well. Shang frowned. What's going on with you two? We haven't even started drinking yet and you're leaving. Li Xingyue looked at her cell phone. To be precise, we've been drinking for 8 or 9 hours today. It's okay, brother, if you drink any more your tadpoles are going to be killed off by alcohol. Saint nodded helplessly. Come on, let's go to the meeting tomorrow and nag some more then. After saying goodbye to Shang, Li Xingyue left the villa with Tyrant and was about to leave when Tyrant stopped him. That's your enemy in this villa across the street, isn't it? Don't you want to wipe him out while you have the time? Li Xingyue slapped his head. I've forgotten about this old boy, we must take them both out. But there's no rush, it'll be a while, there's surveillance here now, we'll have to walk to. With that, Li Xingyue walked to a surveillance dead zone and was about to arrange a battle plan when she realized that Tyrant had disappeared. This guy didn't just go straight on, did he? Li Xingyue hurriedly took out her cell phone and sent him a message, telling him to hide from the surveillance for a bit and then try to get as clean as possible. After all, if a 7th-ranked vice president was going to die, not only would there be a tremor in the Freedom Society, the 8th-ranked executives in Freedom City would surely react as well. Done. All 8 are dead. UING scared me again. No, how come there's 8 of them? Aren't there 5 of them? Oh, minus the 5 of them, there's another woman in the house who's playing with 2 men. Oh, exempt, Li Xingyu knew who this woman was. Chapter 111, how can it be called a surprise when it's all said and done? That woman must be Xiao Chang's sister and Zhou wife. TSK, this family is playing quite flowery. Did you do it clean? Tyrant frowned at Li Xingyue. Are you questioning my strength? Okay, I get it, line home. Li Xingyue hummed a song and leisurely walked forward, not expecting that today he had both gained insight and finished off the family of Zhou and Xiao Chang. He was already considering when it would be more appropriate to help old Zhen get back Honey Snow Ice City. If he went straight to take it, the others would likely suspect him by then. Since this was the case, then let's wait until a few days after the news of Zhou's death had spread. By then that boss's wife was designated to be unable to support Honey Snow Ice City on her own. Passing through the wall that separated Area A and Area B, Li Xingyue had just walked a small section when she saw several vehicles coming in the distance, which kept swaying 7 ways while honking their horns. Meanwhile, there was a steady stream of giggles coming from the car. Those 2 in front of you, grab and get out of the way, I don't care if I run you over, huh? One of the car's convertible car co-pilot, a man, was standing. He first discovered the 2 Li Xingyu not far in front of him, opened his mouth and shouted. Li Xingyue stood right in their path, and he moved a few steps to the right, observing the cars. The speed of the vehicles was not very fast, but they didn't even want to stop for inspection under the city wall, but continued to step on the gas and rushed in. Li Xingyu realized that the dozen or so people guarding the city gates had no intention of stopping them from the beginning to the end, as if they had long been accustomed to it, and even saluted and greeted them as they passed by. However, Li Xingyue also had a rough idea of who that group of people were by now. All members of the corpse hunting squad. But not all of them are from Freedom City, they are mainly all from the other 4 cities, as they are all wearing combat uniforms in the unique colors of their main cities, both gold and white. Moreover, Li Xingyu had also discovered Zhou Yuxian's figure, and it was him who had just driven the open top. This Zhou Yuxian is Li Xingyu had just before to join the zombie hunting squad, participate in the preliminary examination day over the interviewer, listening to Huang Qian said that he is still the entire Sea Area zombie hunting squad chief captain. This guy was a 5th order strength before, and I don't know how many orders he is now, and looking at that just now it seems like he's mixing well with the squad members from a few other cities. Huang Qian said before that he was also a 2nd-generation government official and that his elder brother was very powerful, but in the end he didn't say who his elder brother was. The squad members of those 4 cities were the ones who attacked the city half a year ago on a ghostly night, and they came uninvited, and the acting city lord, Long Yan, didn't really want them to come too much. Because it would look like he was too incompetent as the city lord, but he couldn't possibly lower himself to go out of the city to meet the enemy. And outside that is the same as the 8th order of the Corpse King, he said in his heart also do not want to or dare to go out, after all, now just CA, in case the zombie army is still hiding those 4 old Corpse King what to do? He's gone and sure as hell can't come back. Thinking about it, he then ordered Zhang Guo, the sub-director of the Zombie Hunting Bureau, and Wang Dong, the chief of adjudication, to send out all their elites, that is, those of the 7th or 6th order, to go out and kill the zombies. Wang Dong, that is what kind of person, itself is not accustomed to Long Yan, now it is even more unlikely to listen to him, so it has always been a false and subtle, with all kinds of reasons and excuses to put off. Unlike Zhang Guo and Wang Dong, Zhang Guo had directly ordered all members of the Corpse Hunting Bureau of the 7th rank and below to go into battle at that time. Nay, there are always people who go against the grain, especially a certain number of deputy directors under him, making the same tactics as Wang Dong, just not going out. Having no choice, Zhang Gui then secretly contacted the top management of Arc City and asked them to send support. It was thought that things would improve when they arrived, and in fact it did have an effect, with the death rate in Freedom City plummeting. The Corpse King didn't know if he was afraid, and then he didn't attack the city, but the group of people who came to support him didn't leave either, and there were some who left, just a very few. Most of them stayed in Freedom City and spent their days eating and being greedy. After all, they had been promised at the time that all expenses would be free as long as they came. It was nothing to eat and drink, but then they started to make trouble constantly, each one living like a bandit, and everywhere they went there were complaints. Previously, one of the deputy directors under him, Huang Wei, had repeatedly reported this situation to him, and he was naturally furious. But that deputy director of Arc City, whom he contacted, said that these were trivial matters, and even helped them to find excuses, saying that everyone had been repressed for too long, and that it was normal for them to be like this now. Zhang Guo had thought that if he really couldn't do it, he would directly fight with this group of people and directly force them all to blow away, otherwise there would be no more peaceful days in Freedom City. However, many of this group of people were powerful and had backgrounds, and some of them had frighteningly large backgrounds, so even if he was at the 8th rank, even if he was the director of a major city, he wouldn't dare to mess with them. Not to mention the backgrounds of all of them combined, just those 4 leaders of their 4 cities, each of their backgrounds were powerful to the extreme, especially those of Arc City and Aurora City. Zhang Gui ached every time he thought about this. In itself there were not many deputy directors of the Liberty City Corpse Hunting Branch with good character. Huang Wei was one of them, but just 2 days ago he suddenly disappeared. And there are also rumors that he is the one who made Qin Fei's brother-in-law crazy. Huang Wei, what character he is aware of, it is simply impossible to do such a thing. Later, the people Chen Fei sent to investigate and prepare to arrest Huang Wei didn't get any results, making him really sweat. Alas, it will certainly be more difficult to communicate his work and orders from now on, and those deputy commissioners have really been doing more and more nothing these past few years. Either they were giving all kinds of treats and gifts to try to transfer to other main cities, or they were just dashing around every night and day. Li Xingyu pondered for a moment, and couldn't figure out who Zhou Yuxuan's brother really was, and it seemed like there weren't any higher-ups in Freedom City that weren't too far off from his age. If you can't think of it, simply don't think of it, just ask Saint directly tomorrow. The two skipped around while playing video with Ghost Knight. Ghost Knight was suddenly calling Li Xingyu just now, and as soon as he got through came up and spat at him, saying that Sweetie actually didn't call herself when she went to Freedom City, or else he could have stayed with Li Xingyu for a while. And then he talked about a vacant room in the villa that he had recently been blowing up, one of the 2 on the top floor, saying that he would be able to see it when Li Xingyue came back next time. It's going to be a surprise for all of them when the time comes. The corner of Li Xingyue's mouth pulled out a smile. Look, you've said it all, can it still be called a surprise? Ghost Knight scratched his head, which seemed to make sense when he thought about it. Then just pretend you don't know, brother. Li Xingyue shook her head and looked at him with a bad smile. But I'm a person who can't pretend, what can I do? Ghost Knight had a distressed look on his face after hearing this, but the next second Li Xingyu saw his head being slapped, and then a sweet voice came out. You are really he that is teasing you, this cannot hear. After chatting with Ghost Knight for a while longer, he also walked downstairs to Lao Zhang's house at this time, so he hung up the phone with Ghost Knight. After going up to the top floor, Li Xingyue knocked on the security door. After knocking twice, Lao Zhang's slightly wary voice came from the house. Who is it? Hello, your delivery has arrived, please sign for it. Chapter 112. Why is the toilet in the living room? Once this was said, old Zhang in the room was instantly alerted. He listened to this man outside who seemed to be speaking through a pinched nose and was saying that the delivery had arrived, which really wasn't normal at all. Could it be that Zhou Hao sent someone to look for Xiaoya again? Thinking of this, old Zhang, face all nervous color, hurriedly ran to the kitchen to find up the kitchen knife. Xiaoya was sitting in the living room and was watching the video with headphones on. Looking at his flustered face, she was puzzled. What are you doing, brother? Just after finishing, Lao Zhang Bird quietly scurried out of the kitchen and hastily stretched out his index finger to shush her, signaling her to keep quiet. This whole operation made Ye even more puzzled. Old Zhang went over and whispered in her ear, and Xiaoya instantly panicked and hid directly behind old Zhang. Knock, knock. There was another knock on the door. Brother, what are we going to do? Old Zhang was also at a loss as to what to do, and then directly ordered Xiaoya, you grab your ass and go back to the house now and unlock the door, I'm going to take a look. Brother, be careful. With that, Sayaka ran into her house and quickly unlocked the door. Old Zhang stared at the security door and couldn't help but gulp, then gripped the kitchen knife in his hand tightly and took one step toward the door. Oh, express, just leave it at the door. No, this one is cash on delivery and requires you to come out and sign for it. Damn, it looks like it's really coming. Old Zhang's home. This is an old security door, so there is no cat eye, and he cannot look through the cat eye, only open the door to know who was outside. Thinking of this, Lao Zhang hurriedly took out his cell phone and then dialed up Li Xingyue's WeChat. There was no way, he really didn't dare to go out on his own, and he only begged Li Xingyue to get on the phone and come back quickly. Jingle bell on him. At that moment a bell came out from outside. Old Zhang was first stunned, then his eyes widened, his face full of shock. Could it be that Li Xingyue has been captured by them and brought here? Almost okay, you're trying to scare them to death. Tyrant looked at Li Xingyue was speechless. This guy, how so fun-loving. He and old Zhang stayed not long, but also understand his character. People are good as good, but the goat is also really goat. If this goes on, Lao Zhang will have to pee in his pants. Fine, no more games. Lao Zhang opened the door. I'm your UD. Anum. Creak. The security door was opened from the inside, only to see old Zhang looking at him furiously, splitting his head in output. Alright, don't be angry. How about this? I take Stormy's personality as a guarantee that I will definitely not do this in the future. Old Zhang, after half a day before subsiding, Xiaoya, and just when he output is also ran out. I see nothing, this only put down the heart. Tyrant touched his stomach and hesitated for a moment, then looked at old Zhang. Brother Zhang, cook a bowl of noodles? Old Zhang nodded. Okay, brother, you go wash up first, I'll do it now, later. Xiaoya also raised her hand at this point. I want to eat too, brother. Oh, good. At this moment a shameless person also raised his hand. Brother, I want to eat too. Old Zhang stopped dead in his tracks and turned to glare at him. You eat a poop. Li Xingyue bristled and looked at Xiaoya. Look at your brother, what a cheapskate. Xiaoya didn't pay any attention to him and gave him a straight face, then picked up her headphones and watched the video again. Anum. Pattering. At this time outside the window suddenly fell a light rain. The rain is not big, beat on the glass crackling, Li Xingyue listening to enjoy. He grew up loving to sit inside when it rained and listen to the rain while watching it fall. By now it was late fall, it was getting dark fast, and the temperature had dropped, not as hot and dry as before. I also wonder if I know if New Year's Day will be celebrated here as it was in the previous world? The noodles are here. Quick, you go wash your hands. Lao Zhang came out with 3 bowls of noodles. After hearing this, Tyrant got up and went to get 3 pairs of chopsticks. Li Xingyue picked up his chopsticks and was about to eat. He just drank today and didn't eat much at all. Step aside, this is for the 3 of us. Lao Zhang hurriedly snatched the chopsticks away. You can't do this, old Chang. Oh, just kidding, your bowl is in the kitchen. Li Xingyue's eyes lit up and she directly got up and went to the kitchen, only to find that there was no kitchen at all. He walked out with a black line on his face, and old Zhang looked at him like this and directly burst out in joy. You kid, now you know what it's like to be played, no more teasing, go open the second cupboard door on the left. Li Xingyu instantly regained her smile after hearing this. Jumping up and down, she went back into the kitchen and opened the cupboard door with a happy face, but immediately afterward, she pulled down her little face again. Reaching over, he took out a bottle of scented oil from the cupboard and walked over to Lao Zhang to open his mouth and question him. "This is ing noodles? I really didn't expect this, Lao Zhang, you've actually learned to use chain tricks too." Old Zhang laughed his head off, took the fragrant oil and opened the lid to pour some for the three of them one by one. "Okay, I'm really not going to tease you this time." Li Xingyue saw that old Zhang had a straight face, and only then did her face recover a bit. "Okay, I believe you, where did you put the noodles?" Old Zhang spread his hands, "No more, just these 3 bowls." "What? So your ploy is just ending here?" Old Zhang let out a laugh and pushed the bowl in front of him over. "No, it doesn't end until here, these 3 bowls are for you, I'm not hungry." Li Xingyue and Tyrant both unanimously gave a thumbs up at this point. "You're awesome." Li Xingyue picked up her chopsticks and shivered her noodles. "Phew, way to go." Tyrant and Xiaoya were both eating noodles while looking at their cell phones, and Li Xingyue was really hungry and finished eating in 3 or 2 bites. "Should have said no, Lao Zhang, you really have 2 brushes for this cooking." "Harm, average, I got this from growing up without parents and working out." Li Xingyue nodded and stood up to finish the dishes. "You guys take your time, I'm sleepy, I'm going to bed first. By the way, Lao Zhang, the deputy leader of the second group, Sanner, has found you to a new house in the A district, so you'll move there tomorrow." Old Zhang was full of surprise. "Really? How did he find us a house?" "Harm, he and Saint were going to let me stay with Storm at their place, and I mentioned you, and then he said, tomorrow you pack up and wait for my notice. I don't know what the new house will look like, but it will certainly be better than the one you have now." Lao Zhang was very excited at this time, hurriedly took Xiaoya's headset down to say this matter. Xiaoya is equally happy. At this point the two of them moved straight away and began to pack up their things without stopping. "Heh, see how excited you two are, there's no rush, just pack it up tomorrow." Li Xingyue lay down on the bed after she finished speaking. Tyrant had also finished eating at this moment, and after brushing the dishes, he also laid down next to Li Xingyue. Li Xingyue twisted her head and glanced at Tyrant, slowly shaking her head. "Ugh, I feel like you really didn't pick this mask very well, it's just a bit too ugly, it's more noticeable that way." Tyrant looked at the ceiling and let out a helpless laugh. "So what to do, now that they all know what I look like, it's not good to change." Li Xingyue nodded. "Okay, I'm used to seeing it anyway, I'm not really comfortable if you want to change it again, go to sleep, tomorrow is a new day." Tyrant nodded and both closed their eyes at the same time. But 5 minutes later again opened their eyes one after another, for no other reason. The living room is too loud, especially just now. A sudden bang came out, directly woke up the two of them whole. Are these two packing up or tearing down their home this late at night? Li Xingyue directly put on his clothes and opened the bedroom door. A look outside directly stunned him. "Old Chang, what's that in your hand? Why is the toilet in the living room?" Chapter 113, Big Brother, you're resting in heaven now? At this time the old Zheng hands holding a toilet, is ready to be loaded into the box. The toilet is still dripping down. I've been using this toilet for over 20 years, I'm attached to it all, I can't get out without sitting on it. You're so good. Li Xingyue gave him another thumbs up, then retreated to her room and lay down on the bed again. Just closed his eyes, the cell phone suddenly rang. Li Xingyue directly frowned. Why are there so many calls today when there's usually none? Grabbing his cell phone, he realized it was a video call from Shura. What was this guy up to in the middle of the night? After Li Xingyu connected, the screen has appeared Xiao Luo's face. He is still at this moment still holding 3 cigarettes, but Li Xingyu now a little bit unable to see his face. Because you can see through the screen that his room is full of smoke. Where are you now, big brother, stranded in heaven? Don't you know how to open the window for ventilation? Ha 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 ha, it doesn't bother me, how beautiful this is now. Shura let out a laugh. Hey, what are you doing now? Why is it so dark, I can't even see you. Li Xingyu really wanted to give him a big mouthful. Don't you look at what time it is, I must be sleeping. Shura looked at the time, then let out an oh, how meaningless to sleep. If you're fine to come to Steel City, I'll show you around. I'm hanging up if you're okay. Look at you, man. By the way, I can't contact Tyrant for the past 2 days, I don't know what he's doing. I'm thinking about making a trip to Arc City. Even though this guy is at the 9th rank, I admit that he is a bit strong, but after all, he is still not as good as me, and Arc City is the seat of the highest level of the human race, so it's still quite dangerous for him to be there. Li Xingyue was just about to say something when her cell phone was grabbed by Tyrant. What did you just say? Not as good as you? Shura got up to get his cigarettes after he had just finished speaking, and as soon as he came back again, he realized that the screen had vaguely changed to a stranger. Who is this ugly? Li Xingyue couldn't help but burst out in joy. Shura, I'll give you a solemn introduction. This is the 800,000 zombie godfather, Lin Z2 Stormtrooper. Tyrant gave him a blank stare before speaking again. I'm Corpse Emperor Tyrant, recognize me now? Shura's eyes widened and he directly exclaimed, Holy, how did you get to Freedom City? You kid quietly and privately met the young master in the middle of the night, and you even made a whole bet of him. Tyrant, you really have a knack for it and on. I see you're fine too, hang up. Don't, I'm bored alone, keep me company for a while. Li Xingyue had no choice but to place her cell phone between the two heads, and then Shura began his endless ramblings. Hey, do you two know what new great cigarettes I've found lately? I'm telling you, you two will never guess what I did that day. Oh yeah, and one time, I was in. Lao Zhang was busy in the living room for a while, packing up all the things he couldn't part with and packing them away, and originally wanted to continue packing again, but Xiaoya kept yawning. Looking at the time, he realized that it was already past 2 a.m. and had no choice but to call it quits. You go to sleep now. Xiaoya nodded, squinted and wiggled her way into the room, closing the door and flopping straight onto the bed, falling asleep in less than a minute. Lao Zhang also returned to the house, intending to sleep, but then he heard someone talking, and twisted his head to see who was talking, as both of them had already fallen asleep. It was only when he listened carefully that he realized it was coming from his cell phone, and he walked over to Li Xingyue and flipped up his phone to see that it was a video call. The opposite side was vaguely visible in the mist as a man who actually had 3 cigarettes in his mouth and kept chattering. Bro, did you have a fire there? Why is there so much smoke? You'd better get a grip and see if the circuitry is aging and burning somewhere? Shura was in the middle of his speech when he heard an unfamiliar voice, and upon fixing his eyes on it he realized that it was indeed a stranger. Who are you? Oh, I'm a friend of Starsky and Stormy's brothers, they're staying at my house right now. Shura stared at him for a couple of moments, then smiled joyfully. Harm, so it's you, I've often heard Star Moon mention you, aren't you the who? When Lao Zhang heard him say that, he waited with a hopeful face for him to say his name. Just that who? I know. Old Zhang looked at him like this before he realized that he didn't even know. I'm just Old Wu. Shura slapped his thigh. Yes, it's Old Wu. You see, I just couldn't get the words out of my mouth. Old Zhang looked at him with a black face. Brother, what's your name? Shura had a straight face. Old Brother Wu, my humble self Xiao, just call me Xiao. Oh, Xiao, what's that? They're both asleep, you see? Shura nodded. Okay, then I'll hang up. When the opportunity will come, be sure to come to Iron City. I'll take you for a good spin then. Lao Zhang nodded. Good Lu brother, then hang up. Lao Zhang hung up the phone, then put the phone back where it belonged, and took off his own clothes and lay down on the bed. Phew, finally hung up. It's like this guy hasn't talked in years, his mouth is like a machine gun. Lao Zhang hurriedly got up from the bed and pressed the light switch, finding that Li Xingyue and Tyrant both had their eyes closed and a sleeping look on their faces. They're not awake? No, he clearly heard them talking just now. Old Zhang carefully waved his hand above the two men's eyes and realized that there was no reaction, then he breathed a long sigh of relief. Probably too tired to hallucinate. Turning off the light, Old Zhang climbed back into bed and slept. Chirp. Li Xingyue was woken up by the sound of birds chirping, opened her eyes to find that the sky was already bright, and opened her cell phone to find that it was actually past 9 in the morning. Holy, I can't believe I slept for so long, it seems like I should be paralyzed from drinking too much yesterday. Tyrant and Old Zhang weren't in the room either, and had probably woken up a long time ago. Li Xingyue put on her blouse and walked out of the bedroom door to find all 3 of them sitting on the old sofa in the living room with a breakfast on the table. And next to the coffee table, the living room had been piled high with all sorts of things in boxes. Old Zhang, you're too fast too. Li Xingyue washed his face, came back and ate breakfast, quickly eating a clean meal, and then handed a cigarette to Tyrant and Old Zhang one by one. We're both going to the club first, so wait for my call when you get there. After saying that, Li Xingyue left the room with Tyrant and walked downstairs. Jingle bell on him. Holy, what's with all the calls to me in the last 2 days? Li Xingyue pulled out her cell phone and realized it was Saint. Hey, Saint, what's wrong with calling me this early in the morning? Saint's side was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Zhou Hao's family is dead, is it you? Do you know who did it? Chapter 114 Yellow Teeth and Louis in Steel City? Zhou Hao is dead. Who did this? Li Xingyue's voice was full of surprise and doubt. Saint let out a laugh after hearing that. Who knows, I actually thought it could be you just now, but thinking about it makes it impossible. What strength are you only? And Zhou himself has many enemies, but after being discovered today, the senior management of Freedom City are quite shaken, and have already said that they vowed to find this person out. I'll nag you when you get here. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Li Xingyue looked at Tyrant. Tyrant nodded helplessly. Don't worry, I may not be able to do anything else if I'm asked to, but I'm still good at killing people. Li Xingyue nodded. Then it's fine, we're doing the people a favor. The two slipped toward the Free Society's estate, arriving after more than half an hour, only to realize that the number of people coming to the society today was still very high. Hurry up and go, the registration of people to establish chapters has begun for half a day. If we don't hurry up we won't be able to grab a good main city and position. Grab the rush, I'm signing up to go to Aurora City, it's the main city where the godfather of the mob is located. Damn, it's exciting just thinking about it. Che, look at you, I'm telling you, I'm already planning to go to Arc City, I'll make a name for myself. Harm, those places you guys are talking about are too strong, I'll go with Steel City and try to be a team leader by then, that would be good enough. Li Xingyue watched as everyone was dashing towards the manor with gusto, their mouths still chattering. I didn't realize that sign-ups would start so soon. Is this Freedom Society in such a hurry to expand its membership? In the very center of a large open space in the manor, where it was already crowded with people, it looked like there shouldn't be enough space in the hall, so the registration desk was put there. Li Xingyue entered the hall, scanned around and saw Saint in the corner, walked over and handed Saint a cigarette. Where's Brother Sainer? Not with you. Sheng took the cigarette and took a drag. He went to help Lu Qingqing move, so he probably won't be back for a while. Li Xingyue nodded and sat down on the couch opposite Saint with Tyrant. I see that there are quite a few people who have signed up for this, so if so many people have left, then won't there be no one left at this general meeting? Saint shook his head. That's only how many? Thousands? Over 10,000? The Freedom Society is the largest Yakuza gang in Freedom City, with a very large number of members. The ones you usually see are just a drop in the bucket. There are only a few main purposes for these people who come to enroll. Either he's not satisfied with his current position, or he's been in Freedom City for too long and wants to see other cities to take his chances. You should have also heard that Freedom City is the most trashy of the remaining main cities. Many people came here out of necessity in the first place, and want to go to bigger and better main cities whenever they have the chance. Li Xingyue nodded her head. It was indeed right to say that people go to higher places. Just like in the previous life, many people are uprooted to go to the big city to work, like what the Northern Drift, Shanghai Drift, and so on. It is because the big city has more opportunities, more work, and higher wages, but said so, and how many people can successfully stay in the big city, or to realize the capital earn money home to spend it? By the way, back to that Zhou thing, did you guys hear any movement at his house when you went back yesterday? Li Xingyue shook her head. How can this be heard? Even if it can be heard, it must be a voice called Hiroki. Saint nodded. Well, right now the city lord and the ruler and the president are in a meeting, and they've already sent people to investigate the body and the surveillance at their meeting. Actually, the one who is going to die is a 6th order, so they wouldn't be so nervous, but the one who died is a 7th order, only one rank lower than them. On the surface it says it's to maintain the peace and stability of Freedom City, but I think in reality it's because they're afraid of posing a threat to themselves. But it's okay, Zhou Hao's own temperament is average. There are quite a few people who have offended him. There are many people who want to put him to death, but they are usually less powerful than him. I've heard that the murderer's technique was extremely skillful. They didn't struggle in the slightest. I guess at worst it was 2 7th-ranked people who acted, or maybe even an 8th-ranked powerhouse who acted. Now they've begun to suspect that it was the other main cities that moved. Li Xingyue nodded. As long as those people don't make a move on us, or else we'll definitely be ruined. I don't want to die yet. Saint froze after hearing this, contemplating for a moment, then looked at him with a straight face. Then there's one thing I need to make clear to you first. I've been in Freedom City for almost 3 years now, and I've been assassinated twice in those 3 years. The last time was about 6 months ago, so it might not be safe for you to come and stay with me if you do. Li Xingyue was a bit puzzled. What? Who wants to assassinate you? Do you have many enemies as well? I don't feel like you're the type of character to cause trouble. Brother Saint shook his head with a bitter smile. It's true that I don't have many enemies in Freedom City, but I do in Aurora City. Especially the people in the 9 Dragons Club. I'm afraid there are not a few who want to get me killed. I guess my brother and my sister are also harmed. They shouldn't treat me like this. How about this? I'll find you one in the villa area and you and Storm will move there. Li Xingyue shook her head. No, I'll just stay here with you. Didn't you also say that it took 3 years to assassinate twice? I don't know when the next time will be, besides. Li Xingyue paused and glanced at Tyrant next to her. My brother and I are both here, there's strength in numbers. Shang laughed a little, and did not persuade again. In fact, he himself is not very afraid, because the previous 2 assassinations came to the people who are not very strong. The most ruthless one is only scratched his arm. So Saint guessed that the person behind it was probably giving him a warning, but what he wanted to warn him about, he couldn't think of. By the way, do you have any ideas for this enrollment? Li Xingyue thought for a moment, a little, but not strongly. Saint laughed a little. Then I have news for you, think about it after you hear it. Li Xingyue's curiosity was aroused after hearing this, and handed Saint a cigarette, quietly waiting for him to speak down. Do you remember the quest you posted earlier in the guild? Li Xingyue was confused for a moment, then immediately spoke out. I remember, looking for a few of my team members. It's been a few days now, and there's been no letter. By the way, I'm still a bit puzzled as to why I haven't been asked for money in the last couple of days. They should have called me by now. Saint laughed a little. I had Team 2 take over this mission of yours 2 days ago. Do you think I'd charge you for it? Li Xingyue gave Saint a grateful look, then reacted. Does that mean they have news? Shang nodded. There is information on 2 people, Zhang Dezhuang nicknamed Yellow Teeth, and Louis. According to the latest intelligence, the 2 of them appeared in Steel City some time ago. Chapter 115 decided to move to Steel City. Steel City? Yellow Tooth and Louis? Li Xingyue voiced out in confusion. He had always thought that the 4 had always been in Freedom City, but he had never thought that these 2 would actually appear in Steel City. Is the news reliable? And the other 2 are no news? Saint nodded. The information is basically reliable, the other 2 we never found out. I have a couple guesses right now. For one thing, those 2 are still in Freedom City, they just can't show up for some reason. The second one is the same as Zhang Dashang and the other 2 other main cities. One last guess, they both might. Shang did not say further, but Li Xingyue understood that the last is that the 2 may have long been gone. Li Xingyue seriously said thank you to Saint. So now that you think about it, do you want to keep looking for them? Li Xingyue's eyes were firm. Fine. Life to see a man die to see a corpse. I'm going to sign up now. After saying that, Li Xingyue directly got up. Oh, I knew you would. Shang called out to Li Xingyue, then took out a piece of white paper and a pen from the seat next to him. Come on, fill out the info. I didn't realize that Saint had already prepared him. Ha, the one who knows me is Saint. Li Xingyue took the pen and paper and glanced at it, realizing that it was a very simple information sheet. The main thing is name, gender, age, class rank, contact information and the main city you want to go to and the position you want to bid for. After Li Xingyue finished writing it, she handed it to Saint to read. Huh, that's not very good information, is it? Shang looked at Li Xingyue and asked with a smile, you see that you have written the equal rank as the 4th rank, and the column of position is also not written. Seeing Li Xingyue's puzzled face, Shang directly laughed and scolded, you brat, I have heard from my men that you single-handedly challenged hundreds of them in front of Paradise Bar the night before last. In the end, you even sent 40 or 50 of them flying, so I'd say you're at least 6th rank? Or 7th rank, right? You kid actually kept it from me all this time. Li Xingyue did not think that this matter actually reached the ears of Saint. He had not wanted to be exposed at that time, but the situation was urgent so he stepped in. He, this is not a person walking in the jungle, low profile is good, I am indeed the 6th rank. Shang had an expression that said, then write 6th order, so you shouldn't have a problem going over there and becoming a team leader. Otherwise you couldn't be given a position if you wrote 4th order odds or you wouldn't be able to, and you'd still have to go on missions and stuff, and when you're the leader of the group you can order your men to do it. This will also help you find team members, which is my suggestion for you to consider. Li Xingyue listened and pondered for a moment, realizing that what Shang said did make sense. He had been hiding his strength before, and although he was keeping a low profile, there were always the ungrateful ones who came to provoke him. If you have a position, both have a bunch of juniors, and many people know the identity will not be easily messed with, unless the other party's identity is higher, or is also the 6th rank and above the rank. This group leader should be similar to the head of the hall or something like it. Li Xingyue's previous life is honest, never fought. The understanding of the triad these are only limited to film and television works. The Groucho series in particular is really classic. Thinking about a whole bunch of minions surrounding you when you go out, it seems pretty dear, but it's nice to not have to go out on your own when something happens. Okay, then I'll put team leader. Saint nodded. Actually, I was going to have you write vice president. But unfortunately I heard that when the time comes to go to the Steel City chapter we'll be recruiting the top brass over there as well. There are so many more 6th and 7th orders over there than over here, your chances of being vice president are slim. Li Xingyue nodded and suddenly remembered something. By the way, Brother Saint, who is the president of that Steel City chapter? Has the person been chosen yet? Saint laughed a little. The executives will be meeting today to finalize the presidents of the 4 chapters. I don't know about the other cities, but I probably already know who the president of Steel City is. Li Xingyue's curiosity was piqued. Who is it? Saint smiled without saying a word. Hey, look, still keeping secrets from me. Never mind, I won't ask. Anyway, we're going to leave in full force in the next 2 days. I'll know who it is when we get to the Steel City. By the way, will Brother Storm be there then? Saint and Li Xingyue looked at Tyrant in unison, and to be honest, Li Xingyue wasn't sure if he would go. After all, normally Tyrant should have been staying in Arc City by now. But the last time, he had Ed with the chief director of the Corpse Hunting Bureau, the Yellow Springs, who was the ceiling of the human battle power. It's only been a few days since I'd been hanging out with Li Xingyue. Tyrant thought for a moment and shook his head. I'm not sure yet, but the odds are against it. Saint also shook his head sadly after hearing this. Ugh, that's a bit of a shame. Steel City is a city dominated by industry and manufacturing. A lot of what we usually see for food and use is produced over there, just like the distillery. It's very much there. Brother Stormy likes to drink so much, it seems that he can't taste it. I don't know if Saint's words just now touched Tyrant's organ, but Tyrant instantly raised his head. In that case, I'll just go for a stroll. Li Xingyue thought for a moment. He had basically gone through several areas of Freedom City now, except for the core area where the city lord and the others were, of course. Looking at Liberty City like this, there really isn't much left. Old Zhang and Xiaoya will both move to Area A today as well, and the security in Area A is so much better than Area B. Li Xingyue had also mentioned the honey snow matter to Shang just now, hoping that when this matter with Zhou Hao and Xiao Chang had passed, she would let him help to take it back. In that case, then he would wait for the brigade to leave and he would follow. Then Brother Saint will have to part ways, but it's fine, I'll come back to see you and Third Brother when I'm free. Right, you tell Third Brother to treat Lu Qingqing well. She's suffered a lot before, even if it's just for fun in the end, then we have to arrange things properly for her. Brother Saint agreed with a full mouth. Okay, just don't worry, if Saner dares to do this I'll directly break his kid's legs. But I see that he is quite serious, so don't worry. Li Xingyue nodded. Then send me the address of the house you found for old Zhang. I'll go back now and help him move. Saint pulled out his cell phone and sent the address, followed by a moment of tapping on the screen. Well, if you'll wait a few minutes, I've got a couple of guys coming over to help you guys move. Not a few minutes, the manor drove in 2 large pickup trucks. The car directly jumped down 7 or 8 big-waisted strongmen, each looks fierce, flower arm-wrapped body. Oh, who can tell this is a move? If you don't know, you'll think you're going to a dry run, okay? Thanks, Saint. Let's not talk about thank you, you should hurry up and go, and by the way, leave the cigarettes, I'm out of them. Li Xingyue laughed a little and directly handed the half-box of cigarettes he had on him to Shang, and then walked out with Tyrant. A few burly men first bowed through the glass towards Shang, and then they also bowed to Li Xingyue at the same time. Boss, we're ready, when do we leave? Now. Li Xingyue said, and Tyrant got into the first car, then the 2 cars scurried straight out and drove towards old Zhang's house. The burly man on the main driver's side was concentrating on driving, while the burly man on the passenger side was half poking out of the window and kept slapping the door and yelling at the top of his lungs. The Freedom Society is on the job, so get out of the way. Those 2 dogs in front of you, grab and get out of the way or I'll run you over. Chapter 116. You look like him, but you're not him. This operation of the strong man all gave Li Xingyue a frozen look. Not that I'm saying, that's a little too cranky, isn't it? Li Xingyue sent a message to Lao Zhang, telling him that he was on his way there, and by the way, he had found a few helpers, so that he and Xiaoya could be prepared. Lao Zhang looked at the text on his cell phone and wondered a little. What is it, brother? Is it possible that Brother Moon is coming back? Old Zhang looked at Xiaoya and nodded. Yes, he's almost here, and said that he's found a few helpers, so let's both be prepared. What does he mean by that? Soon Lao Zhang knew what it meant, and he looked at the 8 brawny men in front of him with a face of nervousness and at a loss for words. Li Xingyue covered her face. I told you to let him prepare, but it seems that it still doesn't work. Okay, don't look, all these boxes and stuff have to be moved, let's do it. After Li Xingyue finished speaking, these few big men directly moved up the things quickly and neatly. Each of them took a lot. These people. Xiaoya poked her little head out from behind Lao Zhang. Oh, these are the people a friend got for them. It's fine, you guys can go down there if you want to clean up, they'll lock the door later. Li Xingyue. 4 people went downstairs, stood aside and watched the 8 strong men keep moving up and down. Not 2 trips, all the things were finished. A few people got in the car and drove towards Area A. After entering Area A, they turned right directly to the nearest neighborhood, where the buildings were relatively new and looked to be more than 10 years old at most. And also with elevators, the community's green rate is also high, although belongs to the A area of these communities in the end of the stream, but compared to the original living, that is also quite good. This new home was on the 3rd floor, belonging to the 2nd top floor, and after Li Xingyu's few people entered the house, they realized that this house was quite good. It's still a 2-bedroom, but it's quite a bit larger than the previous house. And all the furniture and appliances are fully furnished and ready to move in. The decoration was not luxurious, but it looked relatively cozy, except that it was a bit dusty and looked like it hadn't been lived in for a long time. On the wall above the couch in the living room, there was also a family portrait with several people in it, all smiles. It seems like they would have lived here before, and I don't know if this is their house or if they rent it. But whatever it was, it looked like they were no longer coming back to stay. Old Zhang and Xiaoya circled the room, nodding their heads uncontrollably, their faces all satisfied. This house is so nice, it's a shame it's just that so much of what was brought in doesn't get used. Lao Zhang sighed, he packed so many things, in fact, on the one hand, is also afraid that there is no here, but now a look is simply nothing to bring. At best, just bring clothes and toiletries. After everything was moved in, the burly man left, and old Zhang's 4 men started cleaning up. This dry to more than 7 o'clock in the evening. The noon meal is Li Xingyue called a takeaway. This A area has a good point, that is, can be the same as before the end of the world, you can order takeaway, and a moment to arrive. It's so convenient that it's a boon for lazy people. So you two have decided to go to Steel City? Li Xingyu nodded, it's decided, we'll probably leave tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Don't worry, I've already greeted Sheng brother San brother, they'll take care of the 2 of you. Lao Zhang and Xiaoya listened to the smile of moving to a new home are gone. After all, to be separated, it is inevitable that there will be some sadness. Aya, how big a deal, it's not like I'm not coming back, look at the 2 of you, making it seem like I'm going to die. Li Xingyu's words came out, the 2 of them fell back into joy again. Okay, we're all big men, let's not talk about more, brother Stormy, don't you like noodles, I'll give you two more bowls to go. Lao Zhang went straight into the kitchen after saying that, while Xiaoya had a rare chat with Tyrant. Brother Stormy, so what, if you're not doing anything in the future, can you take some front and back pictures of me? It's the kind that wears a suit and then below the neck, no, below the chin. Li Xingyu snickered from the side, the mask chosen by this tyrant was truly ugly to the extreme, and it was really no wonder that Xiaoya was judging people by their appearance. Tyrant pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Sayaka nodded happily, then actually raised her head to look directly into the tyrant's face. Brother Storm, to be honest, your eyes are beautiful and your body is extraordinarily well built. To be honest, I've never seen one with such a good body before. Except for my man god, of course. Sayaka said and glanced at her cell phone wallpaper. On the screen were 2 men who were hooking up and wrapping their arms around each other, looking at the camera with smiles on their faces. One of them is not bad looking, but if you compare him to the man with the bottle next to him, he's nothing. I feel like you resemble him, but unfortunately, you're not him, your face. But it's okay, brother Tyrant, after all no one is perfect, I'm sure you'll meet a nice girl in the future who doesn't care what you look like. Tyrant looked at Xiaoya in a daze after hearing this, and after a few moments, he looked down and smiled, unable to help but touch his face. Good, then thank you Xiaoya, you should listen to your brother from now on. If you run into trouble you can contact Li Xingyue, and of course, look for me as well. Xiaoya smiled and nodded. Her appearance was actually already considered outstanding when compared to the average person, but if she were to be compared to Sister Blood Moon, then she would instantly be eclipsed. But then again, how many women like Sister, Blood Moon, Phantom, Sugar, the kind of women who could be described as having an extreme body and looks? The noodles are here. You guys clear the table. Old Zheng said and walked out from the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles in his hand, while Li Xingyu went to the kitchen to serve the other 2 bowls. Unsurprisingly, this would be the last meal a few people would have together in the near future. But the atmosphere at the table during dinner wasn't heavy, because Li Xingyue kept talking non-stop, as if she hadn't talked in a long time. A meal was quickly eaten. Xiaoya went to the kitchen to brush the dishes, while the 3 men of Li Xingyu sat in the living room. Old Zhang, it's still the same thing, don't cause trouble but don't be afraid of it either. Contact Sainer and the others directly if there's anything, besides didn't he transfer you to the second group as well, you shouldn't be so tired from now on. Lao Zhang nodded his head with a happy face, yes, he already called me today to let me go to the second group tomorrow, and he also said that he would let me be a squad leader. I heard that he would be in charge of quite a few people. That's quite good. Remember, change your temper. If you're always so soft, even if you become the boss, your men won't serve you. Also, isn't Johao dead? And I've spoken to Brother Saint about that store of yours, so I'll give it back to you when things settle down. Lao Zhang's eyes were even a little moist after hearing this. Brother, I really didn't expect you to be so kind to me. I, Zheng Huichuan, didn't make a mistake in making you my brother. I won't say anything else, but remember, in case you have a hard time mixing it up out there in the future, you come back. This will always be your home. Chapter 117, Good night, humans. Ha ha ha, good. Look, just say it, why are you crying? Hurry up and wipe it off, don't let you see it. Lao Zhang took the paper towel, hastily wiped the corner of his eyes, not because of you, well, just now have to say so sensational. Li Xingyu finished his speech and got up to go wash up. Tomorrow the big group would be moving, so he planned to go to bed early today to raise his spirits. The other three weren't in the mood to chat, so they all went back to bed. More than 10 minutes later, Li Xingyue was still sleeping on the far side, with Tyrant on her right and Old Zheng on her right. Good night, Stormy, Old Chang. Good night, Stormy, Star Moon. Good night, human. The night was silent, and by the time Li Xingyu woke up again it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Dressing and washing, a series of finished only after more than 10 minutes, Lao Zhang has already bought breakfast. After breakfast, Li Xingyue carried his backpack, which was still bought more than half a year ago in C District. At that time, it was with Yellow Tooth and the three brothers of the Liu family who were at the corpse hunting branch's weapons depot, picking out a lot of weapons and equipment. He had kept his long axe that was a second-rank corpse weapon, but he hadn't done any more quests since then, so of course he hadn't used it again. Li Xingyue weighed the long axe, his current strength of the 6th rank, once again lifting the long axe felt particularly light, as if he was holding a toy in his hand. Li Xingyue walked over to Tyrant and quietly approached his ear. Do you know what this is? Tyrant glanced down. Axe chanting? It's an axe, but not just any axe. This is a corpse weapon specialized in hunting zombies. Not only is it incredibly sharp, but it's also... Li Xingyue didn't wait to finish speaking before the axe in his hand was taken over by the Tyrant, who waited and looked at it, then directly reached out with 2 fingers and pinched the blade of the axe. The next second the axe blade was dry and dented where it had been pinched. Tyrant nodded. Well, it sure is sharp. Li Xingyue burst his jaw. Is this the strength of the 9th order? Che, what's the big deal? I can do it too. The way the Tyrant had downplayed the situation just now made Li Xingyue think that he had done it again. Then reached out and squeezed 2 fingers as well. Whoa! So hard! Li Xingyue exerted all her strength and finally managed to dent the blade of the axe a little, but it wasn't a pinch to be exact, but a grab. It seemed that this corpse weapon was indeed different from weapons built from ordinary materials. It should have something added to it. Otherwise, with Li Xingyue's strength of the 6th rank, in exchange for a normal weapon, how can it be said that it can be as whole as the Tyrant's just now, right? However, there was one thing he knew now: this low-grade corpse weapon really couldn't cause damage to the Corpse King. No wonder the day I first crossed over, I saw the bounty on the bulletin board that said that it had to be a high-ranked corpse weapon to work, and that a low-ranked corpse weapon would absolutely shatter directly into crumbs once it was fought. It seems that there is no need to bring this thing. Li Xingyue directly asked Lao Zhang to find a place to throw it away, or put it at home to defend himself. After packing up, the 4 of them went downstairs. You 2 go back, don't send them. Li Xingyue waved goodbye to Old Zhang and Xiaoya and arrived with Tyrant at the villa where Brother Saint was. Yesterday it was said that they would come here and a few of them would go to the meeting together, and Saint said that he had a car for them. There will be quite a few people walking today. Basically, those who have the means will drive, those who don't will rent a car, and those who really don't have the means will have a whole bike or something. Anyway, no matter what, it's better than walking. After all, there's a short distance between each main city. If you walk over there, don't tell me how long it'll take to get there. But it's definitely tiring, especially since Glory City is the farthest away, and Glory City is also the main city where the nuns are from. Directly east of Freedom City was Arc City, and only directly east of Arc City was Glory City, and each of the main cities were probably hundreds of kilometers away from each other, some even 400 or 500. So if you walk, that is both a delay and a waste of energy. Sheng and Sanner were already standing outside the villa waiting at this point, and a nearly brand new black BMW X5 was parked right next to the 2 of them. Ooh, Saint got a new car. Li Xingyue walked up and circled around the car. In his previous life, this level of car he just saw on the main road, not to mention sitting, touched, not even touched. Saint laughed out. You can have it if you like. Li Xingyue shook her head. Then I can't take away someone's love, besides I'm just trying to be fresh, just take a look. Alright then, you two should have had breakfast, let's get going straight away now, counting the time it should all be almost time to go. This time, Santa was still driving, and Li Xingyue sat in the passenger seat since she wanted to take a closer look at the interior, while Saint and Tyrant sat in the back seat. Li Xingyue opened the window of the car and waved her arm forward with an outstretched arm, shouting excitedly. Brother Sanner, open the charge. Ah, okay, open charge. Yahoo! Whoosh! The car instantly scurried out. The car's power is really very powerful, don't look at the car as big and heavy, but when you give gas it is really forward. Soon arrived at the headquarters of the Freedom Society. At this time the place was about to be overflowing. The open space in the manor was already full of cars. Tens of thousands of cars may not be there, but the big few thousand certainly have. At this time each car are next to a number of people, all of them are fully loaded and ready to go. A few people's cars drove up to the estate, where no one was parked on the main road leading to the hall, so Saint drove right up to the hall door. After getting out of the car, Saint pointed his finger behind him, mumble, that black car is what I prepared for you too, see how it looks? Li Xingyue looked in the direction instantly widening her eyes. Awesome Saint, it's actually a dual-colored Maybach. Li Xingyue's two eyes were glowing, and she directly flew over and touched it lovingly. Maybach? Saint was embarrassed when he saw the Maybach after twisting his head. Star Moon, that one is our old president's car, and yours is the one behind him. Li Xingyue looked further back and realized that it was a black BMW X3 of very new color. I thought it was this car. Saint shook his head, I can get you one of this level, and brand new ones are no problem, but Steel City isn't Freedom City after all. We're not familiar with the situation there, and if you have a car that's too nice it's easy to be missed, and this X3 is right up there in the middle of the not-so-slick category. The overpowered ones can't look at it, and the underpowered ones don't dare to grab it. Li Xingyue nodded, it's still your majesty who is wise. Who do you hear something? Seems to have it. That'll do. Well. It's almost time now, so everyone can get in their cars and get going. Remember, come in and out in an orderly fashion, don't crowd. After hearing the horn, all the members of the Freedom Society in the manor at this moment got into the car in unison. Okay, you two get in the car too. Li Xingyue nodded and looked to Tyrant. Tyrant understood what it meant, I'll drive. Okay. Li Xingyue said and directly got into the passenger side, twisted his head to find that the back seat actually put quite a lot of food and drink. Brother Saint really has a heart. Let's go Saint, Sango. After saying hello, the Tyrants drove to the main road and waited in line to exit the manor. Since all four main cities were on the east side of Freedom City, most of them chose to go out through the East City Gate. Of course there were others who didn't want to wait in line all the time, so they opted for the North and South gates. Li Xingyue realized that Tyrant really did have a knack for driving. Not only was he very skilled, but his driving skills were quite good. If he wanted to cut in line, he could always get in with no problem, and if he didn't want to be cut in line, then the next person couldn't get in anyway. That's convincing. Would it kill you to jump the queue? Are you in such a hurry? Chapter 118 She's playing a game, she's breaking the console is in two halves. Know how to drive in a civilized and safe manner? I'll run you over if you don't get stuck in. Okay, don't get on the wrong side of this lunatic, let him stick it in, he won't get there for a while anyway, it's not that bad. The streets are now basically full of Liberty Club cars, many of which are swearing at each other for jumping lanes or cutting in line. There were even some very grumpy ones who went straight to playing with bumper cars. Li Xingyue couldn't help but smack her lips as she watched the tailgate and car accident behind her through the rearview mirror. This one is so grumpy. Tyrant nodded, indeed, get me a beer from the back seat. What? You're sick? I don't know if you can drink a car without driving a car, or drive a car without drinking a car. Tyrant glanced at him, I'm a man who can drink 30 cases of wine, no more than I can drink a bottle or two and not be able to drive, am I? Well, you win. I don't know what Saint was thinking, but he actually put a case of beer in the back seat, so it seems like he knows his way around a tyrant. Li Xingyue lowered the window, lit a cigarette for himself, and lifted both legs directly onto the counter in front of the passenger seat. It's not a bad day, this big sun. Li Xingyue looked up from her cell phone as she smoked, while Tyrant held the steering wheel with one hand and grabbed the bottle of wine with the other, drinking as she drove. But there are too many cars to run at this moment, basically you can say it's a turtle speed. About an hour or so, Li Xingyue two talents out of the east gate, At this time the field of vision instantly open. In front of them there are quite a number of vehicles, all in the slamming on the gas pedal driving at breakneck speeds. Steel City was northeast of Freedom City, roughly 300 to 400 kilometers away. Okay, we're not in a hurry, just drive slowly and get there before dinner. Tyrant nodded and flung the finished bottle in his hand right down the window. Snap! The sound of a wine bottle shattering rang out. Ugh, I'll see Shura soon. By the way, I forgot to talk to both of them. Ghost Knight Sugar. Li Xingyue pulled out her cell phone and broadcast a video to Ghost Knight, which was quickly connected. What is it, brother? Li Xingyue was just about to say something when she realized that Ghost Knight actually had an apron over her body and was gray. I say, Sage, what are you doing at home again instead of reading comics? Oh, I'm not trying to learn how to cook, otherwise you'd only be eating snacks every time you came back, brother. Li Xingyue was honestly touched after hearing this. It's okay, snacks don't fill you up. Do you know how to use gas? Forget about it, don't make the house explode. Yes, I've already learned it, don't worry brother, I'm sure I can learn it. By the way, tell me what kind of food you like to eat? Li Xingyue thought for a moment. You're still at the beginner's stage, there's definitely no way you can do anything too difficult. Tell you what, just keep it simple and make a braised Yankee. Ghost Knight froze after hearing this. Brother, where can I get this Yangtze crocodile? I'm kidding, so you can make a tomato scrambled egg, this is easy. Li Xingyue finished thinking for a moment, then hastily added, right, that eggshell can't be eaten, you have to crack the egg. Ghost Knight listened very carefully, concentrating, and even took notes. Old brother, let's not be so bad, right? Is your cell phone just for show? Just go online and look up a cooking tutorial. Ghost Knight nodded. I know brother, by the way you find me what Harm, I forgot if you didn't tell me, it's like this, Tyrant and I have left Freedom City and are heading to Steel City soon. That's why I wanted to talk to you about it. What's Sweetie doing? Ghost Knight nodded. Got it brother, sweet? You wait, I'll take a look. Ghost Knight took his cell phone and went out of the kitchen. She's playing a game in the living room. She seems a little pissed off right now, and now she's breaking the game console. It's in half. Brother, wait a minute, she seems to be coming at me. Just after saying that, Ghost Knight directly ran wildly in the opposite direction. I just bought it for her yesterday in Tama. That's 4,999. Damn it, Tyrant, turn around and go to Star Ocean City. I'm going to go on a killing spree today. Bare one's teeth. The car decelerated, directly followed by a beautiful dump. The car instantly rushed toward the road from which it came. Li Xingyue directly froze, looked at him with a confused face. Not buddy? You're really going to do something? I'm just talking. What are you waiting for? Turn around and go back. Tyrant glanced at him helplessly, followed by another fling. Okay, nothing else, run faster so she doesn't catch up. Taking one last look at the terrified-faced Ghost Knight, he simply hung up the phone. Putting down the cell phone, Li Xingyue body poked out the window to look behind. At this time that scene is really shocking enough. In total, there were several thousand vehicles, starting from the east gate of Freedom City, in the shape of a fan, heading towards several main cities. Like a wild horse out of control, also like a flock of sheep, many vehicles also began to show off, a variety of drifting, tail and spinning. It seems to be quite depressing, but of course there are some people who are looking at so many people and want to show their car skills. Gee, what a childish mind. Li Xingyue was looking at it when the car suddenly shook violently, causing his body to be unsteady. Surprisingly, the whole person directly fell out of the car window and flopped on the ground. He too took a mouthful of dirt and looked up to find his black X3 flailing and spinning. But it only took a turn or two before it drove at him again. Soon the car drove up to him, and in the main driver's seat, Tyrant looked at him with a puzzled expression. When did you get out? Li Xingyue stared at him and gritted her teeth. You're a ing douchebag, right? It's okay for people to show off their skills, but what are you up to? Can you not know how I went out? Still pretending to be innocent with me? Tyrant laughed a little. Alright, get in the car. Li Xingyue glared at him fiercely and got into the car, but this time she did put on her seatbelt. I'm warning you, don't this up for me again, drive normally for me now. Tyrant shrugged. Alright then. Not a minute after they finished speaking, several cars came up on the left and right sides of their car at the same time, and two of them clamped down on them, one on the left and one on the right, while the windows were all lowered. It was basically full of men who were looking at the two of them with provocative eyes. That was a good drift, brother, why don't you try it? Yeah, dare you to compete? Li Xingyue waved her hand. Sorry, not interested. The people in the next few cars all laughed at that statement. Ha 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 ha, it looks like the two of them have wimped out. That goes without saying, it must be a wimp, alas, what a waste of such a nice car. Forget it, don't bother with these two pieces of trash, let's have a few cars compete. I think we're all going to Steel City, right? Then let's race to see who can get there first. Che, I think then what, come on, but not for nothing, so let's do it this way, which car is the last to arrive, then it's on the house. Ha 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 ha, I think it's fine. Chapter 119 Turn right, and turn right again. A few cars chattered for a few moments before they all slammed on the gas and scurried off. Li Xingyue tilted her head to look at Tyrant. What are you doing? Tyrant was unsure. Driving, what does that mean? And what's the point, just now the group of have said so, can still bear it? I take back what I said before, you charge me now, and charge me hard. They must be taken. In short, you give me your full power now. The Tyrant's doubtful eyes gradually debauched, and then smiled evilly. This is what you said, and there is no chance of backtracking if you say it. Li Xingyue disdainfully two-way spit towards the window. Old me never regrets them. 3 hours later, not far outside the south gate of Steel City, a black BMW X3 was parked on the side of the road, with two people beside the car. One of them sat cross-legged at the front of the car, his eyes on the Steel City ahead of him, sipping his beer with relish. The other was on his knees with his hands on the ground and kept on vomiting. Vom. Vom. Water, give me water. Li Xingyue was dizzy and threw up the contents of her stomach. Feeling something handed over next to her, Li Xingyue took it and directly poured it into her belly. Put. I just drank it in my mouth and spit it out immediately after. You tyrant. I want ing water, not booze. The Tyrant let out an oh-so-subtle sigh and took a bottle of water out of the car and unscrewed the cap and handed it to him. Tyrant shook his head. This isn't working for you either, you've been throwing up for half an hour and you're still not over it? Li Xingyue was still kneeling on the ground, this time propping up the ground with one hand and slowly stretching out a finger with her other hand. Tyrant looked at him uncertainly. Want to rest a little longer? Li Xingyue shook her head, but just as she shook her head, she got dizzy. Damn, this afterburner is too big. I mean, this is the last time in my life I'll be riding in your car. Tyrant shrugged. Then you drive later. Boom, boom, boom. Just then a couple cars came up in the distance and quickly drove up next to the two of them. Dude, I'm convinced, you're fierce. Really, I'm also convinced. I didn't realize that even though you're ugly, your car skills can definitely seal the deal. Honestly, I've never seen anyone in my life who dares to drive like this. Driving, you're really playing with your life. Brother, join us in the Akemason Car God Club. Hey! What's that brother doing on his knees? I didn't even see him until you told me. What was he doing? What's all that on the floor? It's disgusting. Holy, he's not going to get sick from the whole thing, is he? Ha ha ha. Li Xingyu instantly stood up when she heard the conversation and jeers of several people and looked at them with a normal face. So what? Harm, that's what happened. I was looking at a puddle of unidentified liquid on this floor, so I got out of the car to study it. The group nodded, but their expressions and stifled smiles betrayed them. Let's go, I have nothing left in my stomach. Hurry into the city to find Shura, I must slaughter him today. Li Xingyue directly pulled open the passenger door and sat in. I thought you just said no. Li Xingyue glared. What did I say? I didn't say anything at all. Hold on tight and drive. Tyrant greeted the group behind him, got in his car and continued to drive forward, soon reaching the gates of the city. The difference between the walls here and the outer walls of Freedom City doesn't seem very big at first glance, but after looking at them more closely, well, there's really not much difference. When they reached the security area at the gates of the city, they saw two adjudicators walk up ahead of them. Show your papers and get out of the car for inspection. The two men stepped out of the car, one of them going to check the vehicle while the other checked up on the credentials. Heh, sure enough, it's the Freedom Society again, and even though it has nothing to do with me, I'd still like to advise you. Steel City isn't like Freedom City, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers here, there are plenty of strong ones, you'd better clamp your tails a little tighter or there are those who are willing to teach the two of you how to behave. The man said something arrogantly, and seeing that nothing was checked out on his companion's side, he let the two go. Remember what I said, or you won't make it here. I know what you guys are here for, and for your information, there are quite a few gangs here. Alright, go. Li Xingyue glanced at the person in the rearview mirror and shook her head. This person is really complicated. Looking at the heart of the mind is okay, but how come when this is said it's so unappealing? Don't you talk about him, hurry up and call Shura to send the location. Li Xingyue nodded and took out her cell phone to send a message to Xiao Luo, but after waiting for a while there was no response. It didn't come back, I'll call him. Li Xingyue dialed the phone, but it still didn't connect, and it did so for several times in a row. It's like the guy's dead, he can't be reached. Could it be that he's hiding because he knows we're going to kill him today? Tyrant pondered for a few seconds, then let's ignore him for now, let's go to the Freedom Society headquarters first. Li Xingyue nodded as the car continued to drive forward, and only after exiting the long-walled gateway did the true appearance of the Steel City reveal itself. Holy, it's a hoot in here! In front of us at this point was a large square with a number of vehicles and stalls of the bizarre kind. And at the end of the square was a main road several hundred meters wide, separating the buildings directly to the left and right. The building on the left is slightly lower and older than the one on the right, but the difference is not particularly large. But even so, the buildings here were significantly taller and newer than the outer city of Freedom City. It seemed that those people before were right, this Freedom City really couldn't be compared to the other main cities, and Steel City could only be ranked second to last in the 5 cities if ranked. Although it looks like it's only one place off, it's actually 1 or 2 levels higher than Liberty City. The main feature of the Steel City is its well-developed industrial and manufacturing sector, with numerous industries in this area. It's even where those arms and corpse weapons and evolutionary potions originated. More industry also means more population, and also the place is relatively richer. And this is just the outermost part of the city, it looks similar to the B district of Freedom City, so I really need to come out and see what's going on. Moreover, Li Xingyu had heard that one thing that was different from Freedom City was that there was no mandatory zoning then entry according to strength. It also gets busier the closer you get to the center, but you can come and go as you please in most areas, no matter what rank you are. Of course, said so, generally do not have the strength to go to the center or busy areas, after all, Togo cannot afford to spend. Moreover, the closer to the center, the stronger the people living there were, so in case there was trouble you wouldn't be able to cope with it yourself. Li Xingyue opened the map and glanced at it, realizing that Steel City was divided into 3 main areas. Central area, industrial area, residential area. The central district was naturally in the very center of the city, where those 7th and 8th ranked powerhouses spent their daily activities, and where the headquarters of the major organizations gathered. Bounded by the central district, the northern half of Steel City is an industrial area and the southern half is a residential area. The industrial zone contains 3 more areas: industrial, ecological, and high-tech. The ecological zone mainly produces and nurtures a variety of flora and fauna as well as food and water sources. The industrial areas are for the production and manufacture of all sorts of things, including arms of course, but these areas are off limits to all but the workers. And the high-tech zone was mainly for research and development, with things like corpse weapons and evolutionary potions being produced here alone. This board is the smallest in size, but it is also the area with the tightest security. Do you see what you're looking at? Where are we going now? Li Xingyue looked at the map for a moment, then scratched his head. It looks like it's a right turn, then another right turn, and finally one more right turn and you're there. Chapter 120 Hesitate and you will lose. Tyrant nodded and refired the car, which started up, though he turned it off again immediately afterward. Do you know how to read or not? If we go this way we'll be back. Yeah. Hey. Seems like it, huh? Tyrant took the map and glanced at it. I see, it's going to be a left turn. How come it's a left turn? Shouldn't it look like a right turn to me? Is the map wrong? Tyrant shook his head. No, it's not the map that's wrong, it's the fact that you just held it upside down. Li Xingyue bowed her head in silence for a moment, then raised her head again, pretending to be fine. Don't care about these small details. Small details? If I let you drive I'd say you could drive straight back to Star Ocean City. You're cursing too hard, I'm not that stupid, am I? While Tyrant drove towards the west, Li Xingyue looked at the map again. This settlement is also divided into zones, west and east, with the South City Gate as the boundary. The east end is the rich neighborhood and the west end is the ghetto. The Freedom Club branch was temporarily set up in the West District, which was also the gathering place of various gangs, and to say that the level of chaos was comparable to that of Freedom City. The branch was pretty much near the center of the West End, and when the two arrived they realized that it was actually an estate as well. Only unlike the headquarters of Freedom City, this place could be described as dilapidated, overgrown with weeds, even the walls were a bit cracked, and the area was a bit smaller than that of the headquarters. I also wonder if the place was bought by the Liberty Club? Or rented. Or robbed it. At this time, the manor was already filled with quite a few vehicles. Basically all of them were members of Free City coming over. Li Xingyu roughly estimated that there should be more than 1,000 vehicles here. The number of people is estimated to be around 5,000. These are just the first ones to arrive. There is still a group of people who have not yet arrived. The men were basically standing outside their cars smoking, while some were still skulking around the property observing. And unsurprisingly, a lot of people are opening their mouths and complaining. Holy, I've always heard that Steel City is better than Freedom City, and I was pretty excited to just get into the city, but who knew that the division would be this? Alas, who knows, I reckon it might be that all the good places have been taken by other organizations or gangs. After all, we came late, it can't be helped. This is making me kind of regret coming over. What the hell this is? I see this place is eerie. If you make a ghost movie you probably don't even have to move, just come up here. Okay, don't talk too much, it's normal for us to just come here. When we grow stronger and more powerful in the future, we'll be able to pick whatever land we want. Li Xingyue and Tyrant also got out of the car, and the two of them leaned against the front of the car while smoking and drinking. It's been a few hours, and the people of Freedom City are almost all here. Why haven't we looked at the stewards yet? Tyrant shook his head. Who knows, just wait, it should be out soon. As he was talking, 5 cars drove in at the main entrance of the manor, and these cars were all Range Rovers. Coming to a stop in the very center of the manor, then the people in the 4 cars behind them all stepped out, 5 people in each car. Most of these people were strong and sturdy. Even if they were small and thin in stature, the eyes and aura they revealed could show onlookers that they were definitely not to be messed with. At this time the first car people also walked out. The main driver was a pugnacious man. The whole person's aura was even stronger than those people just now. And the co-pilot stepped out, a thin man, thin but with very stern eyes. And the back seat is out a man and a woman, the female alluring and charming. If you just look at the body looks, then many men will certainly drool, not to mention that she also wears a cheongsam. The kind of open fork is very high. And the last man to walk out was of medium build, about early 30s, dressed in black, with a steady pace, revealing an aura that wasn't as strong as the others. But everyone at the scene didn't dare to have contempt. After all, this person looked to be the boss of those people just now. Since he could be the boss, his strength must still be above them. At this moment, everyone was guessing who these people were. How could they come straight to their Freedom Society's branch? Hey, what do you guys think these guys are doing? I don't know, they all look so fresh-faced. Could they be new to the club? It's possible, and I have a feeling it would be a high level, most likely a vice president or something like that. Vice president? I think you guessed small, didn't you? With that aura, I have a feeling he might be the new president. These people didn't speak after they came down, but just casually scanned the crowd at the scene. Li Xingyue and Tyrant were also staring at them. Why do I get the feeling they're a bit of a bad influence? Tyrant took a sip of his wine. You just saw that? As the two were talking, they saw that a few people were already heading towards the ones at the head of the group. These are the ones who are alive in their hearts and have guessed that these people are likely to be their future superiors, and want to go ahead and mingle and flatter them. After someone took the lead, more and more people slowly gathered around. A few of them were on the verge of coming close to the man at the head by now. This boss, you should be our new president, right? I see that you have an extraordinary aura, so you must be it. Hee. My name is Triple X. I will definitely work hard for the club in the future. Yes, I'm also the president. My name is Triple X, currently 5th order strength. In the future, I will definitely offer my liver and brain, and vow to die for the gang, in order to let the Freedom Club dominate the Iron City as soon as possible. As soon as that was said, a mocking smile instantly came from beside them. It was the people in the 4 cars behind them who were laughing. As for the 4 people in the first car, other than the one in the lead, the remaining 3 were all sneering with disdain. President? The Steel City of Domination? Oh, nice, really nice. The skinny man in the first car couldn't help but laugh. The man at the head of the group scanned the room again, then a flash of disappointment flashed in his eyes before he got into his car. And just now the ears of those few people only heard in the word good, all full of smiles, feeling that they have earned, actually just came to leave a good impression on the president. As for the large group of people behind them, at this time, they all had some regrets. Had they known that they should have rushed up first just now. The old saying is so true. Don't hesitate. If you hesitate, you lose. Several bosses, what do you think we should arrange next? The skinny guy laughed a little. Arrangements? Oh good, I'll arrange it then. Now you guys pull out your weapons. The group of people from the Freedom Society all grabbed their weapons from their bodies after hearing this and quietly waited for his next order. Then well. Give the person next to you a stab. Oh no, just kill him. Oh good, huh? Boss, this? Everyone apparently froze after hearing this and were instantly at a loss for words as they wondered why this order to kill each other had been given. I thought how powerful this freedom club would be, but now I see that it's simply a bunch of rabble. It's no fun. Let's go. The skinny man got into the car after saying that, while the others also got into the car one after another, and then drove towards the outside of the estate. The rest of the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, the swords in their hands raised or lowered. What's this? How did it go? I don't know, but why do I feel like something's wrong? I'm now wondering if they're from our Freedom Society or not. Li Xingyue covered her face. What a bunch of ing. I can't believe I haven't turned a corner by now, my ass. Chapter 121. The leader of a group also serves the members of the group. What's the point of playing like this? Sooner or later you'll have to let someone play with you. At this point everyone slowly lowered their knives, and although none of them were thinking straight, they all realized something was wrong. After another moment, a few more cars drove in outside the manor, and when the cars stopped, many people quickly surrounded them. Because the few cars that came this time had a lot of people's eyes familiar or had already recognized them, all of them were the cars of the top management of the Freedom Society. A total of 10 or so people came down from the car. There were group leaders and captains and vice presidents. And Lu Feng is one of them. At this time, after Lu Feng got out of the car, many people greeted him. Hello, Vice President. Vice President, a group of people just came, none of whom we recognize. Yeah, they all look very strong. Are they our new top recruits in Steel City? Lu Feng just walked down. A group of people swarmed up, began to constantly ask out of the heart-hair doubt. The moment these some words came out, Lu Feng was also a bit confused. To be honest, she was not clear at all. Because just this morning, he had been struggling with whether to choose to go over to the scholarly city lord side and hang out a casual position first, or say come over to the chapter side and continue to be the vice president. On the surface it definitely looks like the vice president is a bit more scenic. After all, it's a big club inside. In addition to the president, it can already be said to be the biggest head. But if that was the case, his own future would be a bit slim. After all, he didn't want to just be a 7th rank, just a vice president of a Yakuza gang. To the Scholar City Lord's side, although he would temporarily hang on to an idle position, and there was no telling when he would be transferred to another position, but at least he belonged to the City Lord's men. One is that it's good to talk about it and have status, and then there's also more opportunities to get in good with the scribes. In fact, Lu Feng was already relatively outstanding, and within all the 7th ranks in Freedom City, it was basically just him and Shang who shone the brightest. Because both of them are very young, of course, this is one aspect. There is also another aspect, is Lu Feng's shrewdness as well as do a good job for people. And at first glance, Shang really looks like a general asshole who has nothing to do every day, but everyone knows that he must have some kind of overpowering background behind him. But for Lu Feng to come to Steel City, his advantage would not be that great. After all, Steel City is full of capable people. There are people who are smarter and more powerful than him. So he was constantly weighing up how he should really choose, because he was also afraid that in case he went to the side of the scribe, it would be okay to mix it up if he ended up gaining power. But if it doesn't live up to your expectations, then it might be hard to quit when the time comes. But at that time, at the Paradise Bar in Freedom City, the scholar hadn't given him a death sentence, but had only said that he was welcome to join at any time. That's why Lu Feng came directly to the Freedom Society. He was trying to stay here for a while to feel out the situation of the Steel City before doing so. After all, he didn't know anything about the various situation forces here, as well as those powerful people who were ranked. Describe to me the physiognomy of those people. Although Lu Feng didn't know, someone in the headquarters was familiar with Steel City and he took out his phone and dialed. While listening to these people, they are then relayed to the people at headquarters. There was a surprising silence on the other end of the line after that. Lu Feng was a bit puzzled. Why don't you say anything? Didn't find out? A man's voice came out from that head at that moment, with some incredulity and trembling. Vice President, check it out, just what? Lu Feng frowned, feeling that this person was really inked. Nothing. Based on the facial features you just provided, I can basically conclude that the group of people just now were from other gangs in Steel City. Oh? So it's a peer group? Exactly which gang is it? This Steel City has more gangs than Freedom City. The person on the other end of the phone involuntarily gulped. It's from the Rakshasa Society. This is a newly risen gang only in the last year. No one knows where they came from, but as soon as they arrived, they swept away large and small gangs. And although they don't have many members, each of them is powerful. Now it's vaguely on the verge of overpowering Steel City's #1 gang, the Wild Dragon Gang. The Rakshasa Society? Lu Feng pondered for a moment. This name seemed like he had heard it from somewhere some time ago, but he was a bit surprised after hearing it. In just 1 year, the momentum is actually going to overpower the Steel City's veteran gang, the Wild Dragon Gang. This is not an alarming rate. He knew about the Mad Dragon Society, just like the Freedom Society. It was the leading gang in Steel City, but of course it had declined a bit in the past few years, and didn't have its previous heyday of splendor. The main reason for this is that their old president is getting older, has lost the drive he had when he was young, and now just wants to live out his twilight years in peace and quiet. So the club has just maintained the status quo for the past few years and has not continued to expand, but of course, that being said, some of the henchmen certainly aren't happy about it. But also do not dare to do too much, really cannot stand also left to go to other clubs. And this Rakshasa would come and directly crush the entire underground world with his strong strength. Certainly not invincible, I guess, but at least the casualty rate of members is far lower than other clubs. It seems that they came over today just to test the strength of their own family. Lu Feng thought for a moment, then stood on the roof of the car and said a few words to the crowd to calm them down. In addition, everyone can see, we need to clean this new according to the land, later a person to go to buy cleaning tools, when bought back after everyone hard work. Aim to have the manor and dormitory buildings cleared by tonight. After roughly ordering a few sentences, Lu Feng stepped off the roof of the car, and then pulled out his cell phone to make another call. Hey, I said, Chairman Sama, when are you planning to come? I could hear a man on the other end of the line. Oh, there's no rush, tomorrow morning. Lu Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Just now a group of people came. It's a newly risen gang over here. It's very strong. We should have a tough time in the future. The man on the other end of the phone owed and smiled with full concern. Okay, I know. I'll definitely be on time before the conference tomorrow. Lu Feng nodded helplessly. All right, as soon as you can. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng leaned against the front of the car, raising his head for a moment to observe the crowd in front of him, and then lowering his head in contemplation. After about half an hour or so, several hundred people drove back to the property with quite a few tools. After handing them out to everyone got moving, some leading and clearing the pavement of the property. Some went straight to the dormitory buildings and halls and started cleaning up. The two of them, Li Xingyue and Tyrant, were also divided into two brooms. Tyrant swept the broom a few times and looked at Li Xingyue. You're a 6th order team leader, do you still need to do this kind of work? Look at what you're saying, what's wrong with the group leader? The group leader also serves the group members. But you have a point. Li Xingyue picked up the broom and led Tyrant directly toward Lu Feng's side. Chapter 122. After all, it was the wedding day, so it shouldn't be messed up, right? Hello, Vice President Lu. Lu Feng saw Li Xingyue as soon as he looked up. Oh? You've come to Steel City too? Li Xingyue nodded. Yes, it's not like they all say Steel City is a good place to hang out, so I came here. Lu Feng was dumbfounded. Then you should have seen that scene just now. I'm afraid it's not a good place to hang out. It's not too much to say it's a dragon's den. Li Xingyue shrugged. That can't be helped. Come all the way. Welcome the men. Right, where's Lu Shuang? Why don't I see him? Li Xingyue did not see Lu Shuang's figure in the car. This car was driven by Lu Feng himself. Shizuku said she's going to a friend's wedding, so she won't be able to come over until tomorrow, and she'll be right in the president's car then. Oh, so it's for a wedding, I say. Wait, a wedding? I forgot about this. Only then did Li Xingyue remember what Lu Feng had said to him last night, that Wang Feng and Wenwen would have a wedding in the next 2 days. Is it hard to be today? He directly took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Shuang. Hey, I was just about to call you Star Moon, where have you been? What the where have I been? I'm in Steel City. Lu Shuang looked shocked. What are you doing there? Didn't you say you were coming to Wang Feng and Wenwen's wedding? Li Xingyue covered her face. You said at the time that you would send me the time and address, and you didn't send it later. I've forgotten all about it. Forget it, I'll transfer 2,000 to you later. You give it to them for me. Just tell them I wish them both 100 years of happiness. Lu Shuang patted his chest and assured, okay, no problem, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. Alright, let's not talk to you first. Wang Feng is drunk. Wen and I helped him to rest and go. After saying that, Lu Shuang hung up the phone. This guy shouldn't be messing around, right? After all, it's someone's wedding day, so it would be unethical to do something about it. By the way, Vice President Lu. Lu Feng frowned. Why do you still keep calling the Vice President? Li Xingyue froze for a moment before she realized, I forgot to forget, Brother Feng, you just said that Lu Shuang would come over with the chairman. Do you mean the old president or the new one on our side? that would naturally be the new president. That? Lu Feng shook his head. Don't you ask, the new president has specially explained that he must not reveal his identity before he arrives. But he'll be there tomorrow morning before the convention, and you'll know who it is then. Well, actually, I'm not that curious. Li Xingyu said against her will and then handed Lu Feng a cigarette. Brother Feng, I heard from Lu Shuang that you've stepped into the 7th rank for quite a long time. Haven't you thought of trying to break through further up? Lu Feng took a drag on his cigarette and laughed a bit. It seems like you don't understand the 8th order. Since there's nothing else going on at the moment, I'll simply nag you. After hearing this, Li Xingyue directly twisted her head and ran to the X3, hit the fire and drove the car to the front of Lu Feng's car. Meanwhile, a bunch of snacks and booze from the car were brought down. Lu Feng froze as he watched this operation. I'm just saying a brief chat, you're exaggerating a bit, right? No exaggeration, not at all. Li Xingyue sat directly on the ground cross-legged and opened 3 bottles of beer, one for each person. Tyrant took the beer and also sat down cross-legged. Lu Feng saw this and didn't hold back and similarly sat down. Not to mention, he hadn't even thought to bring food or drink with him today, and now he was really a bit thirsty. Like the evolution potions below the 6th rank, they're not limited, you can buy them at specialized places, and they're usually not too limited, as long as you have the money. And with the 7th order evolutionary potion, there is a clear limit. In order to buy it, first you have to be 6th order, and then you can only buy 2 a year. After all, from the 5th or 6th order evolutionary potion onwards, his production is much lower, uses more materials, and is more complicated to make. And the 7th order is even more so out comes the limit. 8th order evolution potions are even harder to get hold of, and the supply of each main city is limited to a handful each year. Li Xingyue kept nodding her head as she ate her chips, listening with great interest. Freedom City is the least, sometimes they give one a year, sometimes the production line has a problem, or other main cities have a high demand, and that one is gone. Actually, Freedom City was assigned one this year, and at that time, the old president had already told me that he would try to help me fight for it. Although the body hunters on the ruler's side are also eyeing this potion, I think I still have hope, whoever thought. Ugh. When he got to the best part, Lu Feng stopped talking and just sighed heavily. Whoever thought anything? Go on, I'm in a hurry. Whoever thought that this potion was cut off by Long Yen? Think about it, he's already at the 8th rank. What's the point of having that potion? And that's not even the most aggravating thing. The most annoying thing is that he ended up giving this root potion to someone else, and everyone speculated that it either went to a scribe who was close to him. Either that or it was given to Arc City's top brass for mobilization. After all, anyone can see that he's never been able to look at Freedom City, and doesn't want to be transferred at all times. Oh, so that's what happened. Li Xingyue got a small comfort. The story was still interesting to listen to. Then the other several cities should have quite a bit more quota of 8th order potions, right? Lu Feng shook his head. There aren't many, like Steel City, Radiance City, and Aurora City are usually 2 per year. Arc City as the first main city is 3. Of course these are just rumors from the outside world, and only those at the top of the main city know exactly how many there are. These potions will be sent to the city lord every time, who will arrange and distribute them. After all, the city lord is the supreme ruler of a main city. Li Xingyue nodded. He now probably understood why Lu Feng was trying to flatter the scholar. It seemed that it should be for this evolutionary potion, but with the 8th order potion quota being so small and the 7th order being so numerous, whoever it was would surely have waited over and over again. If it was without any selfishness, it would definitely be given to whoever had the most potential. After all, evolution was not 100% successful, especially the higher the rank, the higher the probability of failure. But then again, how could there not be selfishness? Although Lu Feng is smart, but some things will be easy to see when it comes to his turn. Li Xingyue felt that with the character of the scholar the odds were that he wouldn't give him the potion. After all, Lu Feng was not his subordinate before. Even if he is now, then he will definitely observe for a few years before saying anything. Li Xingyue admitted that Lu Feng was indeed a smart and shrewd person, but the scholar was bound to still be above him and even more sinister and cunning. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to sit as the city's master. So after finishing the 8th order, what about the 9th order potion? 9th order? Lu Feng was a bit stunned. What are you asking for? Not that I'm hitting you, I remember you're a 4th rank, right? I'm 6th order. Well, you're at the 6th rank, then you still have a long way to go as well. It's useless to know this now, but don't be overly ambitious, break through to the 7th rank first. Li Xingyue skimmed her lips. Brother Feng, you're overthinking it. I'm just aroused by your curiosity. Since you've talked about it, just tell me about it, I'll just listen to the story. Well, actually, ninth order potions are going to be even rarer, and lower order potions like those are really made by extracting the energy from the crystal cores. But it's not the same with higher order potions, like the 8th order potions. There are only 4 or 5 8th order necromancers. You should know, it's those 4 on the bounty list, Tyrant Shura and the others. We can't possibly kill the Corpse King in order to make an 8th order potion. After saying this, Lu Feng looked at Tyrant. You say that's the point, don't you, Brother Storm? Chapter 123, what can I have in mind? I'm just concerned about Brother Feng. Tyrant froze for a moment, then smiled and nodded, makes sense. Right, but how were the 8th and 9th order potions made? This brings us to that genius of Arc City. This evolution potion was originally researched by him. And the 7th, 8th, and 9th order potions were researched by him through other methods. Everyone is actually guessing that the main material is still the crystal core, except maybe it's been purified or some other substance has been added or something? Of course we don't understand all this. Anyway, you see, so many 8th and 9th ranked powerhouses now, it means that genius has indeed succeeded in his research, and it's a great success. For another, the 9th order potions wouldn't be like the 8th order, which would be directly distributed to the various city lords, but would instead be given to the Arc City's top brass in the first place, and they would distribute them. Iron City alone has an area dedicated to the production of evolution potions, but the ones produced there are only of the 6th rank and below, and anything above the 7th rank is in Arc City. Li Xingyu nodded. After listening to what Lu Feng said, he really gained a lot today. By the way, Peak, did you come to this to continue as vice president? Lu Feng nodded dryly. Yes, still vice president. Well, that's quite good. It belongs to a flat transfer. You're already at the 7th rank at such a young age. Your future is unlimited. I just wonder how old the new president is and if he'll be jealous of you. Lu Feng looked at Li Xingyu somewhat speechlessly. You kid, don't condescend to me. There's no way I'm going to disclose half of the new chairman's information to you. Li Xingyu was like a green tea. How can you say that about me, Brother Feng? I can have any bad thoughts. I'm just concerned about you, Brother Feng. Tyrant elbowed Li Xingyu. Take a look at what's this on my arm. Li Xingyu glanced at her. It's just goosebumps. What's wrong with it? Ha! Huh? You kid actually learned to be sarcastic. Vice President, the hall has been cleaned. Go sit there, the floor is much cooler. At this time a skinny monkey ran from a distance and looked at Lu Feng invitingly with an attentive face. Good, hard work. Lu Feng stood up and patted the dirt and weeds on his butt. Li Xingyu also carried the snacks and drinks back to the car, and the 3 of them drove and parked in front of the hall. This manor should have been uninhabited for at least 2 or 3 years by the looks of it, or else it couldn't have fallen into such a state of disrepair. After half a day of cleaning by a group of people, the dust was already basically gone, but there was still some musty smell constantly coming out from the entire hall. The interior decorations and items in this hall were obviously not as good as those in Freedom City, but that was normal. The HQ side had more people and had been developing for several years. With the money and the people, it must have been ginormous. Also, the layout of this hall was not quite the same as the one in Freedom City. Here, once you entered, it was a large square space without any walls or pillars blocking it, and you could see the end of it at a glance. At this point, after entering the front door, at the end of the front door is a wide corridor, and to the left and right of the corridor is one room door after another. This building has a total of 3 floors, with the first floor being the highest, as the lobby has a height of 6 or 7 meters. Li Xingyu skipped around the hall while looking around, feeling that this place looked alright. Holding a few thousand people was not a problem. And there's not a lot of stuff now, so all those old furniture and tables and chairs scattered about are thrown away and new ones procured, so they'll definitely look brand new by then. Today these people are simply cleaning. After all, they are all big old men who don't work much. No matter how careful they are not as good as professional cleaning. Lu Feng walked over and was also looking around. That's it for today. Tomorrow, when the president comes to finish the general meeting, we'll ask someone to do a specialized cleaning. Plus a few more tables, chairs, benches, and everyday items. If it goes well, it won't be half a month before this place is as brightly lit as the headquarters. Li Xingyu nodded, but that would cost a lot of money. There is plenty of money in the Freedom Society. After all, after so many years of development, especially after the end of the world, the development has been even more rapid. The points cannot be earned. But this time, the development of the chapter must be hemorrhaging money. After all, it is not the development of 1, but 4, which will have to be broken into 4 parts as soon as the money is taken out. And odds are the club will only support this one time, and then it's up to the club itself, so we have to expand our territory as soon as possible. Otherwise, with so many members to feed, it certainly can't be sustained without industry. Li Xingyue nodded. He had previously reported for the position of group leader, but reporting the rules and regulations, whether or not he would be able to become one would have to wait until the start of the conference tomorrow to know. Hearing Lu Feng talking about expanding his territory just now, he was still a bit hot-blooded, thinking about taking a machete and storming into someone's bar, nightclub or KTV with a group of people. Yell for the boss to come out and say that this place will be owned by the Free Society from now on. If it was another club's territory, it would definitely be dry. When the time comes, he or she will wave a big hand, kill for me. It was a great feeling, just a great feeling. And then in this part of Steel City, everyone would know that there was a ruthless man here named Li Xingyue. You'll contact him again, and if you can, you'll go over to him. Tyrant came over to Li Xingyue, who realized it was to contact Shura. Lu Feng was a bit curious. What, you guys still have acquaintances in Steel City? Li Xingyue nodded. Yes, I have a worshipful brother in Steel City. Lu Feng smiled. That's quite good. Having someone who is familiar with this place will make things easier in the future. Li Xingyue dialed the phone to Shura, but it was still not reachable, and there was no response from the opposite side. Li Xingyue looked at Tyrant with a puzzled expression. This kid shouldn't have pulled the plug on me, right? Why don't you try again? Tyrant nodded and pulled out his cell phone and dialed Shura's number, but the result was the same, no one answered at all. Li Xingyue felt something was wrong. Something couldn't have happened to this guy, right? Tyrant shook his head. I don't think so. It's not like there's a ceiling here. Who could be his match? What ceiling? Lu Feng was quite curious. Of course Li Xingyue couldn't have said it was the human warfare ceiling. It's fine, it's just that my buddy is more talented at high jumping, and we both said that he didn't connect until he jumped to the ceiling and hit his head and passed out. Tyrant shook his head. Ignore him then, we'll talk tomorrow. Li Xingyue looked at the time. It was now 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Come on Peak, it's dinner time, treat us both to dinner. Lu Feng waved his hand with a smile on his face. Don't be so polite, it should be me who invites you. What? Chapter 124. Don't take this and that, take all the rest. Good man, you kid is really nonchalant. Lu Feng smiled. Alright, then I'll treat you two to a nice meal today, just in time to stroll around the Steel City as well. Instead of driving again, the three left the estate on foot. It's not a particularly remote location, just a 10-minute walk or so to the relatively main Hare Street. At a glance, both sides of the street were full of stores, no different from Li Xingyue's previous world, and the smoky atmosphere was very rich. Moreover, there were even more types of stores here than in Freedom City, and it could basically be said that all the stores that could be seen in the previous life were here. There are even delivery sites that specialize in picking up deliveries, as well as pet stores, childcare stores, and the like. It is important to realize that this kind of store is only found in the A and B districts of Freedom City. Where they were now was still the western part of the residential area, which was far less prosperous than the wealthy eastern part. For that matter, there were actually stores like this, so it was evident that Steel City was not a single star stronger than Freedom City. Li Xingyue hadn't gone to see the East End yet. What was it like there again? I guess she had to be shocked again after seeing it. There were very few gangs in the Eastern District, only two. One was the Wild Dragon Society and the other was the Rakshasa Society. Their headquarters were all set up in the Eastern District, and the senior members basically operated over there, while the ordinary members remained in the Western District. Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the street next to him. This place is really nice. The popularity is much thicker than Freedom City. And so many stores I haven't seen since the end of the world. I didn't realize that the other main cities were actually developing so well. Lu Feng walked to the door of a pet store and looked at the kittens and puppies inside through the glass. A rare touch of tenderness appeared in his eyes. You know, Star Moon, I had a dog and a cat before the end times. It was my parents on my 18th birthday they gave it to me. Unfortunately it has since. Lu Feng didn't continue, but turned around and walked into the store, looking at the boss inside and pointing at the cage at the door. Boss, how do you sell this? The boss lifted his head and looked at it. Oh, you mean that Chinese field dog? This one is 50 points. If you genuinely want it, I can give it to you. Yes, I'll take it. The moment Lu Feng said this, the boss instantly shut up, but Li Xingyue couldn't stand to watch and hurriedly walked next to Lu Feng to mumble in his ear in a low voice. Brother, the boss is going to give you a price cut. Why are you so flabbergasted? So what, boss, you just said it was okay, what? The boss stared at Lu Feng. His eyes rolled around. Oh, I mean to sincerely want I can bear the pain. After all, this dog is my favorite. I can't bear to part with it if you're going to buy it away. Li Xingyue sneered. This old Yakuza is still pretending. He shook his head. Well, since the boss can't part with it, then forget it. Let's go to another place to take a look. We can't take it from him. Li Xingyue pulled Lu Feng up and was about to head out of the store when Tyrant walked up and looked at him. Are you sure this will work? Last time. What last time? Last time it was an accident. The boss did not stop him when he saw him leaving. After all, he had seen this kind of bargaining routine too many times, and seeing as the man liked it so much, he was sure that he would turn around and come back before he could get out of this door. But immediately afterward he got a little anxious, because a few people had already walked out of the store and were heading toward the pet store at the other end of the road. Damn it! The boss hurriedly chased out. He didn't want to lose this business. After all, Chinese garden dogs are not worth much in numbers, and it's not easy to meet a buyer. A few little brothers, don't go, there's something to discuss, so I'll give up one step, 45 points, just take it as making friends with you guys, okay? Li Xingyue turned back and stretched out a finger, and the boss immediately became anxious when he took a look. What? 10 points, no, the purchase price is not so low. I'll tell you a bottom, the minimum 15 points, you want it or not even? Deal. The boss is really quick, I'll make you my friend. Li Xingyu cheerfully put her arm around the boss's shoulder and went into the pet store, and in no time at all, she walked out with a small white dog and a bag of dog food plus a teething stick. Lu Feng and Tyrant couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Lu Feng squatted down and picked up the little white dog and touched it lovingly. Tyrant walked up next to him. You can do it this time, you actually made it. Li Xingyue raised an eyebrow. That's natural, when I step out, not an inch of grass will grow. The trio walked into a small restaurant while teasing the dog. And the owner of that pet store just now was staring through the glass at the disappearing figures of a few people in constant tears. Damn, it's a bloody loss, 15 points a dog to sell even if you have to take a bag of dog food and a teething stick. Li Xingyue sat down on the sofa and first asked the boss to come up with a few beers and cold dishes, then looked at the menu. Do you two have any contraindications? Both of them shook their heads. Okay, I'll just order whatever I want then. Boss, order the food, take notes this one with this one, and that one. The waiter nodded and took down the names of the dishes. Sir, there are no contraindications for these dishes, right? Li Xingyue shook her head. The waitress nodded. Okay, no contraindications, we'll do it normally. Li Xingyue still shook her head. You're misunderstanding me, I'm saying that I don't want any of the ones I just ordered, and I'll serve all the rest. The moment these words came out, all three of Lu Feng froze. Lu Feng had a black line on his face. You ordered so much food? This is a dozen dishes. Li Xingyu then asked Lu Feng in return, Brother Feng, you have something to do tonight? Lu Feng didn't understand what he meant. No. Li Xingyue nodded. That's fine, nothing, we'll just keep drinking and eating. Anyway, I'm starving today. More than that, eating 3 plates and 5 plates is definitely not a problem. Let's start with 7 or 8, then, and you can eat them all, or the rest will get cold. The waiter nodded and handed the order form to the back room. Peak hasn't thought about developing in other main cities? Lu Feng took a drag on his cigarette and shook his head. I definitely thought about it, but I couldn't go. Li Xingyue was a bit puzzled. What's so bad about this that you can't go? You're at the 7th rank, you'll have no problem entering Arc City. That's true, but it's not good to go in. There are many strong people in other main cities. Basically they all stand in line. Who do you think I'll follow after I go? I'm sure I can't mix it up on my own, and I've got a little cooler with me. Li Xingyu nodded. Not a moment later the dishes began to be served one after another. Li Xingyu ordered basically what she loved to eat. There are still a few dishes left to order though. Things like shredded pork with fish flavor, shredded pork in Beijing sauce, steamed sea bass, dongpai elbow, sihi dumplings, sliced boiled pork, mapo tofu, huevos rancheros, ground pork, hot and sour shredded potatoes, braised pork, cauliflower in a dry pot, corn with pine nuts, baby vegetables, and so on. Chapter 125, If it's good, eat more, it's the last meal after all. Most of the dishes hadn't been eaten since coming to the end of the world, and now the satisfaction of having them in my mouth again was instantaneous. Well, it's still the same flavor. This store tastes pretty good, so you can come back more often in the future. As he was eating, the owner came over, an older man in his 50s, who bent over and looked at the few of them with a smile. So, guys, let's settle the bill first, shall we? Lu Feng frowned after hearing this. This just started to eat, what's the rush, just give it again after eating. The owner wanted to say something. In fact, the guests want to eat before checking out is certainly not a problem, but this West End is more chaotic. He looked at a few people dressed okay, but he was afraid that they would be the type to eat a bully's dinner. If that was the case, when he had enough to eat and drink, he would simply run away while they weren't paying attention, then he would have lost a lot of money. After all, this kind of thing was commonplace. Li Xingyu could see the boss's meaning and smiled, directly pulling out her cell phone from her pocket and letting the boss pay the bill. The boss took the phone and found that the balance was actually tens of thousands of dollars, and was shocked for a moment. It seemed that he had really misjudged them. Still, I was so happy that I paid for the meal with my cell phone in a hurry. Lu Feng frowned. Didn't you say it was my treat? Why are you still paying? Li Xingyu laughed. Which can really let you treat. Okay, quickly eat. The food later should be cold. Lu Feng nodded and didn't say anything else, but the more he looked at Li Xingyu, the more he appreciated her. A few people eat in the process of the next table. Constantly diners come, some diners go, especially by 7 or 8 o'clock. This small store has been full. This store does not have a second floor, only enter the door can see this dozen tables. There are a lot of people are still outside the queue, or really cannot wait for the direct packing. Li Xingyu smiled proudly. See, my vision is right. I can tell at a glance that this store is unusual, and unsurprisingly, it's really delicious. Tyrant nodded his head, and clipped another chopstick of Mao blood wonton, and this chopstick went down Mao blood wonton. That big bowl could no longer see anything edible in it. Li Xingyu and Lu Feng only ate a few bites of this dish, the rest was all eaten by Tyrant. Li Xingyu was astonished. How come I didn't know you love spicy food so much? Tyrant shrugged. I don't know, but this does taste good, boss. Another bowl of this. Li Xingyu watched the Tyrant eat the face without changing color, sincerely some admiration for him. Good guy, so spicy things actually do not sweat, not hissing. I respect you as a man. Lu Feng clinked the bottle with Tyrant again and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I was really surprised that brother Tyrant was so capable of drinking. Counting this bottle in his hand, it must have gotten to be 14, right? I can't believe I can't tell if I'm drunk. This is the first time in my life I've seen someone who can drink so well. Li Xingyu also nodded. Not to mention you, I've lived 2 lifetimes, and I've only seen just one of these. After about 2 hours or so of eating, the table was basically bottomed out with plates. Lu Feng and Tyrant had eaten quite a lot, but most of it was eaten by Li Xingyu, who touched his stomach and exhaled with satisfaction. It's been a long time since I've eaten so well. Lu Feng's eyes were not as clear as before, and he looked at him in a slightly drunken manner. Look, what did I say? You definitely can't finish so many dishes. It's only 8 or 9 plates, you should be full. Li Xingyu nodded non-committally. Indeed, but I'll have to ask for a few more dishes to pack away later. That way we don't have to come out tomorrow and buy breakfast specifically. He then got the waiter to pack 5 or 6 more dishes and asked for a couple more bowls of rice. While waiting, a couple of punks walked in the door. These several punks are each figure wearing an undershirt or short-sleeved, can clearly see the upper body of a variety of tattoos. They are all revealing gangsterism. Some of them also carry a baseball bat in their hands. When they came in, they found that there was no more room, so they went straight to a table, and one of them reached out and slapped the table directly. Had enough? There were a couple of young men at this table as well, but they were obviously all of a very honest sort, and one of them was a little scared. Didn't eat. These honest people had actually just ordered their food and were about to eat it when they didn't expect to meet these people. The punk sneered. What are you waiting for if you've had your fill? The honest men heard this and stood up and ran out the door with their legs drawn. A few punks burst into mocking giggles, then took their seats. Boss, get us 2 cases of beer, quick. The owner had noticed them from the moment they entered just now, and came over warily, putting down the beer in his hand and immediately running away. A few punks burst into another fit of giggles. What a ing wimp. By the way, has the side of the God-slaying society not yet said if we can join the club? I always feel as if they are unwilling to accept us. Che, he does not want to accept me, still do not care to go it. We brothers as long as in a piece of concerted efforts, to which will not be able to mix the prosperous. That's right, old 4 is right, the God-killing society is just a third-rate gang, there's no need for us to degrade ourselves. Right, if we can't, we'll go to Aurora City tomorrow and join the 9 Dragons Association. We'll definitely be able to mix up the position of a hall master within 3 years. The 3 of them, Li Xingyu, watched the few of them blowing their awesome there as well as looking a bit speechless. Are all these kids so crazy nowadays? I'd say a couple of them are in their early 20s at most. Think you're a gangster if you get a tattoo, dye your hair and talk dirty? Lu Feng smiled. This age is not always like this. Li Xingyu nodded. Let's go when the food is served. A few more minutes of waiting and the waitress finally came out of the back kitchen with a large punching bag. But before he could get there he was stopped by an outburst. Hey, that's the one you're holding. Yeah, that's the one, bring it to me. It's those punks from earlier that had their eyes on the punching bag. They weren't satisfied with what they ate on the table. They didn't spend any money, I guess, but those honest kids just now weren't rich and the food they ordered was relatively light. The waiter looked at them and Li Xingyu with some difficulty. He was just a part-time worker and didn't want to invite trouble. After making his comparisons, he ended up taking the punching bag towards the punk's table. "Ooh, look at this, big brother, it's full of meat dishes. Let's see, it's really I don't know who ordered it, it's fine, just consider it a filial favor to us." Li Xingyue narrowed her eyes as she watched a few of them unwrap their lunchboxes and take a big bite. So stepped forward and looked down at the men. "Is it good?" A man subconsciously nodded his head and praised, "Yummy. Delicious. Eat as much as you like if it's good, after all, it's your last meal." Chapter 126, Saint is the new president? The moment these words came out, several punks raised their heads to look at Li Xingyu. "Who the are you? Dare to talk to our Steel 5 like that? Damn, what an eyesore, grab your ass and go, don't delay our dinner, or I'll kill you later." Several people were cursing and swearing, constantly letting out harsh words. Li Xingyue was just about to make a move when the boss uncle rushed over and pulled him back while speaking in a low voice. "Little brother, these people are all assholes, don't be impulsive or you'll be in trouble if they get angry. Listen to uncle, forget it, this way, just now those are counted on me, do not charge you money, you take care of my business in the future on the line." The boss kept persuading Li Xingyu. He also knew that persuading those few punks would definitely be fruitless. Li Xingyu's side was weak, and he would be at a disadvantage in a fight. Of course, the main thing was that if there was a direct fight here, then his store would suffer, and the diners would definitely all run away by then. Li Xingyue nodded, understanding what the boss meant. "Okay, I'll give you face." Afterward, he twisted his head to look at the punks. "What's the matter, brothers, since you're so powerful do you dare to go out and compete?" A few punks were instantly aroused, slapping the table and pointing at his nose. "What's wrong with being afraid of you? Don't say we're bullying you, we'll fight one-on-one later. Let's go, damn it, today I have to teach him how to behave." The punk took the lead and walked out, and Li Xingyue turned back to the boss and tyrant both. "You can do those dishes again just now or pack them, I'll be busy and be back later." After saying this, Li Xingyue went out of the restaurant. At this time, the punks were standing at the door, smoking and drinking at the same time, each of them glaring at him, their eyes full of disdain and contempt. Li Xingyue pointed to the alley next to the restaurant. "Let's go, it's that alley, whoever doesn't go is a grandson." After saying that, Li Xingyu took the lead and walked towards the alley, and soon her figure disappeared at the entrance of the alley. "What are you waiting for, brothers? Let's go, we must him into submission today. This is the first battle of our Steel 5, make sure it's a good one." After saying that, several punks also ran into the alley. "Boy, today is going to make you pulverized. Ah num. Bang, bang, bang. Click, click, click." Half a minute later, Li Xingyue walked out with a cigarette in his mouth and went back into the store. The owner is talking to Tyrant in the store. "Little brother, are you two really not going to take a look? There are several people there, that friend of yours will definitely suffer. Why don't you guys move, aren't you nervous at all?" Li Xingyue smiled, then walked up and patted the uncle's shoulder. "Uncle, back." The boss turned around and found Li Xingyue, startling him. Aren't you with them? How did you come back so quickly?" Li Xingyue shrugged. Originally, they wanted to fight, but whoever thought their parents came over and called them home for dinner, so it didn't work out. The owner nodded his head in disbelief and came back to the front of the store to look out, but he didn't see them and believed it. After a while, the packing was done and the three of them left the restaurant. "Eat, drink and go back to bed." Li Xingyue let out a long breath and returned to the manor with Tyrant and Lu Feng. By now the manor had turned on the lights, though they were still a bit dim, and some of them were no longer lit because of the time that had passed. Most of the people were still staying at the manor. It was late fall and just cool enough so everyone was outside talking. After seeing Lu Feng, many people stood up. Lu Feng took 2 steps forward. "Everyone, if there's nothing else, go back to the dormitory early and rest. Tomorrow morning, get up early, the president will come over to hold a general meeting." After saying that, everyone obeyed and headed towards the dormitory building behind the hall. Lu Feng brought Li Xingyu to the inside of the hall, where a room had been specially packed out, and there were a few beds in there as well, so he could make do for the night for the time being. Li Xingyu, all 3 of them laid down on the bed at this time, and I don't know if it was because he was too tired today, so he quickly fell asleep. Waking up again directly to the next day, at this time there were constant loud noises coming from outside, and Tyrant and Lu Feng were not in the room. Li Xingyue put on her shoes and walked out, and found that cleaning had begun again outside, only this time it was all professional cleaning, all wearing uniform work clothes. He checked the time and realized it was 8 o'clock in the morning. Look around here as if they've been working for hours and hours and will be wrapping up soon. Li Xingyue walked out of the hall and realized that there was also a change outside. All the cars were no longer placed randomly like yesterday, but were neatly parked on both sides of the manor's gate. And Lu Feng and Tyrant were sitting on the steps at the entrance of the hall. You two got up quite early. Li Xingyue took out 2 cigarettes and passed them over. Lu Feng nodded. The chairman will be coming later. Clean up the hall so you can go buy furniture today. After about an hour or so, the work of cleaning was over, and at this point the hall was not as clean as new, I guess, but it was in a spotless state. Waiting for the cleaning all leave the manor, coincidentally, the gate opened in 24 vehicles car, headed by a BMW X5. Li Xingyue recognized at a glance that this was Saint's car, and at this time, the one driving was Lu Shuang, and the co-pilot was sitting in Saint. Soon the car drove up to them and Saint and Lu Shuang got out. Li Xingyue looked at him in surprise. Don't tell me you're the new president. Saint laughed a little. What, surprised? Li Xingyue did speculate before if there was a possibility that it could be Shang, but once she thought that it shouldn't be, she didn't expect that it was really him in the end. In fact, I already knew it was you, little boy, still trying to hide it from me. Li Xingyue patted Shang's shoulder, revealing an expression of having seen through everything long ago. The next few people all bristled, naturally not believing his words, but in the spirit of the principle of seeing through and not saying anything, no one opened their mouths to break it down. How about one then, Mr. President? Li Xingyue handed Saint a cigarette. Saint took it with a smile and took a drag after lighting it. Since everyone is here, let's have a meeting. Those 20 or so cars just now, there were quite a few of them, were the middle and backbone of the club as well as some of the captains. They spread out and gathered up all the members of the estate, and soon everyone was gathered in front of the hall. Some of these people knew Saint, some didn't, and some had even never seen him before. Seeing that everyone had already assembled, Saint rolled over and stood on the roof of the X5, looking at the 10,000 or so people in front of him. Some people know me, some people don't know me, and that doesn't matter. Just so you're clear, I'm your new president from now on. Hello, President. Chapter 127. Tyrant was promoted to vice group leader. At this moment, everyone looked at Saint with a hot face and shouted in unison. Just now, Saint's tone and demeanor changed from his previous easygoing manner when he spoke. The aura emanating from the entire person was very stern, and this was the first time Li Xingyue had seen such a state. I'm very happy that you all came to Steel City to support the chapter, and so is the old president. The chapter doesn't care about seniority, only contribution. Whoever contributes more to the club will be on top, I can give you all a guarantee on that. I would like to invite Team Leader Li to read you the staff appointment letter. Saint pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket and twisted his head to look at Li Xingyue. Me? Li Xingyue pointed at himself, and then realized that he was really the leader of the group. He took the white paper and looked at it, and found that there were only a few dozen names. Reading these out is partly to announce the appointments and partly to familiarize everyone with the middle and upper levels. Li Xingyue read out the names and positions in turn. Vice President Lu Feng was among them. Currently the chapter only had one vice president, and it was him. And the remaining names are a few other group leaders and deputy leaders and other important mid-levels. Li Xingyue didn't expect Lu Shuang to actually be a team leader as well. Even more amazing is the Tyrant. He was actually the vice leader of Li Xingyue's group. It seemed that this should have been arranged by Saint, although he didn't know the true strength of Tyrant, but since Li Xingyue was the leader of the group, there wasn't anything wrong with having his good buddy be the vice leader. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the estate, the roar of a burst of engines was heard, followed by a steady stream of cars and motorcycles from all directions. It didn't take long for 200 or 300 extra cars to appear on the property, and these people were obviously not from the same place, because it was obvious by the paint job. Li Xingyue narrowed her eyes and stared at the gang coming down in front of her. Looks like it's coming again. Saint looked at the group of people in front of him. His face did not change, and he took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, smoking it unhurriedly. And the Free Association's crowd all looked back, unconsciously taking out weapons from their bodies and eyeing the group intently. Boom, boom, boom. More than 200 cars of people all down from the car, stood in front of the car. Li Xingyue looked at it, adding up to estimate that there must be a few hundred people. Although they were fewer in number than them, they looked not weak in their aura. Several forces were all pulling away from each other at some distance, and at the front of their ranks stood a few people, thinking that they should be their bosses or high-ranking officers. These bosses were all standing together now, in the very center of the group. At this point, the two sides were more than 200 meters apart, still some distance. One of the bald bosses took the loudspeaker from his little brother behind him. What's the matter? I heard that Freedom City's people came to our Steel City to open a hall and set up a club. Which one of you is the president? Step forward and let me see. This bald boss was dressed in an undershirt and shorts, the tattoos on his body were clearly visible, and he had a big gold chain on his neck, properly like a social big brother. The gang of minions he brought with him were actually all bald, dressed very much like him, and also wore large gold chains and small watches. Everyone's eyes were full of arrogance. Saint raised his head slightly to glance at him, then couldn't help but shake his head. This kind of person really discredits the Yakuza. Li Xingyu saw that Sheng didn't want to have a conversation, so she took the speaker from the person next to her while looking at Lu Feng. What's the matter, Peek? You tell us a few words? Lu Feng shook his head and cracked open 2 bottles of beer and drank with Tyrant, chatting about how many times a day he had to walk the puppy he had just bought yesterday. Okay, since neither of you are going to say anything, then I will. Li Xingyue climbed onto the roof of another car and raised the horn to his mouth. Nothing is wrong. What do a few of you want to do here at the Freedom Club? Speak directly. If you want to make friends, we welcome it. If you want to fight, you're also welcome. Li Xingyue had wanted to start cursing directly, then cause the other party's anger, and then make the 2 waves fight. Because he had seen the hot-blooded high school movie before, and there were quite a few of these 2 sides hedging their bets in it, and he really wanted to see it with his own eyes. But if that's the case, then it's not going to end well, and I don't know what the purpose of these people coming here today is, but it wouldn't do to talk too softly or too politely. It was easy for the other party to look down on him, and it would also make the members of the club look down on him, but he actually wasn't very good at talking, and those 2 sentences just now were still said with deliberation. The bald head sneered after hearing this, his eyes filled with contempt as he looked towards the other few bosses beside him. They say this Freedom City is trash. I see this Freedom Club is the same. Some of the next few bosses thought the same way he did, others not so much. Master Baldy, don't underestimate the Freedom Society. After all, Freedom City was notorious for its chaos before the end of the world. It's not simple to establish a large gang there. Their president, Dao Chang, is not a simple person. He was also one of the most famous and ruthless characters in the underground world back in the day. After hearing this, the bald man did not take it seriously and snorted, "Heh, what can you do if you're even more ruthless? That's not old." You have a point, but we're not here to fight today. We're just here to explore the road and see who their president is. Okay, you watch it. The bald head nodded. Just now, this little brother. Introduce yourself. My humble Baldy. The brothers on the road to raise love are called me a bald master. Longshan Street is my territory to cover. These bosses who are here today are also bosses of various neighborhoods, all of them neighbors of your Freedom Society. No other meaning. I just wanted to come and meet your president. After all, you came to our Steel City to open a parish, so sooner or later we'll have to meet. After all, there's a lot to deal with later, isn't there? Master Baldy said the 3 words dealing with each other very heavily, and after saying that, he put down his horn and waited for Li Xingyue's side to respond. Li Xingyue froze for a moment after hearing this and looked at the person next to her. Where is Longshan Street? Team leader Li, Longshan Street is the next block over from us, and the turf in our nearby block is almost all occupied. Li Xingyue nodded. How is their strength? The henchman pondered for a moment. Their gang's strength is on the lower end of the medium range, and they mainly win in terms of the number of members, which is very high. Okay, I get it. Li Xingyue looked at Saint. What's up? Want to meet with them? Sheng shook his head and looked at Lu Feng. Feng, why don't you go? Lu Feng lifted his head helplessly. Big brother, which one of us is the president in the end? Forget it, I'll go if I go. Li Xingyue nodded and lit a cigarette for himself. While Master Baldy's side waited for half a day for no response, he was a bit angry and impatient, and was about to open his mouth again when he saw Li Xingyue pick up the microphone. Li Xingyue picked up the microphone and adjusted her emotions before raising a smile. I really didn't expect that today Master Baldy would personally drive. I've long heard that Master Baldy is brave and invincible, and today I've seen that it's really good Baldy. No, it's really fierce. Master Baldy and all the bosses, please move over, our president is right here. Li Xingyue finished her speech and looked at Tyrant. We have the first target for our group, let's do this old bald guy. Chapter 128. Don't worry, I'll tell you all about it. Li Xingyue's words made Master Baldy very flattered, his face all smiles. I didn't realize that my Baldy's fame has spread to Freedom City. Let's go guys, let's go meet their chairman. After saying that, a large number of people came towards Li Xingyue and the others, while the people from the Freedom Club all spread out to both sides, leaving a 5-meter wide empty path in the middle. Master Bald several people quickly walked to Li Xingyue, looked around, but did not see who was actually the president. Master Baldy looked at Li Xingyue. Brother, which one is your president? Li Xingyue pointed her finger to the side. As Rabbit looked along, he saw Lu Feng and Tyrant sitting on the ground. At this point both men are sitting cross-legged, one holding a bottle of beer in his hand, and are paddling their fists. Brother and sister, 5 kuaijiu, 666, 8 horses. Li Xingyue gave a dry cough. So what, President Lu, stop playing for now. Lu Feng twisted his head with a drunken face after hearing this. What's wrong? Master Baldy and a few bosses exchanged glances when they saw this, and a touch of disdain and contempt surfaced in their eyes. It seems like the Freedom Society is really failing, actually letting this kind of goods be the president, so I guess I don't have to worry too much about it. Master Baldy touched the large gold chain around his neck, then took 2 steps forward and stretched out his right hand to look at Lu Feng. Oh, I've long heard that the Freedom Society is as strong as the clouds, and today's glimpse is really extraordinary. Lu Feng stood up shakily and shook Master Bald's hand. Oh, so it's Master Bald, I heard it just now, long time no see. Hiccup, so what, Master Baldy and a few bosses have something going on. Master Baldy hurriedly covered his nose, which prevented the smell of Lu Feng's hiccups from entering his nose. Nothing, just to recognize, after all, there are still a lot of places to deal with in the future, nothing else, President Lu continued. After Master Baldy finished speaking, he and a few of his bosses turned to leave. The reason they came over today was also to test the waters, and now that their purpose had been accomplished, this Freedom Society was simply a rabble and not something to be feared. They can still sit securely in the high church. Only after Master Baldy and the others had all left the manor did Li Xingyu turn her eyes back, and with a twist of her head, she realized that Lu Feng was sitting in the front of the car smoking. Eyes clear, without the slightest hint of the drunkenness from earlier, he looked toward Saint, Tyrant, and Li Xingyue. How was it? Acting just now was okay, right? Saint and Tyrant both nodded. Li Xingyue directly gave a thumbs up. Brother Feng looks like a veteran actor. I wanted to cry just now when that acting blew up. Lu Feng nodded. That's fine, the effect has been achieved, let's have a meeting. Lu Feng instructed his men to have the crowd dismissed, and then led a group of executives right into the hall's conference room. Sheng naturally sat in the main seat, with Lu Feng in the second seat, followed by Li Xingyue and Tyrant, as well as the other group leaders and vice leaders. Lu Feng gave everyone a piece of paper. This is a detailed map of the Western District with the location of each gang's stronghold and their gang information. There are a total of 10 blocks in the Western District, 8 of which have already been occupied, and the block we're currently in is also unoccupied due to it being the center of several major gangs. Besides that, there's another neighborhood that's also Terran Elias, where no one wants to go because it's so poor and occupies little oil. It's all very small gangs or hangouts for punks. Currently, half of the 8 blocks are occupied by the 2 gangs, Berserk Dragon and Rakshasa, while the remaining half is occupied by the ones that came just now. And our primary target is the ones we just had. Baldy, Scar, Morning Biao, Uncle Kuan, Tai, Uncle Nine. Li Xingyue glanced at the order of strength of the gangs given by the intelligence. Uncle Nine, Funeral, Biao, Uncle Kuan, Scar, Baldy, Tai. Lu Feng took a drag on his cigarette. Our goal this month is to take down Scar, Baldy, and Tai. Lu Feng then distributed the personnel of each group. Currently the chapter had a total of 5 groups. The first 3 groups were headed by elderly members of the congregation, and each group was divided into about 3,000 people. The 4th group was Lu Shuang's group, which was also divided into 2,000. Li Xingyu was the leader of Group 5 and was fantasizing that he was leading several thousand people to kill the 4 directions when he heard Lu Feng read the numbers. 5 groups are assigned 50 people. Li Xingyue wondered if she had heard wrongly and turned her head to ask Tyrant, how much did he just say? Tyrant was looking down at his phone when he heard Li Xingyue talking to him and raised his head with a confused face. What's wrong? Is fine. Only after enduring until the meeting was over and all the executives had left, did Li Xingyu look at Lu Feng. Peek, what do you mean? There's only 50 people in my group? Lu Feng nudged towards Shang. Don't ask me, you have to ask him, I didn't set the number. Li Xingyue looked at Saint. Saint laughed a little. Don't worry, listen to me unfold the story for you. What the pontificating, straight up, I get it, do you not trust me? Saint shook his head. Of course not, on the contrary, I'm doing this because I trust you. The leaders and vice leaders of groups 1, 2, and 3 are all old men, and the ordinary members are familiar with and know each other, so it's good to accept them. Sharpie knows a lot of people as well, but he's not strong enough on his own, so he's been given more people. And you? The strength should be stronger than the average 6th rank, although I don't know how many ranks Brother Tyrant is, I can feel that he must be very strong as well, I'm afraid he's also a 7th rank. Giving you a division of so many people would be bad for you on the one hand, and unnecessary on the other. Think about it, isn't it? Li Xingyue thought about it for a moment, but it was true that he hadn't thought about it that much before. He just thought that bringing a lot of people with him would give him face. Thinking of this, Li Xingyue looked towards Saint. Okay, it's time for you guys to see my true strength. Within 3 days, I'll take the bald man's head. Lu Feng shook his head. Just leave Baldy and Scar to their 4 groups, you take care of Tai. Li Xingyue glanced at the message on the paper. Tai, the boss of the God-Killing Society? Seeing him nod, Li Xingyue pondered for a moment. It would be fine. This Tai himself was of the 7th rank strength, and the members of the God-Killing Society were about 1,000 or so it wasn't too weak to look at it that way, and Baldy's side was quite a bit higher than him. Then let's take him first, but Li Xingyue wasn't going to take his minions to sweep the halls one by one like he thought before now. There weren't many people in the first place, and I'm afraid that there won't be a few left alive after sweeping a wave, so he planned to capture the thief first, go directly to Tai, and control him, so that the God-Killing Society wouldn't become his. Okay, then the meeting is adjourned. Saint looked puzzled. Shouldn't I, the president, be the one to say to adjourn the meeting? Chapter 129. Brother Saint's real name is Luo Zishang. Li Xingyue skimmed his mouth. What you want me our brothers, divided so clear what, go, smoke to go. The 4 of them came outside the hall and found that those middle and high-ranking members were meeting with those ordinary members to inform them of the battle plan. Li Xingyue divided a cigarette one by one, looked around with a puzzled face. Not right. Where did this Lu Xuan go? Lu Feng looked indifferent. Don't mind him, he must have fooled around again. Saint laughed out loud. You really know your brother well. Li Xingyue, however, shook her head. It shouldn't be that bad, it's only just arrived. It's impossible for him to be so impatient, right? Tyrant reached out and pointed in the distance. Look at that car moving. Li Xingyue looked in the direction and realized that a car was parked at the corner of the manor in the distance, and there was indeed movement as well. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. After looking at it, Li Xingyue immediately ran there, and cursed while running. In Lu Shuang, even if you shocked, you actually used my car. Lu Feng was originally watching happily, but after hearing Li Xingyue curse, he suddenly stopped laughing and turned his head to look at Saint and Tyrant. Did he scold me too? Li Xingyue quickly ran to the front of the BMW X3 and looked toward the back seat. That image is really déjà vu. As soon as Li Xingyue pulled open the car door, Lu Shuang twisted his head to see that it was Li Xingyue, and was instantly happy. Xingyue, coming? Come on, sister. Get your ass down here. Lu Shuang skimmed his lips. Why so stingy, right away? Li Xingyue closed the door for him with a black face, then smoked a cigarette beside the car. He wasn't really particularly angry. After spending so much time together, he was used to Lu Shuang's nature. After about 3 minutes, Lu Shuang walked out, smoking while putting on his jacket. Hiss who, this aftermath smoke really lives up to its name. Li Xingyue glared at him breathlessly, then looked at the time. Do you have 10 minutes here? Lu Shuang didn't understand what it meant at first, and when he reacted he immediately exploded. Holy, you're too insulting, aren't you? 10 minutes? I was less than an hour just now. Wow, that's awesome of you. Right on to business. Your group 4 is now 2,000 strong. You're finally branching out. Lu Shuang shrugged. I'm not too interested in all that. I still like to run my Fortune shake and think about your liquids. Li Xingyue was a bit puzzled. Then why do you want to be the leader of the group? Lu Shuang looked into the distance. I am thinking of opening a branch here to spread my business idea. I'm going to make these 2 stores legendary. Li Xingyue applauded. What a far-reaching ambition. How could your father not have thought that he would actually give birth to such a thing as you? Nothing more to say. Good luck. Let's go. It's almost lunch. It would be more than 11 o'clock at noon, and it was almost time for dinner. Lu Shuang and Sheng had just arrived today, and had not yet strolled through the Steel City. So Li Xingyue dismissed the idea of ordering takeout or having his men buy it, and directly took a few people out of the manor, intending to go to the same store as yesterday to eat. Li Xingyue was walking when Tyrant came over. Shura got in touch and told us to meet him in the East End tonight. Li Xingyue was a bit surprised. Yo, this kid actually mixes in the East District. That's a rich area. It seems that this kid mixes well. A few people came to the street where they had eaten yesterday, and it was a crowded time of the day, with an unusually high number of people and cars coming and going on the street. Boss, here to patronize your business again. Li Xingyue walked through the front door and called out, leading several people to a large table, just big enough for 5 people. The boss sniffed over and realized it was Li Xingyue, immediately smiled. Little brother came over again. These 2 haven't seen yesterday. They are your friends, huh? Li Xingyue nodded and took the menu and ordered 7 or 8 dishes. You guys try it later, this place tastes really good. Li Xingyue poured 5 cups of tea and chatted with a few people over a cigarette while waiting. Saint looked around and nodded. Usually these small stores don't taste bad when they're made. Right, Sharp, I've divided 2,000 for you, see if that's enough, if not I'll fix you some more. Lu Shuang looked at Brother Saint with a smile. 2 enough, Brother Saint, very enough. Lu Feng looked at Lu Shuang. Don't act as you please, this place is not like Free City, be careful in everything. Lu Shuang nodded, indicating that he had listened. After a while the boss came over, full of apologies. I'm sorry a few brothers, my house doesn't have enough wine, why don't you guys go out and buy some yourselves? Li Xingyue nodded, okay, I'll go out and buy some, let's go Stormy. Tyrant was just about to get up when Saint held him down. Tyrant, you rest, I'll go with him, just to hang out. The two walked out of the store and skipped up and down the street. Saint, I still don't know your full name after all this time. Brother Saint looked at Li Xingyue with a shocked expression. Didn't I tell you? Li Xingyue was equally full of shock. Of course not. Saint thought for a moment, then laughed out in embarrassment. I forgot, but you didn't ask before. My real name is Luo Zishang. Luo Zishang? TSK, that's a good name, I don't know who gave it to you, not bad, not bad. Li Xingyue thought about her name again, Li Xingyue, which was also quite a nice name. It's so confusing why people always say their name sounds like a girl in their previous life. Li Xingyue froze as soon as he raised his head at the thought, because he saw that on the opposite side of the road, about 50 meters away from him, there was an unfamiliar red-haired man who was looking straight at him. The red-haired man was also in a daze, but was quick to react, turning around and pulling his legs out. Stop! Li Xingyue continued to run towards the man, but stopped just before she took 2 steps, as the red-haired man had already run into an alley, apparently unable to catch up. This kid is running really fast. Saint came over to me a bit puzzled. What, you know that guy? An enemy? Li Xingyue shook her head. I don't know him. Brother Saint covered his face and didn't know what to say. I don't know you, what are you chasing after? Li Xingyue shrugged. I don't know, seeing him suddenly run, I subconsciously wanted to chase after him. Chapter 130 Find a class, the mob is not for you. Okay, don't think about it, I guess it's just some kind of petty theft, hurry up and buy a bar. Li Xingyue nodded her head to stop thinking about it. Alright, your name is Luo Zishang, so is your brother's name Luo Ziluz? The corner of Saint's mouth twitched. How did your brain grow? My brother's name is Luo Ziming. Li Xingyue let out an "Oh, what about your sister?" Luo Qingchang. Yo, or your sister's name is better. But is it really alright for you to come here as the president? You've been assassinated before, so I guess they want you to keep a low profile, they don't want you to compete for the dragon head position of the 9 Dragons Association. Saint laughed, it's okay, I've thought about it, it's definitely not okay not to fight. I really didn't have much interest in any of this before and didn't want to get involved, so I came to Freedom City. But now that I think about it, even if I do this, they won't feel at ease, so I'll just fight it out. Li Xingyue nodded without saying anything else. The two chatted into the supermarket not far from the restaurant, bought 4 cases of beer and went back, and when they came back the dishes have all been served. None of the 3 had moved their chopsticks and had been waiting for them to return. Okay, let's eat. Li Xingyue unlocked 4 bottles of beer and handed them to several people one by one. Shang and Lu Shuang chucked their favorite dishes and ate them. It does taste good, much better than the flavor of the club's cafeteria. Lu Shuang also nodded. Good, right, there is nothing to do tonight, right? I'll go find a place, let's have fun tonight. If it were anyone else this would have been exciting and must have been expected, but several people were not of that character. Lu Feng and Shang both shook their heads as Li Xingyue looked at Lu Shuang. Stormy and I are going to meet my other brother today, so you'd better play by yourself. By the way, a friendly reminder to take good measures so you don't end up happy or sick. Lu Shuang immediately deflated. Alas, you one and all really, then I also do not play. What is the meaning of a person? Li Xingyue looked up at both Lu Feng and Shang. By the way, if there are no surprises, I'll go directly to Brother Tai tomorrow. Is there anything to account for? Shang shook his head. Just do as you please, my goal is to take a quarter of the Western District within 2 years, and try to be on par with the Rakshasa Society. With this quarter, it's enough to run our chapter. Lu Feng waited for Brother Saint to finish before he opened his mouth. Actually, this person can be killed or not, if not, you can control him to be a puppet, and then the people and territory of the God-killing society will all belong to us. Of course it's my idea, like Saint said, just feel free. After all, those ordinary members follow whoever they want. The big deal is that it's just as well to support an obedient new boss up there when the time comes. Li Xingyue nodded, so that he would know what to do. What Shang had just said about taking a quarter within 2 years was indeed a bit difficult if it was based on the strength of the free society alone. But with him and Tyrant there's no need to worry. I'm afraid it'll happen in a year or so, just like the Rakshasa Society. The Rakshasa Society swept through the Iron City underworld in less than a year with their superior strength. It's now firmly in second place in the underground world. A meal was eaten directly until after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Several people returned to the manor. Li Xingyue did not go to rest, but walked to the dormitory building. He intended to meet his group first. The dormitory buildings at the rear of the manor hall were all 5 stories high, each floor containing 20 rooms, each with 4 more bunk beds. The Freedom Society had come with more than 10,000 people this time, and these dormitory buildings were definitely uninhabitable, so the rest of the people stayed in the nearby hotels or rented houses in the residential buildings next to them. All the money spent was also supported by the club, and this money was mainly for accommodation and food in the early stages. Listening to what Lu Feng just said, I'm afraid that this money is at best enough to last them a month, and this amount of money can be said to be stuck in a very wonderful way. HQ does this to get them started early. Li Xingyue opened his cell phone and dialed an old man in his group. The phone was quickly connected. The first thing Li Xingyue heard was the sound of mahjong, followed by a man's voice ringing out. 8 tubes, touch. Hey, who is it? Li Xingyue. Stop fighting now. The man stood up instantly at the sound of it, and uttered a sharp cry of alarm, urging the crowd in a whisper to stop. Hello team leader, what can I do for you? I'm downstairs in the dormitory, get everyone in our group down here. Yes. Team leader. Li Xingyue hung up the phone and started timing. After about a minute someone started running down panting to him, followed by one after another people running out. Waiting for the last one to arrive just over 6 minutes after the time, it's not too bad. The 50 men were all panting, wondering what exactly Li Xingyue had called them down for. Did he mean that the fight was going to start today? There were also quite a few people who looked at Li Xingyue with some contempt in their eyes, and many of them began to whisper. Hey, what do you think this team leader is calling us down here for? Who knows, he can't be taking us to a fight, right? Look at his thin arms and legs, who can he beat? You really haven't heard of Ruthless Li's reputation? Our team leader was the one who single-handedly took on 100 people at Paradise Bar 2 days ago. Yeah, I heard about this one man picking off 100 men, and ended up flying 40 or 50 of them, and the rest of those didn't fly because they didn't have the guts to go on. Holy, so that guy is the leader of the group, then I take back what I just said. Li Xingyue was obviously able to hear some of it as well and smiled. Everyone sit straight down, don't worry, calling you all down isn't for a mission, it's just to meet and get to know you all. The crowd all sat down obediently after hearing this. After that wave of whispers just now, most of them had already heard about that battle of Li Xingyue's. The color of contempt was gone from his eyes at this time. Everyone should know by now that there are only 50 of you in our group 5, compared to the other 4 groups we do have too few people. But it doesn't even matter, just because there are fewer people doesn't mean it can't get done. I've talked to the president and vice president, our group 5 target is Tai from the next block, we'll go and take him down tomorrow. The crowd couldn't help but whisper again at those words. Tai? It's the leader of the Killing God gang, right? There's like 1,000 people in their gang. It's 1,000, so many people we only have 50, it's not obvious to send food? Brother, you're overthinking it, surely the other groups will back us up when we make our move. Li Xingyue shook her head, the other groups won't support us, Tai needs us to take care of it ourselves. The who, what's your name? A man instantly stood up, team leader, my name is Li Ming, you can just call me Xiao Ming. This person was the one who had just answered Li Xingyue's call. Good, weren't you the captain of the club before? You'll continue to be the captain of group 5 now, all these people are under your control, wait for my call tomorrow. When you get the call all of you just go straight to Tai's territory. After saying that, Li Xingyue directly left the dormitory building. And behind him, everyone looked at each other. Did I hear right? 50 of us will be on tomorrow? I don't think so, the leader of the group seems to be a very serious person, not like a joker. So won't each of us have to fight 20 of them at once when we go tomorrow? 1,000 divided by 50 is, it's 20. Dude, how did you just do the math so fast? Find a class, the mob is not for you. Chapter 131, is this the legendary chicken caught between 2 sides? Dozens of people returned to their dormitories worried, most of them without a smile on their faces. Although most of them had been in the underworld for a long time, and killing and fighting were almost routine. They had never fought in a battle with such a disparity in numbers. Some couldn't help but back out, while others mulled over switching groups or dropping out of the club. In fact, there were already some people who had quietly left the Freedom Society in the past day or two. After all, people moved to higher places, and when they came to the metropolis of Steel City, there were definitely more opportunities than the Freedom Society. Many people fantasize about making it on their own and no longer look at the Freedom Society. Of course, most of them stayed on. Li Ming was also back in the dormitory at this time, but instead of continuing to play mahjong, he sat down on the edge of the bed and lowered his head to smoke a cigarette. He was mulling over what had just happened, and although he hadn't met with Li Xingyue twice, it still gave him quite a deep impression. This group leader does not look like that kind of reckless character, but knowing that the killing god will be many people, but still want to directly dry this in the end how to think? I remember that the group leader seems to be of the 6th rank, right? Tai is a 7th rank. Could it be that I'm misremembering and the group leader is actually a 7th rank? Li Ming muttered and pondered for half a day, feeling that this possibility was still quite high. But even if it was the 7th order, it was still a bit of a struggle to fight Tai. After all, Tai wouldn't be foolish enough to go one-on-one. The group leader could hold Tai, then Tai's 4, 5, and 6 ranked henchmen would definitely not be fewer, and of the 50 people in their Freedom Club, only he, Li Ming, himself was of the 6th rank, and the remaining were basically all of the 5th and 4th ranks. Li Ming kept sighing while thinking about it, but in the end, a cold color flashed in his eyes. Afraid of how oneself still more and more mixed back to swing, damn, tomorrow directly dry. From these words can be heard, this Li Ming is also an old gangster. Li Xingyue walked back to the hall and returned to the house where she slept yesterday, and realized that all 4 of them were here. Lu Feng was lying in the next bed sleeping while Shang, Tyrant and Lu Shuang were playing Fight the Landlord on the table. Lu Shuang looked at the cards and let out a light hiss. Why do I always feel that the number of my cards is not right? I clearly remember I had a K and a 10, why is it gone? Did I misremember? Lu Shuang scratched his head and couldn't figure out what was going on. Li Xingyue looked at Shang who was snickering. He was clearly holding several more cards than Lu Shuang. This 8 is also really, obviously bullying honest people, steal Lu Shuang card to play. Unlike tyrants, who never do this. As Li Xingyue was thinking, she looked at the tyrant, and it didn't matter if she didn't look, she looked directly dumbfounded. Lu Shuang was reaching out intending to touch the cards, but when he did, he directly touched a blank, and when he looked down, he realized that it was gone. Hey! You're done catching them so soon? Didn't I remember there were a bunch of them just now? Tyrant took a look at Lu Shuang and then the 2 pounds of playing cards in his hand and shook his head. I don't know. Well, you two just play it, if not Lu Shuang drink too much as not even this cannot see. But there is no way, he is just drunk, and his brother is still asleep, and even more no one to back him up, so Lu Shuang can only sadly suffer silently by himself. Li Xingyue looked at it twice before lying down on the other bed and sleeping. Star Moon is back, play a couple games? Li Xingyue shook her head, you guys play, I have to squint for a while, there's still a second game in the evening, I need to get my spirits up. Brother Shang gave an oh-so-subtle sound and looked at Lu Shuang. Shuangzi, your brother is awake. Lu Shuang sniffed and looked over, but realized that Lu Feng hadn't woken up, and as soon as he twisted his head back around he saw that Saint was loading up his cards. Saint laughed, oh, I was wrong, 4 tens. Li Xingyu woke up with a start. The sky was already dark, because the house was no longer as translucent as it was during the day, it was dim at this time. He actually woke up from the heat, he shouldn't have, it's going to be November, it's supposed to be cooler weather. Waiting for a twist of his head he finally realized what was going on. For Tyrant and Saint were both lying asleep in this bed of his, both of them sandwiched tightly between him on the left and the right. Tyrant's arm was on his chest and Saint's leg was on his lap. Is this the legendary 2-sided chicken sandwich? The two of them were not sleeping honestly. Li Xingyue reached out and wiped the sweat from her body, picked up her cell phone and glanced at it. It was actually already 10 o'clock at night. This sleep for 6 or 7 hours. He got up and looked. Lu Shuang is sleeping in a bed with his brother Lu Feng. Li Xingyue turned around and nudged Tyrant, who instantly opened his eyes and looked at him a bit bewildered. What's wrong? What else? The walkers are attacking the city. Tyrant gave him a breathless blank look and closed his eyes again, intending to go back to sleep. Seeing this, Li Xingyue directly whacked towards his chest. You still close a few eyes, get up, find Shura. Tyrant listened and pulled out his cell phone and glanced at it, realizing that it was already 10 o'clock. Find a fart and tell him to come to me. Tyrant stretched and changed positions to continue lying down. Damn, you're still addicted to sleeping. You can't get up because of the bed, can you? Come on, go to sleep then, I'll find him myself. Li Xingyu stood up and Bird quietly put on her clothes and shoes and left the room, carefully closing the door in the hallway so as not to wake them up. Click. He had just closed it and was finally relieved, but the next moment he was startled by a voice. Hello, Team Leader Li. A voice shouted out, with respect and excitement. Li Xingyue turned around to see that it was an ordinary member of the guild. He didn't hold back and directly glared at him. What are you doing so loudly? That member was a little frightened by him yelling and glaring. I'm sorry, Team Leader, Holy, good lord, what's going on here? Don't make people cry again. Li Xingyue hurriedly replaced with a smile. Oh, nothing, I just woke up a bit of wake-up breath, do not care nothing, you busy go. That member finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Li Xingyu did not blame him, and with a heavy nod he quickly ran away. Li Xingyue walked outside the hall and realized that there were still quite a few members of the manor moving around at this moment. Come to think of it, if it was for an ordinary office worker, they would already be going to bed at this time. But for these mobsters, the night is just beginning. He lit a cigarette and took 2 puffs, then pulled out his cell phone and dialed Shura for the video. The video was quickly connected, and the first thing Li Xingyue saw was still a pile of smoke, followed by 3 fiery spots. Is it here, young master? I've been waiting for half a day. How many times have I told you? Ventilate when you smoke. Why don't you listen? Also, you didn't even send me the location. Where am I supposed to find it? Shura glared. If I didn't send it, you didn't know to find it yourself? Good, what a clever answer. Li Xingyue directly hung up the video, then tapped the upper right corner and pressed a red font. Chapter 132. If this crash sells, the Ghost Knight cannot afford to compensate. After pressing the button, Li Xingyue looked at her cell phone and waited quietly. Soon the phone came out with a beep, showing that Xiao Luo had added him as a friend. Li Xingyue had wanted to play for a while, but after thinking about it, he just let it go. After adding his friends, Shura directly sent him a location, and Li Xingyue clicked in to find that it was actually in the very center of the Eastern District. And looking at the name, it says Senior Apartments. It looks like Shura is mixing it up pretty good. Li Xingyue walked to the BMW X3, got in the car and fired it up and drove out of the manor towards where Shura was. After about an hour or so, he came back to the wide main street that faced the South City Gate, and there were still quite a few people walking on the street. Li Xingyue took a couple of glances and then continued to drive towards the east, only to realize that it was really prosperous after actually entering the Eastern District. The architecture and humanity is like that of a first-tier city, and there are a lot more people out and about here than in the West End. Li Xingyue lowered all the windows of the car and kept looking out of the window at the various skyscrapers and the people and stores passing by as she drove. Whoever looks at this won't believe that it's already in the end times, right? Li Xingyue felt like she was strolling around the capital at night. To his eyes, there was traffic and all the places were lit up, and his feelings about Freedom City being trashy and the other main cities being awesome were now deepened. However, the main reason why the gap between the two is so large is also that the situation is really different. The Steel City has many industries, on the degree of affluence, and a few main cities can also be ranked. And Freedom City was the most chaotic place both before and after the end times, so naturally it was not rich. But there's no denying that it's a haven for many survivors anyway. Holy, this one's dressed too cool, isn't it? Li Xingyue happened to pass by a place similar to a bar street at this time, and both sides were almost all bars or nightclubs, KTVs, and such entertainment places. A steady stream of handsome men and women were coming in and out of the doorway. Those who went in were basically all smiles, and most of those who came out were drunk, especially the girls. Doorway parked are also basically luxury cars. Some stores are larger. Li Xingyue BMW X3 parked over, all belong to the shabby type. All the cars parked there are basically luxury cars over a couple $1 million, like a Raoul, a Big G, or various sports cars. No wonder Lu Shuang always wanted to come to Steel City. This is simply heaven on earth. Li Xingyue looked at the map. This was already the center of the area, and the apartment that Shura was in was not far ahead. Soon he arrived at his destination, and only when he got close did he realize that this high-class condominium was just a separate building, and just from the building's facade alone, he could tell that the price of housing here must be very high. On the circle of the building was the ground floor, and there was also a circle of surface parking spaces in front of the ground floor, but they were basically all parked, and the ones that weren't had something occupying them, so it was clear that they had an owner. And those parked vehicles were all luxury cars. Li Xingyue could already think of what kind of people lived in this building. Drip. That X3 in front of you, going or not? Grinding away. Li Xingyue just parked on the side of the road and began to observe. this moment blocked the way of the people behind directly opened the curse. He started his vehicle and went to the vehicle entrance gate, intending to park underground later. I thought the gate would just go up after recognizing the license plate, but unexpectedly it showed an unfamiliar visitor, followed by a security guard coming out of the security room next to it. With a frown, he made his way over to him. "What are you doing?" "I've come to find a friend." "If you're looking for a friend, find a place to park outside. It's all owner-specific parking inside, no outsiders allowed." Li Xingyue's head was spinning after hearing this. This place was obviously not good for parking, not to mention the free places, even the paid places were almost full. He'd probably be delayed quite a bit longer trying to find a spot. "By the way, which household are you looking for?" The security guard asked this with some scrutiny. He is really afraid of mixing in any petty theft, then his bowl can be smashed. Don't look at Li Xingyue driving a BMW X3, in his view is not much, after all, one and the owners of those cars compared to that is simply not even hair. Someone had either stolen or rented one of these cars into an underground garage before and then stolen the owner's car, and he had to take a closer look. Let's see. Li Xingyue took out her cell phone and looked at it. It's from 1002. 1002? Which house is it? The security guard lowered his head and mumbled, constantly contemplating, and after a few seconds instantly raised his head to look at Li Xingyue in astonishment. "You are a friend of Mr. Shu's?" The security guard unconsciously used honorifics to him, which made Li Xingyue a little curious. Is Shura mixing so well now? "Yes, I'm a friend of Mr. Hughes." The security guard instantly overflowed with a smile and was about to release him, but then he turned his head and thought, what is this Mr. Shu's status? Would he have such a low-level friend? No, I had to make sure myself before I offended both the company and Mr. Shu in case something went wrong. Wait a minute. The security guard ran straight back to the security room after that, picked up the landline and dialed 1002, and in about half a minute, it was answered. Something wrong? Hearing Xiu Luo's voice, the security guard immediately unconsciously stood up straight and respectfully replied, "Mr. Xiu, I'm really sorry for disturbing your rest. It's like this, right now there is someone downstairs of our building, saying that he's a friend of yours. I am afraid that someone is impersonating, so I want to confirm with you, the other party drove a BMW X3, looks well. Plain." Shura knew it was Li Xingyue coming as soon as the security guard described it. "It's my friend, don't worry. I didn't realize it was true." The security guard gulped. Thankfully he hadn't gone too far, otherwise he could have offended Mr. Xiu. When Shura hung up, the security guard walked out of the security room, intending to let Star Moon Lee drive into the underground garage, but just 2 steps away the landline sounded. The guard rushed back to the security room and looked down to see that it was still Mr. Xiu, who quickly picked up the landline microphone. "Mr. Su, what are your orders?" "Oh, I forgot to tell you earlier, just tell him to park in that space on my lot." After that, Shura hung up the phone while the guard was even more shocked. He slowed down before walking out of the security room again, looking at Li Xingyue again with nothing but respect in his eyes. "Drive in, sir, and I'll show you to your parking space." Li Xingyue nodded her head. She didn't expect Shura to be quite good, and the service here was really good. The security guard would actually lead the entire parking. Li Xingyue drove slowly after the security guard, and soon drove to the front door of the building, which was almost filled with parking on both sides. Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Silberberg, Pagani, Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Phantom, Shining, Big Bull, Continental, Ferrari, Porsche 918, and many more. Most of these cars Li Xingyue can only see when he brushes the video on his cell phone, and in his previous life and reality, this kind of car on the main road is also relatively rare. Of course, it is also related to the place where he is too poor. Li Xingyue was wondering where exactly the security guard was taking him when he realized that the security guard had stopped and pointed out to him the only parking space next to him. Li Xingyue froze directly after reading it, then was both surprised and puzzled with a bit of nervousness. It was indeed an empty parking space, but not just any parking space, as it had a Bugatti parked on the left and a Pagani on the right. Damn, if this accidentally hit, even if the Ghost Knight sold cannot afford to pay off.